Chapter 1. Rebirth of the Nine Tails, Awakening of the System. In the depths of a pitch-black space, the immense form of the Nine Tails lay prostrate upon the ground, its breath coursing with a terrifying chakra. Slowly, it opened its eyes, fatigue evident within its gaze. Before it manifested a transparent interface visible only to itself, adorned with lines of clear, golden text. The infinite resurrection system has been bound. Host, Qing Ling identity, tailed beast Kaibi. This system allows the host to resurrect upon death, receiving a double enhancement. This system disregards illusions. Should the host fall victim to an illusion, they will immediately die, resulting in a double amplification. System binding successful. Resurrection gift package activated. Reward 1. Unseal all seals for the host Jinchuriki, allowing perfect mastery. Reward 2. Retrieve the other half of Chakra from the grasp of the Grim Reaper, allowing perfect mastery. Reward 3. 8 Gates of the Body technique, currently accelerating in learning, has been perfectly mastered. A look of confusion adorned the face of the Kaibi. What was happening? The system had awakened? Qing Ling recalled, merely wishing to sleep in a bit longer that morning. How had a simple nap led to this otherworldly experience? Neglecting to rise had resulted in demise. Having become the Nine Tails, he should be sealed within Naruto's abdomen. With the seals completely undone, did that not mean freedom was at hand? Especially the ability to disregard illusions, which bolstered Qing Ling's confidence even further. As a tailed beast, to be immune to illusions was that not invincible? Moreover, with the 8 gates, while others feared bodily harm, Qing Ling had no such trepidation. Before he could fully acclimate to his chakra, Qing Ling intended to depart this place and venture into the world of Hokage for some thrilling escapades. Yet, an unexpected mass of chakra materialized beside him, coalescing into the other half of the Nine Tails. The system had audaciously reclaimed the half of the Nine Tails, sealed away by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Why have you encased yourself within my shell? The Nine Tails discerned Qing Ling's uniqueness at a glance, realizing there was no mutual resonance of souls. This proved that Qing Ling merely occupied the chakra of the Nine Tails. Perhaps it is you who has donned my chakra's exterior. Qing Ling turned the tables. By consuming you, I shall become whole. Greed flickered in the eyes of the Kaibi. Fortuitously, that is also my intention. Swish! Just as the Kaibi lunged forward, Qing Ling gently clasped its paw, causing the Nine Tails to immediately prostrate, trembling all over. Why? What illusion have you cast? No, this is control. It is a perfect mastery over chakra and soul. The Nine Tails was consumed by rage, unable to fathom why its chakra was beyond its control. The taste is delightful. Without further ado, Qing Ling began his feast, opening his gaping maw and swiftly devouring the Nine Tails entirely. Yin and Yang united. He instantly felt a newfound completeness, undeniably more powerful and adept. Extending his claws once more, all seals could be released at will, granting him freedom of movement. Upon sensing his surroundings, a malicious awareness caused Qing Ling to furrow his brow. Through his perspective, he could discern Naruto's every action, from indulging in ramen at Ichiraku to bidding farewell to Irika. Most importantly, the dense malice emanating from Konoha was unmistakable, a blatant hostility directed at Uzumaki Naruto. Dead last. So what if he has become a genin? He is still the village's fox demon. Look at that smug expression, it is utterly displeasing. As Naruto departed from Ichiraku, saying goodbye to Irika, he returned to his small abode, hands in pockets, smiling. Throughout, he bore a foolish grin, revealing not a trace of sorrow. Clap. Upon closing the door, he suddenly lowered his head, shoulders slumping in indecision. Not hungry, for Iruka Sensei had treated him to ramen at Ichiraku. Yet, habitually, he reached for a cup of instant noodles. Becoming a genin was worth celebrating. After all, instant noodles were meant for significant moments. Tears streamed down the boy's cheeks, unbidden. Naruto lowered his head, stubbornly biting his lip to stifle his sobs. How could he be so unguarded? He had always been perceptive since childhood. He merely excelled at enduring. Claiming to be a straightforward ninja, Yet each time he gritted his teeth and persevered. He longed for someone to confide in. "Hey, why are you crying?" A sudden voice echoed in his mind, deep and resonant. "Huh?" Naruto froze, questioning who was speaking. "Stop searching, I reside within your seal. Observe your attire." He lifted his shirt and indeed found the mark upon his abdomen, dissipating like mist. This was the five-element seal left by Orochimaru, designed to disrupt Naruto's chakra. "Who are you?" "I am Qing Ling, known as the Kaibi." "Qing Ling? Do you wish to learn ninjutsu? Do you seek strength? Do you desire recognition? Do you wish to upend this world?" Each query stirred the deepest recesses of Naruto's heart. "I do. Simple. I possess a physical technique that will yield exponential results." "Huh?" Naruto was perplexed. A physical technique. He had never heard of a Hokage renowned solely for physical prowess. Am I under an illusion? What nonsense illusion? Qing Ling immediately discerned Naruto's thoughts. Shouting, "If you refuse to learn, I shall take my leave, and you will never rise." "Where are you? At least let me see you." Naruto's curiosity was piqued. Seeing was believing. "Very simple, just feel for the location of the seal, and you shall see me." The boy attempted to close his eyes and concentrate. He truly beheld a vast expanse of water. Two enormous doors loomed, seemingly concealing an extraordinary beast. "You are deceiving me. You are sealed away, coaxing me here to liberate you." Naruto's vigilance heightened, sensing something amiss. "Seal me? Who possesses such qualifications?" Qing Ling scoffed, flicking a finger. The seal instantly released, swinging the doors wide open. A gale tousled the boy's hair. Naruto stood rooted, daunted to step forward. At that moment, gentle hands pushed him from behind. "Go on, Naruto. I sense he harbors no malice." Kushina's chakra coalesced into form. "Oh, cousin." The instinctive familiarity surged forth, causing Naruto's tears to overflow. "Silly child, I never anticipated your rapid growth to unlock the seal at such a young age, possessing the courage to challenge the Nine Tails. Fear not, the Kaibi is merely a foolish child prone to mistakes." Kushina cradled Naruto's face, her eyes brimming with affection. "Oh, cousin, it was not I who opened the seal. It seems Qing Ling did so of his own accord." "Who is Qing Ling?" Something fell amiss. The Nine Tails could unseal itself? Kushina's expression was one of confusion. Just then, Qing Ling's visage twisted into a sinister grin. "Madam, you surely would not wish harm to befall your child while sealed." Chapter 2. Naruto's Apprenticeship, sleepy as life itself. Upon hearing this, Kushina sprang into action, launching a punch at Qing Ling's enormous face. "You fool! Whom do you think you are addressing? I am not one to be trifled with. Madam, your meager attack holds no effect on me." Qing Ling remained unfazed, quietly observing the mother and son. Only when Naruto wiped his tears and bid farewell to Kushina did he take a step forward, entering earnestly. "Kaibi, should you dare harm Naruto, I will not let you off lightly." Kushina brandished her tiny fist, her red hair billowing, nearly ready to explode. "I too look forward to our next encounter, madam." Qing Ling maintained his teasing tone. Until Kushina's chakra faded, he lowered his gaze to the small Naruto. The boy's eyes were red and tear-stained. He lifted his head to meet Qing Ling's gaze, stubbornly refusing to weep. A mere child, yet excessively resilient. "Let out, Naruto! Take me as your master, and no one in this world shall harm you. Flatten the ninja world, and convey my will as Qing Ling." Qing Ling extended a claw, its tip sharp as a blade, capable of shredding any being. Naruto bit his lip, striking his fist against the claw. The apprenticeship ceremony commenced. Naruto wishes to take Qing Ling as his master. Flatten the ninja world. Convey Qing Ling's will. In an instant, the unsealed Naruto began to receive an unending flow of chakra belonging to his Uzumaki clan. Qing Ling also connected a portion of the Nine Tails chakra to him, further amplifying his strength. Familiarize yourself. Master your chakra, Naruto. Go forth and unleash all the ninjutsu you have previously learned. You shall achieve results beyond your expectations. All right, I will give it a try. Wiping away his tears, Naruto resumed his seemingly carefree demeanor. With renewed vigor, he began forming hand seals, executing the various ninjutsu he had learned. Even the shadow clone technique was executed with newfound proficiency. The system detects the host's further fusion with the Jinchuriki, initiating the basic gift package. Reward 1. Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique, Accelerating Evolution, has been perfectly mastered. Reward 2. Nine-Tails Mode, Accelerating Evolution into the perfect Jinchuriki, with the host retaining control over the Druti. In Qing Ling's hand appeared a small, orange orb. As soon as the orb emerged, it established a faint connection between him and Naruto. Soon, they achieved the status of perfect Jinchuriki. I feel incredibly powerful. Naruto sensed that he seemed to have grown significantly stronger. Try to merge with this portion of power that I have bestowed upon you. All right. Under Qing Ling's guidance, Naruto was suddenly enveloped in Nine-Tails Chakra, directly transforming into Nine-Tails mode. The details continuously integrated until he attained the state of perfect Jinchuriki. Theoretically, he could disregard Jinjutsu. Both Taijutsu and Ninjutsu would see further enhancement in this form. The tailed beast and the Jinchuriki achieved an almost perfect synergy. Excellent. With this, your healing abilities and physical prowess will further improve. It is time to learn some basic Taijutsu and Ninjutsu. Qing Ling had mastered the 8 gates and the Flying Thunder God technique, perfectly poised to teach them to Naruto. You will soon become a member of Team 7, but before that, you need some skills to rely on. Do not let your guard down, Naruto. Understood, Nine-Tails Sensei. Naruto earnestly immersed himself in learning, inexplicably finding that both his taijutsu and ninjutsu had improved, as if he was absorbing knowledge at an accelerated rate. In truth, his innate talent was already impressive. It was merely the previous chaos in his chakra that had led to the perception of subpar talent. After a night of training, dawn broke. Early in the morning, Naruto quickly washed up, stretched lazily, and soon regained his vitality. Today, he was to have his ninja registration photo taken, marking his true entry into the ranks of Genin. Habitually rising, the steady flow of chakra within him filled Naruto with a profound sense of security. Nine-Tails, is it necessary to conceal the ninjutsu and taijutsu you taught me? Can I not use them freely? Naruto asked, surprisingly thoughtful. No. Qing Ling reclined comfortably, closing his eyes as he spoke. Go ahead and unleash it. The more people who know, the better. Use my chakra freely. Ideally, exhaust it all. But if my chakra runs out, I will die. Naruto replied anxiously. No, trust me, I will never perish. Naruto, fight with all your might. Never die. Use ninjutsu freely? Is that truly permissible? Though he had only grasped the basics, he felt immensely powerful. Stepping out of his room, he walked with both hands in his pockets, cautiously donning his ninja headband. Initially, he had not planned to wear it today, but after becoming a disciple, his excitement got the better of him. As he walked down the street, his joy quickly faded, and he forced himself to appear indifferent. After a few steps, he seemed to sense the unusual gazes of passers-by. He whispered, Nine-Tails, are you there? I'm sleeping, and remember to call me Sensei. Teacher Qing Ling. All right, Teacher Qing Ling. Having confirmed Qing Ling's presence, he walked contentedly along the street. There were still many things to accomplish. He hoped to avoid any peculiar individuals. In the ceiling space, Qing Ling yawned, watching Naruto as one would observe a child. He adored sleeping and would find every opportunity to rest. If not for this, he would not have slept through his previous life. Inherently lazy, he simply enjoyed the fruits of his labor. He mused, little Naruto, hurry and take action. Challenge some formidable opponents. With the immense chakra of the Nine-Tails at his disposal, how could he exhaust it without facing strong adversaries? Leaning back, Qing Ling dozed off, snoring contentedly. How wonderful it was! As a tailed beast controlling the Jinchuriki's transformation, he could come and go freely. After accepting Naruto as his disciple, he generously imparted his lethal ninjutsu and taijutsu. Let him unleash it. In his dreams, he muttered, Naruto, don't move, let them beat me to death. In the pitch-black space, Qing Ling stretched comfortably, feeling as though he had been asleep for quite some time. Was it already the next day? He opened his eyes, gazing from Naruto's perspective. Beside him were Sakura and Sasuke, while in front stood Kakashi. The copy ninja Kakashi was instructing them on the upcoming battle, emphasizing that only those who could seize the bells would qualify to remain. Listening to their discussions, Qing Ling felt utterly bewildered. What was happening? Had Naruto encountered Konohamaru and performed the harem jutsu on Hybe's? Had he even shared his first kiss with Sasuke? How long did I sleep? Could it be that in my previous life, I truly slept until my demise? Qing Ling blinked, regaining full awareness. Swish! Everyone sprang into action, attempting to seize the bells from Kakashi's possession. Yet, without exception, they failed. The disparity was far too great. This was Kakashi, who could evenly match any opponent. Naruto, have you been diligently practicing your ninjutsu and taijutsu these past few days? Yes. Upon hearing Qing Ling's voice, Naruto's eyes brightened instantly. I understand now. Teacher Qing Ling, you want me to use the 8 gates to match Kakashi's sensi's speed. Then, I can use Shadow Clone Jutsu to confuse him, followed by the Flying Thunder God technique for a surprise attack. Qing Ling, upon hearing this, replied nonchalantly. No, what I meant was, you can directly use Ninetales mode. Huh? Naruto felt that this should be a last resort technique, shouldn't it? Chapter 3. Shocking Kakashi, Ninetales mode. Rest assured, I would never lead you astray. Qing Ling lay leisurely, exuding an air of calmness. Embrace your demise with fervor. Naruto Uzumaki, let this world tremble. Such turmoil would attract formidable beings, leading to a demise worth experiencing. Though now he had merged with the Ninetales, standing at the pinnacle of the Naruto world, only greater strength could bestow true security. Sleep more soundly, he mused. I'm ready, Kakashi-sensei. With a determined expression, Naruto reflected on his earlier training. He had only grasped the superficial aspects, merely acquiring a semblance of mastery. His proficiency had yet to reach the level of true adeptness. However, in an instant, he activated the Ninetales chakra mode. Whoosh! The chakra blazed like flames, enveloping his entire being. The ribbon of his ninja forehead protector and his hair fluttered slightly, resembling the ears of a fox. The chakra cloak wrapped around him, adorned with unique patterns concentrated at the core. What? Kakashi, who was poised to execute a swift ninja run, was actually just a shadow clone. The real Kakashi was lurking in the shadows, observing the entire battle. Sakura and Sasuke found themselves in peril, on the brink of defeat. Each of the 3 fought independently, falling prey to Kakashi's tactical prowess one by one. It was not until Naruto's chakra cloak suddenly manifested, activating the true Ninetales chakra mode, that a shift occurred. This was not a mere rampage of beast transformation, but the authentic Ninetales mode. This scene was strikingly familiar to Kakashi. His mentor, Kushina, was indeed the second host of the Ninetales in Konoha. Despite not fully comprehending the Ninetales mode, the familiar chakra caused him to falter. What? Sakura exclaimed in shock as she turned around, her senses overwhelmed by the immense chakra radiating from Naruto, as if something deep within her was stirred. When did the underdog acquire such formidable chakra? Although Sasuke mocked him, a flicker of unexpected delight surged within him. Having been orphaned since childhood after the near annihilation of the Uchiha clan, they had forged a bond that was seemingly adversarial yet deeply understanding. It could be said that this period marked Sasuke's most normal phase. Naruto, do not recklessly wield such chakra. Kakashi, sensing the gravity of the situation, revealed his true form. If Naruto had not truly mastered the power of the Ninetales and lost control, the entire village of Konoha would face devastation. The memories of the Ninetales assault 12 years prior were still vivid. Kakashi-sensei, this is my power, why can't I use it? At merely 12 years of age, Naruto was not particularly tall. However, the eruption of the Ninetales' potent chakra made him appear taller in that moment. As the chakra exploded forth, the elite shinobi of Konoha felt the tremors of chakra waves. Figures began to rush towards the source. What on earth was happening? How could Naruto, who had been safely sealed by the 4 symbols and protected by the 8 trigrams for 12 years, suddenly unleash the chakra of the Ninetales? Prominent figures from various clans, including Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, and Hinata Hyuga, sensed the unusual chakra fluctuations. In the forest training ground, Kakashi's expression turned grave, shaking off the previous ease of the test. He had to stabilize the situation before the skilled ninjas of Konoha arrived. Why do I sense such intense malice? Once in the Ninetales chakra mode, Naruto could perceive the inner thoughts of those around him. Sasuke's astonishment, Sakura's fear, Kakashi's vigilance, and the approaching figures filled with hostility. What was happening? Why wasn't Kakashi making a move? Qing Ling yawned, bemused by the situation. Isn't this supposed to be a competition for the bell? Naruto, before extending your chakra arm, use the shadow clone technique to create a distraction and set up the flying thunder god technique as markers. Then unleash the 8 gates with all your might. Huh? Upon hearing Qing Ling's suggestion, Naruto was momentarily taken aback. Sensei, I only know this much, and I'm not very proficient. Would it be too much to use everything at once? Do not worry. As long as I have sufficient chakra, you may open as many gates as you wish. Qing Ling replied nonchalantly. What is there to hold back? Consuming chakra is what truly matters. I have an abundance of it. Sensei, exhausting all my chakra could lead to death. I've mentioned it countless times. My concern is not death, but your lack of strength. Sensei, how touching. For the first time in his life, Naruto felt such genuine concern from someone. Iruka had affirmed his qualifications as a ninja, while the third Hokage had shared grilled fish with him during his hunger, teaching him the harsh realities of the world. Yet, only Qing Ling was wholeheartedly devoted to him. Naruto steadied himself, commencing the plan as intended. As his chakra arm emerged, Kakashi's expression changed dramatically. After swiftly evading, Naruto had already completed the seals, and amidst the smoke, a multitude of shadow clones surged forth. In the ongoing struggle of contesting and evading, the flying thunder god markers were laid down one after another. Once preparations were complete, Kakashi, while dodging, sensed the complexity of the situation. To him, it appeared that Naruto was adept at utilizing the Nine-Tails chakra, unlike someone who had just learned it. How could this be? For over a decade, no one knew. A host has quietly turned into a force to be reckoned with. The thought sent chills down his spine. Boom. In an instant, chakra erupted. Naruto was engulfed in flames of chakra. Witnessing this scene, Kakashi's pupils dilated in disbelief. This is impossible. How could Naruto open the 8 gates? Few in Konoha possessed this ability, and as a close friend of Might Guy, Kakashi was all too aware of this fact. First gate, open, even with the seal lifted. Having regained his genius status, Naruto had only just reached the level of opening the 3rd gate, the life gate, in these few days. He was still unable to truly execute the body technique, including the basic and advanced lotus techniques. He could only enhance his speed, explosive power, and raw strength. The Nine-Tails chakra mode would further amplify Naruto's foundational attributes, especially with the 3rd gate opened. What are you planning, Naruto? Kakashi braced himself, activating his Sharingan. I'm going for the bell. In an instant, Kakashi, who thought he could perceive Naruto's movements, was left dumbfounded. Naruto appeared beside him at a speed he could not follow. Bending down to snatch the bell, a familiar figure from his past flashed in Kakashi's mind. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Flying Thunder God technique. He suddenly turned around, and Naruto had already faced him. All these efforts were sufficient to severely injure Konoha. Yet, the outcome was merely the theft of a bell. Kakashi was profoundly shocked. Meanwhile, more than a dozen figures had successively arrived at this location. Following closely were the shadowy forms of the Umbu, with the leader being none other than the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Chapter 4. The fault lies not with him, but with this world. Naruto, do not fear. If you encounter questioning or threats, you may do as you wish. I shall protect you. Qing Ling cast a glance at everyone present, showing no sign of trepidation. Teacher, they all exude a palpable malice. We should refrain from speaking to avoid detection, Naruto cautiously suggested. Is this your style? What is there to be cautious about? I instructed you to grow stronger, which means you should unleash your power. Thank you, teacher. Upon hearing Qing Ling's affirming tone, Naruto felt not reprimanded but rather warmed inside. Are you conversing with the Nine-Tails? Hiruzen Sarutobi inquired, uncertain about Naruto's condition. From his appearance, he seemed quite harmonious. Who could tell if he had been ensnared by the Nine-Tails due to his youth? Yes. He is my teacher, Qing Ling. Teacher? Qing Ling? Hiruzen recalled that it should be named Kurama. Especially upon hearing the term teacher, he immediately deduced a certain possibility. Since Naruto had taken the Nine-Tails as his mentor, he must have been ensnared. Everyone, astute as they were, arrived at the same conclusion in an instant. The Nine-Tails. Upon hearing this term, Sasuke's expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness. Had he awakened the power of the Nine-Tails? Yet, when would he be able to further strengthen his Sharingan? In a moment, he was torn between envy and jealousy. Sakura sensed something amiss and had hidden behind the crowd. With the news from Hiruzen Sarutobi, silhouettes were racing towards them. The Nine-Tails had revived, and Naruto had been ensnared. Konoha village was on the brink of a terrifying assault. They still do not like me. Naruto's gaze dimmed. He chuckled and said, clearly, I have seized the bell. Undeniably, I have mastered numerous formidable ninjutsu. Evidently, I coexist harmoniously with teacher Qing Ling. No longer the nine-tailed fox demon they speak of. Why, then, do their gazes toward me brim with disdain, and why does malice incessantly emanate from their hearts? The boy clenched his teeth, striving to prevent tears from cascading down his cheeks. Perhaps he had long since wept dry of tears. In the end, had he still not won their approval? Even upon becoming a genin, he would merely be regarded as a threat. Lord Hokage, Naruto has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, as well as the 8 gates. Kakashi divulged the latest intelligence he had acquired, further tightening the tension within the crowd. This is exceedingly troublesome. The Flying Thunder God technique, the proud creation of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was further elevated by the 4th Hokage. The 8 gates, a culmination of Might Guy's lifetime of effort, had once decimated the legendary Team 7, earning him fame in a single battle. Both of these formidable techniques now resided in Naruto's possession, and he had already activated the Nine-Tails Chakra mode. The level of his threat has significantly escalated. Form the seals and set the formation, the 3rd Hokage stated calmly. He approached Naruto with weary steps. Naruto, you must not succumb to the temptations of the Nine-Tails. You are still young and can gradually grow stronger, learning to master the power of the tailed beasts. We will all support you, Sarutobi Hiruzen earnestly explained, advancing towards Naruto and extending his calloused hands. With a swish, the wind rustled the leaves, stirring the heart of the youth, which burned with fervor. Teacher, the 3rd Hokage has treated me kindly. I do not wish to be his adversary, Naruto murmured softly. Upon hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his resolve strengthen even further. He was not mistaken, indeed. Within Naruto's heart, there resides someone. Silly child. The voice of Qing Ling resonated like the melodious chime of an ancient bell, abruptly awakening Naruto from his reverie. Make the decisions you truly desire. Do not betray your inner self, regardless of whether you heed their intention to seal me once more. The teacher shall never blame you. Dear child, you are a living, breathing individual. Go forth and heed the voice of your heart. Qing Ling did not compel Naruto to take any particular action. Even if someone were to invoke the 8 trigram seal, it would not confine him. The system had bestowed upon him the ability to unravel all the seals of the tailed beasts in Jinchuriki. Compared to the will of the 3rd Hokage and the will of fire, which felt so ethereal and insubstantial, Qing Ling placed greater faith in the tangible essence of the heart. Teacher, Naruto, no longer stubborn, felt tears welling up in his eyes. Since encountering Qing Ling, he had first witnessed the chakra of his mother, Kushina, and subsequently mastered the Nine-Tails mode along with various formidable ninjutsu and taijutsu, allowing him to express himself freely without concealment. He was wholeheartedly supported, without hesitation. Even in this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before him, urging him not to trust anything Qing Ling had said, setting up an intricate sealing formation. Everyone was on high alert, prepared to act against him, yet they still claimed it was for his own good. Only Qing Ling urged him to listen to his heart, neither forcing nor guiding him. The distinction between genuine concern and feigned affection was abundantly clear. 3rd Hokage, if I refuse to seal teacher Qing Ling, I can vow that I am fully capable of controlling my chakra. Would you consent to that? Naruto, still under the watchful gaze of many, held great respect for Sarutobi Hiruzen. No, Hiruzen replied, uttering those words in the interest of Konoha's safety. I am 12 years old. Why do I feel an unsettling seal disrupting my chakra, causing me to struggle with my studies for these 12 years? Why do you not care? This power of mine is undeniably strong, capable of protecting the village. The teacher has stated that Konoha has had more than one Jinchuriki. Why not share their experiences with me? The teacher mentioned that my father and mother sacrificed themselves to save Konoha. Why then does everyone despise me? Shouldn't I be the son of a hero? Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words. 12 years. No one cared for Naruto's talent or the turmoil of his chakra. No one assisted him in mastering the power of the Nine-Tails, merely observing from a distance. To those who were unaware of the truth, he was merely the embodiment of a demon fox, the essence of evil. To those who knew the truth, Naruto was simply a vessel for a tailed beast. Existing and breathing was enough. Teacher Qing Ling, what should I do? This time, Naruto chose not to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen, but rather turned to Qing Ling. In the sealing space, Qing Ling's voice remained steadfast and trustworthy. My answer remains unchanged. Listen to the voice of your heart. Listen to the voice of your heart. Naruto, through his tears, began to smile. True goodness does not merely emphasize Konoha or the Hokage. It is about guiding you not to betray your inner self. He lifted his head, his gaze resolute and piercing. Once, he harbored a dream of his own, striving to grow stronger in pursuit of becoming the mightiest Hokage in history. From a young age, he struggled with learning, Unable to grasp even the simplest concepts despite his relentless efforts and exhaustive practice, managing only to acquire a mere fraction of knowledge. The majority of people harbored disdain for him, a truth that Naruto was acutely aware of, believing it to be his own failing. However, one fateful day, a nine-tailed fox took him as an apprentice, generously imparting all the hidden truths. It turned out that the fault did not lie with him, but rather with the world itself. Chapter 5. Danzo, the gaze upon his armed teacher Qing Ling. Does leaving the Hidden Leaf Village mean I can never become Hokage? Foolish child. What does it matter about being Hokage? Before the first Hokage emerged, no one imagined that the chaos of the world could be temporarily quelled. Are you saying that being Hokage is insignificant? Naruto reflected on his aspirations, which now seemed trivial in comparison. No, why must you insist on becoming the next Hokage? You could very well establish your own ninja village and become the leader yourself. Become the leader myself. A spark ignited in Naruto's eyes. Teacher, I understand now. That is good. I have matters to attend to, so call upon me if you're in need. Understood. The young man exhaled a deep breath, his heart racing. Yet his resolve had become unwavering. He took a step forward, brushing past the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naruto, do not heed the malevolent whispers of the Nine Tails. He seeks to manipulate you. Please, show respect to my teacher, the third Hokage. Naruto's address towards Hiruzen Sarutobi had subtly transformed. He strode towards the perimeter of the battlefield in his Nine Tails chakra mode, without a moment's pause. Konoha was about to become a mere relic of his past. Sakura hid cautiously behind a member of the Umbu, too afraid to even glance at him, as if he had transformed into a monstrous beast. Naruto, stop. You will never become Hokage this way. Do you honor the sacrifices of your parents? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned and shouted in anger, attempting to awaken within him the imagined spirit of Naruto as will of fire. When I learned that my father and mother had died for Konoha, I also encountered my mother's chakra. She told me to live happily. Happy? For 12 years. How much time did Naruto have to revel in joy like other children? Who tarnished the name of the hero? Who twisted the legacy of the hero into that of a demon fox? You. Standing at the edge of the formation. Naruto found himself surrounded by the Umbu and numerous elite shinobi who had set this trap. Do you honor my parents? His question sent a tremor through Kakashi's very being. The image of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina, smiling and nestled together, materialized before Kakashi's eyes. Does he truly deserve their regard? Even his father, the legendary White Fang of Konoha, perished amidst the whispers of slander. How did Naruto, so young, endure and thrive in such an environment? It is a burden that even the esteemed White Fang could not withstand: malicious gossip, disdainful glances, and contempt. Hiruzen Sarutobi finds himself at a loss for words. He is indeed to be pitied. Even claiming it was for Naruto's protection is utterly laughable. Who does not know? Who is unaware? In a moment of peril, the fourth Hokage entrusted his newly born child to serve as the vessel for the Nine Tails. Before the eyes of many. With so many witnesses, the entire Hidden Leaf was aware, so how could the other shinobi villages remain oblivious? What need is there for such torturous forms of protection? It is all merely an excuse. In a flash, Naruto disregarded the grand formation, standing outside it with a kunai in hand. Flying Thunder God technique. Asuma Sarutobi could not help but marvel. How could someone so young master such skill? Truly a prodigy. How could the Hidden Leaf Village allow another genius to slip through their fingers? As one of the former 12 guardians of the Leaf, this is a lamentable loss. He has come to a profound understanding of the world's cruelty, realizing that notions such as ninjas and Hokage merely revolve around the powerful feudal lords. The repeated tragedies that have befallen Konoha have long since numbed him. Block his path. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki must not be allowed to leave Konoha. The Nine Tails belong to our village. A voice, cold and unfeeling, emerged. One of his eyes was bound with a bandage, and one of his arms was entirely wrapped in white gauze. His face bore numerous scars, and his gaze was icy. Danzo, the leader of Root. Beneath the leaves of Konoha, delving into darkness to serve as roots, bringing coolness to the shadows. The so-called Hokage must inevitably bear the weight of a shadow. I am no one's possession, and neither is teacher Qing Ling. Furthermore, his name is Qing Ling, also known as QB. Do not refer to him as the Nine Tails. Naruto was furious. He would confront the entire world if necessary, never allowing anyone to speak ill of Qing Ling. Stubborn and obstinate. You have been tainted by the Nine Tails and ought to perish immediately. Konoha is vast enough to select a new Jinchuriki. Danzo's indifferent gaze seemed to convey that anyone from Konoha could be replaced. The words left an unpleasant taste in everyone's hearts. Enough, Danzo. The aged voice of Hiruzen Sarutobi cut through, silencing him. You are always so indecisive. It is true that Minato and Kushina contributed to Konoha, but as the fourth Hokage, that was his duty. Did he not seal the nine tails within Naruto to ensure his son became a hero, revered by all? Selfish in the end. We merely failed to fulfill his wishes. As Danzo spoke, he began to unravel the white bandages. The others, heeding Hiruzen's words and respecting Minato's legacy, temporarily refrained from action. But that did not mean he would not strike. As a member of Root, an attack would signify Konoha's most perilous moment. We must eliminate the weeds. On that arm, countless eyes from the Uchiha clan were present. Each blood-red eye, whether strong or weak, seemed to narrate its own tale of grievance. They are in anguish, they wail. Once yearning to claim their rightful place, yet ultimately meet with brutal slaughter. Hinata Hyuga, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down her spine. The Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans are all esteemed families of Konoha. Had they not adhered so strictly to the rules, had they not been caged like birds, would they too have faced utter annihilation? Was not the white eye on Danzo's other arm a mark of their Hyuga clan? The sound of bones clashing echoed through the air. A young Uchiha clenched his fists tightly, as if he began to grasp a profound truth. He gazed in disbelief at Danzo's arm. In that moment, he longed to step forward like Naruto. But he was still unable, his strength insufficient. He must endure. Should an opportunity arise, he would undoubtedly defect from Konoha without hesitation. Each passing moment spent here filled Uchiha Sasuke with revulsion. Was this truly how you viewed my parents? Naruto smiled, reflecting on the sacrifice of his own parents, while he had been labeled a demon fox for 12 long years. Ironically, it was the selfish fourth Hokage who had turned his own son into a Jinchuriki. A wave of unspoken fury surged within him. He smiled, tears glistening in his eyes. The lifelong sacrifices of his parents culminated in such a fate. In the sealed space, Qing Ling gazed at this scene with a profound sense of sorrow. Beside him stood a man with golden hair, his gaze subtly shifting as he shook his head in bitter resignation. It appears you were right all along, QB. You may call me Qing Ling, Minato Namikaze. Earlier, Qing Ling mentioned there was another matter to address. Minato's chakra had quietly manifested when Naruto was on the verge of betraying the Hidden Leaf Village. Upon witnessing this firsthand, Minato could only shake his head and smile ruefully. Ultimately, it seems I have been overly sentimental. You owe nothing to anyone but Naruto. Qing Ling offered no quarter. Minato once again displayed a sunlit smile. My soul's chakra should reside with the Shinigami. I hope to glimpse the future you spoke of next time we meet. I entrust that to you, Naruto. Qing Ling. Of course, he is my disciple. One fox, one man, in a clash of fists. Chapter 6. Danzo's Remains, the Divine Separation. Naruto. Go forth. Qing Ling's voice suddenly resonated in his ears. Lost in sorrow, Naruto abruptly lifted his head. Teacher, have you resolved the matter? Your father asked me to tell you to follow your heart. Father? The smile vanished from Naruto's face. How would Minato feel if he heard Danzo's words? Would it cause him great sorrow? Contemplating this, his anger transformed into disdain. The revolting place should either be forsaken forever or utterly destroyed. Naruto, stay. Everything will improve. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared between Danzo and Naruto, attempting a final plea. To him, it was evident that Naruto had been completely swayed by the Nine Tails, losing all sense of reason. I wish to leave the Hidden Leaf Village because I never belonged here. I am but a monster, despised by all. It would be better to depart and live alone. Naruto smiled faintly, a facade of sunshine that nonetheless tugged at the heartstrings of those who beheld him. He is still so young. Yet he has mastered the art of endurance, enduring like a heartbroken child who reassures others not to worry. Oh, he is but a child after all. He is still but a child. People feel a sense of disorientation, as if everything around them is somewhat surreal. Are they truly threatening a child? Expelling him from the Hidden Leaf Village? Leaving the village? Danzo smirked coldly, his hands already forming seals, ready to strike at any moment. Do you understand that as a ninja, one must dedicate their life to the village, protect the daimyo, and fulfill bounty missions? If you abandon the village, it signifies your betrayal. Betray the village? Such a weighty accusation thrust upon me in an instant. My father is the fourth Hokage. Would I ever betray the village? No. Your father has long since passed. You have grown up a mere wastrel, devoid of parental guidance. Danzo tilted his head, gazing down at Naruto. Would release. Tree root explosion. Upon his right arm, 11 Sharingan eyes were inscribed, a testament to the transplantation of the first Hokage's cells. However, this limb bore a certain incompleteness. Rendering his ability to wield would release limited. Trees sprouted forth from the right side, threatening to engulf Naruto in an instant. With a swift motion, Naruto sensed the overwhelming malevolence and immediately unleashed the shadow clone technique, evading the impending doom while simultaneously deploying dozens of flying thunder god seals in the shadows. Wind release, vacuum wave. Danzo expelled a gust of wind chakra, reminiscent of a scythe that surged towards Naruto's landing spot. Yet, it merely struck a shadow clone, dissipating into smoke. In a heartbeat, Naruto reappeared behind him. With a swift flurry, dozens of ANBU members launched shurikens and kunai from various angles. They struck once more, only to find yet another shadow clone. Asuma Saratobi, Kurenai Yuhi, Kakashi Hitaki, and others joined the fray, systematically dispatching each clone until, at last, only one Naruto remained, standing resolutely before Danzo in the form of Ninetales Chakra mode. His figure flickered incessantly, and with the opening of the third gate of the 8 Gates of Dunjia, the door of life, his speed surged as he traversed with the Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi promptly collaborated with Hinata to eliminate all the Flying Thunder God seals. Soon, Naruto found himself immobilized, his skills woefully insufficient and his combat style overly simplistic. Furthermore, he was besieged by numerous Jonin and shadow-level adversaries. As the struggle became increasingly arduous and with no path for retreat, Naruto resolved to fight with all his might. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Danzo struck once more, opting for the more potent vacuum great sphere this time. If it connected, it would be sufficient to obliterate the enemy's form. Your foundation is too shallow. Take a moment to rest and allow me to handle this. Be careful, teacher Qing Ling. Naruto placed his complete trust in Qing Ling, closing his eyes for an instant before reopening them. His body was now entirely entrusted to Qing Ling's control. Suddenly, his aura surged once more, and the flowing chakra intensified severfold. A chakra cloak appeared behind him, enhancing his overall form to a more exquisite and flawless state. Qing Ling made his move, directly evolving from the Ninetales Chakra mode into the Kurama mode. His physique grew even taller. Qing Ling concentrated, and a small-tailed beast orb materialized in her hand, resembling the Rasengan, a miniature-tailed beast orb. Upon witnessing this dark orb, Saratobi Hiruzen's expression shifted dramatically. Dodge. Bang. Qing Ling braced herself resolutely. The miniature-tailed beast orb collided with Danzo's vacuum great sphere, annihilating it effortlessly. Immediately after, Qing Ling, like a phantom, employed the body flicker technique, appearing before Danzo. The miniature-tailed beast orb remained firmly in her grasp, and the previous inconsequential attack had barely consumed any of her energy. How infuriating. Danzo swiftly formed a series of hand seals, summoning a colossal tree that materialized at great speed, attempting to intercept Qing Ling's strike. Would release, violent spear tree. A dual-purpose assault aimed at Qing Ling's right arm. Short-sighted. The miniature-tailed beast orb struck directly, creating a sizable hole in the violent spear tree. An unstoppable force collided with Danzo's right arm, obliterating the 11 eyes upon it in an instant. As the miniature-tailed beast orb vanished, it also annihilated Danzo's right arm. The residual force erupted, leveling the forest behind Danzo to the ground. Flames engulfed the area, and shockwaves swept through, whistling past his ears. Though those eyes had been destroyed, they seemed to weep, conveying a sense of liberation and joy that resonated within Qing Ling's heart. No, you wretched remnant. As a ninja, one must always be prepared for self-sacrifice. Yet what have you done? Danzo furiously raged, his right arm, a transplanted limb from the first Hokage adorned with 11 Sharingan, had been utterly lost. He opened his eyes, one of which was the eye that activated the Konoha Tsukumi. Izanagi. Danzo attempted to transform all the damage he had sustained into a mere dream within the 60 seconds of using Izanagi, yet he could only cough up blood desperately. The right arm of the Hashirama Senju transplant, having lost 11 eyes, found his chakra and mental strength utterly inadequate for such a feat. How is it that you relish in making others sacrifice themselves as ninjas, yet you lack the courage to do so yourself? Qing Ling cast a scornful glance at him. It was evident that once Danzo could no longer utilize Izanagi, he would resort to that technique. Konoha Tsukumi. Danzo smiled confidently when he uttered that name. He had already activated Konoha Tsukumi. In silence and stealth, it was sufficient to control anyone. Unfortunately, Naruto had become the perfect Jinchuriki, and Qing Ling would naturally not fall prey to the illusion. The perfect Jinchuriki possessed the wills of both the host and the tailed beast. Konoha Tsukumi could only manipulate one. However, prior to this, Qing Ling had lulled Naruto into slumber. While others feared the illusions, he precisely desired to be ensnared by them. As long as the Jinchuriki remained asleep, he, as the tailed beast, willingly relinquished resistance, allowing himself to be ensnared by Konoha Tsukumi. The chakra of the 9 tails swiftly dissipated. The youth stood motionless in place. The tailed beast within him, the azure spirit of the 9 tails, has perished completely. A singular illusion could lead to death. This is the extraordinary power granted by the infinite resurrection system. Had it not been for the system's prior bestowal of the ability to unseal and establish a connection, Naruto, bereft of the Nine Tails, would have succumbed at the very first moment. Haha. Danzo laughed heartily, as utilizing the technique of the heavenly gods requires an immense amount of chakra. Having already lost an arm, he is now spitting blood continuously, clearly at his limit. Damn it, the old man nearly miscalculated. He laughed for less than a second. Naruto's gaze momentarily turned vacant. The spirit of Qing Ling returned once more, resurrected on the spot, with a doubled augmentation. All attributes, without exception. The Nine Tails mode was activated. It hurts a bit. Is this what it feels like to die? Qing Ling gazed at Danzo with a smile, once again condensing a super mini-tailed beast ball in her hand. In Danzo's astonished gaze, the tiny black orb struck his face. Chapter 7. The 8 Gates, Unlocked. No. Danzo, the Root's leader, the man behind the Hokage, has always confidently believed that the world should revolve around him. Under his antiquated and inept maneuvers, the village of Konoha has grown increasingly weak, leading to the tragic childhoods of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. His life cannot be described as a mixture of praise and blame. At the very least, his achievements were overshadowed by his transgressions. The minuscule-tailed beast orb, combined with the swiftness of the Azure Spirit, swiftly closed the distance and appeared before him in an instant. Having already lost an arm and with his chakra completely depleted from the exertion of divine power, Danzo was utterly unprepared and could never have anticipated that someone could breach the heavens. With a mere flash, it was but a single strike. His head shattered like a fragile bullet. Blood scarcely had the chance to splatter before it exploded into ashes. A headless, one-armed corpse fell to the ground with a thud. Qing Ling turned around, gazing at the crowd. Today, I shall depart. Those who stand in my way shall perish. His gaze was fierce, clearly no longer that of Naruto. You are the Nine Tails. The expression in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes revealed a sense of disgust. He once believed he would witness Naruto's growth firsthand, observing the emergence of a new generation of Konoha's finest, akin to the legendary Sannin and the prodigious Minato Namikaze. How has it come to this? Has the child's resentment and hatred reached a point where he feels compelled to surrender his body to the Nine Tails, severing ties with them? Naruto, if you can hear me, please respond. What have I done wrong? What has Konoha done wrong? He dedicated his entire life to the art of ninjutsu, earning the esteemed title of Professor of Ninja within the realm of the shinobi. He has numerous disciples, including the legendary Sannin who emerged from his diligent cultivation. Throughout his life, Sarutobi Hiruzen does not believe he has wronged anyone. In terms of age, he stands in comparison to the first, third, and fourth Hokage. He is undoubtedly a paragon of longevity. Naruto will not respond to you. Whether Konoha is right or wrong is of no concern to me. In my view, the existence of ninjas themselves is paramount. Either there are no ninjas, or everyone is a ninja. This is my choice. As Qing Ling spoke, his form began to elongate until it transformed into the colossal shape of the Nine Tails. Chakra surged, manifesting as a golden-hued Nine Tails, with its 4 claws upon the ground. It gazed down upon all present. In an instant, they seemed to have returned to that night 12 years ago. Kyubi, by acting in this manner, you are positioning yourself as an adversary to Konoha. Just as the first Hokage was able to capture you back then, we too can subdue you today. Sarutobi Hiruzen has relinquished any attempts at persuasion. He firmly believed that Naruto had completely lost his sanity, perhaps even his very soul devoured by the Nine Tails. Fight. Show no mercy. With the Hokage's command, all members of the Umbu gathered at once. The elite Jounin were already eager, silently vowing that the tragic events of the past would not be allowed to repeat. You cannot stop me. With a flick of its tail, Qing Ling enveloped the area in smoke. 18 shadow clones of the Nine Tails manifested, each occupying a distinct corner. Their 9 tails flicked once more, casting a myriad of flying thunder god seals into the air. I have heard that the Nine Tails possess an air of arrogance, traditionally disdaining the use of human ninjutsu. Kakashi remarked, noting that Qing Ling's maneuver truly surpassed everyone's expectations. Indeed, it was evident that he possessed an array of abilities. Sarutobi Asuma held a finger tiger shuriken, chakra converging into a blade of wind. Perhaps, the 8 Gates technique remains the greatest enigma of all. Yuhi Kurenai speculated that if the Flying Thunder God technique was a legacy bestowed by the 4th Hokage to Naruto, it had been learned by the Nine Tails, who then ensnared the child. But where did the 8 Gates come from? Perhaps only Might Guy holds that answer. However, he is currently outside leading Niji Hyuga and others on a mission, far from the hidden Leaf Village. Swish. Hundreds of Flying Thunder God seals were scattered throughout the area, as 18 shadow clones darted about, making it nearly impossible to discern Qing Ling's true form. Moreover, Even a single shadow clone was beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals to contend with. In the distance, chaos had begun to unfold within the hidden leaf village. The sight of the Ninetales stirred palpable fear within their hearts, awakening deep-seated terror. At some unknown moment, all Ninetales vanished, transforming entirely into the Ninetales chakra mode. They all simultaneously initiated the 8 Gates of Dunjia. In contrast to Naruto, who had merely grasped the rudiments, Qing Ling had received systematic enhancements, mastering it with unparalleled perfection. The 18 manifestations of him reappeared, simultaneously proclaiming, 8th Gate, open. While others might reserve their ultimate techniques, Qing Ling would not. It was merely a rapid consumption of chakra. Particularly concerning were the side effects of the 8 Gates, which could deplete chakra to the point of causing the user to perish in a state of utter exhaustion. For others, this posed a grave threat to life. For Qing Ling, it was nothing short of exhilarating. Through the technique of Anshin, Qing Ling had achieved a double amplification. His speed, strength, healing ability, perception, and both the quantity and quality of chakra were all similarly enhanced. Even a mere breath from him exerted tremendous pressure. Not good. Kakashi exclaimed in shock, looking up. He intended to open the 8 gates. As he began to speak, Qing Ling's chakra blazed like fire, causing all his clones to vanish. Everything that had transpired was merely a ruse to prevent interference during his activation of the 8 gates. Sarutobi Hiruzen displayed a grave expression, fearing the Ninetales would employ taijutsu. The 8 gates would undoubtedly augment the Ninetales' prowess. The more chakra amassed, the greater the enhancement in combat power upon opening the 8 gates. Throughout the decades of the ninja world, aside from the legendary Hashirama Senju who could contend against the Sage Transformation, and Uchiha Madara, who wielded the Ninetales alongside Susanoo. Who else could possess such capability? As each gate opened, Qing Ling's chakra erupted with force, overwhelming everyone present, and he continued to grow stronger. The number of shadow clones diminished steadily. By the time the 6th gate was reached, even the Chunin struggled to lift their heads. Upon the opening of the 7th gate, few from the Umbu could withstand the immense pressure. 8th gate, open, Qing Ling shouted, his chakra shaking the very earth as if it were brittle. Trees were uprooted, and massive boulders floated in midair. All shadow clones had returned to their original form. The golden chakra enveloping the youth blazed fiercely. As a crimson hue washed over his golden cloak, his eyes, reminiscent of a specter, gazed down upon the earth. The move Chao Konke was initiated by Qing Ling, momentarily pausing before employing this technique, which could only be activated after opening the 6th gate, the sight gate. His fist, ignited by friction with the air, birthed flames at an astonishing speed. The shockwave merged with the fire, relentlessly battering the ground. This scene unfolded in the sky like the resplendent display of a peacock fanning its feathers, a dazzling spectacle. Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing this apocalyptic tableau, swiftly formed hand seals. For shadow clones, along with his true self, unleashed 5 types of chakra: fire, lightning, wind, earth, and water. They surged toward the heavens with a thunderous roar. 5 elements. Great multi-shadow clone technique. Chapter 8, Mutual Destruction, the final strike of the 3rd Hokage. The collision of Chao Konke and the 5 elements. Great multi-shadow clone technique. The shockwave met the simultaneous onslaught of the 5 chakra types, scorching the earth and stirring a tempest of dust. Renowned as the Professor of Ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen was acclaimed for possessing all chakra attributes. Mastering this technique required not only the knowledge of hand seals but also the convergence of all 5 chakra types, necessitating an immense quantity of chakra that not everyone could wield. Summoning, Monkey King, Enma. As Sarutobi Hiruzen landed, he evaded the ensuing barrage of shockwaves, transforming his summoned beast into the adamantine staff, which he hurled forth. It disintegrated into dozens of adamantine staves, assembling in midair to form a cubic cage that ensnared Qing Ling. Adamantine prison. Bang. Qing Ling's gaze faltered momentarily within the confines of the prison, marveling at Sarutobi Hiruzen's myriad techniques. Enma possessed an indestructible form, once the adamantine prison was invoked. It served both as defense and protection. Alas, this technique is futile against me. In a swift motion, Qing Ling appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Flying Thunder God technique. Accursed. Kakashi, having anticipated this moment, executed his technique, his closed eye revealing the Sharingan. Ever since he had wielded Raikiri to slay Rin, along with Obito's awakening, his Kamui had activated, though it was seldom utilized. Kamui. Whoosh. Just as Qing Ling prepared to turn and strike Sarutobi Hiruzen, the space around him began to warp, threatening to transport him to another dimension. Annoying. Whoosh. He landed once more, appearing at a considerable distance, suggesting that these elite shinobi had indeed eliminated a significant number of the Flying Thunder God technique seals. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bomb. Sarutobi Hiruzen seized a minuscule opportunity. Flames danced like a raging dragon, attacking from 3 directions simultaneously. As long as chakra was continuously supplied, he could perfectly control the trajectory of the assault, delivering the most precise strike until his opponent was reduced to ashes. As this lethal attack approached, Qing Ling underwent another transformation amidst the steam. Day Tiger. A punch erupted, chakra morphing into a potent gust of wind and shockwave. Qing Ling radiated blue steam, intermingled with golden and crimson hues, as if they were inherently united. As if everyone knew they belonged together. The air cannon traveled at breathtaking speed, resembling a fierce tiger, directly confronting Sarutobi Hiruzen. Boom. The Day Tiger collided with the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, obliterating it and continuing its advance. It was as if the peacock was not obstructed by Sarutobi Hiruzen at all, but rather ensnared by the indestructible wall. This strike was equally formidable, compelling one to evade. At the moment Sarutobi Hiruzen dodged its edge, the trees behind him were cleaved, forming a 10-meter-wide path. Evening Elephant. Qing Ling did not relent. He unleashed a technique that could only be utilized upon opening the 8th gate, the Death Gate. In an instant, an air cannon shot forth, imperceptible to the naked eye. The first punch. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, leaving no time for surprise before the second punch thundered behind him. The speed of the 5 consecutive strikes under the Evening Elephant state accelerated with each blow, their power intensifying correspondingly. Thus, after the first failed hit, Qing Ling had seamlessly positioned himself behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Let us go. Sarutobi Asuma anticipated this, swiftly rescuing Sarutobi Hiruzen. As they landed, the third punch arrived with a resounding crash, the air cannon tearing through like a thunderclap. Am I getting old? Sarutobi Hiruzen exerted all his strength. Stepping forward, he turned to find Qing Ling behind him. At that moment, Qing Ling suddenly realized a talisman was affixed behind him, inscribed with the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique. I'm too old. Performing this move might shatter my bones. As Sarutobi Hiruzen landed, he rose again. There was also a seal before him. It had undoubtedly been affixed within the indestructible wall by the hand of the Diamond Ape Demon. Only the indestructible Diamond Ape could act amidst the chaos without being instantaneously eliminated by the peacock. Flying Thunder God. Second stage. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Qing Ling comprehended the situation. The fourth punch also caused his form to evade at breakneck speed. He almost allowed Sarutobi Hiruzen to transition from defense to offense. Truly cunning. Third Hokage. This old man possesses an abundance of battle experience. He had not yet descended when he reappeared above Qing Ling. This time, it was 3 shadow clones of Sarutobi Hiruzen manifesting simultaneously. It turned out that the shadow clone he had utilized during the 5 elements Great Multiplier technique had not vanished. Was I battling your shadow clone all along? From the very beginning, you had prepared for both offense and defense, ensuring a complete retreat, hadn't you? Sarutobi Hiruzen. The old man remained silent, instead forming hand seals, directly casting a sealing technique above Qing Ling. A triad of seals. A green, translucent pyramid barrier materialized, trapping both Qing Ling and the third Hokage within. Indeed, the 3 shadow clones remained outside. The 5th punch. This strike reached its pinnacle, as the formidable chakra of the Nine Tails transformed into a crimson air cannon, surging forth. With a resounding crack, the seal was forcefully breached. The 3 shadow clones outside, along with Sarutobi Hiruzen within, were all obliterated, dissipating into a cloud of smoke. The 8 Gates of Dunjia, truly terrifying. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen's aged voice echoed in his ears, he had already completed his hand seals. Corpse sealing technique. Qing Ling could hardly believe how cunning this old man was. From the outset of the confrontation, he had left 4 shadow clones behind, appearing to be ensnared in peril, while meticulously tightening each face. From the seemingly arduous and passive diamond wall, he had inscribed the Flying Thunder God mark, engaging the clones repeatedly in combat. He made Qing Ling believe he was at every advantage, and at the final moment, he sacrificed 4 shadow clones. Even the one trapped within the array was a ruse. In this climax, Qing Ling had exhausted a considerable amount of chakra. He has just unleashed the Corpse Ghost Seal. The Shinigami has appeared behind Qing Ling, his body enveloped in a steaming haze of crimson vitality, yet he remains utterly immobile. The golden nine-tailed chakra flows forth unabashedly. Old man, you truly deserve the title of Ninja Professor. There is no need for the vanquished to speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked coldly. He is about to bestow all of the Nine-Tails chakra upon the Grim Reaper. The soul of Qing Ling is being violently torn from its vessel, twisting incessantly. The Grim Reaper extends his arms, drawing forth a dagger, prepared for the flawless ritual. Many regard Sarutobi Hiruzen as a formidable name. Yet few comprehend that he single-handedly confronted the first and second Hokage, sealing them away entirely. Orochimaru even lost both of his hands because of this. Old man, you perish thus, and the 3 legendary ninjas shall hold a deep grudge against me. Qing Ling chuckles. This is indeed a technique that demands the price of life. He resolutely released his grip, allowing the Grim Reaper to claim him. In that fleeting moment, Qing Ling's soul departed from this world. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly closed his eyes. All gazes were vacant. The third Hokage employed a forbidden technique to halt the rampage of the Nine Tails. Had they emerged victorious? Uzumaki Naruto would surely perish after losing the tailed beast, wouldn't he? Kakashi cautiously approached to confirm his worst fears. Naruto was dead. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. What should be done? Should such a traitor be buried alongside him? Hinata Hisashi spoke up. With the Hokage's demise, who would assume control of the affairs in Konoha? The Uchiha clan was left with only Sasuke Uchiha. The legendary 3 ninjas were abroad. And particularly Orochimaru was not a benevolent figure. Danzo had also fallen at Qing Ling's hands. Asuma of the Sarutobi clan evidently lacked the requisite qualifications. He undoubtedly possesses the qualifications to temporarily govern Konoha. He has been misled, Kakashi asserted with unwavering conviction. Very well. The following day, torrential rains poured down. There stood 3 gravestones. The grave of Hiruzen Sarutobi was surrounded by a multitude of people, while only a few gathered at the grave of Danzo. It was not until all had departed that a few children and an adult appeared before Naruto's gravestone. Iruka, Inuzuka Kiba, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choji. They stood in the rain for an extended period, ultimately placing a bag of potato chips and a cup of instant noodles on the ground before departing with a blank expression. Shortly thereafter, a girl quietly appeared. Choking back silent sobs, her name was Hinata Hyuga. She was innocent and harbored a deep affection for Naruto Uzumaki. After biting her lip and nearly exhausting her tears, she left, resembling a sluggish snail. As night fell, a young boy emerged in this place, fixating intently on Naruto's gravestone. He could not fathom that the underachiever, the most unexpected ninja from the Ninja Academy, could meet such a demise. For he still drew breath, his entire clan annihilated, yet he remained alive. Thus, Naruto Uzumaki would undoubtedly not perish. With a resounding clap, torrential rain poured down. A hand emerged from the earth. Chapter 9. Come with me, Sasuke. Naruto. Sasuke staggered back in disbelief. How could it be possible that the 3rd Hokage was killed and yet could return, although he had never truly believed that Naruto would die? A flicker of concern began to creep into his mind. Could it truly be the Nine-Tails Fox? Soon, another hand broke through, stretching out from the soil, seeking a glimmer of hope, until, in an instant, his iconic hair emerged as he broke through the earth. Rain poured down in torrents from the sky. Uzumaki Naruto grinned widely. Sasuke, are you Uzumaki Naruto, or the Nine-Tails? Sasuke was filled with confusion. Teacher Qing Ling had said he would undoubtedly come. Naruto laughed heartily, bending over to cough, likely having swallowed rainwater and mud as he emerged from the ground. Once again, it was Qing Ling. Uchiha Sasuke had heard this name from Naruto more than once, feeling as though it held the power of mind-reading, unfathomable and enigmatic. Could the true name of the Nine-Tails be Qing Ling? So it truly wasn't you at that time, Sasuke said, stepping back. Confirming his suspicion, Naruto had not perished. He is also ready to depart from this place. Remaining here serves no purpose. Being regarded as a traitorous companion will only bring further complications. Follow me, Sasuke. Naruto's voice echoed in his ears, causing Sasuke's body to shudder unexpectedly. To be a rogue ninja, yet possess nothing at all. Reflecting on it, Naruto harbors the Nine-Tails and is a Jinchuriki, while he possesses only the Sharingan, having witnessed Danzo and Kakashi wield various jutsu. The youthful heart could not help but stir with desire. This is indeed his bloodline limit. Young one, I shall assist you in unlocking the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. The voice of the blue spirit suddenly reverberated in Sasuke's mind, sending a chilling sensation coursing through him. What an intimidating chakra! Is this truly attainable by humanity? Are you the Nine-Tails blue spirit? Of course, I am aware of your yearning for power. Look upon Konoha. Do you understand why Danzo possesses so many Sharingan? You are attempting to deceive me, just as you deceived Naruto into slaying the 3rd Hokage, Sasuke coldly retorted as he turned away from Naruto. Are you aware that, having been misled, you personally took the life of the 3rd Hokage? He intends to turn the tables. Upon hearing these words, Naruto lifted his head. The sky was overcast, and thunder rumbled ominously. In an instant, the lightning illuminated his face, marked by the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra. He squinted and smiled, appearing as carefree as ever. The rain relentlessly pelted his face, drenching him to the bone. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, fixating intently on him, witnessing tears mingling with rainwater cascading down his cheeks. Yet, he continued to smile. In another realm, the Hokage still lived, slain by teacher Qing Ling, yet it was also my body. Sooner or later, I shall traverse to that world to reunite with my father, mother, and the Hokage, but not now, until I can create the world spoken of by teacher Qing Ling. I must not perish. I must not perish. What kind of world do they aspire to create? Sasuke gazed at him in astonishment, unable to fathom the depths of pain that Naruto had endured within his heart. His fingers trembled slightly, yet he uttered the words that were inevitable given his character. You must know the truth, don't you? Tell me, Qing Ling. The truth? The voice of Qing Ling resonated within Naruto. It is quite simple. Your Uchiha clan was destined for rebellion. But prior to the uprising, Uchiha Shursui intended to use Genjutsu to immerse them in an illusion. However, Danzo deemed him the greatest threat and seized one of his eyes. Subsequently, it was your brother, Uchiha Itachi, the so-called rogue ninja, who carried out the mission, annihilating the clan with his own hands, yet allowing you to live. Tick-tock, tick-tock. How could this be? This explains the 11 eyes on Danzo's arm and the strongest Sharingan upon his face. I will never forgive him. Sasuke still struggled to accept this entire reality. Indeed, it's difficult for me to forgive as well. Yet, your brother has always regarded his duties as a ninja with utmost seriousness. This was all he could do. Qing Ling recounted his deductions with eloquence. And you? Can you alter this fate, Uchiha Sasuke? I can. I shall change everything. How absurd. You possess nothing. How can you speak of change? One statement thrust Sasuke back into the harshness of reality. Indeed, he possessed nothing. Yet, with the aid of Qing Ling's power, Naruto was capable of perishing alongside the third Hokage. In the end, he even managed to resurrect himself, outsmarting everyone. Are you retreating or cowering? Shouldn't your gaze emanate a yearning for power? I can assist you. But you must make your own choice. Are you willing to create a world devoid of ninjas, or one where everyone is a ninja? Reflect deeply. Sasuke was uncertain of the answer. Do you wish to annihilate the world? No, what I mean is, either eliminate all ninjas, rendering Chakra unusable, returning to the world before Kagaya Tsutsuki's arrival, or allow everyone to become a ninja, with Chakra as the driving force of this world, devoid of shadows and feudal lords. Where everyone is a ninja. What? Upon hearing this, Sasuke stood frozen in place. In his mind, there existed only solitude and hatred. The sight of Kakashi's Sharingan instinctively evoked loathing within him. Not to mention Danzo's arm, perpetually radiating sorrow. Perhaps his father's Sharingan was also among them. The tragedy of the Uchiha clan has been eternally etched in time, and what must be done is to alter all of this, preventing future tragedies from occurring. I choose a future where everyone is a ninja. Excellent. As Qing Ling expressed approval, a hand of Nine-Tails Chakra emerged behind Naruto, slowly opening to reveal a Sharingan. The Manjiki Sharingan, the one belonging to Uchiha Shursui. This old man had intended to conclude his own life with the four symbols seal, destroying this eye in the process. Yet he could not have anticipated that the Nine-Tails Chakra was far more potent. By merging with this eye, you shall become exceedingly powerful. In an instant. As the Nine-Tails Chakra manifested, a crimson figure surged forth, embodying a rapid explosion of chakra. It was the Azure Beast of Konoha, Asuma. He had been lying in wait. How could he perceive the resurrection of the Nine-Tails, and how did he come to know that Naruto's soul was merely sealed away by Qing Ling? Let us proceed. Qing Ling likewise opened the sixth gate, her speed surpassing that of Guy, as she swiftly scooped up Sasuke and dashed through the rain. Nine-Tails. From whence does your 8 gates technique originate? Guy, in hot pursuit, called out. This is knowledge you need not concern yourself with. Far more critical is your body. You must harness your chakra to refine it, learning from Tsunade and Reikage. I require no instruction from you. The two ninjas once again widened the distance between them. In a flash, Qing Ling surged ahead, unlocking both the 7th and 8th gates. Her speed escalated dramatically, outpacing Might Guy, witnessing a streak of crimson light disappear. Kakashi and the others followed closely behind. Guy, suppressing his chakra, gravely remarked, I am aware that the Nine-Tails Chakra is formidable, endowed with immense vitality. But can it truly open the 8 gates without sustaining any injury? It appears to have grown even stronger. Kakashi observed that after Qing Ling's recovery from Danzo's Kamui, she had indeed become more powerful. Following her resurrection alongside the third Hokage, she had grown yet again. What could be the connection between these events? Chapter 10, The Rinnegan. The Rebirth Eye activate on a rainy night. In a humble, forsaken mountain village, the remnants of desolation lingered. This place had perhaps been abandoned entirely since the Third Great Ninja War, with no soul residing here. Only a few dilapidated thatched cottages remained to tell tales of a bygone era. The fields lay barren, and the courtyard was overgrown with wild grasses. Behind Naruto, a massive hand of Ninetales chakra flung Sasuke away, who tumbled across the ground before coming to a halt. At that moment, Qing Ling finally dispelled the cloak of Ninetales chakra enveloping Naruto and Sasuke. Without such protection, how could they have withstood the explosive speed after opening the 8 gates? Even so, the two fell into complete unconsciousness, with Qing Ling guiding their chakra throughout the journey. After securing the rickety wooden door, Qing Ling leapt from Naruto's body, transforming into his small Ninetales fox, no larger than an average person. He sat cross-legged, channeling his chakra. In the battle against Danzo, he succumbed to an illusionary death, only to resurrect fully, amplified twofold. During the confrontation with Hiruzen Sarutobi, he was once again captured by the Shinigami, resulting in yet another doubling of his power. The chakra of the Ninetales is immense, particularly after the fusion of yin and yang, rendering it unparalleled in strength. Indeed, at that moment in the ceiling space, Minato Namikaze manifested not merely the residual chakra left behind, but also the soul released from the grasp of the death god. The infinite resurrection system activated the seal, creating an opportunity for the Ninetales to be unleashed, simultaneously liberating Minato. At this juncture, he should have already reunited with Kushina in the afterlife. A soul began to emerge from the depths of Qing Ling's consciousness, gradually coalescing. He can only exist for a fleeting moment before being sent back to the underworld. Kurama, I still cannot fathom how you managed to unravel the corpse demon sealing technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen is equally perplexed, pondering who could possibly break such a forbidden jutsu from within after being sealed by the Shinigami. There will always be those who can create miracles. Why should it not be me? Qing Ling merely smiled dismissively. Very well, my time is limited. Sarutobi Hiruzen never anticipated that he would one day journey to the underworld. For a moment, he was uncertain whether to harbor resentment or gratitude. The two of them would likely be molded into ruthless fiends. The elder's gaze was filled with reluctance. Quite the contrary, on the day they stand tall, the shinobi world will be far more beautiful than it was during your lifetime. Such grandiose talk. Sarutobi Hiruzen scoffed coldly, for he did not believe Kurama's words. Qing Ling did not expect him to believe, either. He witnessed with his own eyes as a door slowly creaked open, ultimately leading to the departure of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The elder gazed longingly at Naruto and Sasuke until he vanished from sight. This farewell was destined to be silent and unnoticed by all. If Sarutobi Hiruzen still had the strength to act, he would undoubtedly eliminate Siriai. Having observed all this, Siriai returned to consciousness, only to see a line of text materialize before him. The host has died twice, achieved perfect resurrection, and is currently settling rewards. Reward settlement complete. The host's luck has surged, receiving Reward 1, Ninjutsu, Rasengan Reward 2, Ninjutsu, Chidori Reward 3, Chakra Fruit. What is this? Is this truly a surge of luck? Siriai glanced at the rewards. Were they merely 2 offensive ninjutsu and a single fruit? I had hoped for a devil fruit. But it turns out to be a chakra fruit. Wait, the chakra fruit. Isn't this the origin of everything? Kaguya Otsutsuki consumed the chakra fruit and became the progenitor of chakra in the world of shinobi. No one could defeat her. For doing so would mean the death of every being in the shinobi world that possessed chakra. Moreover, consuming the chakra fruit signifies true immortality. One could also absorb any ninjutsu. Is there more than one of these fruits, or can only the system achieve that? Siriai spotted 3 small orbs. He first accepted Chidori and Rasengan, immediately reaching perfect proficiency. However, due to the unique nature of the Ninetales chakra, they would transform into a different form of Rasengan and Chidori. Ultimately, he then turned his gaze toward the fruit, neither too large nor too small. Time was of the essence. Without hesitation, he consumed it in an instant. The immense chakra, combined with the fruit's unique potency, transformed Qing Ling's entire being. He felt as though he had become the complete 10 tails. Even the sage of 6 paths had to take a step back. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Kaguya Otsutsuki. Such power was overwhelming. Even more astonishing was the fact that he was undergoing a continuous transformation. The host was reaching an ultimate sublimation. Congratulations to the host on this profound transcendence. The host would now draw an infinite supply of chakra from this world, and simultaneously, no longer be influenced by Kaguya Otsutsuki in the 10 tails. The host would forge an independent lineage, continuously generating chakra. The host could also transfer chakra to others, liberating them from the constraints of Kaguya Otsutsuki. A series of notifications left Qing Ling's breath somewhat hurried. From this moment forth, he would be the true progenitor of chakra. The most astonishing aspect was that he could continuously draw chakra from Kaguya Otsutsuki in the 10 tails. Yet they were unable to influence Qing Ling. Qing Ling directly altered the physical condition of the slumbering Naruto and Sasuke. From this day forth, they are the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra on Kaguya Otsutsuki's side. Akin to the Sage of Six Paths and Kaguya's son, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, on the side of Qing Ling. Strengthen yourself, young one, and aspire to become the true powerhouse of this world, to transform it. As for me, I am, in theory, an ancient being who has lived for an extensive duration. After embracing my unparalleled strength, Qing Ling only feels a heightened sense of fatigue, realizing that rest would be far more beneficial. He returned to the sealed space, as if nothing had transpired. Inside the wooden cabin, Naruto and Sasuke were undergoing a transformation. The Ashura and Indra powers within them had yet to awaken, directly unleashing the elemental chakra of wind, lightning, fire, water, earth, yin, and yang. The immense quantity of chakra in their physiques were continuously evolving. Naruto's eyes initially transformed, acquiring the traits of the Byakugan, and subsequently fused with chakra, leading to further mutations. Sasuke's eyes, originally a single tomo, witnessed the tragic sight of Danzo's myriad Sharingan in broad daylight, prompting him to awaken a double tomo, and now he had directly unlocked the three tomo. Qing Ling remained blissfully unaware that he was not merely creating two prodigious ninjas but two sages of the ninja world. As their branches grew stronger, so too would his roots flourish. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes transformed into a singular Rinnegan, complemented by a Sharingan. Chapter 11. Leaves of Konoha in turmoil. The swirling leaves danced amidst the remnants of autumn winds, mingling with the scent of rain-soaked earth. The hidden leaf village found itself ensnared in an unprecedented stagnation. The passing of the third Hokage heralded an inevitable opportunity for rival villages. The Chunin exams, initially set to convene in Konoha this year, were likely to be cancelled. The simultaneous demise of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo signified the quiet end of an era. Where there is light, must there also be shadow? Where Konoha stands, should there exist the unyielding darkness of root? The answer seemed to linger within the cruel winds. The two young scions of the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans ultimately turned to become rogue ninjas of Konoha. News of the Nine-Tails' resurgence and its amplified power spread like wildfire. Regardless of how sorrowful the outcome may be, there were those who yearned for the power of tailed beasts, secretly seeking Qing Ling's whereabouts. Leaves ascended. Atop the estate of the Hyuga clan, the clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi, was temporarily overseeing the important affairs of Konoha. An Umbu member was already on the trail of one of the legendary three, Jiraiya. The feudal lords and the elder statesmen of Konoha had collectively endorsed the notion of the frog sage, Jiraiya, ascending to the position of fifth Hokage. Ultimately, Hyuga Hayashi was too sentimental. Over the years, the feudal lords had gained a clear understanding of the terrifying potential of ninja clans. The Uchiha clan had nearly incited discord. The Senju clan still retained Tsunade, one of the legendary three. Sarutobi Hiruzen's son and his kin, Asuma Sarutobi, naturally hailed from the same lineage. In contrast, Jiraiya preferred a carefree existence, wandering freely, lacking any substantial power base. The Hyuga clan, with its extensive roots in Konoha, was deemed unsuitable to assume the mantle of fifth Hokage. Moreover, his strength was insufficient to catch the eye of the feudal lords. In the clandestine conference room, the rotund, extravagantly dressed figures represented the feudal lords of the Land of Fire. What? Is Jiraiya still riding across the world? They mused. He has already amassed enough wealth. Should he become Hokage, his renown in the ninja world would soar, securing both fame and fortune for his lifetime. That fellow is difficult to manage, and certainly disobedient. All legendary three are like that. In any case, let us do our utmost to prevent Tsunade from being chosen. The Senju clan has already sacrificed much for Konoha. Their words held deeper implications. The high-ranking officials of Konoha discerned the underlying meaning. Indeed, as long as Jiraiya was willing, the feudal lords would be reluctant to witness the resurgence of the Senju clan. What did they mean by saying that the Senju clan had contributed significantly to Konoha? The feudal lords swayed as they departed, leaving only a few trusted confidants of Konoha behind. Midogate Kane adjusted his glasses and coldly remarked, "What do you mean by saying the Senju clan has contributed significantly? If it weren't for Hashirama and Tobirama, where would the concept of ninja villages even come from? Indeed, if ninjas had merely scattered across the land, they would forever remain mere pawns serving the feudal lords during the Warring States period." Tanshin Kosun nodded in agreement. The Umbu spokesperson cast a cold glance at them. Indifferent, he would not engage in any discussions before a new Hokage was elected. The Umbu had always adhered strictly to their missions, never questioning the reasons. Nara Shikaku sat silently in the corner, equally reticent. He was certain that Jiraiya would never assume the mantle of Hokage. At best, they would summon Tsunade back. As long as there were no alternatives, The daimyo of the Land of Fire would still appoint Shinji Tsunade as the 5th Hokage. He understood that those two old fools were akin to Danzo. Firmly believing in the notion of pawns, convinced that anyone could become a mere piece on the chessboard of Konoha, they learned strategies only from the esteemed Shinji Tobirama. Yet they failed to grasp his audacity, let alone possess the intellect of the 2nd Hokage. The leaves continue to dance gracefully in the air, not settling here but drifting towards the mountains behind. The girl with white eyes relentlessly threw punches, chanting, "Naruto-kun," throughout. She steadfastly refused to believe that Naruto could be the malevolent figure they described. In an ordinary household, Haruno Sakura tied her pink hair and repeatedly cast kunai. Kakashi ventured out personally to trace Jiraiya's whereabouts. The 7th squad had yet to truly establish itself before it dissipated into nothingness. Would she ever be deemed worthy of becoming a stronger ninja in her lifetime? Suddenly, a member of the Umbu landed behind her, supporting himself with one hand on the ground. "Your blade carries hatred. You must be more decisive to join the Umbu." The leaves swayed incessantly, akin to a solitary boat adrift in the sky. Might Guy returned last night with Hyuga Neji, Rock Lee, and Tintin, upon hearing that 2 lower-ranked ninjas had defected, and that their teacher had pursued them personally the night prior. Rock Lee's heart surged with youthful fervor. Yet, in Neji's gaze, a subtle shift occurred, inexplicably. He felt a flicker of expectation upon hearing of the defection of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, despite the faint ache of the caged bird seal upon his forehead. "Oh, Konoha, you have bestowed hope upon so many yet buried the youth of countless others. From the era of Hashirama to that of Naruto, nothing has changed. You merely allow the young to squander their potential, leading them to believe in fate." The leaves settled by the water's edge, tranquil and unassuming. They were merely ordinary leaves that chanced to drift past these individuals, devoid of any profound significance. Not every boy who aspires to become Hokage can alter their destiny, nor can every leaf encounter the flames of change. Nevertheless, in the shallow puddle, ripples emerged, seemingly insignificant yet undeniably present. In the distance lay an abandoned village surrounded by mountains, seemingly uninhabited for many years. Upon awakening, the youth felt a transformative shift in their chakra attributes, chakra levels, and physical forms. Naruto gazed at his reflection by the riverbank, his pupil shifting from black to white, revealing a unique gray hue. With but a slight exertion, he could perceive the flow of chakra. Across the river, Sasuke intently stared at his own reflection in the water. Yesterday, after witnessing the multitude of Sharingan upon Danzo, he was tormented deep within his bloodline. He awakened the double Tomo Sharingan. Upon waking from slumber, he inexplicably unlocked the triple Tomo Sharingan. In his grasp lay a kaleidoscope Sharingan enveloped in the chakra of the 9 tails. Power in the unknown? Without a moment's hesitation, he recalled witnessing the fierce battle between Qing Ling, Danzo, and Sarutobi Hiruzen just yesterday. Sasuke realized the extent of his own frailty. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately replaced his water-stopping kaleidoscope Sharingan. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. "Sasuke, what are you doing?" Naruto gazed in disbelief at the bloodstains adorning Sasuke's face. "This is a gift from our teacher. It is of no concern to you." The two exchanged disdainful glances. The voice of Qing Ling gradually resonated. "Enough of this. I shall commence the lesson." Chapter 12. Qing Ling Ninja Village, the first spirit shadow. "Teacher, Qing Ling Sensei," Naruto and Sasuke simultaneously exclaimed, their voices echoing in unison. Qing Ling extended a hand of chakra from within Naruto. One hand formed a Rasengan, while the other coalesced into a Chidori. "I want to learn this. I wish to master lightning release." Naruto shot a glare at Sasuke. Sasuke crossed his arms, appearing quite mature, seemingly indifferent to Naruto's antics. "Be serious. As rogue ninjas, you ought to exhibit some decorum. Weren't you both quite arrogant last night? Why act like children now?" Qing Ling admonished, interrupting their playful rivalry. In his grasp, the spiraling sphere transformed, in an instant, into a spiraled shuriken, resembling a ball of lightning. He hurled it forth, obliterating the forest with astonishing speed. His movements never faltered. With a mere squeeze, the spiraling sphere expanded, manifesting a sphere of chakra around Naruto and Sasuke, creating an orb that only operated chakra on its surface. This not only allowed the ninja within to maneuver effortlessly, but also established a perfect defense while continuously slicing outward. The Chidori coalesced into a blade of lightning, its explosive force intensifying as it surged forth, tearing through all obstacles. Could lightning chakra really be wielded in such a manner? Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though his imagination had constrained the full potential of chakra. After consuming the chakra fruit, Qing Ling had mastered various attributes with ease. He possessed the essence of all 9-tailed beasts, and even those he did not have, he still embodied. Moreover, Qing Ling interrupted their musings, declaring, I showcase this not to dictate which ninjutsu you should learn, but to inform you that you all possess various chakra attributes within you. Instead of spending time deliberating and selecting, why not learn together? Learn together? Must we master both the spiraling sphere and the Chidori? A strict Qing Ling ignited Naruto's enthusiasm, exclaiming, "How splendid! This is truly exciting. Let us see who learns faster." Furthermore, should anyone arrive seeking refuge from calamity, they must be welcomed. The fields, houses, and roads here require your cultivation and repairs. To establish a village, and even a nation, one must have people. Qing Ling excelled in guiding his disciples, finding the mundane tasks beneath him. With their abundant chakra, the two disciples could swiftly erect a powerful village using shadow clones. "Teacher, as our village grows, shouldn't we consider a name?" Sasuke inquired earnestly. "A name for the village? My name contains the character Ling, so let us call it Qing Ling Ninja Village. And the strongest shall be known as Lingying," Qing Ling proclaimed with conviction. It was evident that he was the first to rightfully hold the title of Lingying. This declaration extinguished the fervor that had ignited within Naruto. He had presumed he would be the inaugural Lingying, only to have Qing Ling seize it in that moment. "Teacher, if newcomers arrive, should we conceal our identities, given that we are now rogue ninjas?" Sasuke coolly assessed. "There is no need for that. The more audacious we are, the swifter our village will flourish. What does it mean to be a rogue ninja? From this moment, you are all ninjas of Qing Ling Ninja Village." Qing Ling yawned, clearly preparing to fall into a deep slumber. "You, who vowed to create a world where everyone is a ninja, why does every word revolve around concealment? You must bravely confront your inner self, Sasuke. Here, no one will pursue you, nor will anyone plot against you." With a grand gesture, he summoned a shadow clone, which positioned itself behind Naruto and Sasuke. "Training you, learning ninjutsu, and assigning tasks will be entrusted to them. I shall indulge in a brief slumber." "Teacher." Naruto had yet to inquire whether Sarutobi Hiruzen had ventured into that realm known as the underworld when Qing Ling had already succumbed to deep sleep, oblivious to the world. Qing Ling's first shadow clone glanced at Naruto and decisively employed the shadow clone technique. The mundane tasks of repairing the village's fields, houses, and roads would be assigned to him, while the learning and cultivation of ninjutsu would be left to the other two. He completed his task and found a dilapidated house, collapsing into slumber. The shadow clone technique could once again be employed. Sasuke was deeply astonished. He sensed that Qing Ling's ninjutsu possessed a fundamental distinction, one that was unbound by the limitations of thought. The two additional shadow clones each executed the shadow clone technique anew. "You handle the Rasengan, and I'll take care of the Chidori. I shall rest for a while," he declared. The physical techniques were his responsibility, while the Jinjutsu fell under his purview. As the teacher needed a brief respite, gradually, the shadow clones continued to summon further clones, each division becoming increasingly intricate. As long as the task could be accomplished, he could indulge in lazy slumber. It seemed to him that the teacher indeed suffered from hypersomnia. Naruto, feeling helpless, observed that this small village had suddenly come alive, bustling with Qing Ling shadow clones, or the shadow clones of the food shadow clones. Most were sleeping soundly, though a few could be heard snoring or grinding their teeth. Yet, without exception, they all displayed signs of drowsiness. This was undeniable. The teacher certainly had hypersomnia. Sasuke, resigned, followed the shadow clone that had emerged after 7 divisions. He learned the eye techniques while another clone taught him the Raijin. Meanwhile, Naruto focused on physical techniques in the Rasengan. Qing Ling Ninja Village, a quaint hamlet steeped in an aura of lethargy, seemed perpetually overlooked by the world. A month passed, and the village gradually took shape. Fields, houses, roads, and various facilities were restored by Naruto and Sasuke, accompanied by the occasional sounds of livestock. While it paled in comparison to Konoha, it was undoubtedly more suitable than an average village. In contrast, the technological level of the Rain Village was considerably advanced. Although the world of Hokage appeared to undervalue technological development, it was preferable to being constrained by the Otsutsuki Kagaya, rather than remain stagnant. It was better to pursue and descend the technological tree, enhancing one's physique, prolonging life, and fortifying one's body. After a month of relentless training, the two young disciples finally stood before the last clone of Qing Ling. "Teacher, your true self has been asleep for a month." "Ah?" Qing Ling's first clone yawned wearily. "Everyone has their own preferences. My true self enjoys sleep. What's wrong with that?" This remark left Naruto and Sasuke speechless. "Indeed, it appears you both have learned quite a bit. So, has the village attracted a considerable number of people?" "Well, so far, excluding Qing Ling, the Ninetales, there are only 2 individuals. The village lacked inhabitants, and yet they aspired to be spirit shadows? Such dreams." Qing Ling's first clone stood up and stretched languidly. I am too exhausted from sleeping. It would be better to return to my true self and allow it to rest, thus easing my burden. With a bang, the smoke dissipated as Qing Ling's first clone relinquished its form and reverted to its true self. This scene left Naruto utterly dumbfounded. He was so lazy that even resting was too much effort. I understand now. The true task bestowed upon us by the teacher is to populate the village. Sasuke suddenly realized. You grasped it. I believe the teacher's intention is to have us spread his name far and wide. Naruto articulated his thoughts. Impossible. The teacher is so powerful. Why would he need us to advertise? Because the teacher is exceedingly lazy, he prefers not to stir up trouble himself. This notion seemed to hold a modicum of truth. At that moment, a hand-pulled cart ambled by, carrying a family of 5 fleeing from hardship. Upon witnessing the village's bountiful appearance, they could not help but pause. The man lifted his gaze and beheld the grand sign at the village entrance, which read, Qing Ling Ninja Village, Second Spirit Shadow, Uzumaki Naruto. The second had been deliberately altered to third. The man had 3 children, who were currently peering around with curiosity. They remain unaware that what lies ahead will alter the course of their lives forever. Chapter 13, Night Raid, Gara of the Sand. This family stumbled upon a small village. Observing their surroundings, they found an abundance of resources. While not opulent, it was sufficient to meet their basic needs. They initially intended to beg for a morsel of food, only to discover that no household was in attendance. Such an atmosphere inevitably instills a sense of worry and fear, until, at the end of the village, they encountered 2 young boys who had been waiting for quite some time. As the second-generation spirit shadow of Qing Ling Village, Naruto Uzumaki inquired, What guidance do you have? With a swift motion, Naruto struck a pose that startled the father of the family, his exuberance proving somewhat intimidating in the rugged wilderness. While his navet might endear him in more familiar settings, here it was decidedly unsettling. Pay him no mind. This is Qing Ling Ninja Village, recently restored and scarcely inhabited. If you are seeking refuge, you are welcome to stay. Sasuke spoke with a frigid demeanor, which somehow conveyed a sense of normalcy. We are indeed seeking refuge. Might we become tenants of the village? Serving the lord of the land and cultivating the fields would not be a burden. The man mused, believing that as long as there was food on the table, he could prevent his wife and children from suffering hunger. Upon observing them more closely, it was evident that their clothing was tattered and their cart held nothing but a single worn blanket, likely filled with mere cotton. Naruto's enthusiasm waned instantly. Uncle, how long has it been since you last had a full meal? The 3 children appeared only slightly younger than Naruto, yet each was gaunt and emaciated, evoking a pang of sympathy. Perhaps half a year, the man responded, lowering his gaze. War and famine have compelled us to flee our homeland. We once toiled in a village under the Lord of the Wind Country, surrendering 7/10 of our harvest annually, barely managing to stave off hunger with the meager remainder. However, since last year, the scourge of famine has intensified, and war has begun to loom on the horizon. If we do not depart soon, we risk succumbing to the chaos of conflict or the pangs of starvation. He fell silent as he spoke, as if it were inappropriate to share such words with the 2 children. Stay here, find a residence and some land for yourself. Each year, you merely need to contribute 1/10 of your grain to the village. With that, Sasuke turned and walked away, intent on his training, unwilling to squander too much time. 1/10. The man was momentarily taken aback. The prospect of having a place to live, not going hungry, and only needing to give a mere 1/10 each year promised a life of considerable comfort. He wept uncontrollably, tears cascading down his cheeks for reasons unbeknownst to him. Uncle, you may cultivate the land, yet you must dedicate time each month to the fundamentals of ninjutsu, while your child is to enroll in a ninja academy. A ninja academy? The man raised his head, at a loss for words. He is rather ordinary and could not possibly have mastered any form of ninjutsu. In this world, everyone possesses chakra. Yet there exists a spectrum of strength and weakness among individuals. As for his 3 children, their well-being remains a mystery. However, he himself is undoubtedly an ordinary individual. It is nothing short of a miracle that he has the opportunity to attend a ninja school, where he can learn once a month. And who is the teacher? The man wiped away his tears and inquired politely. Of course, it is I, the second Hokage of the Aoi Spirit Ninja Village, Naruto Uzumaki. Ah. Naruto beamed with a broad smile, and his jovial spirit influenced the 3 children, who transformed their earlier apprehension into joyful grins. According to the arrangements made by Aoi Spirit, Naruto and Sasuke must ensure that as many individuals as possible remain in the village to foster its growth. It is imperative that everyone learns ninjutsu, particularly in their daily lives, where they should apply it as much as possible. Initially, the children's progress was slow, as their physical capabilities were considerably weaker than Naruto's at a similar age. Nearly a month later, the elder began to experiment with his own fire-style chakra, which served almost a singular purpose, to kindle a fire for cooking within the confines of his home. His wife's wind-based chakra was particularly suited for slicing vegetables. Gradually, its applications multiplied, rendering daily life increasingly convenient. Although their chakra was limited, it sufficed for everyday use. After a month of instruction, the children began to show some promise, grasping the fundamentals. During this time, 7 new families arrived in the village, leading to a growing populace and the emergence of faint lights at night. The ninja school gathered over 10 children, who chattered excitedly around the second Hokage's spirit. Sasuke remained somewhat aloof, yet he was quite popular among the girls. Everything seemed to be progressing towards a warm and beautiful future, until that fateful night. Awakening abruptly after a month of slumber, Sirin called out, "Naruto, Sasuke." Both young men, resting in their respective quarters, opened their eyes simultaneously. Sensei. It was peculiar. Sirin had been in a deep sleep ever since the shadow clones returned a month prior. The village had been entrusted to Naruto and Sasuke for management. What could possibly cause him to wake in the dead of night? They swiftly employed shadow clones, the Flying Thunder God technique, and the 8 gates, utilizing every skill at their disposal. Had they set up any seals around the village and its surroundings? Yes. Sasuke replied immediately, sensing a palpable malevolence surrounding the village. Sirin divided his chakra into 2 parts, leaving a portion within Naruto and Sasuke. This was equivalent to the chakra level of his former Nine-Tails state, akin to that of 2 fully powered Nine-Tails. He has long been slumbering beneath the earth at the heart of the village. Thus, in critical moments, he can be directly contacted, effectively nurturing 2 Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails himself. So many people. Naruto never anticipated that the village would attract such a multitude overnight. At this moment, 2 figures enveloped in golden chakra appeared within the village, namely Naruto and Sasuke. They simultaneously employed the technique of shadow clones, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to materialize in various corners of the village, and even beyond its borders. Teacher, what is happening? Sasuke's true self had already appeared outside the village, intending to encircle the enemy entirely. It was evident that the village had been relatively deserted during this period. Yet that group had tirelessly sought after them day and night. How long have I been asleep? Approximately 2 months, teacher. Naruto stood at the heart of the village, determined to drive the adversaries away. 2 months? And you have only brought back so few households? This is utterly disheartening. It's truly the most ineffective ninja village in existence. Qing Ling remarked with a hint of sarcasm. He had been sleeping soundly, dreaming of discovering the mystical Qingxiu mountain, teeming with mother foxes. However, the dream was abruptly interrupted, as he instinctively sensed an impending danger. In an instant, dozens of figures stealthily infiltrated the village, each clad in dark ninja attire. They swiftly vanished into various corners of the settlement. From Susanoo, he never anticipated that this group would hail from the village hidden in the sand. He instantaneously conjured a certain possibility. The refugees in this village all hailed from the land of wind. The assailants, having infiltrated with meticulous planning, originated from the hidden sand village of the land of wind. There must undoubtedly be a connection between the two. Just as Sasuke was immersed in thought, a figure with crimson hair had already utilized the body flicker technique to enter the village. He carried a massive gourd on his back, his arms crossed, with a character for love inscribed on his forehead, the meaning of which eluded even him. A pair of dark circles under his eyes rendered him more adept at concealing himself in the shadows of the night. Teacher, the ninjas from Susanoo have arrived. Should we exercise caution? Sasuke was about to advise prudence when a powerful surge of chakra erupted from the center of the village. Naruto immediately activated the Nine-Tails chakra mode. The battle was on the verge of commencing. Chapter 14. The One-Tail Shikaku, I shall combat 2 Nine-Tails. Sasuke, unleash your full strength. Came the urgent counsel from Qing Ling. Teacher, if we exert our utmost power, the enemy will discern more of our hidden cards. Sasuke interjected once again. Do not worry about the future. Heed my words. Unleash your full strength, and collaborate both internally and externally, ensuring these greedy little rascals remain trapped here forever. Qing Ling seethed with indignation. These intruders had disturbingly interrupted his rest, particularly intruding upon his sweet dreams, which he found utterly intolerable. Teacher, if we eliminate them all, shall we not also need to depart from here to avoid detection by the strong from Susanoo? Sasuke's analysis was astute. He was already contemplating his escape route. What is there to fear? It would be best if the Kazekage came in person, or if the entirety of the Wind Country converged upon us. Qing Ling remained undaunted. If need be, he would face death.
1 minute later, he would emerge as a hero once more. And a hero doubly so. Alas. His overwhelming power rendered him nearly immortal, possessing chakra that rivaled Kagaya Otsutsuki. Should he perish, it would merely double his strength anew, rendering him nearly invincible. The time left for Qing Ling to be defeated was scant. If he did not instigate trouble soon, the system would be restricted to the sidelines, being too powerful to die. What use was an infinite resurrection system? With a surge of pressure, Sasuke too activated the Ninetales chakra mode. To Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, this was indeed an unprecedented scene, rivaling the iconic moment when Naruto and Minato exchanged a fist bump. However, Qing Ling had provided them with a complete level of Ninetales chakra. In the heart of the Hidden Leaf Village, as Naruto's pupils turned gray and his formidable chakra erupted forth, it sent those who dared to attack him flying in an instant. In his vision, there existed only a multitude of walking chakras and their intricate networks. At the periphery, Sasuke possessed 1 3-tomo Sharingan and 1 Meijiki Sharingan. The chakra of the Ninetales enveloped his entire being, significantly enhancing both his strength and speed. With a swift motion, hundreds of shadow clones materialized instantaneously in every corner, vanquishing the adversaries in their path. In but a single exchange, over 200 Narutos, alongside Sasuke as shadow clones, manifested throughout the village, fixating intently upon Gaara. He ventured alone into this realm, entirely unaware of the terrifying foes that lay in wait. The sand-hidden village had dispatched over 30 assailants to infiltrate the Qing Ling ninja village, seeking to further uncover intelligence and find an opportune moment to strike at the Jinchuriki. Little did they anticipate that the defenders had grown strong enough to vanquish all attackers in an instant. Yet, even when encircled, the young man remained undaunted. He even crossed his arms, casting a disdainful glance at the multitude of shadow clones. There was no hint of murderous intent. Gaara silently rendered his judgment. Whether it was Naruto or Sasuke, they did not strike mercilessly against their foe, nor did they exhibit any intense killing intent in his presence. This signifies that from the very beginning, they belonged to 2 distinct species. In the heat of battle, their mindset was focused solely on defeating their opponent rather than killing him. Thus, the probability of perishing was exceedingly slim. As they sensed the immense and perilous chakra, Gaara remained entirely vigilant, promptly activating his Jinchuriki form, partially transforming into his tailed beast. With a swift motion, Sasuke's shadow clones simultaneously hurled shurikens. Hundreds of shurikens instantaneously transformed. The shadow clone shurikens morphed into tens of thousands, hurtling towards Gaara atop the rooftop. Sand swiftly erupted from his gourd, coalescing into the sand armor. Concurrently, a flowing, spiked sand shield formed around his outer body, serving as Gaara's absolute defense. It deflected all attacks, though it consumed a significant amount of chakra. While Gaara possessed a considerable amount of chakra, he still fell short in comparison to Naruto's nine-tailed chakra. Sand-binding coffin. Before the defense could dissipate, it ensnared what Gaara presumed to be Sasuke and Naruto's true forms. The sand swiftly bound them and detonated. Sand funeral. With a resounding explosion. There was no anticipated spray of blood, only a cloud of smoke. Gaara recalled his teacher's earlier words, stating that within him resided Shikaku, the One-Tail. He mentioned that this place was a sanctuary for ninja and tailed beasts alike, and since Gaara had arrived, he might as well remain. Naruto, fist clenched, beamed at Gaara. Would the separation of a tailed beast from its Jinchuriki lead to death? Sasuke appeared behind Gaara, one hand wielding a Rasengan, the other a Chidori. His formidable chakra shattered defenses in an instant. Gaara, initially attempting to resist, found himself frozen in place after his sand shield was breached. Heavenly God. Sasuke's Meijiki Sharingan, inherited from Shursui, required merely a fleeting opportunity. I perceived the solitude reflected in his gaze. Naruto stood before Gaara, boldly asserting that in their brief encounters, he had discerned the profound suffering hidden within Gaara's being. Our objective is to vanquish our adversaries, not to pity them. Sasuke withdrew, having ensnared Gaara in an illusion. Whatever transpired next was of no concern to him. This fellow might very well remain trapped in the Genjutsu until death. Suddenly, Gaara's previously rigid limbs began to move. Sand enveloped his form from all directions, swiftly initiating the transformation into the one-tailed Shikaku. Gaara had yet to reconcile with Shikaku. He was not the perfect Jinchuriki, and thus could not evade the illusion. However, with the Jinchuriki in a deep slumber, the estranged Shikaku seized the opportunity to reclaim its freedom, laughing maniacally. I have returned. I have returned. You wretched fox, Kurama, ha 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 ha. Shikaku's colossal form towered over the village, standing before Naruto with an overwhelming presence. Go ahead, young one. Unleash your potential and defeat this scoundrel. Understood, sensei. Naruto instantly harmonized with Kurama as Chakra, transforming into the perfect Jinchuriki. A cloak of Ninetales chakra manifested behind him, activating the Kurama mode. This form also allowed him to merge the Jinchuriki with the Ninetales chakra into the Ninetales form. The towering figures of the Ninetales and Shikaku locked eyes. "Why do you possess two Jinchuriki, foolish fox?" Shikaku inquired, perplexed yet filled with a fierce fighting spirit. After such a long absence, it was the perfect opportunity to unleash his pinned-up fury on this loathsome fox. Sensei Qing Ling can achieve anything. Naruto surged forward, charging at Shikaku. At that moment, Sasuke had also transformed into the perfect Jinchuriki, activating Kurama mode and appearing behind Shikaku in the Ninetales form. "Hey, this must be a shadow clone technique, right? You can't possibly be this powerful, can you?" Shikaku, unable to differentiate between the two Ninetales, merely perceived the variations in Jinchuriki. Strange. What is this bizarre situation? Aren't tail beasts supposed to be unique? Wind release, vacuum sphere. Unable to hold back any longer, Shikaku decided to test his skills. A high-intensity chakra cannon erupted with a thunderous roar, obliterating a mountain and leveling it to the ground. Chapter 15. Is it reasonable for me to be beaten up? In an instant, a mountain was reduced to rubble. Naruto had appeared at his side. "Wretched fox, when did your speed become so extraordinary?" Shikaku was bewildered. While the Ninetales' speed and strength were formidable, they had not reached such absurd levels. "Have you not heard of the Flying Thunder God technique? Too fast." Rasengan. Naruto executed a sideway Rasengan infused with Ninetales chakra, combining the ferocity of wind and lightning. Chidori. Sasuke, already positioned behind Shikaku, struck just as he was about to be sent flying. He leaped into the air, transforming into an arc, slicing directly through the side of Shikaku. Alas! Shikaki only felt a sharp pain, nearly cursing aloud. Among the nine-tailed beasts, the nine-tails is the most formidable, followed by the eight-tails. Furthermore, the one-tail, Shikaku, undoubtedly ranks among the top, only comparable to the four-tails, Sun Wukong, and the five-tails, Mu King. Indeed, he simply cannot contend with the nine-tails. Moreover, he faces not one, but two nine-tails with perfect Jinchuriki. How excruciating. Shikaki was left with two large wounds from a Rasengan and a Chidori, but fortunately, his chakra is robust, allowing for swift healing. His form flowed like sand, a manifestation of his chakra state. "Damn it, cursed fox, do you intend to kill me? It is the hidden sand village that has sent their Jinchuriki to provoke me, not that I sought trouble myself." The pain is excruciating in the past. The stubborn Shikaku would never utter such words. Yet, in an instant, a torrent of spherical lightning surged forth, and fierce wind blades were hurled at him, forcing him to expend chakra for healing, leaving him utterly exhausted and powerless. Though death eludes him, the agony is palpable. In a sense, tail beasts possess the ability to continuously heal and be reborn as long as their chakra remains boundless, even in the event of demise. As long as chakra can be gathered, they can rise once more. This is the might of the tailed beasts, stemming from the ten tails. Derived from the power of the chakra fruit, they were born into the world of Hokage, the embodiments of chakra. Tailed beast ball, one after another. The two cubies opened their mouths, gathering the tailed beast balls in a corresponding yin-yang chakra ratio. How is one to engage with such a spectacle? The tailed beast ball of the nine tails is renowned as the most formidable among the tailed beasts. Are they truly attempting to unleash two simultaneously? It is common knowledge throughout the ninja realm that my tailed beast ball, belonging to Shikaku the One-Tail, has never made an appearance. Should it be deemed non-existent? In a fleeting moment, as the two tailed beast balls were about to collide, Shikaku made a sudden leap, executing a swift sideways maneuver. Despite his corpulent form, he exerted every ounce of strength and effort to survive. That single pivot was undoubtedly the swiftest evasion Shikaku had ever accomplished. Is it merely a tailed beast ball? Who cannot perform such a feat? Shikaku, in a fit of anger, turned and unleashed a practiced projectile. However, how could such an attack possibly rival a true tailed beast ball? The two tailed beast balls clashed, their powers nearly equal, yet when confronted with a practiced projectile, they explosively shattered, leveling the surrounding area into a barren expanse. One Tail, do you not know how to wield a tailed beast ball at all? Naruto pondered, recalling how Master Aoi had previously stated that the tailed beast ball was a fundamental skill for all tailed beasts. Why then does this one-tail Shikaku continually resort to practice projectiles? Judging by his name, he is likely the weakest. And it stands to reason that only tailed beasts of the two tails and above can summon a tailed beast ball. Sasuke's jibe struck a blow to Shikaku's pride. Nonsense! Shikaku roared in fury. He has come to understand that these two little imps are merely vessels for the tailed beast. Although he cannot fathom why Kurama possesses two incarnations and two hosts, their words and actions undeniably betray the fact that they are not the true nine tails. Show yourself, Kurama. You foolish fox. Shikaku exclaimed vehemently. Everything encountered today feels exceedingly abnormal. It is imperative that the Ninetales manifest in person to clarify the entire situation. He is utterly unafraid of death. At worst, it is merely a rebirth. In the next life, he shall remain a tailed beast. This position is fixed, irreplaceable, and there is no cause for concern. However, should the reason behind the immense strength of the Ninetales remain elusive, Shikaku will undoubtedly find himself restless and unable to sleep in both this life and the next. Are you certain? The explosion of the tailed beast ball sent shockwaves through the surrounding great powers. Qing Ling eagerly anticipates the formidable adversaries that lie ahead. Yet for now, he must confront the so-called old friend, Kurama. Shikaku's brows nearly shot up in alarm. It was terrifying. How could this individual emanate such an instinctive dread? There was an ever-present sensation of being on the brink of being devoured. In the distance, at the heart of a village far removed from them, strands of orange chakra swirled and coalesced into the shape of a nine-tailed fox. Once fully formed, it took a decisive step forward, its eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Hey, you infernal raccoon dog. Do not call me a raccoon. I am akin to a tanuki. Shikaku exploded in fury, for he loathed being referred to as a mere raccoon. The creature most resembling him was undoubtedly the tanuki. It matters not. They are quite similar, Qing Ling yawned, and the palpable killing intent dissipated in an instant. His nine-tail swayed incessantly, causing Shikaku to involuntarily take a step back. No, this was wrong. Even more incorrect. How could there be 3 nine-tails? Was it possible for tail beasts to be produced in bulk? This would require at least a 6-fold increase in Kurama's chakra. How could that be feasible? This creature was already a monstrosity. If its power were amplified 6-fold, it would surely annihilate him. No, it wouldn't be quite so simple. Shikaku desperately sought confidence within himself. In truth, Qing Ling had resurrected twice. Originally, he was a harmonious fusion of yin and yang, resulting in a double amplification. Those 2 resurrections had further augmented his power by 4 times, culminating in an effective 8-fold increase. All of this rendered meaningless after he consumed the chakra fruit. Qing Ling sometimes pondered how, merely one day into his formal appearance, he was nearly invincible. Fortunately, his journey was genuine. Had it been a novel, he would have dominated the ninja world, sweeping through it effortlessly, culminating in a rapid 3-chapter conclusion. Reality, however, was far more complex. Most of the time, he felt quite fatigued, yearning for a brief respite. Yet, his short rests often extended to 2 or 3 months. Do you wish to fight me, you dead raccoon cat? Do not call me a raccoon cat. Shikaku retorted angrily, brandishing his claws. He unleashed a signature move, a Rasengan. Qing Ling, undeterred, absorbed the attack with his face, emerging unscathed. It was unfathomable how powerful the Ninetales were in a state of complete yin-yang fusion, further multiplied by 4, all after consuming the chakra fruit. Could a Rasengan even inflict harm on the Tentails? Could it even wound Kagaya Otsutsuki? Qing Ling shook his head, a twisted smile creeping upon his face. Dead raccoon cat. Since you've arrived, you might as well stay. Hey, don't come back. Shikaku, frightened, realized he needed to conjure a tailed beast bomb. Did he truly believe he couldn't summon one? However, even if he could unleash it, would it matter? Kurama could effortlessly withstand a Rasengan. Within Shikaku's mind, a relentless barrage of question marks ensued. Was it reasonable for me to be beaten? Chapter 16. Shikaku's ambitions and Gaara's sweet dreams. Shikaku had initially thought that his tailed beast bomb would be ridiculed. So ordinary, so unremarkable. It seemed hardly stronger than those of other tailed beasts. Using a tailed beast bomb in the presence of the Ninetales felt like an affront. That comparison remained vividly etched in his memory. At this moment, a small-tailed beast bomb finally erupted forth, hurtling toward Qing Ling's head. The latter stood momentarily stunned. Truth be told, even having read the entire manga and watched all the filler arcs of the anime, Qing Ling had never witnessed Shikaku employing a tailed beast bomb. He had assumed that Shikaku truly could not utilize the tailed beast bomb. However, this seemed rather trivial. It gave off an impression akin to a tailed beast battle, where he merely rushed in to join the fray. After all, the size of the tailed beast bomb did not wholly signify its potency. When Naruto and Sasuke had just mercilessly overwhelmed Shikaku, the tailed beast bomb they unleashed was hardly extraordinary. The genuine Ninetales, when fully exerting its power, could manifest a tailed beast bomb several times its own size, far surpassing even the Tentails in that regard. Yet, its might could never eclipse that of the Tentails. The dimensions of the tailed beast bomb were insignificant. One must also consider its quality and destructive capability. Suddenly, Qing Ling could not suppress a chuckle. Naruto and Sasuke joined in the laughter, finding the situation utterly amusing. Is this truly a tailed beast bomb? Boom. An enraged Shikaku unleashed a full-force strike. Crashing directly into Qing Ling, who instantly lost a portion of his form. Yet, at a visible pace, he rapidly rejuvenated. It was as if he felt neither pain nor discomfort. How is this possible? No matter how powerful you are, absorbing a tailed beast bomb head-on should surely inflict some injury. Shikaku too would recover, but certainly not as thoroughly as Qing Ling. It appeared that even the most grievous wounds were merely a minor inconvenience. Ah, is that so? I don't quite comprehend. Qing Ling mused. Having just tested his limits, he found that even if Tin Shikaku simultaneously wielded such a tailed beast bomb, it would only delay his recovery by a second. It was far too feeble, truly unworthy of mention. He couldn't help but wonder deep down, with such formidable strength, how could he possibly meet his demise? Do not move. You wretched creature. Qing Ling approached Shoha, transforming his 9 tails into 9 colossal chakra hands that ensnared him. What are you planning, Kaibai? Shoha felt a tinge of panic. The Kaibai he recalled was a being who relished confrontation. In his youth, the 9 tails was just as innocent and pure as he. It was only through humanity's malice and greed that he gradually morphed into his current form. Among the tailed beasts, particularly the 9 tails, the capacity to sense human benevolence and malevolence is remarkably acute, easily tainted from a blank slate to a pitch-black abyss. In this moment, as he found himself ensnared, Showa felt as though he stood before a deity. Even the sage of 6 paths would pale in comparison. Your eyes. Finally, he discerned the truth. One of Qing Ling's eyes bore the design of a 9-tomo Rinnegan, while the other was a mutated rebirth eye. What is this being endured? Have you realized? This immense and unparalleled power has the potential to forge an entirely new world. Wretched creature, do you long for the days of yore? Let us unite and restore this world to the future envisioned by the Sage of 6 Paths. As Qing Ling spoke, he had already initiated a genjutsu. He refers to it as the spirit realm, initiated by the reincarnation eye. The spirit realm does not distort anyone's will, nor does it immerse itself in an anticipated world. Rather, it merely continues everything that precedes the activation of the illusion. Within the spirit realm, the distinction between truth and falsehood blurs and extends infinitely. This extension is not reliant on the boundaries of the practitioner, but rather on the imagination of the subject. Even the chakra that sustains the spirit realm emanates from the individual ensnared within it. The uniqueness of the spirit realm lies in the fact that the more individuals ensnared in the illusion, the more they become interconnected, resembling a vast multiverse, sustained by the ever-growing chakra and imagination of its participants. When the mind reaches exhaustion, it signifies the depletion of chakra and the approach of death. It appears to create a cognitive realm situated between the world of Naruto and the afterlife. Hence, it is aptly named the spirit realm. You, my friend, have been ensnared in midair by 9 colossal hands of chakra, rendered unconscious. He has fallen into the spirit realm, ensnared within the ethereal domain of the guardian crane. He too fell victim to Qing Ling's illusion, transforming into a malevolent tailed beast that wreaked havoc for decades until a formidable ninja ultimately vanquished him, allowing for his rebirth. Upon successfully being reborn, he once again concentrated his chakra, restoring his memories, and patiently awaited the opportunity to seek revenge on Qing Ling. Everything was to continue along this trajectory until his vengeful scheme was abruptly halted. Showa suddenly awoke, questioning his whereabouts. It felt as though he were trapped in a dream. Returning to the moment before Qing Ling was about to cast her illusion, he found himself ensnared in the grasp of 9 colossal chakra hands, struggling helplessly, yearning for this nightmare to conclude. Congratulations, chubby raccoon. Do not call me raccoon, you wretched fox. The tailed beast possessed the art of illusion, an unstoppable force. Showa pondered why he had not acquired this skill in the past. Awaken. The illusion upon you has been dispelled. Qing Ling shook Shoha, who responded with indignation. Insufferable fox. How dare you bully me even in dreams? Shoha extended his claws, his chakra glimmering in his eyes, transforming into sand, poised to strike Qing Ling with ferocity. With a swift motion, he unleashed a tailed beast bomb, effortlessly rivaling that of the 8 tails. Ah, truly a dream. Shoha mused, even if it were but a dream. He longed to obliterate Kurama and unleash his pin-up frustration. However, Kurama merely waved his chakra hand, casting him aside. The tailed beast bomb soared into the heavens, piercing through miles of dark clouds. Lying on the ground, Showa wore a satisfied grin. Even in this dream, he was tormented by that accursed fox. Yet his tailed beast bomb had undeniably grown stronger. If even the tailed beast bomb was so powerful, could this truly be a dream? Was it reality? Take a moment to feel the source of chakra within you. Qing Ling's head appeared within Showa's line of sight, startling him to his core. Humph. I shall not rest until one of us is vanquished. Despite his words, Showa chose to sense his chakra, reasoning that since he was in a dream, it mattered little what he did. His eyes flickered with intrigue. The source of chakra? What is happening? Shouldn't everyone in the tailed beast draw their chakra from Kagaya Otsutsuki? Why then does he possess another formidable chakra within him? The two forms of chakra do not repel each other. Instead, the quest for their origin fills him with an inexplicable dread. As a tailed beast, he possesses unparalleled sensitivity to chakra. Sure enough, the moment he sensed it, he realized something was amiss. It's you. How is this possible? How could the Nine Tails become a new source of chakra? Keep your voice down. If you're going to hang out with me, that Jinchuriki of yours has some potential that needs to be refined, Qing Ling remarked, turning away. After a while, Showa inexplicably followed him. You foul fox. What kind of illusion was that? Why do I feel as if reality is the dream? You are not worthy to know, you wretched raccoon. I'm tired. I shall take a nap. Make sure to guard this village well, Qing Ling yawned, once again transforming into a series of chakra signatures and burrowing into the earth. Meanwhile, Showa heard his voice whisper in his ear. First, set a goal to gather all the old friends. Gather all the old friends? What on earth is he planning? Is he aiming to summon all nine-tailed beasts? Showa suddenly bristled with alarm. What is going on? He wondered, could it be that I am still dreaming? At dawn, Showa gazed alone at the last star as it faded from the sky. He understood that this would be his sole opportunity in this lifetime to demonstrate to the world that he was not the weakest of beasts. Contemplating this, he resolutely returned to the body of Gaara. On the grass, as the first rays of sunlight graced the face of the boy with dark circles under his eyes, Gaara, who had not enjoyed a restful sleep in quite some time, turned over and continued to slumber peacefully. At that moment, a golden-haired youth clad in athletic attire approached him. Hands nestled in his pockets. Chapter 17. The Guardian of Gaara. This village is known as the Qing Ling Ninja Village, constructed by our teacher, with its leader referred to as the Spirit Shadow. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the second Spirit Shadow. Naruto spoke eloquently, causing a buzzing sensation in Gaara's mind. He felt that this world was somewhat unreal. After being defeated, he did not perish. The youth before him, though harboring the same profound loneliness within, radiated fervor. Why was that? The village was teeming with ninjas from the Sand Village, all under the watchful eyes of Naruto and Sasuke's shadow clones. The villagers were scarce. Some had leaked information about the Qing Ling Ninja Village, yet there were no repercussions. He harbored immense guilt, mistakenly attributing it to Lord Lingying's extraordinary magnanimity. In truth, Qing Ling had merely drifted into slumber, disinterested in the affairs at hand. Gaara traversed the village, continuously employing the body flicker technique, only to be swiftly pursued by the even faster Naruto. You are now a captive of our village, according to our teacher's rules. You must work here for 5 years before you can be released, Naruto earnestly implored him. 5 years. I simply came out to carry out a mission, and instead, I've been sentenced to 5 years. What is there to linger in this little village? Do not attempt to escape. You cannot flee. Naruto caught up with Gaara once more. Then let us battle. Gaara attempted to summon the tailed beast chakra within him, but to no avail. Reluctantly, he resorted to using the sand left by his mother. However, after a series of futile maneuvers, he was soundly defeated by Naruto, who pressed him into the ground with ease. He did not regain consciousness until he was struck unconscious. The following day, the same ordeal was repeated. Fleeing, being knocked out, and repeatedly enduring Naruto's verbal onslaughts. A month swiftly passed. With ample rest, Gaara had grown considerably stronger through relentless battles, yet he still found it challenging to escape Naruto's grasp. Meanwhile, everyone else had long since adapted to village life, becoming rogue ninjas and integrating into the ranks of the Qing Ling Ninja Village. During this time, over a dozen new households arrived in the village. Intriguingly, this influx was not limited to the Wind Country, as individuals from the Fire Country and nearby smaller nations also joined. The atmosphere of life became increasingly vibrant, with fields being continuously cultivated, allowing even Gaara to acclimate to this place. He often dreams, reminiscing about his childhood, scenes vividly unfolding before him. One night, Gaara stood atop the roof, awaiting Naruto's arrival, yet the latter remained absent for an extended period. In truth, he had already acknowledged his defeat and felt the love of his mother, concealed within the sands. Naruto's jutsu was indeed formidable, yet it paled in comparison to the tranquility and beauty of the village hidden in the clouds. The villagers, numbering over 20, along with several dozen ninjas, lived here in blissful serenity. Among them, there were once traders and even those who were exploited. However, upon arriving here, they all inevitably felt a profound sense of guilt. Yet, the enigmatic lord of the ethereal shadows remained unfazed. Such is the rumor. He is the nine-tailed fox, and the tailed beast has become the shadow. A truly unfathomable occurrence. Gaara's gaze suddenly shifted. He sensed the approach of an adversary. This night, Naruto did not come to knock him unconscious. allowing him to rest on his own, for the Shikaku within him appeared to be in a deep slumber, its power steadily growing. The villagers hailed from various regions, indicating that the Aoyama shinobi village had attracted attention from all quarters. After all, the night of the Sunagakure invasion, the battle of the tailed beasts, and the tailed beast bombs were enough to capture everyone's focus. Sure enough, Gaara lifted his head, perceiving the familiar chakra. It belonged to his father, the fourth Kazekage, Raza. Magnet release, sand gold. A man capable of suppressing the one-tailed Shikaku in the desert terrain. Atop the mountain, ninjas from the Hidden Leaf village made their appearance, led by none other than Kakashi. His presence here signifies that Jiraiya has been located. Whether he will choose to become the fifth Hokage remains uncertain. The news from the Qing Ling village is exceedingly insular, lacking a well-established intelligence network. Meanwhile, shadows stealthily infiltrate the Qing Ling ninja village. Has that day finally arrived? Gaara pondered, as the fleeting moments of pain and joy in his life were on the verge of vanishing. No matter how formidable this village may be, it could not possibly withstand the combined forces of Konoha and Sunagakure against him and Shikaku. Hundreds of nin were arrayed in layers outside, with the elite nin at the forefront. Rasha and Kakashi appeared on opposing sides of the village, encircling it completely. Where have the others gone? For the first time, a sense of worry stirred within Gaara. Why could he not sense Sasuke and Naruto? In such perilous circumstances, why had they vanished? Could they have been assassinated? What would become of the village? It would be annihilated, and everyone would lose their home. Gaara found himself perplexed by the tumultuous emotions within him. After all, he had merely been beaten for a month, so why did such inexplicable feelings arise in his heart? He could not help but feel a surge of panic. Could it be that he was the one at fault? Was it an illusion? Hey, young one. The voice of Shikaku, the tailed beast within him, emerged. Had this entity finally awakened after a month of slumber? I sense the power within your heart, yearning to fight and protect this village. Protect? Gaara found this concept rather foreign. Shikaku, you are quite verbose. Gaara, the thoughts within you are even more profound. Shikaku's awareness of Gaara's heart signified a deeper bond between the tailed beast and its Jinchuriki. Yet, why should he protect? That is a question only you can answer. Hesitation does not befit your character, Gaara. Then let us engage in battle. Let combat reveal the answer. Gaara felt as if something that should not exist was present within his heart, fulfilling both his spirit and inner self. The sand within the gourd began to manifest, suspending him in midair. Shikaku's chakra erupted, surprising even Gaara, who sensed a significant increase in strength. Suddenly, under the moonlight, the sand coalesced into the form of a woman, her hands enveloping the young boy in a protective embrace. He stood suspended in the air, his gaze calm and unfaltering. Gaara, the sight of his son, whose existence had been confirmed numerous times in reports, elicited a profound astonishment within him. The terrifying chakra that surrounded Gaara served as an incessant reminder that he had transcended his former self. Karura, when he beheld the guardian of Gaara, who turned out to be his deceased wife, an inexplicable tremor coursed through his heart. A large hand gently rested upon his shoulder. It was none other than Orochimaru. With the Chunin exams approaching, he had clandestinely brokered a deal with Orochimaru to ensure that Sunagakure would no longer remain subservient to Konoha. The latter had readily agreed, finding the undertaking quite intriguing. Are you going? He inquired. Once the power of Shikaku erupts, do not worry, Orochimaru interjected, transforming into a multitude of snakes that stealthily infiltrated Aoi village. A mere tailed beast is no challenge. Leave its handling to you. His objective is none other than the Nine Tails. How did the one-sealed Naruto manage to unlock the flow of chakra? With the third Hokage deceased, how did the Nine Tails escape? Even after being subjected to the Reaper Death Seal, could it truly be revived? This enigma is undeniably captivating. Upon this realization, Orochimaru could not suppress his excitement and trembled with anticipation. Unbeknownst to him, he had infiltrated the heart of the village, where it is said the slumbering Nine Tails resides beneath. The riddle of the tailed beast's longevity is about to fall into my grasp. This time, Shikaku remained oblivious, unaware of the impending danger. Orochimaru was still insufficiently formidable. Chapter 18, Shikaku's Ultimate Vision, the Chakra Martial Arts. The Shield of Shikaku. The sand swiftly congealed into the form of Shikaku, a guardian in the shape of a paper box. Do you intend to obstruct me? Gaara, have you fallen victim to an illusion? Magnet release, sand gold. Gaara transformed a vast amount of sand into golden sand. The golden-hued grains cascaded like a waterfall, exuding an aura of devouring the very heavens and earth. Magnet release, sands of the golden tide. The golden sand surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing against Shikaku's shield, which stood resolutely in front of Gaara, unyielding. Having endured numerous assaults, Gaara had long since grown accustomed to this. He activated his sand shield in tandem with the sand armor, with the protection of sand. How could he possibly confront his adversaries without complete defense? After all, compared to Naruto's myriad of flashy yet devastating jutsu, Gaara seemed rather feeble. Magnet release, sand gold spear. In response to this attack, Gaara conjured a colossal spear of sand, clashing with it head-on, only to have it shatter into grains of sand. One must admit, experience speaks volumes. In terms of individual strength, you are still far inferior to your father. Have you not been suppressed by him on numerous occasions? Gaara and Shikaku exchanged taunts, yet their bond inexplicably deepened. In the past, during this period, Gaara had perfectly mastered his own power. Gaara, do you dare to take the plunge? Shikaku, will you lend me your strength? The two shared a mutual understanding, harmonizing in their intentions. In an instant, sand enveloped Gaara. But this time he remained lucid, initiating the fusion of tailed beast and Jinchuriki in battle. Flowing sand waterfall. The earth stirred with dust, and trees were mercilessly uprooted. Sensing the dire situation, Gaara gritted his teeth. Magnet release, sand gold burial. Sand waterfall burial. A scene of paternal devotion unfolded. Under Shikaku's massive form, the two burials collided with a madness that was particularly striking. The sand gold and sand clashed violently, with the latter relying on its immense chakra to sustain itself, while the former excelled in quality. Just as it seemed both sides would maintain this confrontation, another Gaara emerged behind Shikaku. Magnet release, sand gold domain. Numerous blades of golden sand erupted from the ground, sharp as bamboo shoots, intent on cleaving Shikaku in half. Sand gold clone technique? Without turning, Shikaku shrieked as a small vortex appeared on his back, from which Gaara's figure swiftly emerged. The two executed a perfect collaboration, capable of attacking from any location while evading the possibility of being ensnared by illusions. Their combat power surged dramatically. Sand rain bomb. Gaara swiftly formed seals, unleashing a barrage of sand bullets that shattered the sand blades, yet the assault did not cease. As Gaara's clone dealt with the onslaught, a sand clone appeared behind him. A horizontal sand slash was anticipated and deftly dodged. This father and son duo, not only did they share a striking resemblance, but their techniques were remarkably similar. Had not Gaara fallen victim to assassination at Orochimaru's hands, he himself would have proven to be a formidable opponent. The environment of the Land of Wind dictated a scarcity of flora, food, and resources. In contrast, the Land of Fire boasted a splendid environment and abundant resources. Forever positioned at the center of storms, torn between reliance on the hidden leaf and the desire for independence, this conflict brewed within the fourth Kazekage. At this moment, witnessing his son and Shikaku collaborate so flawlessly, it seemed he had genuinely matured into an exceptional Jinchuriki, capable of wielding the power of the tailed beast without oppression or brutality. The sand gold clone dissipated. Gaara stood outside the hidden sand village, swiftly retreating. Gaara, Shikaku is, after all, a tailed beast, cunning and unpredictable. Do not be too trusting. You're talking nonsense. Shikaku could not help but retort. What have I done to deserve such a label? Gaara produced a ninja tool, a black tea kettle. Upon seeing this tool, Shikaku's expression grew serious. Do you think I would be ensnared by this again? Vacuum bomb. Shikaku took a deep breath. Chakra rapidly coalesced, first forming a layer akin to the previous vacuum bomb, then condensing into a small point. In the next moment, the chakra was enveloped in a layer, compressed once more. This process repeated 3 times, ultimately forming an oval-shaped vacuum bomb that erupted with accelerating speed. As it soared, the power of the vacuum bomb surged exponentially, breaking through the air in a series of sonic booms. Is this truly the vacuum bomb? Gaara had faced Shikaku countless times, well aware of his jutsu. He recalled the vacuum bomb from memory as formidable, yet not to the extent of wreaking such unrestrained havoc. Magnet release, sand gold cube. The sand gold coalesced into a massive cube, preparing to block the vacuum bomb. Boom, boom, boom. The vacuum bomb possessed explosive capabilities upon encountering an obstacle. If it could not break through, it would continue to accelerate. Until the final acceleration, it exploded, finally breaking free. Boom. Gaara had evaded just in time. Yet 3 mountains behind him were reduced to mere remnants, leaving behind a gaping hole. How terrifying. What has happened to Shikaku? His chakra has not only enhanced, but his techniques and power have undergone a qualitative transformation. How about it, Gaara? Am I strong enough? Shikaku exclaimed with excitement. That mountain belongs to the village. You shall face the consequences, Gaara replied nonchalantly. The ninjas of the hidden sand village felt as if they were witnessing a clash of deities, too intimidated to intervene. This scene left them feeling utterly insignificant, as if they were mere spectators in a battle between 2 worlds. Suddenly, Gaara jolted awake, realizing that Naruto and Sasuke, as per the intelligence report, had yet to make their appearance. What of the traitorous shinobi in their village? Why has the formidable Ninetales not made an appearance? Shouldn't the copy ninja from Konoha, led by Kakashi, be stationed across from the village? Why has there been no sign of battle after such a lengthy duration? This evening, everything feels decidedly unusual. Alas, Orochimaru may not return. Raza fervently hopes his judgment is flawed. Perhaps encountering his son might indeed be the most fortuitous event. In the heart of the village, within an underground chamber, over 100 individuals from Konoha have gathered. Sasuke's Manjiki Sharingan has unleashed Kodo Amatsukami, catching even Kakashi unaware of when he fell under its influence. In a corner, Orochimaru stands in a state of shock. It is no small feat. Naruto and Sasuke had set an ambush long before reaching the midway point between Konoha and the Aoi Spirit Village, systematically isolating Kakashi's group through relentless battles with shadow clones. Each one succumbing to Kodo Amatsukami. I have exhausted too much chakra and need to rest, Sasuke admits, blood still flowing from his right eye. Fortunately, the quantity of Ninetales chakra is unfathomable. Otherwise, after so many uses of Kodo Amatsukami, anyone else would take a lifetime to recuperate. If chakra is insufficient, it might take decades to recover from a single use. This necessity is why Danzo required so many Sharingan to sustain his mental energy, alongside transplanting Hashirama's cells to augment chakra reserves. Foolish Sasuke. Sensei has stated that the Manjiki Sharingan can evolve into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, thereby eliminating potential risks. Though Naruto voices these words, a flicker of concern lingers in his heart. Since the moment his pupils turned gray, he had unlocked the ability of white eyes, significantly enhanced by the 8 Gates of Dunjia. The greater the mastery of physical techniques, the more one could sense the limitations of the body. Sasuke's eyes, his physique, just as Qing Ling had stated, were bound by constraints. The human body inherently possesses myriad limitations, which can be refined and improved through extensive chakra cultivation. Otherwise, one remains merely flesh and blood. Teacher, our village has been attacked again, just as you predicted, and Kakashi is here too. Naruto spoke to a sculpture of the Ninetales within the underground chamber. My essence is cultivating within the magma. He instructed me to impart to you the foundational steps of chakra martial arts. The sculpture, surprisingly, was a manifestation of condensed chakra, swiftly transforming from rock into the form of the Ninetales, albeit only the size of an ordinary fox. Qing Ling Sensei, what is chakra martial arts? Sasuke inquired, still feeling pain in his eyes, though the healing process was accelerating. Chakra martial arts involves the internal refinement of physical techniques, the external extension of ninjutsu, and the core training of illusionary arts to strengthen one's will, ultimately achieving the true essence of a Qing Ling ninja, a martial arts ninja. Qing Ling elaborated, cheerfully wagging his tail. Teacher, how powerful is that? Naruto asked with curiosity. The pinnacle of chakra martial artists can shatter the heavens with their fists, cleave through divinity with their techniques, and shake the very fabric of existence with their will, immortal and indestructible. Qing Ling mused, contemplating that these young ones likely remained unaware. Each breakthrough in chakra martial arts entails a consumption of chakra that multiplies exponentially. He currently possesses an abundance of chakra, the more individuals who cultivate chakra martial arts, the greater the consumption of chakra. Especially during battles, the depletion occurs at an alarming rate, often leading to exhaustion before one even realizes it. Just the thought of it brings a sense of joy. A beautiful vision of his own chakra running out and facing death emerged in Qing Ling's eyes. Chapter 19. Sasuke's Dream. The Ascension of Chakra. Teacher, I am eager to cultivate chakra martial arts. Naruto exclaimed, his impatience palpable as he felt himself growing stronger each day. If he could train in this formidable chakra martial art, he would undoubtedly surpass Sasuke and become the second Hokage before long. Qing Ling Sensei, can chakra martial arts surpass Uchiha Madara? Sasuke pondered, haunted by the image of a powerful Uchiha clan member, Uchiha Madara, who once stood shoulder to shoulder with the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, and was undeniably the mightiest of the Uchiha clan. Senju Tobirama and Danzo regarded the Uchiha clan as the greatest threat to Konoha, not merely due to the ever-increasing power of the Sharingan, which thrived on hatred and suffering, but also because of their profound heritage. While the Senju clan waned, the Uchiha clan continued to produce formidable warriors, a fact that could not be overlooked. Chakra martial arts are divided into 7 realms. The first realm, apprentice, pertains to the initial attempts to refine one's body, strengthen willpower, and continuously practice ninjutsu. The second realm, genin, acknowledges the finite nature of chakra within the human body, constrained by one's vessel and innate talent. Through the refinement of an apprentice, one can cultivate the Chakra Dantian and subsequently expand their chakra capacity. The third realm is known as Chunin. Upon reaching this stage, one must condense chakra into a liquid form within the Chakra Dantian, achieving a qualitative transformation that significantly enhances overall strength. The fourth realm, Jonin, sees chakra perfectly amalgamate into a chakra golden core, where qualitative transformation merges with quantitative increase, transcending limits. The fifth realm is referred to as Kage. Here, the chakra golden core undergoes metamorphosis. With sufficient mental fortitude, one can harness the chakra of the world. Mastering Sage Mode. Once the chakra infant is birthed, illusions can no longer sway one's will. The sixth realm, Sage, signifies the complete transformation of the chakra infant into the primordial spirit, wherein one's Sage Mode reaches its pinnacle. The ability to draw upon the chakra of the universe becomes effortless, leading to boundless chakra and extended lifespan. Hence, this is termed the Sage Realm. The seventh realm, Otsutsuki, necessitates the flawless integration of the primordial spirit with oneself, where chakra, bloodline, and spirit become indistinguishable, achieving a state of true simplicity. This realm transcends the confines of space, allowing one to traverse various worlds at will, akin to a terrestrial deity. In the underground chamber, a fox of the 9 tails, fitting for one person, concluded this exposition with a contented yawn and added, "This is merely a general overview. Each elevation in realm signifies not only an enhancement of chakra and physical strength, but also a substantial increase in lifespan. There exist disparities between different realms. For instance, special Jonin lies between Chunin and Jonin, characterized by the embryonic form of the chakra golden core. Furthermore, between Jonin and Kage, there are elite Jonin, whose chakra golden cores exhibit signs of metamorphosis, indicating the potential for a chakra infant. Among them, there are unique existences, such as the divine realm, which denotes combat power that disregards the disparity between sages and Otsutsuki, yet with a finite lifespan, it encompasses the mightiest practitioners of chakra martial arts. Finally, Qing Ling concluded his discourse, lifting his gaze to prepare to respond to his 2 students. He truly yearned for rest. Yet out of a commitment to his role as an educator, he refrained from succumbing to slumber. "Is there any further inquiry?" "Teacher." Naruto, though he grasped not a word, was the first to raise his hand. "Is the Sage of 6 Paths the pinnacle of existence?" "No, beyond that lies the realm of the true strongest, capable of transcending the confines of this universe, attaining genuine immortality. I call it chakra ascension." "What? Chakra ascension?" Sasuke listened intently, his mind buzzing with the enormity of it all. How extraordinary! This was the power he had long desired. Previously, he had been in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend the true disparities among ninjas. It was only through Qing Ling's elucidation today that he realized the essence of the matter. Chakra ascension, a concept that eluded his understanding, yet firmly lodged itself in Sasuke's consciousness. The immortality of chakra ascension. There exist 3 realms: the world of the living, which may be referred to as the ninja world, and the world of the deceased, known as the netherworld. Beyond these 2 realms lies an elusive domain, the divine realm, accessible only through chakra ascension. Even Qing Ling himself found it hard to believe, yet he understood that, theoretically, chakra could indeed be harnessed for cultivation, provoking qualitative transformation through quantitative accumulation. He had perused numerous novels, each either depicting a world of awakened powers or a resurgence of spiritual energy, akin to the concept of chakra. Regrettably, the inhabitants of the Naruto universe had misdirected their focus, concentrating on the superficial while neglecting the essence. If they were to cultivate chakra as one with spiritual energy, they could transcend their limitations and truly ascend. Whether a genuine divine realm exists is of no concern to him. The correlation between realms and ninjas is merely a narrative device for immersion. In reality, once one has condensed chakra into a golden core, according to the principles of the spiritual energy realm, one could live for 5 centuries. Their chakra, in comparison to that of the Naruto world, would be immense. Upon nurturing a chakra primordial infant, one could freely harness the natural chakra, remain immune to illusions, and attain a lifespan of 1,000 years, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Tsutsuki clan. The Tsutsuki clan possesses the ability to seize the chakra primordial infant. Not to mention, the chakra soul, returning to its essence, is almost a theoretical existence. "I shall ascend." Naruto's gaze burned with intensity. He was yet unaware of the implications of chakra ascension, but from this moment forth, he understood the necessity of diligent practice, lest he be surpassed by Sasuke. "From now on, my master shall not be able to directly grant you much power, for the advancement of chakra martial arts requires your own efforts." With that, Qing Ling waved her small hand, placing 2 scrolls, one black and one white, before them. This is the first level of chakra. The method for refining chakra at the apprentice stage. You must practice earnestly. The subsequent tasks are contained within this white scroll. I hope that upon my return, you will have completed them. Qing Ling's chakra gradually dissipated as the statue of the Nine-Tails solidified in place, appearing as lifelike as ever. Sasuke was the first to seize the scroll, gently unfurling it. The first volume of Chakra Martial Arts was mandatory reading. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the table of contents. Chapter 1. Fundamental Training, Chakra Refinement. Chapter 2. Basic Meditation, Martial Spirit. Chapter 3. Basic Combat, the integration of chakra ninjutsu and taijutsu. Sasuke nodded, contemplating how remarkably detailed it was, truly befitting of Master Qing Ling. Meanwhile, Naruto, clutching the task scroll, was captivated by the martial arts scroll, emitting sounds of awe. I'm nearly overwhelmed. But first, let's see what tasks our teacher has assigned us. Sasuke's words roused Naruto from his reverie, prompting him to hastily open the task scroll. Establish the Spirit Nation. Chapter 20. Survive. Hey, you should take a break. I'll handle the upcoming battle. I'm nearly restored. Sasuke stubbornly rose, his chakra indeed mostly replenished, though his condition was far from Naruto's. I'm faster. Naruto had already employed the Flying Thunder God technique to depart. In the underground chamber, the brooding youth surveyed his surroundings, glancing at Orochimaru in the corner, who appeared dazed and expressionless. He thought to himself that one of the legendary Sannin could not even withstand a simple illusion. It seemed he was destined to have no ties with such a person. Then there was Kakashi. If he could acquire that one Manjiki Sharingan, he would possess both. Yet, he had already obtained the first volume of Chakra Martial Arts, and his future appeared boundless. The other Leaf Ninjas were similarly aware. Let them remain ensnared in the illusion. It cannot be undone before this battle concludes. Regaining his focus, Uchiha Sasuke sensed Naruto's chakra within the village, allowing him to sit at ease and peruse the martial arts scroll. Unbeknownst to him, upon examination, he was profoundly astonished. So this is how chakra can be utilized. In Qing Ling's hidden village, Naruto appeared atop a rooftop, swiftly traversing from eve to eve and branch to branch. At the village's edge, another massive breach had been blasted open. He still recalls the morning of his first day in the village. Upon awakening, he was greeted by mountains surrounding him on all sides. 3 months have elapsed, and several directions have been reduced to mere flatlands. The immense figure of the guardian crane relentlessly repelled the ninjas of Sand-Hidden Village. Its chakra significantly stronger than when they first met. However, it still paled in comparison to the chakra of the Nine-Tails residing within Naruto. Whoosh! He transformed into a fleeting shadow and leapt gracefully into the air. The technique of shadow clone. Thousands of clones simultaneously executed the Flying Thunder God technique, manifesting throughout the village, the forest, and the mountains. Everywhere, there were whirlpools of Naruto. What is this phenomenon? Rasha had already retreated considerably, prepared for a scenario where a portion of his comrades would perish as he executed a full-scale withdrawal. Who could have anticipated that a formidable character would suddenly emerge? Lord Kazekage, he appeared to be the very Naruto referenced in the intelligence reports. No need for alarm. He is merely bluffing, Rasha mused. Utilizing over 1,000 shadow clones must have depleted his chakra significantly. It would be a mere matter of delivering a punch. Bang! Not far away. One of Naruto's clones unleashed a Rasengan, creating a massive hole in a nearby tree. His face twitched, and his expression turned awkward. Can humans truly possess such an abundance of chakra? He recalled hearing the elders in the village reminisce about the legendary battle between the god of ninjas, Shinja Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara, where entire mountains would crumble, creating a scene of utter devastation. Tonight, he had experienced it in its entirety. Withdraw. What of seizing the Nine-Tails? Or conquering the Aoi Spirit Ninja Village? At this moment, he yearned for as many ninjas as possible to return safely. As the Kazekage, he bore the weight of a crucial responsibility beyond mere missions, the duty of safeguarding, to protect the ninjas, to shield the weak, and to defend the hidden sand village. With a decisive command, everyone began to retreat, simultaneously employing ninjutsu to impede Naruto's pursuit. Nevertheless, one after another, the shinobi of Sunagakure were incapacitated and brought back to the Aoi Siryu village. Damn it! I will cover the rear. Rasha appeared beside the most lagging Ch9. Kazekage-sama. Hurry and escape. He has always presented a frigid demeanor in the village. But is this truly the case? It is merely the countless battles and experiences that have stripped him of his former self. Temari and Kankuro were born before Gaara, and their personalities stand in stark contrast to his own, to a certain extent. They are the embodiment of different eras. When Gaara entered this world, He became the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast, a sacrificial pawn in the eyes of his father, a vessel for the Shikaku. For his son, who had taken his wife from him, he perpetually harbored a desire to eliminate him at the first sign of losing control, despite resembling his childhood self in appearance. Gaara pondered the true essence of a ninja. Must one endure a lifetime of suffering? As his temperament drastically transformed, he felt as though he was no longer himself. Merely a tool in the hands of the powerful, summoned at will and dismissed just as easily. Such doubts rarely crossed Rashi's mind, yet in this moment, as he steadfastly guarded a Chunin who had scarcely uttered a few words, he experienced a profound inner turmoil. His son, Gaara, is perfectly collaborating with Shikaku. It appears he has been resting quite well lately. No longer must he endure sleepless nights, nor harbor resentment or rage. Gaara, not merely as the Kazekage. I cherish you deeply. To witness Gaara's transformation, to see him fight with heart rather than succumb to madness, brings a profound sense of relief. The tension that had been tightly wound seems to have loosened significantly. At this moment, Raza feels a sudden urge to relinquish all responsibilities of the Wind Shadow. Simply as a father, he observes his son growing, no longer a monster. He whispered softly, tears glistening in his eyes, with unwavering determination, until the very end. I love you, Gaara. Do not harbor hatred towards me. The man bore the weight of it all, as everyone else fled in disarray. He rose with great effort, the soil beneath his feet transforming from earth to sand, imbued with a magnetic force by his will. The golden grains surged forth like the tumultuous tides of the ocean. How wonderful it would be if our people could dwell in an environment as verdant and picturesque as that of the Hidden Leaf in the Azure Spirit Ninja Village. Fresh air, pristine water, gentle sunlight, and nourishing food, such treasures. If only it were possible, I wish your child would no longer bear the burden of being a Jinchuriki. Allowing your wife to survive, not for anyone else, nor for the village, but for the sake of love. In that case, your child would have a mother. And you would have a beloved companion. Your son would only lose his grandfather. Indeed, the tears in Gaara's eyes whispered to him that the future is radiant. As long as I, Gaara, can live on in the Azure Spirit Ninja Village, my life will be filled with immeasurable beauty. The price for all this is so insignificant. Gaara, the Shikaku calls out to the youth. Can you feel it? That fellow's love for you. Is this what love is? Confusion and fear flickered in Gaara's eyes. Since meeting Naruto, the relentless battles and verbal duels had awakened him further. He has come to understand that his mother loves him. Yet, this love is concealed within each act of care. As for his father, the man harbors complex emotions buried beneath the mountains, which are laid bare at this moment of impending death. It is truly twisted. In the distance, Naruto's true self prepares to intervene. As the voice of Qing Ling resonates within him. Teacher, did you not go off to train? I wish to train as well. But upon sensing the chakra distorted by their love, I feel uncomfortable. Qing Ling does not comprehend why such emotions, hidden deep within, must remain concealed. When they finally manifest, they become even more grotesque, particularly in the moment when his father yearns for death. Is this reasonable? Contemplating this, Qing Ling strikes out with a forceful palm. Suddenly, a colossal hand of chakra, 10 times the size of Shikaku, materializes from the Hidden Leaf Village, ruthlessly suppressing Rasha and his sand gold. Fool. If you wish to amend regrets, then you must survive. As Rasha loses consciousness, Qing Ling's words echo in his ears. Chapter 21. Surviving to rectify regrets. The Hidden Leaf Village, embraced by mountains, is a place of exquisite beauty. A week prior, the Sand Village and Leaf Village suffered grievously. Over 100 individuals under Kakashi's command remain unaccounted for, while the 4th Kazekage, Rasha, along with 20 ninjas from the Sand Village, have also vanished without a trace. The name of the spirit shadow resounds throughout the ninja world. No one dares to take risks lightly anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Rasha, Kakashi, and Shikaku, all prominent figures within the ninja realm, have disappeared, marking the true establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village. Anyone seeking trouble or planning a night raid must weigh their own strength carefully. In the early morning, Kakashi and Rasha's shadow clones are working diligently in the rice fields. The Chunin exams are about to commence, aren't they? Indeed, but unfortunately, we are not destined to partake in them this time. Here, at this location, every significant checkpoint in the village is guarded, with sentinels stationed upon the mountains and protectors in the forests. Without exception, they are all shadow clones of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Recently, Gaara has also joined their ranks, becoming a member of the guard team. The village has evidently flourished, increasing to nearly 30 households. Moreover, there are over 200 Chunin, and the Ninja Academy is expanding vigorously. Most of the time, the village is filled with lively activity. During this period, they have attempted to escape on more than one occasion, yet each endeavor has ended in failure. What about that fellow Orochimaru? Kakashi inquired with curiosity. He now harbors a fleeting thought of escape, constantly sensing that the kaleidoscope Sharingan possesses yet another hidden ability, though he cannot recall or manifest it. Kakashi remains unaware that Sasuke has employed the Konoha Tsukumi to alter a fragment of his will, leaving his mastery of the Sharingan stagnated at the 3 Tomo stage. This implies that as long as Sasuke does not amend this command, he shall be forever unable to wield Kamui. Unless he truly integrates himself as a member of the village, wholeheartedly embracing the identity of a ninja from the Aoyuki village. Can he liberate himself from the influence of Konoha Tsukumi? As for Rasha, he is undergoing a rebirth in Aoyuki village. His prolonged stay here is significantly influenced by Gaara's awakening. A week's time is ample for the village to elect the new 5th Kazekage, and it is likely that he has already embarked on his journey to participate in the upcoming Chunin exams. Even if he were to remain permanently in Aoyuki village after retirement, it would not be an unwelcome prospect. At this thought, Rasha cannot help but feel a pang of sympathy for Orochimaru. As one of the legendary Sannin, being trapped in this place must be a torment. Similarly, Tsunade Senju has recently ascended to the position of the 5th Hokage, while Jiraiya temporarily resides in the village to lend his assistance, thereby strengthening their ranks. He should have made his way to the Ninja Academy, where it seems the duration of study has been extended to 8 years. The first 5 years serve as foundational training, allowing graduation to the rank of Genin, while the subsequent 3 years focus on advanced refinement, culminating in a promotion to Chunin. At this juncture, Rasha is beset by a flicker of doubt. Have you noticed? Yes, our abilities have been sealed, Kakashi nods in agreement. They likely regained consciousness approximately 6 days ago, a day later than Rasha. This includes Orochimaru, who has temporarily sealed a portion of his abilities through the modification of his will. This is presumably the effect of another deity's influence. In essence, this can also be perceived as a form of sealing, achieved through illusion techniques that permanently alter one's will, thereby sealing certain abilities. The foundational strength of the Qing Ling ninja village is rather weak, primarily consisting of ninjas from Sunagakure and Konohagakure who are merely compelled to labor. Furthermore, students in the Ninja Academy require a minimum of 8 years to mature. Even prodigies, following established patterns, need at least 2 years to distinguish themselves. They excel in high-level combat, with the Ninetales fox transforming into a spiritual shadow, personally nurturing 2 formidable disciples. This equates to a deity of the ninja realm, accompanied by 2 impeccable hosts of the Ninetales. In any faction, they would be free to roam without restraint. After completing his analysis, Luo Sha's gaze bore no fear. Instead, it was filled with reverence. Initially, he believed that a celestial being had altered Gaara's will. However, after some time living in the village, he became convinced that only Kakashi and Orochimaru had their powers partially sealed, while the others remained unharmed. This realization brought him a sense of safety. Yet what truly shook him was the palm strike he witnessed just before losing consciousness. The chakra emanating from that strike surpassed Shikaku in both quantity and quality, capable of annihilating an entire ninja village with a single blow. Despite this, Qing Ling continued to safeguard the village, refraining from indiscriminate slaughter, which solidified his conviction. It seemed highly probable that its true strength had ascended to the level of the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. It appeared that the ninja world was already rife with tumultuous undercurrents. The god of shinobi? In truth, Qing Ling was merely the Ninetales. Having fallen victim to genjutsu on more than one occasion, and had been captured by both Lord Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, its power could never rival that of the god of shinobi. Kakashi dismissed this hypothesis. He had witnessed Qing Ling's prowess firsthand in Konoha. Indeed, it was formidable. Yet it merely possessed unique abilities that allowed it to resurrect after perishing alongside the 3rd Hokage. If faced with a similar scenario again, it would undoubtedly meet its demise once more. He pondered, regretting that he had not seized the opportunity that time, had he managed to obliterate Naruto's corpse as well. Resurrection would have been impossible. No, his strength far exceeds your imagination. Raza chuckled softly, picking up a sushi roll wrapped in seaweed and savoring it in silence. Such tranquility and simplicity, he wished that everyone in Sunagakure could lead a life like this. With this thought, he turned to Kakashi and continued, Kakashi, do you remember the reason behind your father's demise? This delicate topic left Kakashi momentarily speechless. His father, known as the White Fang of Konoha, Tsukuyomi Hatake, had succumbed to the weight of public opinion. Before my defeat, I heard a profound statement. What was it? Kakashi inquired, intrigued by what could have transformed such a resolute individual as Raza. In terms of age, Raza was senior, belonging to the same era as the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. He should possess unwavering convictions and a steadfast will. The voice had said, to live on is to mend regrets. To live on, to mend regrets. Those words struck him like a sudden enlightenment. The small cup of oolong tea in Kakashi's hand rippled gently. He gazed into the distance, observing the shadow clone of Gaara standing atop the roof, surveying the surroundings. He mused, this child must embody the regrets of Raza. Though the nature of their past relationship remains unknown, Gaara appears to be an exceptionally understanding child. Yet, what of him? How many regrets does he harbor? A father, a teacher, companions, a beloved, none seem to have been preserved. At that moment, a sudden pain pierced his eyes. Such agony. Chakra surged into his Sharingan, seemingly striving to unlock its inherent powers, to prove to him that a man named Obito once existed. Yet, he was unable to accomplish this. Kakashi, Minato, Rin had all become mere passers-by in his life, leaving behind nothing substantial. Only Obito's eye remained, still coursing with blood within him. This was his regret. Where are you heading? Raza couldn't help but chuckle, unaware that his own laughter had deepened the lines on his face since arriving here. The Ninja Academy, to seek out Uchiha Sasuke and mend past regrets. With a swish, leaves danced in the air as Kakashi vanished using body flicker technique, reappearing at the entrance of the Ninja Academy. Strike with me. Channel your chakra, relentlessly impacting your body's meridians, nurturing your muscles, organs, bones, and flesh. Naruto incessantly swung his fists, simultaneously refining his chakra. The children clumsily followed suit, their eyes alight with joy, sensing their growing strength. What puzzled Kakashi, however, was the presence of Orochimaru among the students, sweating profusely while throwing punches, his face a mask of ecstasy. Chapter 22. Is he still the one you care about? Prepare yourselves. Utilize your chakra to nourish your 8 extraordinary meridians. Remain vigilant and remember to follow the method of the spirit shadow. Can you feel it? The chakra empowers your physical vessel, rendering it ever stronger. Naruto withdrew his fists. The foundation of chakra martial arts lies in apprenticeship. And with his robust physique and ample chakra, he swiftly ascended to the first step of this discipline. He had now reached the 5th level of chakra refinement, undergoing transformations thrice at the 1st, 3rd, and 5th levels. Upon breaking through to the 7th and 9th levels, he would undergo further metamorphoses. Among the elementary students, Orochimaru had successfully reached the 3rd level of chakra refinement just yesterday. Each transformation of the body rendered this vessel increasingly formidable, enhancing both the quality and quantity of chakra it could contain. The strength of the body and the resilience of the spirit would soar correspondingly. Orochimaru had initially believed that before the expiration of this body's lifespan, he would have to exert tremendous effort to find a new vessel. Little did he anticipate that a journey to the spirit ninja village would unveil new possibilities for immortality. He once ventured into the subterranean chamber to inquire of Sasuke, who merely responded with a single remark. The 9 levels of the chakra martial arts are merely the first step. It is taught in the elementary division of the Ninja Academy. Only the elite division can learn the 2nd step, the martial arts of the lower ninja. Merely as an apprentice, one can undergo 5 transformations of the body. Even Orochimaru, with his increasingly deteriorating form, has experienced such changes. If one can endure to reach the lower ninja stage, it is said that one can effortlessly live for over a century. The middle ninja of the martial arts can live for 200 years. The upper ninja cultivates the chakra golden pill, enabling one to live for 500 years. What Orochimaru seeks is immortality, and he once glimpsed a fervent fire in Sasuke's eyes, mingled with contempt for the ignorance of Orochimaru. Immortality? That is merely the 6th step, Sasuke stated. The chakra martial arts encompass 7 steps in total. The 6th step suffices for eternal life within the ninja realm. What, then, lies in the 7th step? Orochimaru could only conceive of one possibility: invincibility and undying existence. Had he not undergone 2 transformations and healed a portion of his hidden ailments, he would not pursue the path of chakra martial arts with such fervor. Orochimaru firmly believes that as long as he can ascend to the realm of a lower ninja in martial arts, he is bound to cure his hidden afflictions entirely, perhaps even extend his life by at least a decade. Kakashi stood frozen in place, silently observing the children as they trained. What kind of training is this? Is it taijutsu? From his perception, it seemed that everyone was continuously depleting their chakra. Could this not be a waste? Why is one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, so fervently engaged in training? Has he been influenced by Sasuke's genjutsu, permanently altering his will? An increasing number of confusions rendered Kakashi immobile. It was evident that Sasuke was not present. He must be in a hidden chamber underground, training his true self. Should he inquire if Naruto is a fool? It appears he knows nothing at all. Bang! Just as Kakashi's thoughts wandered, a cloud of smoke dissipated. Beside him, A palm-sized stone sculpture of the Nine Tails began to stir. Chakra enveloped it, and the small Nine Tails quickly sprang to life. The chakra, dancing like flames, illuminated Kakashi's vision. You seem troubled, little one. You appear even smaller now. In terms of actual age, anyone from the ninja world is but a child in my presence. For reasons unknown. Qing Ling's perception of both benevolence and malevolence has grown increasingly acute. Most of those within the confines of his Qing Ling ninja village have already been transformed. Their bodies integrated with his chakra, thus enhancing their clarity of perception. Whenever Kakashi reveals his sorrow, a portion of Qing Ling's will and chakra is entrusted to the stone sculpture. Merely a palm-sized figure, yet with your chakra, it possesses such strength. Why is that? If it were your true form, would it not be sufficient for immortality? Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. He is aware that every individual must eventually confront death. The notion of immortality surprises even him. Immortality, what is there to fear? It is a term imbued with allure. Qing Ling rests her 2 forepaws upon a small wooden stump, elevating her 9 delicate tails. Contentedly, she remarks, the majority of my existence is spent in repose. For I find joy in resting with my beloved. Only a fleeting portion of my time is spent awake, during which I yearn to instigate a subtle change. He stifled a yawn, comfortably squinting his eyes. The sun bathed him in a radiant glow, as if draping him in a layer of light. With his eyes closed, Qing Ling spoke, Hey, Kakashi, if you could create a new world, would you wish for everyone to be a ninja, or for no one to be a ninja at all? Such a peculiar question. Kakashi hesitated for a moment, recalling the painful memories of his life, and offered a startling response. If given the choice, I would wish for a world without ninjas, for that would mean no war, no assassinations, and no more suffering for people. Qing Ling smiled, non-committally. She extended a small hand, saying, Then let us give it a try. Let us start anew. At the very least, you should become a genin in my Qing Ling ninja village. Kakashi was taken aback when Qing Ling's tiny hand landed on his shoulder. In that fleeting moment, within him, it appeared as though an additional line had emerged, intertwining with the azure spirit. Subsequently, his body began to undergo a subtle metamorphosis. Amidst the continuous transformation, 2 sources of chakra manifested within him. Yet they coexisted harmoniously without conflict. Ultimately, the chakra continued to multiply. Simultaneously, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan was unsealed. Qing Ling closed his 9 tails Mangeki Sharingan and Reincarnation Eye, as if he had done nothing, and turned over once more. After the Nin exam, the feudal lord of the Land of Wind would unleash his army, with countless ninjas and samurai drawing their blades against us. The major ninja villages would also dispatch formidable ninjas to infiltrate our village. You must diligently protect everyone, Kakashi. Qing Ling's chakra gradually faded, carried by the gentle breeze, resembling shimmering golden particles, extraordinarily ethereal. Hey, who's going to protect you all? I am a Jonin of Konoha, Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi did not elicit a new response from Qing Ling. This left him feeling somewhat uncertain. With the seal broken, escape should be possible. However, when he lifted his gaze and beheld Naruto, Sasuke, and Gaara scattered throughout the village, he fell into silence once more. 3 Jinchuriki. With chakra seemingly inexhaustible, how could he combat them? The enemy was overwhelming. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to remain hidden for the sake of Konoha. He gently touched his eye mask, sensing the return of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, which filled his heart with a surge of joy. Whether to safeguard the Qing Ling ninja village was still a matter of debate, yet this I must be protected with utmost fervor. In pursuit of intelligence on the enemy, Kakashi rose to his feet and entered the ninja academy. Upon the wall, he beheld his portrait, accompanied by an inscription, Hatake Kakashi, Qing Ling Ninja Village, Ninja Academy. Vice Dean of the Elite Division. He had long been schemed against. An office had been specifically reserved for him. Inside was a desk, beneath which lay a sheet of paper pressed under a seal resembling the 9 tails. Outside, a simple phrase was inscribed. Is he, whom you care for, still alive? Kakashi instinctively felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 23. If only sooner he opened the envelope that Qing Ling had prepared long ago. Instantly, the room was enveloped by a seal of 9 tails chakra, blocking any external chakra detection. Kakashi cautiously examined the handwriting, each character tugging at his heartstrings. This was a piece of intelligence. Uchiha Obito alias, Akatsuki physical characteristics. Pineapple-shaped whirlpool mask false identity. Uchiha Madara occupation. World Destruction Organization. Akatsuki Kakashi was taken aback. His immediate thought was not to question the authenticity of the information, but to memorize every word. It's impossible. This cannot be. If Obito were alive, why has he sought me out? In the midst of his doubts, the envelope ignited swiftly, a massive 9 tails chakra coalescing within the flames. They converged into a singular image, continuously morphing and intertwining into various forms. The scene depicted was that of Obito, crushed beneath a colossal stone, meeting his demise. Kakashi. Rin, how did you acquire this intelligence regarding the Nine Tails? This matter should be known only to a select few. Could it be that there exists a traitor among the village's higher echelons? The image shifted, revealing that Obito had not perished, yet had become a soulless husk. Rendered utterly helpless, he encountered another frail and aged figure, the true Uchiha Madara. The scene unfolded without audio, yet it bore lines of subtitles composed of chakra. Having recuperated from his injuries, Obito was hastening to seek Rin. At that moment, he witnessed the most heart-wrenching sight of his life. Kakashi, wielding Raikiri, ended Rin's life. The Manjiki Sharingan was activated. This boy, whose abilities were mere musings, resolved henceforth to create a world where Rin existed. Was he there at that time? Kakashi struggled to believe that it was all a misunderstanding. He never truly intended to take Rin's life. It was Rin who had chosen death for herself. The scene shifted once more. The boy, once a dragon slayer, had given rise to dragon scales, transforming into a malevolent dragon. Seizing control of the Nine Tails at Kushina's most vulnerable moment. Thus unfolded the tragic night. A flicker of sorrow danced in Kakashi's eyes. He understood that with Minato's wisdom, he would undoubtedly discern the truth amidst the battle. Yet it was his own student who had attacked Konoha, leading to the tragedy that befell his entire family. Would his heart not ache? Kakashi recalled that Minato, until his last breath, had passed away smiling alongside Kushina. The scene reversed once more. Obito had completely transformed, wandering the shinobi world under the guise of Uchiha Madara. All members of the Akatsuki stood before him, their fates entangled by the threads in his hands. Behind him loomed an even greater shadow, Uchiha Madara. Like a nesting doll, behind Madara stood Black Zetsu, who nestled beside Kagaya Tsutsuki. What could this final, conclusive image signify? With a swift motion, the chakra projection concluded, and everything dissipated like a fleeting dream. The chakra barriers and seals, along with the forbidden techniques, all receded. Kakashi found himself once again in this gentle village. The sun shone as brightly as ever, and the breeze was gentle. Was it truly real? He questioned himself deep within. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakashi flung open the window, the curtains billowing upwards as he activated his body flicker technique, racing towards the underground chamber. The Nine Tails. How much do you, the one who claims to be Qing Ling, truly know of the secrets? In the underground chamber, Uchiha Sasuke sensed Kakashi's presence, their eyes locking in a tense confrontation. What do you intend to do? Judging by the aura surrounding him, Sasuke had reached the 6th level of body refinement, merely a step away from the 7th. Once he dedicated himself to instructing his disciples, Naruto would soon arrive to learn. Currently, among the village's upper echelons, Gaara resided at the 3rd level, Rasha at the 2nd, while others barely grazed the 1st level. The 4th level was occupied by Naruto and Sasuke, and the 5th belonged to the deity of the village, the 1st Hokage, Qing Ling. I seek the Nine Tails. The chakra of teacher Qing Ling had manifested within the village, indicating he had imparted the answers you desired. Sasuke flatly refused, asserting that no one was permitted to disturb Qing Ling's rest. I only desire the truth. What he has spoken, how much of it is genuine? Kakashi dared not retreat, having prepared himself for the illusionary confrontations ahead. He opened only one of his Manjiki Sharingan, keeping the other firmly shut. Kamui. If there was no room for negotiation, then action was inevitable. The space around Sasuke warped as he moved with astonishing speed. Even without employing physical techniques after reaching the 6th level of refinement, his velocity remained remarkable. However, in the fleeting moment he evaded, the Nine-Tailed statue behind him fell abruptly into the realm of Kamui. Teacher Qing Ling. Sasuke did not foresee that experience was indeed an advantage. Kakashi had been orchestrating the statue's fall all along to alert Qing Ling. Just before the statue vanished, 2 eyes suddenly gleamed with an orange light. Yet, until its disappearance, Qing Ling's chakra did not reappear. Defeated, Kakashi sighed helplessly. A bitter struggle awaited him, but to uncover the truth from Qing Ling, he felt he had no other choice. A stalemate ensued between the two. Sasuke intended to strike again, but Qing Ling's voice echoed within him, urging him to wait. Do not move, just stand there, Kakashi. Kakashi remained silent, understanding that Sasuke's inaction was indeed Qing Ling's directive. Could there still be hope? As far as he knew, anything twisted by Kamui was irrevocably lost. At this moment, as his emotions began to stabilize, Kakashi stumbled upon a startling revelation. He invoked the power of the divine might. Yet an abundance of chakra still coursed through him. Could it be that new source of chakra infused by the Nine Tails? At that very moment, the ground behind Kakashi began to tremble, and from the sunken floor, a new chakra sculpture of the Nine Tails slowly emerged. Its eyes radiated an unusual orange glow. Subsequently, two colorful screens materialized. One, slightly smaller, displayed a dazed Kakashi, while the other was pitch black, revealing nothing. The Chakra video call commenced. Kakashi, if you seek the answers you desire, you must inquire for yourself. The voice of Qing Ling faded away. Suddenly, the dark screen erupted with light, revealing a voice filled with sarcasm. Is this yet another trick of Kakashi? A sculpture? Of the Nine Tails? Does he harbor such animosity towards it? Day after day, he litters my space with rubbish. Do not let me venture to Konoha. A youth donned a swirling pineapple mask, his tone deliberately flippant, yet upon closer listening, it was unmistakably the voice of an old friend. As the eyes of the Chakra sculpture erupted with brilliance, igniting the Chakra video call. When he beheld another face marked by confusion, Obito momentarily froze, inadvertently dropping the Nine-Tailed sculpture. The Chakra video call persisted. Are you well, Obito? Kakashi had anticipated that the reunion would bring him joy, and the loss of his mentor, Minato, would sadden him. Yet, the words that slipped from his lips were merely a greeting. It's you, foolish one. Even in solitude, your mouth continues to babble. Among the four of us, in the blink of an eye, only two remain. As long as you cast an unguarded glance amidst the crowd, I shall recognize you. Obito. Who is Obito? I am not Obito. Kakashi, how could you perceive the principles of this space? Obito's explanation fell flat. On the other side of the screen, the eye Kakashi kept closed could no longer contain the tears streaming down. If only we had acted sooner. Sooner to save Rin. Sooner to resolve misunderstandings. Sooner to find you. Sooner to inform our teacher. There are too many regrets. Obito, you fool. This time, Kakashi's anguished shout bore no denial from the youth. That long-lost fool remained frozen in place. His eyes were concealed behind the mask, tears streaming like a fountain. What are you crying for? Do you think you can reclaim all that has been lost? Kakashi. He incessantly cursed in his heart. Chapter 24. Lin. A friendly reminder appeared on the screen. The video call would conclude in 3 minutes. What? When he saw the notification from Qing Ling, both Obito and Kakashi were momentarily stunned. What on earth is this Nine-Tails up to? Why is there only 3 minutes? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Obito, having learned Inyang release from Uchiha Madara, remained utterly perplexed by the origins of this sculpture. This object is a multifunctional chakra mobile sculpture, crafted through my mental energy and chakra, bearing my imprint. Therefore, before my previous will is erased, no one can activate it. To erase this will, your mental energy must surpass mine. Thus far, this 3-minute video call is exclusively available to you, and only this once. Qing Ling's words left Obito exceedingly dissatisfied. He had barely begun to speak when he encountered a formidable opponent. Kai-bai, I am thoroughly acquainted with your chakra. Do you think you can deceive me? The third Hokage possesses a similar ninjutsu, the crystal ball. This too appears to be a form of prearranged ninjutsu. Upon finishing his words, Obito directly employed his ocular power, attempting to erase the chakra inscribed upon the Qing Ling mark. However, his efforts proved utterly futile. He is utterly incapable of achieving this. How could it be possible? In the realm of ninjas, his ocular prowess is undoubtedly exceptional. Aside from Uchiha Itachi, who could possibly rival him? Why is it utterly futile? Be quiet. Your mental fortitude is merely at the level of a Ch-nin in martial arts, far beneath my own. You ought to return and train diligently. Ch-nin in martial arts? What on earth is that? A friendly reminder, there is only 1 minute remaining in the call. Subtitles reappear. Obito, flustered by Qing Ling's maneuvering, hastily exclaimed, Kakashi, where on earth are you? Shouldn't that be my question to you? Why have you not returned to the Hidden Leaf Village for so many years? Has your absence truly caused harm to our teacher, Minato Namikaze? Kakashi, evidently more anxious, felt a surge of relief upon confirming Obito's survival. He was eager to ascertain the authenticity of the intelligence provided by Qing Ling. You need not know. You are far too naive, Kakashi. I shall create a perfect world. One that includes Rin. Obito's tone left no room for doubt, subtly affirming the veracity of the information. Where are you, Obito? I must find you, Kakashi demanded. Unable to discern Obito's location from the scene before him, which appeared to be a unique space. Find me? How laughable. You will never know where I am, but soon. I shall discover your whereabouts, Kakashi. Obito's voice was laced with resentment, an unforgivable grudge against Kakashi. With a flick, the chakra video call ended, plunging everything into darkness. Kakashi's gaze dimmed, but soon a light flickered back to life. Where are you headed? To the Qing Ling ninja village. Not returning to Konoha? Kakashi replied to the Nine-Tails statue. If Obito truly was the mastermind who once controlled you, returning to Konoha would only endanger everyone. The chakra on the statue had nearly faded, leaving only two eyes that glimmered with light. The young are so stubborn. Go on. I can hardly wait to witness the fratricidal conflict among you humans. I shall not allow you to have your wishes fulfilled. Kakashi found himself unable to discern whether Qing Ling's words were mere sarcasm or a provocation. You cannot live here, feasting without consequence. The eyes of the nine-tails statue twinkled as its chakra drained away. Before Obito arrives, I will serve as the vice principal of the elite ninja academy. Before departing the underground chamber, Kakashi cast a meaningful glance at Sasuke. To this day, he finds it somewhat challenging to ascertain whether that rainy night, when they fled from the Hidden Leaf Village, was right or wrong for Naruto and Sasuke. He thought to himself that he would never become a traitorous ninja. Absolutely not. As Kakashi departed, the last remnants of chakra within the statue's eyes gradually dissipated, causing the floor to shift and once again sink into the depths below. The Kamui space. Obito cradled the nine-tails chakra statue, his expression one of bewilderment. Unlike Kakashi's situation, this statue's chakra continued to flow ceaselessly. Have you forgotten that you were once under my control, Nine-Tails? Obito remarked with a cold smile, firmly believing that if he could achieve victory once, a second triumph would surely follow. Setting aside the fact that your mental strength pales in comparison to mine, your eyes are not merely tools for casting illusions, are they? Do you possess the capability to rival my Qing Ling? Will you even respond? Upon hearing Qing Ling's words, Obito found himself intrigued. He has already unleashed his illusion, attempting to manipulate a fragment of chakra from the tailed beast. Yet, no matter how fervently he strives, it proves impossible to erase its traces. You are too feeble. Your body is weak, your chakra is feeble, and your mental strength is lacking. If this continues, you will inevitably overload. My advice is to cultivate the path of chakra martial arts. Chakra martial arts? Upon hearing this perplexing term, Obito, unable to focus on controlling the nine-tails chakra sculpture through illusion, was at a loss. Uchiha Obito, cease employing your shallow chakra and illusions to disturb me. Had you encountered this 3 months earlier, perhaps you might have succeeded. Qing Ling had previously fallen victim to the otherworldly deity. The amplification of the infinite resurrection system signifies an enhancement in all aspects, including mental fortitude. After consuming the chakra fruit, he was at the zenith of his power. With a pair of 9-tomo Rinnegan and an exquisite reincarnation eye, do you truly believe I would trust you? Without hesitation, Obito activated his Manjiki Sharingan once more. This time, Qing Ling chose not to seal the power of his sculpture. With eyes wide open, his mental prowess was unparalleled, directly overpowering and disregarding Obito's illusions and ocular abilities. How is this possible? You are a tailed beast. How could you possess such power? Obito could hardly believe it, convinced that Qing Ling was merely posturing. What if this were the case? In an instant, the originally orange nine-tails chakra transformed into a vibrant turquoise. The Rinnegan chakra mode. Whoosh. With a swift grip of his small claw, he directly pulled Obito closer. Your ocular prowess merely embodies the kaleidoscope Sharingan, yet beyond it lies the eternal kaleidoscope. What significance does the Rinnegan hold in comparison? There exists the 6-tomo, and above that, the 9-tomo. As Qing Ling spoke, Obito, prepared for battle, suddenly froze in place. It would be prudent for you to spend some time in the spirit realm and endure the anguish of Lin, Kakashi, and Minato Namikaze. In truth, had it been just a moment later, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the transplanted Sharingan within Obito would have transformed into the Rinnegan, and he would not have faced such a swift defeat. The current confrontation between the two is merely a mismatch in caliber. Within the spirit realm, Obito, ensnared in an illusion, engaged in a fierce battle with Qing Ling amidst the Kamui dimension. After a series of exchanges, he realized that Qing Ling had crafted a thin membrane of illusion and ninjutsu to counteract the Jinjutsu. Fortunately, his Kamui could penetrate this medium and directly assault his true form. By attacking the genuine essence, he could once again exert control through illusion. Such notions of the 9-tomo Rinnegan, the rebirth eye, are merely the illusions conjured by this unique defensive ninjutsu. Is there truly such an aberration in existence? Obito marched triumphantly until he ignited the Fourth Great Ninja War, experiencing a multitude of trials and tribulations, ultimately unearthing the truth of that era. Only after his demise, bearing the dual Kamui, did he transition to the realm where Lin resides. Qing Ling's chakra sculpture remained a soothing emerald hue, gazing contentedly at Obito's foolish smile. He cast aside the original Naruto script that belonged to Obito, relinquishing it to the spirit realm, allowing Obito to experience everything in its entirety. In the next moment, Believing he was heading to the afterlife, Obito opened his eyes. Rin. He embraced Qing Ling directly. Chapter 25, The Birds Soaring Towards the Same Sky. Why is there no scent of Lin's fragrance or her gentle touch? Only an object that resembles stone? Obito rubbed it. Realizing that what lay in his embrace was not Lin, but a sculpture of the Nine Tails Chakra. The Nine Tails. Calm down, even if this is an illusion. You have lived a lifetime, haven't you? True and false, false and true, life is but a dream. Qing Ling's light words ignited Obito's fury further. Everything he experienced in the illusion felt so incredibly real. Could it be that Lin was indeed under control, and this was all part of Uchiha Madara's scheme? No. This was merely an illusion crafted by Qing Ling, that wretched Nine Tails. The more anger you feel, the more you care, Obito. I shall not argue with you. If you wish to uncover more truths, bring a strand of Lin's hair or a fragment of her bones, along with white zetsu. I possess a forbidden technique that can allow you to see Lin again. Qing Ling's chakra gradually dissipated until the sculpture no longer shimmered with any light. It appeared unremarkable. Yet when Obito attempted to sense it with his Sharingan, he could still perceive a certain power, presumably the spiritual imprint Qing Ling had mentioned. Strange, what is a spiritual imprint? Could it be related to that martial arts Chunin? Unable to comprehend, he knew that without finding the Nine Tails and Kakashi, this question would remain unanswered. Regardless of his methods, he would never allow them to summon Lin. That would be a desecration of her. However, why did the Nine Tails refer to itself as Qing Ling, and where was Kakashi? During his time of concealment and training in the Hidden Mist Village, what had transpired outside? Obito remained unaware. After having early on controlled the Mizukage with an illusion, he had indeed been in seclusion, yet the outside world was evidently more bizarre than he had imagined. Upon emerging from his retreat, Black Zetsu appeared before him. The two of them perfectly collaborated, ensnaring all members of the Akatsuki organization in a web of deception. In the past, Obito would have likely spoken in the manner of Toby. However, now, having experienced the script in the spirit realm, as he gazed upon Kurizetsu, an instinctive aversion surged within him. Despite his inner voice repeatedly asserting that it was merely an illusion, not to be taken seriously, the thought of Uchiha Madara as the Mantis stalking the cicada lingered. Kurizetsu and Kagaya Otsutsuki were the hidden threats lurking in the shadows. He experienced a sense of discomfort. At long last, you have emerged. During this time, numerous significant events have transpired in the shinobi world. Black Zetsu incessantly chattered, asserting that as long as he remained close to Obito, there was no place he could not reach. However, during Obito's training, his focus was primarily on the overarching changes. After all, in Black Zetsu's eyes, Obito was merely a pawn manipulated at will. Oh, is everything not within our control? Obito feigned ignorance. Black Zetsu, secretly pleased, recounted the Nine Tails rebellion in Konoha, leading to the downfalls of Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi. The last of the Uchiha clan also defected from the village. The son of the fourth Kazekage from Sunagakure led a team into Aoi Spirit Village, resulting in complete annihilation. Konoha and Sunagakure joined forces. The fourth Kazekage and Kakashi personally led the charge, with no survivors. After detailing these monumental events, Black Zetsu cheerfully remarked, both the Nine Tails and the One Tail now reside in Aoi Spirit Village. If the Akatsuki dispatches two teams simultaneously, capturing them will be effortless, posing a lesser threat than that of Konoha and Sunagakure. Upon hearing this, Obito managed a bitter smile behind his mask. It was no wonder the Nine Tails referred to itself as Aoi, for this was the reality of the situation. In the blink of an eye, turmoil continued in the shinobi world. Where is Aoi Spirit Village? I possess its precise location, Black Zetsu replied, producing a map. He added with a hint of regret, unfortunately. The positions of these mountains are not fixed, as each great war tends to level parts of the land. With your abilities, infiltrating Aoi Spirit Village would be a trivial task. If you seek specific intelligence, your Kamui makes you the most suitable candidate. Indeed, Obito nodded. He was acutely aware that this was an illusion, yet he found himself doubting Black Zetsu even more. Was Aoi truly revealing the truth to him? Was all of this merely a dream, or were these revelations the genuine truths? With these thoughts, Obito spoke. According to your claims, Aoi Spirit Village is heavily guarded. Even with Kamui, there is a risk of detection. Several white Zetsu would be necessary as a diversion. No problem, Black Zetsu readily agreed. As for white Zetsu, I can provide as many as you require. As long as you comply, everything else can be negotiated. Upon hearing this response, Obito found himself with a semblance of clarity. In Konoha, the village was unusually tranquil, as if the calm sea before a tempest. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade cradled a small pig, her expression one of worry. Has no one in the Umbu been able to infiltrate? To be precise, not a single individual had returned. The Umbu leader, still quite young, wore a mask that concealed much of his features. Once entered, no one returned. Any shinobi village or faction faced the same fate. Had it not been for the previous night raid, where Gaara intervened, no one could ascertain the fate of the others. Intelligence from Sunagakure indicated that the Kazekage's 2 sons were alive, yet the outcome was that father and son became enemies, clearly ensnared in an illusion. This illustrates the extreme peril of infiltrating Aoi Spirit Village. Currently, merely attempting to infiltrate was classified as an S-rank mission. Infiltration seemed impossible. The only option was a frontal assault to uncover the village's internal structure and issues, necessitating absolute strength and guaranteeing a perilous outcome. When the Umbu leader articulated this, it signified the failure of over a dozen elite Umbu operatives who had not returned. Not only Konoha but also Sunagakure had lost many valuable lives. After all, both the 4th Kazekage and his youngest son had been captured. Plans had repeatedly unraveled. Sunagakure was compelled to place Chiyo in a prominent position during this transitional period, appointing her as the temporary Kazekage. With the Chunin exams approaching, Tsunade declared, "This time, Chiyo and I will oversee the operations. Let us set aside the matters concerning Aoi Spirit Village and prepare for thorough defensive measures." The Umbu leader could only nod in acquiescence. Their inefficacy weighed heavily on their consciences, particularly as the elite members of the Umbu vanished without a trace, constantly pondering solutions. It was only after the departure of the Umbu leader that the silver-haired man appeared in the Hokage's office, arms crossed. "There is no need for pretense. This position of Hokage was always meant for you. I am merely here temporarily," Tsunade stated candidly, even when she encountered Jiraiya. She had no intention of returning to the Hidden Leaf Village as the 5th Hokage. It was out of their old friendship and a temporary arrangement that Jiraiya had coaxed Tsunade out of seclusion for a year. Thus, the reality was that Tsunade Senju was not the true 5th Hokage, but merely serving in an interim capacity, much like Chiyo. Without Naruto's presence, Tsunade's heart remained unhealed. This interim role was her way of repaying her teacher, her friends, and her grandfather, as well as a painful severance from the place that held her heart. "Like you, I cannot remain here forever." Jiraiya still held on to the belief that they would find the child of prophecy. Before he could finish his thought, he spoke again. "The Qing Ling ninja village, I shall go." Tsunade, taken aback, lifted her gaze to Jiraiya's smile. "To this day, I remain uncertain how to unravel the knots in your heart. Perhaps that destined person will eventually appear, yet regrettably, it is not I." After Jiraiya finished speaking, he took hold of the mission scroll. "If I return alive, you must certainly come back." Tsunade fiercely interrupted his words. "Let us hope so. When the wind rises, the leaves follow. The tale of heroes, the dragon returns to the sea. The Toad Sage makes his entrance." Chapter 26, The Martial Arts of the Lower Ninja. Naruto and Sasuke Qing Ling Ninja Village, with its advantageous geographical location, is nestled between 2 mountain ranges and 2 plains, adorned with verdant hills and flowing waters, where remarkable individuals and exceptional talents converge. Since the establishment of the Ninja Academy, a fortnight has passed. It is said that the Nin exams in Konoha concluded without incident, with a young man named Nara Shikamaru emerging as the standout. Presently, all eyes in the ninja world are fixed here, as it was anticipated that formidable warriors from Konoha and Sunagakure would arrive. Yet, despite the passage of more than 2 weeks, not a single soul has made a move. It seems they intend to consciously ignore the Qing Ling Ninja Village, allowing everything to return to a state of mediocrity. After all, a village inhabited solely by reclusive individuals, as long as it refrains from external provocations, poses no significant threat. As for the grievances stemming from the fall of the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Kazekage, it ultimately hinges on whether these 2 ninja villages can endure the slight. It seems that the entire ninja world is observing the farce involving Konoha and Sunagakure. Within the village, a serene atmosphere prevails. During this period, the Ninja Academy has yet to produce any prodigies capable of advancing from the elementary division to the elite division. However, a piece of joyful news has spread throughout the Qing Ling Ninja Village. Both vice principals, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, have successfully attained the rank of lower ninja in martial arts. They are on the brink of consolidating their chakra core. This news has sent shockwaves throughout the ninja village. Orochimaru, Rasha, Kakashi, and Gaara have all rushed to the scene. The villagers are still engaged in mastering the fundamentals, relentlessly honing their bodies and applying ninjutsu and chakra in their daily lives. Thus, they are exceedingly curious about the realm beyond the 9th level of chakra refinement. After half a month, The ninjas who were compelled to stay in the Qing Ling ninja village have, to varying degrees, come into contact with the martial arts of chakra. Through their rigorous training, they have experienced breakthroughs and felt the immense advantages of this cultivation method. Just how powerful can it become? What transformations await their lifespans and bodies? Orochimaru, having already become impatient, has stepped into the 7th level of chakra refinement, undergoing 4 transformative experiences, benefiting greatly from this. He is now even more concerned about the martial arts of the lower ninjas. If successful, could this signify the advent of an entirely new system? Kakashi, in disbelief, reflects that he has remained in Qing Ling Ninja Village to protect Konoha. During this period, in an effort to gather intelligence on enemies, he is also trained in the martial arts of chakra, successfully breaking through to the 3rd level, and has noticed a significant increase in his chakra reserves. This raises a question in his mind. Is the quantity of chakra one possesses innate? Perhaps we are on the verge of witnessing history. Rasha maintains a serious demeanor. He had heard from Sasuke that, with cultivation, it was possible to unlock attributes that one did not possess at advanced stages, according to the description of the Azure Spirit. Currently, it appears that neither Naruto nor Sasuke lacks any common chakra attributes. However, their connection to the Nine-Tails suggests a significant likelihood of physical mutations. Could this also apply to others? Gaara, with his keen gaze, observed their transformations intently, being the one with the 2nd highest level of mastery here. Just below Naruto and Sasuke, he remains at the 9th level of chakra refinement, his cultivation unfathomable. After 5 transformations, and with the modification of his chakra source by Qing Ling a week prior, he has undergone yet another metamorphosis. His strength has transcended what it once was. Unlike the Chunin exams of Konoha, the path to advancement in Qing Ling village necessitates 2 prerequisites: sufficient mastery of one's realm and the acknowledgement of the spirit shadow. Consequently, theoretically, there is not a single true genin in the entire village. All are apprentices. Can you feel it, Sasuke? Naruto exclaimed joyfully as his chakra, refined through 9 levels and 5 transformations, was finally on the verge of opening a chakra dantian within him. Yes, that lies deep within the chakra. An uncharted territory yet to be unlocked. If only he could awaken it. Sasuke focused intently, his chakra continually coalescing, washing over the side of the dantian, where the chakra vortex was beginning to take shape. Gradually, the impurities began to be expelled from their bodies, producing an unbearable stench. With furrowed brows, he persistently concentrated his chakra, striving to break through the final barrier. All efforts converged at this moment, when suddenly, the sound of the wind echoed in his ears. Swish. The chakra within him had perfectly coalesced into a vortex, thus unveiling a true chakra dantian, allowing him to store vast amounts of chakra without the need for the 8 gates. Would there be any signs accompanying the opening of the chakra dantian? Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with greed as he sensed the rich life force emanating from Naruto and Sasuke. His conjecture was not unfounded. Once he broke through to the rank of a martial arts lower ninja, all the latent ailments within him would be eradicated, significantly extending his lifespan. The sound of the wind. Sasuke calmly articulated his insights. Yes, it is the wind, my wind. Naruto beamed at Sasuke, who promptly turned his head away, disinterested in engaging. You too. Gaara hesitated to speak. Sasuke grasped the implication and swiftly made his way to the riverbank, leaping into the water to cleanse himself of impurities. Shadow clone technique. Naruto summoned several clones to assist him in bathing. What on earth is wrong with you? Not a single bit of cleanliness. It's so foul. Don't ever summon me again. The clones grumbled, expressing their discontent. Witnessing this scene, the approaching crowd could only feel speechless, while only Orochimaru diligently took notes. He murmured incantations under his breath. Having transcended the realm of martial arts to the lower ranks, he was now capable of opening the chakra dantian. Perceiving the whispers of the wind around him, and purging impurities from his body, which necessitated preparing bathwater in advance. After committing all this to memory, he turned to Sasuke, who had just come ashore and was wringing out his clothes. So, is this consistent with what the spirit shadow mentioned? Has there been a transformation in the quality and quantity of chakra? Upon hearing this, Sasuke attentively sensed within himself and then merely nodded. The children gathered around him, gazing at him with admiration, which caused the typically aloof Sasuke to feel quite flustered. Usually, the children gravitated more towards that fool, Naruto. Hey, Sasuke. Have you noticed that after the breakthrough, we've all grown taller and seem to possess greater strength? Naruto exclaimed, draping his shirt over his shoulder and wringing it out like a twisted rope. Turning back, Sasuke observed that indeed, Naruto had gained considerable height and developed muscles. His features had also become more defined. Could this be yet another benefit of the breakthrough? No wonder the children were drawn to him. Perhaps he too had undergone some change. Not far away, Gaara cast a glance at Naruto, hesitating to speak, his cheeks involuntarily flushing. He sincerely wished to achieve a chakra dantian like Naruto sooner rather than later. Orochimaru, meanwhile, continued to write fervently. Following purification. The removal of impurities from the initial breakthrough would yield a more pronounced transformation in the body, skin becoming delicate and fair, stature growing taller and more robust at present. It remained uncertain whether there would be any side effects for women. Kakashi stood by, rendered speechless, yet internally astonished by the chakra martial arts. He pondered. No wonder the Nine-Tails is so formidable. It turns out it has mastered this technique. Upon returning to Konoha, I must bring back the art of chakra combat. Whoosh. The leaves danced like a tempest, swirling up the river water as if caught in a miniature tornado. A small Nine-Tails sculpture slowly emerged from the depths of the river. As it floated in mid-air, chakra rapidly enveloped it, bringing it to life with vivid realism. It appears you have embarked upon the second step of chakra combat, which signifies that you have truly obtained the key to the gate of eternal life. Qing Ling's eyes opened wide, igniting a fervor within Orochimaru. What tremendous power that is. Such eyes are exceedingly rare. First, congratulations are in order for both of you. You have finally become the inaugural genin of Qing Ling Ninja Village. Naruto, Sasuke. Receive your ninja headbands. Everyone turned to gaze at Qing Ling's small paw. The emblem on the headband was a delightful, simplified representation of the Nine-Tails. As they donned the headbands, Naruto and Sasuke experienced a profound sense of belonging for the very first time. At last, they had become genin of the martial arts. Chapter 27, The Establishment of the Land of Spirits, Orochimaru's Fall from Favor. Qing Ling Genin. The name suggests an inconspicuous ninja village in the realm of shinobi. Yet, in the eyes of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, it is their true home. I must become a Qing Ling Genin, Orochimaru vowed, unable to contain his exclamation. Kakashi looked on with a bemused expression. After all, you are a renowned Sannin. Do you truly wish to become a genin of a small village? The children erupted in cheers. They too aspired to graduate from elementary school in their lifetime and become the esteemed lower ninjas of the Qing Ling. Since you are the initial two lower ninjas, you are entitled to make a request. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall certainly grant it. Qing Ling felt an immense joy within, eagerly wishing for everyone to hasten their training and exhaust their chakra as swiftly as possible. For the path of chakra martial arts is one of perpetual chakra consumption, refining the body, thereby indicating that martial ninjas will continually expend chakra in their journey toward strength. Just moments ago, when Naruto and Sasuke broke through, their inherent abundance of chakra, combined with the transformative essence of chakra refinement at the 9th level, led to a rapid depletion of chakra during the opening of their chakra dantian. If concurrently a multitude of 10,000 or even 100,000 were to achieve breakthroughs, the sheer magnitude would be beyond imagination. Moreover, as the levels of mastery increase, such consumption will grow exponentially. Qing Ling was overwhelmed with delight. Even lying at home in slumber could lead to an untimely demise. Well, he seemed to witness the moment countless souls ascended, unaware of how many times he would perish in an instant. For a slothful nine-tailed fox afflicted with narcolepsy, this was undoubtedly the most splendid form of cultivation. Requirements? Naruto pondered for a moment and declared, "Teacher, I desire a bowl of Ichiraka ramen. While our village boasts a plethora of delicacies, we still yearn for more culinary delights, particularly Ichiraka ramen." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Rasha felt darkness enveloping him. The might of Qing Ling was beyond his imagination. How could such a formidable being consent to a request that culminated in a mere bowl of ramen? Fool. Sasuke, unable to contain himself, delivered a punch in response. Qing Ling Sensei, I wish to possess the scroll for cultivating the rank of a lower ninja. At these words, both Orochimaru and Kakashi exchanged glances, their expressions shifting subtly. It dawned on them that each realm of cultivation followed a distinct methodology. The previous chakra tempering at 9 levels had already intertwined with mental prowess and illusion techniques, merging chakra with physical training as a foundation for cultivation. It appeared that one merely needed to extend their efforts continuously. Clearly, they had underestimated this novel approach to training. The acquisition of each cultivation scroll required the completion of the preceding task scroll, alongside surpassing the criteria set by the prior scroll. You two have only completed one of them. Despite the passage of time, the task remains unfulfilled. Qing Ling's words, spoken with a smile, resonated deeply within the hearts of the onlookers, leaving them in awe. What task? The nine-tailed fox had grown powerful enough to wield countless illusions, possessing eyes and techniques of such caliber, with chakra nearing infinity. What other tasks remained to be completed? Ling Ying, this task can be entrusted to the next. Orochimaru volunteered eagerly. Recognizing that the effects of cultivating as a lower ninja were already remarkable, based on the existence of even higher cultivation scrolls. The elevation to a middle ninja would undoubtedly be even more formidable. He was already captivated. Before achieving true immortality, he would never leave the village. As for you, an apprentice who is not even worthy of being a lowly ninja, you are unqualified. Qing Ling directly rejected Orochimaru's request. Turning to Sasuke and Naruto, she said, "Go forth. When this mission is accomplished, it is imperative to inform the world, all hidden villages, and the feudal lords and generals of every nation. Everyone must be made aware of the name of the Spirit Kingdom." Qing Ling aspired to establish a nation. Upon hearing this, even Orochimaru gasped in astonishment. He dares to establish a hidden village, or perhaps covertly enslave it. However, what does it truly signify to create a nation? It entails the recognition of surrounding countries and the division of territories into one's own dominion, which would inevitably incite conflict. For Orochimaru, who is wholly engrossed in scientific pursuits and seeks immortality, this is undoubtedly an additional source of vexation, no matter how powerful one may be. Enduring relentless battles day and night is an insurmountable challenge. Even the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, succumbed to exhaustion and soon perished after his fateful battle with Madara Uchiha at the Valley of the End. Ordinary individuals, along with warriors who merely augment their combat abilities by infusing chakra into their swords, armor, and bodies, appear utterly feeble before these formidable ninjas, yet their sheer numbers remain a daunting factor. Lord Spirit Shadow, if I may be so bold, this would undoubtedly disrupt your martial path as a ninja and provoke the ire of the daimyos, igniting warfare. Once again, Orochimaru, in his hubris, proposed, "Then let us fight. What is there to fear? They are merely a bunch of decrepit old men. If they can occupy the position of daimyo, why cannot others? The future does not belong to the daimyos, nor to the ninjas. It ought to belong to everyone." With a single utterance, Qing Ling rendered Orochimaru's arrogance futile once more. He could not comprehend how this nine-tailed creature had become so peculiar. "Now, go forth. I hope you shall accomplish the task within a week. At that time, I will present you with the martial arts scroll for lower-ranked practitioners and a new mission scroll." Sasuke proposed another request. This one is not included. Qing Ling's demeanor towards Naruto, Sasuke, and Orochimaru only served to further frustrate Orochimaru. He seems to find it somewhat elusive to grasp Qing Ling's true intentions. Surely, it cannot be a mere desire for death. Can it? There must be no one in this world so neurotic. He was utterly perplexed. It had always been others who failed to comprehend him. Yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself curious about others. Teacher Qing Ling, during their previous encounter in the underground chamber, Sasuke glanced at Kakashi, remaining silent and refraining from recounting the events of that day. "You wish to meet someone, do you not?" Qing Ling understood that on that day in the underground chamber, Sasuke had witnessed Qing Ling facilitating a meeting between Kakashi and Obito. He yearned to meet Uchiha Itachi once more, to seek clarity on matters that weighed heavily on his mind. "There is no issue. I shall provide you with more detailed intelligence regarding the truth of that affair," he assured. "In 1 week, upon the completion of the task. Simply seek me in the underground chamber. I'm feeling somewhat fatigued and shall rest for now." The small nine-tailed fox yawned adorably. Before being engulfed by the encroaching waters of the river, the surface remained placid, as if nothing had transpired. Kakashi and Rasha were still in a state of astonishment. The Qing Ling ninja village was insufficient. A new nation was poised to rise, heralding an era of relentless warfare. Unless the Qing Ling ninja village could triumph over other nations, it would struggle to secure its place. Only then would it gain true recognition, emerging as a resounding entity within the ninja world alongside the Qing Ling ninja village. But was such a feat truly attainable? With over 200 ninjas from Konoha and Sunagakure, and more than 30 villagers, could such a diminutive nation and its ninja village sustain itself amidst the vastness of the world? Swish. Kakashi heard the sound of the wind stirring. He pondered that before that day arrives, there would surely be untold suffering once more. On the earth, figures dashed swiftly through the landscape. They are all shadow clones of Naruto and Sasuke, traversing the world and placing letters on the desks of powerful figures. 3 days later, the kingdom of spirits was declared established. Between the land of fire, the land of wind, and the land of earth lies a desolate area reminiscent of the rain-hidden village, a rare place of remarkable beauty. This modest Qing Ling ninja village has astonished the entire world. Chapter 28, the most popular mission of Akatsuki on a tranquil morning in the rain-hidden village. Over 300 kilometers from Qing Ling ninja village, the landscape is devoid of verdant hills and fragrant blossoms. Instead, dark clouds loom overhead, and torrential rain pours down. Here, it either drizzles or pours heavily. There is not a single day free from such wretched conditions. Nevertheless, many significant figures have graced this place. Once, the legendary Hanzo, known as the demigod, was born here and became a renowned village leader. Yet, he was far from beloved, ever since Pain took control of the rain-hidden village. The winds have shifted, and the rain has become more favorable. The townsfolk now reverently regard him as the finest village leader, due to Akatsuki's influence. The village primarily engages in various assassination missions. Today, business is exceptionally prosperous, seemingly blessed by the ancestors. They have unexpectedly received a joint mission from the daimyos of the three great nations, the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Earth. These daimyos, pooling their vast resources, seek the rain-hidden village's Akatsuki to eliminate Qing Ling Ninja Village. Under normal circumstances, the daimyos would prefer to avoid the loss of their samurai and ninja subordinates, as these warriors are meticulously cultivated assets that secure their dominance in the world of shinobi and uphold their status. The rain-hidden village, however, has thrived on this industry since the era of Hanzo. Given its unique geographical location, it stands at the intersection of the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Earth, serving as a primary battlefield and buffer zone during times of war. This is what has allowed the rain-hidden village to maintain its existence over time. However, since the emergence of Qing Ling Ninja Village, the daimyos have dismissed it as insignificant, except for the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, who were seething with rage and wished to uproot it entirely. Once the news of the establishment of the Kingdom of Spirits, with only one Qing Ling Ninja Village located at the boundary of the three great nations, spread throughout the world. The five great nations and various smaller kingdoms longed to obliterate it. Yet, upon realizing that the Qing Ling Ninja Village lies at a distance from their borders, a flicker of relief emerged. Consequently, the previously indifferent Land of Earth, feeling the proximity of Qing Ling Ninja Village, was compelled to act out of rage to preserve its dignity. This led to the initial collaboration of the daimyos from the three great nations, who collectively resolved to eradicate the Kingdom of Spirits and annihilate Qing Ling Ninja Village. Within the tower, Nagato and Conan exchanged glances. Generally, towers are constructed for drainage and purification. The lower dark passages and underground areas serve as the living quarters for the inhabitants of the rain-hidden village. Yet, the two of them prefer the heights of the tower. Nagato, having received this letter, found himself at a loss for words. They had originally intended to cease their assassination missions. Even if offered 20 million ryo, they were disinclined to accept. Over the years, they had undertaken numerous tasks, which were more than sufficient. Their primary objective was to gather the nine-tailed beasts and awaken the ten-tails. Now, they were at the final stages of preparation. However, the emergence of the Qing Ling Ninja Village incited the fury of the feudal lords, leading to the assignment of a substantial contract. This mission was valued at 20 million ryo. Conan expressed her belief that this task was indeed a significant hindrance. The utmost priority at present was to consolidate the intelligence on the collected tailed beasts and to ascertain the precise movements of all Jinchuriki with absolute certainty. This was essential for initiating their assassinations and hunts. It was not merely a matter of monetary reward. Even if the sum were 200 million ryo, it would still obstruct their plans. If this so-called assassination were to disturb the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and One Tail, it would undoubtedly complicate their subsequent hunting endeavors. Nagato was primarily concerned about this aspect. If it came to that, he would have no choice but to send Pain, compared to alerting the One Tail and Nine Tails. Refusing the mission would raise suspicions among the higher echelons of the ninja world. He found himself in a predicament. At that moment, Nagato suddenly furrowed his brow. They have arrived. Upon hearing Nagato's words, Conan immediately grasped the meaning and hurried away. Before long, within a towering edifice, the 6 paths of Pain stood at each end of a high platform. Obito and Zetsu were present, evidently having awaited this moment for quite some time. Let us undertake this reconnaissance mission. Zetsu spoke first. Perhaps we can capture the One Tail and Nine Tails in advance. We simply need to follow the sequence and ultimately channel the Nine Tails Chakra, Obito remarked in his characteristic tone. The Deva Path of Pain had yet to speak. Yet figures of the Akatsuki squads began to materialize. Itachi Senpai. Obito greeted enthusiastically, embodying his usual persona. Uchiha Itachi remained silent. His companion, Kisame, had already positioned the Samahata upright on the horizontal plane. Ordinarily, he would never unbind the bandages, for such an act signified. They too have come to undertake this mission. The One Tail is entrusted to me, Scorpion coldly declared. My disdain for anything associated with the Land of Earth was palpable, nonetheless. We accepted this task. Deara crossed his arms, his gaze seemingly conveying a sentiment of obliteration for both the One Tail and the Nine Tails alike. Let art rise in a mushroom cloud over the village of Qing Ling. With a swift motion, Kakuzu interjected, if the reward is substantial, I shall take charge. His calm demeanor stood in stark contrast to that of his companions. The evil god requires a sacrifice. The Jinchuriki makes for the finest offering. Haiden's eyes burned with fervor. A mission had been issued, as the daimyos of the three great nations united to proclaim a bounty of 20 million ryo. An S-rank mission typically demanded a reward exceeding 1 million ryo. Every member of the Akatsuki organization was eager to engage personally. Konan stepped forward, tossing 3 letters she had acquired along her journey regarding the new bounties. The daimyos of the wind, fire, and earth nations had each appended an additional bounty of 20 million ryo. As for the Nine-Tails, Pain intended to take matters into his own hands. Though such an approach risked alerting the prey. Prior to the official operation, it was decided that Haiden and Kakuzu would venture to the village of Qing Ling to gather intelligence, which would serve as a return for our next deposit of 10 million ryo. Konan's suggestion met with unanimous agreement. For the capabilities of Haiden and Kakuzu in intelligence gathering were unparalleled, especially since this was not a formal operation. They also opted for the default, unless absolutely necessary. Action should commence only after complete preparation. After Shounen spoke, every member of the Akatsuki departed without hesitation. Afei and Juzei swiftly turned and raced towards the direction of the Qing Ling ninja village. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, Izumo and Zidi, as the vigilant gatekeepers, diligently performed their duties. Today, Zidi had an additional task. However, it was not one that required the simultaneous deployment of both individuals. He felt deeply distressed. Being left alone to complete the task felt akin to facing death itself. Jiraiya-sama, where are you headed? A gentle breeze wafted through, and they were taken aback that Jiraiya, who typically reveled in the pleasures of life, would choose to depart from Konoha so early in the morning. Shoo. Jiraiya gestured for silence, and the two promptly understood the unspoken cue to remain quiet. The sage of the toads walked away with an air of nonchalance, pursuing the prophecy of the child of the world with unwavering determination. Chapter 29. Ordinary Attire, an ordinary day Qing Ling ninja village. This tranquil and harmonious haven in the ninja world remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger drawing near. 3 days prior, the news of the establishment of the Spirit Nation reverberated throughout the world. The village, comprising just one settlement, resolved to expand the living space of its inhabitants for a more prosperous existence. Consequently, they seized a nearby mountain and transformed it into an orchard. Additionally, they selected a flat expanse of land for cultivation and grazing. Plans were set in motion for grains, vegetables, fruits, livestock, and cotton to flourish. With countless shadow clones tirelessly laboring, they finally completed their tasks today. During this time, the population of villagers had grown to over 50. Even more promising was the arrival of those from the wind and earth countries, who were on the brink of starvation, oppressed by their feudal lords. They had hurriedly gathered their families and made their way here overnight. Before the establishment of the Spirit Nation, they hastily sought refuge here, some having journeyed for an entire week. Among the villagers, there were traders who conveyed intelligence, which ultimately provided opportunities for 2 nighttime assaults. However, Qing Ling showed little regard for these events, choosing to overlook them entirely. The villagers, filled with guilt, believed that Lord Spirit Shadow possessed a magnanimous spirit and had forgiven them. Thus they grew increasingly grateful, considering themselves to be among the first inhabitants of the Spirit Nation. They completed their tasks early and awaited the arrival of their relatives under the blazing sun. According to the agreed-upon date, a significant number of those who received their letters were expected to escape here today. Consequently, everyone they knew had gathered at the village entrance in anticipation. In moments of tedium, they waited. They began to converse about their recent lives. Beneath the tree, you seem to be in good spirits lately. Have you experienced some sort of breakthrough? To be honest, I have been pleading with my son to teach me the ways of cultivation, and just the other day, I successfully advanced to the first level of chakra refinement. Remarkable indeed. For ordinary individuals like us, being able to ascend from a martial arts apprentice to a genin in our lifetime is a lofty aspiration. Fortunately, our children have the opportunity. Indeed, the thought that he could graduate from the elementary division and become a genin fills me with joy. Of course, who would have imagined how arduous the path to becoming a ninja truly is? Speaking of which, my son possesses considerable talent. Kakashi-sensei mentioned that he might have the potential to enter the elite division in the future. Oh, come now, Izumi, your son? After all this time, it appears this was merely a pretext. I must say, with that perpetual runny nose of his, he will never make it to the elite division. You're being absurd. The discussions among the people, initially filled with mutual encouragement, soon escalated into a cacophony, almost to the point of conflict. This scene elicited a bemused smile from Luo Sha. 5 days ago, he, alongside Kakashi, ascended to the position of deputy head of the elite division at the Ninja Academy. Meanwhile, Gaara was elevated to the role of head of the defense department. The responsibilities of daily life now rested upon the shoulders of the people, with various tasks entrusted to designated individuals. Over 200 ninjas were duly registered as apprentices. Although they were reluctant to attend the Ninja Academy alongside children due to concerns over their reputation, they remained committed to constant training to keep pace. Otherwise, they would forever lack the merit to be deemed shinobi of the Qing Ling village. Scattered throughout the landscape were Naruto, Sasuke, and Gaara, concealed in various locations. The ninjas tasked with patrolling and guarding the village were but minor figures in comparison to them. At this moment, a villager's wave drew attention as small carts gradually appeared along the distant stone pathway. The crowd swelled to over 100 individuals, all clad in tattered garments, their appearances reflecting the hardships of their lives. The children, gaunt and emaciated, evoked deep sympathy when contrasted with the vibrant, youthful children of Qing Ling Shinobi Village, whose faces radiated vitality and health. The so-called labor across the various kingdoms ultimately served to sustain the extravagant lifestyles of the feudal lords. The populace was required to surrender the majority of their labor's fruits to the daimyos and samurai, merely to secure a meager existence. Thus, upon hearing news that the Qing Ling Shinobi Village offered free farmland for cultivation, protected by formidable ninjas and spiritual shadows, they departed under the cover of night with their families in tow. Their arduous journey did not dampen their enthusiasm. Upon encountering friends and relatives clad not in opulent attire, but in clean and tidy garments, their faces aglow with vitality, hope blossomed anew. They could not help but shed tears. How wonderful it is! And the scenery is delightful as well. Surely, every morning as they set out to work, they are greeted with a cheerful disposition. Mother, Jiro. They embraced one another as if the beauty of life itself had enveloped them, reluctant to part ways. Beneath the tree, Inoue and the others donned splendid attire that appeared far more exquisite than her own. A young girl tugged at her patchwork clothes, her adorable features juxtaposed with the dust upon her face, which seemed to narrate tales of hardship. It's the Ninja Academy. They serve delightful breakfast and lunches. Each morning, we awaken and practice ninjutsu, and in the cool of the afternoon, my mother prepares dinner, eagerly awaiting our return. The boy, with a runny nose, was evidently the son of Inoue. What is the Ninja Academy? The girl's eyes widened in wonder, making her even more enchanting. You shall discover its splendor upon your arrival. Beneath the tree, her hair gently tousled, she stood with arms folded, radiating confidence, clearly well acclimated to village life. That day, the village welcomed over 130 newcomers, transforming the once sparsely populated settlement into a bustling community of more than 180 villagers and over 200 ninjas. As life settled into a new rhythm, the inhabitants looked forward with eager anticipation to the promise of tomorrow. They hurriedly made their way to the fields to collect their rightful share of rice seeds, wheat seeds, fruit trees, and livestock. Clad in the latest garments from the workshop, they inquired about the required quantities. Upon being informed that repayment could await the harvest, with prices reflecting only labor and raw materials, devoid of any markup, they joyfully explored their new attire. In a small courtyard, Kakashi and Rasha sat together. Two elite Visteins devoid of students, engaging in calm conversation as if they were two elderly men. Although their clothing was quite ordinary, they danced with unrestrained delight. Ordinary? Life in Konoha seems rather pleasant for you. In Sunagakure, not only do only a select few don better garments, but even the desire to wear something appealing would leave one covered in sand. As Rasha jested, he cast a glance into the distance. In the heart of the village, Sasuke was making his way towards the underground chamber, while Gaara remained on high alert. Simultaneously, a shadow clone of Qing Ling, draped in a green robe, accompanied Naruto as they headed towards Konoha. The mission was accomplished. He should also fulfill the wishes of his two disciples, the truth behind Uchiha Itachi's massacre of the Uchiha clan, and the cherished craving of Naruto Uzumaki for Ichiraka ramen. In a hidden chamber, Sasuke arrived as usual. A new statue had already materialized in this space. However, this time, there was no chakra attached to it. Instead, there stood a blue-robed spirit clone. As it unveiled its robe, it revealed a visage resembling that of a nine-tailed fox, with 9 tails swaying beneath the garment. Yet, it was undeniably present. This scene was uncanny, as a fox stood as if it were a legendary fox spirit. Master Qing Ling. Sasuke glanced once and refrained from further scrutiny, believing such an examination to be disrespectful to Qing Ling. My foolish child, there is no need for formality. As one of the only 2 martial arts lower ninjas under Qing Ling, you hold the highest authority in the village. Whatever you wish to know, I shall disclose. Master, I seek the truth. but it is difficult for you to conduct a video call, and his whereabouts are unpredictable. If it were merely my word, would you believe it? After speaking, Qing Ling, still unaccustomed to standing, laid down on the ground in his blue robe, scratching his small face with his paw. I believe in you, master. Sasuke's gaze was resolute. He had never placed such unconditional trust in anyone before. Naruto could only be considered half of that. As for Qing Ling, he was not human. Chapter 30. The world within Sasuke's heart. The blue-robed nine-tailed fox casually tossed a letter, enveloped in chakra, which slowly floated in midair. As Sasuke touched this warm chakra, a figure involuntarily emerged in his mind. The letter had yet to be unfolded, and he had transformed into another person. Was this an illusion? A moment of rebirth? Were these his parents before him? Sasuke understood that this was likely Qing Ling's most powerful illusion, the spirit realm. He finds himself in this place, having essentially conjured an artificial environment. Strange, he muses, at what moment did he fall under the spell of illusion? Was it when the envelope materialized? Or perhaps when teacher Qing Ling donned her azure robe? Nevertheless, there was no malice intended. Otherwise, he would not have been made aware of his entrapment in the illusion. As expected, he learned of his name, Uchiha Itachi. He is a prodigy, yet this body possesses its own judgment, disobedient, engaging solely in its own affairs and uttering its own words. Sasuke merely experiences everything from a first-person perspective. The genius continuously grows stronger, graduates, becomes a ninja, and joins the Umbu. Sailing smoothly through life, he remains a double agent. In his early years, he harbored affection for a girl named Izumi Uchiha. Sasuke recalls that when he was born, this elder sister wished to hold him, yet he could only weep incessantly. Time and again, his efforts seemed futile. At last, the Uchiha clan faced a critical juncture, and in a desperate bid to restore their family's standing, they resolved to fight to the death. Itachi learned of Shurisue's Konoha Tsukumi plan's failure. He also received a mission. That night, the young man returned to the family gathering place, where he single-handedly slaughtered all. He bears the weight of what is deemed fate, or perhaps responsibility. The will of Konoha does not blaze forth like fire this time. Rivers of blood converge into tragedy, saturating the night of Konoha. Through the perspective of Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke glimpses Uchiha Izumi, the girl who spent her remaining days entwined with Uchiha Itachi within the realm of Tsukuyomi. He also beheld himself, shockingly returning home, where all his kin had perished, leaving only this fratricidal brother. In that moment, Sasuke comprehended the harrowing reason behind the massacre of his clan, as well as the true identity and burden borne by Itachi Uchiha. He also grasped the essence of Danzo. It turned out that from the very beginning, his true nemesis had perished at the hands of Qing Ling. The dream had shattered. Tears brimmed in the youth's eyes, and unbeknownst to him, his three-tomo Sharingan had ascended to the Manjiki Sharingan due to his anguish. The letter remained clutched in his hand, the chakra of the nine tails still radiating warmth. Yet he was unaware of when the letter had been opened. The so-called intelligence and truth had compelled him to experience Itachi Uchiha's life firsthand. Sasuke, do you feel the world suffering? Qing Ling lifted his gaze to regard this disciple. It hurts profoundly. Where does it ache? Sasuke pounded his chest. But why is it that? While your heart aches, your eyes awaken. Qing Ling lazily stretched like a cat, circling within the underground chamber. The bloodline power ignited by sorrow and hatred is truly magnificent. Its existence signifies that the world still bears pain. When it vanishes, it heralds the beauty of this world. Danzo believed that your bloodline and eyes should be eradicated physically, a mere leaf obscuring the view. Utterly foolish. In truth, as long as that world devoid of pain emerges, whether it be the Sharingan or the Uchiha clan, would not this power naturally fall silent until it fades away? He gazed at Sasuke, who was lost in thought, and spoke once more. Uchiha Sasuke, I once asked you whether you wish to create a world where everyone is a ninja, or one devoid of ninjas. Now, I pose the question again. Sasuke stood still, recalling his initial desire for a future where everyone possessed the strength of a ninja, thereby preventing tragedies. However, upon hearing Qing Ling's assertion that a sufficiently beautiful future could bring an end to all woes, he pondered whether a world without ninjas might indeed be the answer. Momentarily, he found himself at a loss for words. Why not affirm your convictions with certainty? You are still young, my boy, brimming with vigor. There is nothing amiss with that. If everyone harbored a pure heart, what need would there be for distinctions between ninjas and non-ninjas? Uchiha Sasuke, awaken and articulate the truth that resides within you. The truth within? Sasuke hesitated once more. Had he not encountered Qing Ling, his vision might have been clouded by hatred, leading him to a resolute response. Yet, having witnessed Gaara's rebirth, the joy of Raza, and Kakashi's tears that fateful day, Sasuke's heart began to shift. Sasuke, I ask you, if it were you, Would you choose to emulate Uchiha Itachi, slaughtering the Uchiha clan and becoming a spy? Would you resolve matters in such a manner? This time, Qing Ling presented a dilemma. Sasuke resolutely activated both of his Manjiki Sharingan and declared, absolutely not. Then let me inquire further. If you were to follow in the footsteps of Uchiha Shire's way, casting the entire clan into an illusion, much like Itachi did with Uchiha Izumi, would you consent? I would not. Sasuke's heart grew increasingly clear. He understood that he possessed an answer within, yet feared to voice it. Qing Ling steadily guided him to reveal his innermost choice. So, what will you do, Sasuke? The youth's eyes shone brightly as he reflected on Itachi's life, Shirsue's tragedy, and the profound influences he had absorbed during his time in Qing Ling's hidden village. He expressed his choice resolutely. I want the Uchiha clan to live proudly under the sun. We have not deprived anyone of air or water, so they cannot do so to us. I shall break all limitations, allowing the Uchiha clan to possess the title of Hokage. I seek change, not concession. Whoever stands in my way, on this path that leads the Uchiha clan and all ninjas towards a brighter future, I will not hesitate to act. I shall forge through obstacles without reservation. At that moment, the youth spoke each word with great emphasis, and after voicing his innermost thoughts, he felt an immense sense of relief. Tears welled up in his eyes as he embraced the Nine Tails. Teacher Qing Ling, you knew from the beginning that Danzo was the root cause of our troubles, did you not? Indeed. Teacher Qing Ling, you seek revenge for us, correct? No. I do it merely for myself. In that instant, the stark contrast between true selfishness and selflessness became painfully clear. Sasuke Uchiha felt a complete absence of wariness. He wept uncontrollably. Foolish child, do not worry. You are already strong enough, and you will grow even stronger. One day, you will change this world. Like another foolish one. You two are simply brainless and discontented, Qing Ling chuckled, patting Sasuke's back, finding humor in the insult directed at Naruto. Just think. That fool should be returning to Konoha soon to indulge in the bowl of Ichiraka ramen he craves. How foolish. Who would be so reckless as to risk their life for a bowl of noodles? Of course, that is brainless. Chapter 31. Would you like more Naruto rolls? Under the night sky, the brainless one was sprinting through the shadows. Qing Ling, also running like a ninja, found it challenging to walk as a human after being a fox for so long, especially with 9 tails to balance. Whoosh. 2 figures slipped into Konoha. Naruto Uzumaki, now clad in a new outfit with a mask covering the upper half of his face, sat alongside Qing Ling, who wore a blue robe, in the small Ichiraka ramen shop. Though it was called a ramen shop, it was quite modest, merely a table with a row of seats. As usual, the young man sat in the middle. Remembering previous instructions, he cleared his throat and disguised his voice. Uncle, 2 bowls of Ichiraka ramen, please. Coming right up. The uncle smiled as he prepared the meal, quickly serving up 2 steaming bowls of ramen. The aroma of the noodles wafted enticingly. Naruto suppressed his emotions, picked up his chopsticks, and silently prayed before diving into the meal. Qing Ling savored his noodles leisurely, showing no urgency whatsoever. As expected, after enjoying just 3 bites, Naruto was already requesting a second bowl. By the time he reached halfway through his second bowl, Naruto had already devoured 5 bowls. Upon finishing, the young man set down his bowl, patting his belly in satisfaction. Qing Ling lifted his bowl to sip the broth. For young Naruto, meals were often something he had to procure himself. Fishing and foraging for fruits were commonplace. Instant noodles were a delicacy and a cause for celebration. If anything served as his pillar of spirit, it was undoubtedly Ichiraka ramen. In Konoha, while instant noodles were more expensive than some foods, they were still affordable compared to others. The hot broth and noodles always warmed the belly of the young boy. Would you like more Naruto rolls? Yes, thank you, uncle. Naruto relished his meal, the Naruto rolls as delightful as his Uzumaki clan emblem. Today, the emblem was hidden beneath a blue robe similar to Qing Ling's attire. As he indulged in his meal, the steam from the noodle soup obscured his vision. Drops of warm tears fell into the broth. After a brief pause, he resumed his hearty feast. Before long, having finished his 8th bowl, Naruto rose with satisfaction, feeling wealthier than he had ever experienced in his life. He wiped away his tears and turned to walk into the deep night of the Konoha streets. Only after Qing Ling and Naruto departed did Uncle Ichiraka cast his gaze upon the street. His profound gaze seemed to penetrate all, and at last, a long-awaited smile graced his gentle countenance. Father, it has been a while since you last smiled. What has brought this about today? The daughter was unaware of the underlying reasons, pondering if it was due to the guest's hearty appetite. Indeed, it was noteworthy that her father had cheerfully added a considerable amount of narutomaki. After a long absence, the youth remained unchanged. Oh? The girl could not comprehend her father's meaning, only realizing that her father, who had not smiled for several months, had finally revealed a joyful expression. Naruto and Qing Ling walked side by side, arriving near Sakura's home, but after a mere glance, they hurriedly departed. He seems to have finally matured, letting go of certain things. Bursting into his own home, the cabinet filled with cherished instant noodles remains intact. He gingerly picked it up and cradled it in his arms. The small bed no longer bore witness to his restless nights filled with tossing and turning. This world possesses a certain degree of cruelty. Yet it is not entirely devoid of compassion. He gently touched the blankets and pillows, as well as the pajamas that now appeared significantly smaller. From every corner of the room, he seemed to catch glimpses of his past solitary figure. Finally, Naruto stood before the wardrobe, gazing at the stack of identical clothes, and couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Despite the fact that many people disliked him, and even Sakura found him unattractive and often foolish, he always prioritized preparing food after school, returning home to wash clothes and attend to household chores. This modest little abode constituted his entire world, though not opulent. It always maintained a semblance of cleanliness. He gently touched the small whirlpool on his clothing, as if caressing his former self. "Teacher, do you think I used to be particularly foolish?" he inquired. "You are just as foolish now," Qing Ling remarked without hesitation. This remark only served to deepen the smile on Naruto's face. He has always possessed a keen and intricate mind. He traversed numerous families, locating a select few whom he recognized, leaving behind certain items before vanishing without a trace. The Hyuga clan stands as the final grand household that Naruto approached. He never anticipated that this girl would visit him on that rainy night, just like Shikamaru and the others. Reflecting on his childhood, it appeared that he had indeed spent more time with this esteemed heiress of the Hyuga clan than with Sakura. This girl was always rather reserved, blushing at the slightest provocation, yet there was an undeniable charm about her. He smiled gently and walked towards the corner that, under the veil of night, seldom saw a visitor. The Cemetery of the Leaves. Upon arrival, Naruto laid a handful of flowers in front of a tombstone, accompanied by some offerings he had brought along. "Goodbye, Grandpa Hokage." The young man caressed the tombstone, as if transported back to his childhood, recalling the day by the riverbank when the old man had tricked him into sharing half of his grilled fish. In parting, he had affectionately patted his head. He smiled and said, "In truth, it is quite difficult to satiate one's hunger with fish alone, yet the presence of companionship renders one less famished." "Thank you, Grandpa Hokage. It has been a long time since I last referred to you by that name. The last time was, if I recall correctly, 2 years ago." He turned away, sprinting from Konoha, departing this place as if leaving behind all the years gone by. With unwavering determination, he pressed onward towards the future. The door creaked open, and Dinxie's mother, puzzled, called into the house. "Dinxie, didn't you already have dinner? Why are you buying instant noodles?" "Oh, Mom, why do you accuse me unjustly?" Akimichi Dinxie squinted as he exited the house, only to find a rather unremarkable cup of noodles. Oddly enough, he stood frozen in place. The strategist of Konoha, Shikaku, returned home and picked up a box of instant noodles from the doorstep. "You little rascal, it seems there's something hidden inside, but let's hope your mother doesn't see it. You'll get scolded." "Oh," Shikamaru replied, and the weariness on his face vanished in an instant. His mother's voice echoed from within, "Are you speaking ill of me?" "Shikaku?" Akamaru leapt from Inuzuka Kiba's head, seemingly catching a whiff of a familiar scent, and began to paw at the door incessantly. "What's wrong, Akamaru? It's too late for us to go out and play." Inuzuka Kiba opened the door at his friend's call, only to be greeted by an ordinary cup of noodles. Upon encountering this peculiar object, he couldn't help but smile. An unremarkable chunin, Irika, having completed a mission today, would rise early the following morning to prepare lessons for the children. Upon returning home, he noticed a pile of instant noodles placed at his doorstep. How strange. Had someone made a mistake? There was quite a lot of them. As he picked them up, he discovered a scroll hidden within. He slowly opened it, revealing a single line of small text: Chakra Martial Arts Body Refinement Volume. Instant Noodles, a peculiar scroll. Irika's face initially displayed confusion, quickly transforming into a long-lost smile. The Hyuga clan. The young lady, Hinata Hyuga, had just learned that an odd individual had delivered a box of instant noodles to her. Upon opening it, she discovered what appeared to be a love letter. The girl, recognizing Naruto's handwriting, cautiously unfolded it, inadvertently unlocking the door to a new world. Chapter 32, The Five Tails Jinchuriki. Steam Ninja. The moonlight shone brightly like a stream of clear water, cascading over the nighttime Konoha cemetery. The legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, arrived there, picking up the instant noodles from the ground. He shook it in confusion, Within, there was no flower but rather a small scroll filled with intricate writings. Chakra martial arts? Ninja techniques? Jiraiya was enveloped in perplexity. He initially sprinted towards the direction of the Qing Ling ninja village. However, midway, he suddenly sensed a deliberately emitted chakra from the Nine Tails. By the time he discerned it and attempted to pursue, the source had artfully concealed itself once more. It appeared that he had been intentionally lured back. Consequently, it was only natural that this scroll was meant for him. The deceased Sarutobi Hiruzen could not possibly emerge to cultivate any form of chakra martial arts. Nine Tails, Qing Ling. Who exactly are you? Jiraiya perused the contents of the scroll and quickly arrived at his conclusion. Spiritual energy represents the Yin chakra, while vitality derives from the Yang chakra. This chakra martial arts ultimately is not aimed at the mythical yin-yang power, nor is it intended for yin-yang release. Instead, it continuously harnesses the inherent properties of yin and yang chakra to enhance oneself, until a transformation occurs through accumulation. According to his theory, there should be subsequent paths for cultivation. Originally intent on continuing the pursuit, Jiraiya resolved to return to Mount Myaboku first, to deliberate on the feasibility and peculiarities of this chakra martial arts. After a night of cautious tracking of Naruto and Qing Ling, he discerned that neither of them were individuals prone to murder. No, to be precise, they were likely guided back to Konoha by Qing Ling intentionally. However, the fact that the other party left behind this scroll was surely to propagate the chakra martial arts deliberately. Could it be? Jiraiya contemplated a possibility. Could it be that Qing Ling aspired to emulate the Sage of Six Paths and establish another ninja sect? What should it be called? The martial sect. The more he pondered, the more feasible it appeared, yet Jiraiya found himself increasingly apprehensive, promptly utilizing the reverse summoning technique to return to Mount Myaboku. In the forest, having just finished dinner and taken a stroll, Naruto began to move rapidly. Clearly, such haste could easily lead to a prolapsed stomach. If it were not for his cultivation of chakra martial arts, having achieved some progress, he would surely face health issues eventually. Teacher, why did you leave the methods for cultivating chakra martial arts with Grandpa Hokage? It is, of course, a gift of opportunity for the fated. Fated? Naruto did not comprehend what it meant to be fated, yet instinctively and unquestioningly placed his trust in Qing Ling. With a swift motion, the two traversed the ravine and crossed the great river, hastening toward the distance. The wind brushed against their cheeks. Naruto felt a deeper understanding of chakra cultivation emerging within him. Teacher, once we return to the village, will I be able to cultivate the deeper aspects of chakra martial arts? He was filled with joy. Determined to be the first to ascend to the rank of Nin in martial arts, surpassing Sasuke. However, this evening held other matters of significance. As Qing Ling's words left her lips, Naruto sensed the presence of figures moving stealthily around him. Who were they? Hailing from a Wagakure, they were merely probing. For both Konoha and Sunagakure had previously taken action. Yet, the intelligence they possessed evidently provided little insight. This time, they had seized the opportunity, waiting for him to leave the village to finally find a glimmer of possibility. Before Qing Ling's voice could fade, a shuriken flew through the air. He did not evade. He allowed the onslaught to assail him, yet his skin remained unbroken. Teacher, I am about to strike. Proceed. Naruto abruptly turned, flinging a shuriken with one hand while simultaneously employing the shadow clone technique. Shadow clone shuriken. A torrential downpour of concealed weapons ensued, interspersed with genuine shurikens to enhance the Flying Thunder God technique's imprint. Just as a flying kick was about to connect with his face, he vanished, concealing himself within the forest. Spiraling Thousand Birds Rain. The culmination of his training over time bore fruit. According to Qing Ling's ninjutsu, one must adopt an unconventional approach. He concentrated lightning chakra in his palm, blending it with wind chakra in a 1-to-1 ratio, transforming it into strands that could not interfere with one another. The two types of chakra appeared to whirl rapidly, coalescing into a spiraling sphere, yet each remained distinct in its gathering. At the core of this wind-lightning spiraling sphere, a blade of wind and a blade of lightning converged, resembling two poles that created a formidable repulsive force in equilibrium. The complexity of the wind-lightning spiral was exceedingly high. It implied that should the two powers make contact, an explosion would erupt directly at his palm. The spiraling Thousand Birds Rain indicated the necessity to condense hundreds of wind-lightning spiraling spheres within a brief span, capable of being unleashed like a torrential downpour, obliterating everything in its path. Ridiculously, such an attack, born from the aggregation of chakra, was hardly worthy of consideration. The ninjas of Awagakure had long since been acquainted with far grander spectacles. They were aware of the defeats suffered by Konoha and Sunagakure, and thus dispatched their elite warriors. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Some, after evading, opted for caution and activated the earth flow wall. However, this seemingly insignificant chakra aggregation, upon striking the towering earthen barrier, first caused its surface to shatter. The already repellent wind and lightning chakra collided at that moment, resulting in an explosive force that surpassed mere addition, achieving a power greater than the sum of its parts. In an instant, the Chidori and wind blade within the Rasengan erupted, the repulsion causing a devastating outburst. Consequently, the earth flow wall was reduced to ashes, while the combined forces of wind and lightning ravaged the surroundings, obliterating trees within a 30-meter radius and creating a massive crater in the earth. The thunderous roar echoed, deafening all. It was a perfect manifestation of wind and lightning. The greater the repulsion, the more formidable the explosion. What is this? One could wipe out half of us. Keep your distance. As the Iwagakure ninja screamed, hundreds of wind and lightning Rasengan, woven into a spiraling rain of Chidori, finally erupted, each one capable of annihilating everything within a 30-meter radius. When hundreds converged, it was akin to a scene of apocalypse. In mere seconds, the forest was littered with craters. There was no longer any cover or safe ground. Those who narrowly escaped the onslaught felt a sense of relief akin to surviving a calamity. Fear not, that last attack must have consumed a considerable amount of his chakra. As long as we coordinate our offensive and defensive efforts, this brat is doomed, shouted a Jainin, attempting to rally the others for another assault. However, a large hand pressed firmly on his shoulder, signaling him to silence. This individual was also a Jainin from Iwagakure, but held a unique identity as the host of the Five Tails. Renowned for his martial prowess and extraordinary strength, he was known as the Steam Ninja, the Five Tails Mu King. Han. At this moment, a tail of the Mu King emerged behind him, and he activated his steam armor. One could not afford to be careless in the presence of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 33, Martial Arts versus Unmatched Strength in the Forest. Atop the only tree that had not been destroyed, Qing Ling poised delicately on the tips of his toes. His robe concealed his entire form, shrouding the visage of the fox spirit within. The nine tails occasionally peeked from the robe, shaking slightly. Even so, the warm glow of orange nine tails chakra emanated from his face, hands, and the ground beneath him, making him appear less like a standing fox demon and more akin to a radiant spirit. The Mu King sensed Qing Ling's presence and instinctively turned to look. Han, be cautious. This one is peculiar, possessing two nine tails. Two nine tails? Han did not comprehend this statement. How could there be two? Why was this detail omitted from the intelligence provided by Konoha and Sunagakure? Mu King, are you certain it isn't merely the nine tails chakra split in two? Han, clad in crimson armor, donned a conical hat and a mask, with a tail that mirrored that of the Mu King's, enhancing his strength and speed upon entering his steam state. It is noteworthy that Han's martial arts emphasize speed and power, rendering him nearly unmatched in combat. Each Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed beasts possessed unique traits, primarily represented by Naruto, Killer Bee, and Gaara. In truth, the boiling release was remarkably formidable. No, Mu King replied to Han, this Konoha renegade named Naruto possesses a powerful, complete nine tails within him, and that one observing from a distance is even more enigmatic. We must proceed with caution. Having heard the Mu King's analysis, Han did not falter in his stride. He was not being obstinate, rather, he acknowledged the words of King Mu and sought to test Naruto's combat prowess at the earliest opportunity. When confronted with a master of physical techniques, one must naturally employ physical skills. No, it should be the martial arts taught by his mentor. In an instant, the chakra within Naruto erupted. During this time, he had truly perfected the 8 Gates of Dunjia. Correspondingly, his mastery of physical techniques was nearly complete, coupled with the cultivation of chakra martial arts. Merging physical techniques with ninjutsu, this was what Qing Ling referred to as martial skill. Martial skill. It could only be wielded by one who had ascended to the rank of a lower ninja in martial arts, necessitating a formidable strength within oneself. A robust physique and an abundance of chakra were prerequisites. The fusion of physical techniques and ninjutsu must reach the level of martial skill. The 8 Gates of Dunjia, combined with the flying thunder god technique. Martial skill, the flash of light and shadow. As his body and chakra sustained the 8 Gates of Dunjia, he integrated various physical techniques and combat skills into the first 8 forms of the flash of light and shadow. Each move required perfect harmony with the flying thunder god technique, blending seamlessly. To unleash this martial skill with full force signified the impeccable amalgamation of the 8 Gates of Dunjia, the flying thunder god technique, and combat artistry. In a fleeting moment, he must execute 8 moves, transforming into the flash of light and shadow. Steam erupted forth. Han advanced further, amplifying his power with the tail of King Mu while steam billowed from his body. His speed reached an unparalleled zenith. The steam emitted a sound akin to the thunderous roar of a locomotive. The earth trembled with a resounding rumble. The vapor in the snow-white tail transformed into a long streak of white mist, flashing through the sky. It surged directly towards Naruto. Boiling release, unmatched strength. As Han accelerated with all his might, he elevated his chakra to its boiling point, achieving an unprecedented enhancement of power, propelling himself into a higher echelon. A synergy of strength and speed, an augmentation of various states. Han believed that in the realm of shinobi, few could withstand this technique. Those stronger than him lacked his speed, while those swifter could not match his strength. What a perfect opportunity to test my martial prowess. Flickering light and flowing shadow. In an instant, Naruto's form shimmered in place, swaying like a flicker of light. Just as Han charged toward him, he suddenly vanished. This is bad, Han. This guy has already disappeared. What we see is merely the afterimage left by his incredible speed. The moment Mu Wang was struck, he comprehended the situation. Impossible. I seem to see 8 of him. Han was equally astonished. At the instant his attack missed, the shattered afterimages of Naruto revealed not 1, but 8. He finally comprehended the peril he faced, realizing that he had undoubtedly encountered a monster, Naruto Uzumaki, the infamous rogue ninja from Konoha, who had caused even the 3rd Hokage to meet a bitter end. He was far from the fool he seemed at first glance. 8 phantoms, each swifter than the last. The first collided with him, only to be repelled by the boiling release of chakra emanating from his body. The second struck his fists, momentarily breaking through his formidable strength. The third, moving with astonishing speed and employing bizarre techniques, seized his tail. The 4th and 5th arrived almost simultaneously, assaulting his armor and rupturing the steam that enveloped him. The 6th landed a punch to his abdomen, inflicting excruciating pain that sent him reeling backwards. The 7th struck his back, propelling him forward once more. The 8th delivered a flying kick, resembling a crescent moon's curve. The spinning kick was executed with such velocity that it descended like a meteorite plummeting to the earth. Han's body crashed through the ground, creating a gaping chasm nearly 10 meters deep. Everything transpired too swiftly, leaving both him and King Mu aware only of the beating they were enduring, with no time to react. By the time clarity returned, the 8 remnants of Naruto had converged into one. To the outside observers from a Wagakure, it appeared as if Han had unleashed his full power, only to be unceremoniously dispatched to the ground by a single kick. How could a prestigious ninja from a Wagakure, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, the steam ninja, Han, be so easily defeated? What manner of monster was this? Victory seemed unattainable. His ninjutsu and taijutsu were undoubtedly at the level of a Kage. Why had they been ordered to lie in wait outside the village of Sarayu, anticipating such a suicidal opportunity, especially when they had previously clashed with Konoha and Sunagakure? Some of a Wagakure's ninjas began to waver. Be quiet. Do you not understand the concept of mutual dependence? Even if he were strong, he was but one man, surely. We could exhaust him through sheer numbers. Indeed, look, Han has not lost. The Five Tails has emerged. Amidst the swirling dust, the form of the Five Tails materialized, a magnificent white beast. A fusion of horse and dolphin, with 5 tails that seemed to narrate a forgotten era, created by the sage of 6 paths through the power of yin and yang. It was meant to guard the ninja world. How could it fall so easily? Only by raising its head high could it pay homage to its glorious past. A perfect ode to the name of tailed beasts. The teacher was correct. This was the might of martial prowess, one that only a lower-ranked shinobi could endure. Naruto sensed Han had fully transformed into his tailed beast form, the yin and yang chakra converging within him. King Mu raised his gaze and unleashed a tailed beast bomb. The bomb soared into the sky, but even at its high speed, it failed to strike Naruto. Instead, a voice echoed in his mind. Indeed. Even in your tailed beast form, the mark of the flying thunder god remains intact. This must be the imprint the teacher spoke of. Achievable only by those of the lower martial path. As Naruto mused to himself, King Mu's eyes were already brimming with infinite fury. Han, severely injured, relied on his chakra to heal his wounds. In this critical moment, he could afford no missteps. Hornbreak. This technique had previously wounded the 8 tails with overwhelming impact. The 8 tails should have been the undisputed master of horns, yet one had been broken off. King Mu had always regarded this move as a signature technique. For the tailed beast bomb required a certain wind-up time. Against a martial artist like Naruto, its speed would be significantly diminished. Not to mention the explosive power derived from the combination of the 8 gates and the flying thunder god technique. Though the tailed beast bomb possessed immense destructive power, it was destined to be evaded before it even launched. Seizing the moment while Naruto stood defiantly atop King Mu's head, he charged forward. In the instant Naruto was flung away, the speed and force of the horn was such that upon impact, it could create a gaping wound in Naruto's abdomen. Such a massive horn, if it did not outright kill Naruto, would at the very least ensure he could not continue the fight. Above is a playful expression I just learned. How terrifying. The teacher had mentioned that in such situations, one must exert tenfold strength to gain a foothold and lift the entire world. As Naruto abruptly turned to evade the incoming attack, he grasped King Mu's horn from the side. His chakra suddenly erupted with great intensity. With a decisive press, the towering Mu Wang appeared as though he were being subdued by a giant, collapsing to the ground. His head crashed directly into the deep pit. Regarding Qing Ling's words, Naruto grasped the essence of one overpowering 10, while Sasuke discerned the importance of leveraging strength against strength, seeking a fulcrum. Where did you find such a fulcrum? In the air? Mu Wang seethed with rage. Among the tailed beasts, he was undoubtedly the most temperamental. Yet he had endured too many humiliations at Naruto's hands, especially just now, as a five-tailed beast. He had been thrown into the pit by a mere human who embraced his proud horns. Han, awaken. This creature is a monster. Quickly join forces with me. Mu Wang, feeling the strain, called out to Han. Within him, Han had recovered to half of his strength from his previously grievous state. Truly, as a five-tailed beast. His chakra was immensely vast. Han painfully opened one eye. Where did this creature acquire such speed and strength? The awakening of the Jinchuriki further enhanced the combat prowess of the tailed beast. The mist began to dissipate. They beheld Naruto once more. His figure enveloped in a swirling mist of chakra, exuding a vibrant orange vapor. Could it be that he possessed the boiling release? Han was taken aback. How could this be? Wasn't this technique exclusive to him and the Five Tails, Mu? Would he henceforth be known as the Steam Duo, akin to the brothers, Kin and Jin? Yet, upon reflection, Han shook his head, dismissing this notion. No, he was not wielding the boiling release. The vortex Naruto radiated a familiar chakra aura. He was igniting his chakra, and due to its overwhelming quantity, the chakra vapor was emanating forth. Mu's analysis was astute, discerning Naruto's state at a glance. As a low-ranking ninja of martial arts, having undergone the 9-layer refinement and 5 transformations in the first part, his physique had evolved beyond all recognition. Further enhanced by the development of his chakra reservoir, his capacity to harbor chakra is nothing short of prodigious. The Uzumaki clan, the chakra of the Nine Tails, and the martial arts of the lower ninjas coalesce within him. Progressing step by step, this physique ranks among the top 5 in the shinobi world. Should he ascend to the rank of a middle ninja in martial arts, Naruto is poised to become one of the strongest physical embodiments in the current shinobi realm. Thus, he is capable of enduring this unique martial technique, which is the flawless amalgamation of the 8 gates and the Flying Thunder God technique. I comprehend. Han further elucidated. Do you recall the legend of the Azure Beast from the days of old in Konoha? The present strongest practitioner of taijutsu in Konoha, Might Guy's father. Might Dai, a lower ninja of Konoha, pioneered the forbidden taijutsu, the 8 gates, annihilating the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist to the point of their disbandment. Guy. This man, wherever he appears, symbolizes the backbone of this generation of Konoha's upper ninjas. Among the youthful cohort are Might Guy, Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai Yuhi. Those older than them include the formidable families of Hinata, Nara, Akimichi, and Yamashiro from Konoha. Upon mentioning this name, Han could not help but envision Guy's unremarkable visage. He had to admit that within the realm of ninjas, when it came to martial arts and strength, only 2 individuals could rival him, the Raikage and Might Guy. Now, Naruto stood before him, employing techniques reminiscent of the 8 gates, which inevitably aroused his suspicions. Was this rogue ninja truly a defector from Konoha? Han coldly remarked. Naruto hovered in midair. According to Qing Ling, as long as one possessed sufficient chakra, martial arts ninjas could float effortlessly. And indeed, he was as light as a feather. With arms crossed, Naruto gazed down at King Mu. As a fellow Jinchuriki, he had yet to unleash his true power. Kid, where did you learn your 8 gates? Han's voice resonated within Mu's body. My teacher taught me, Naruto replied candidly. Who was your teacher? Qing Ling, the Nine Tails. Oh? Han fell silent, but Mu subtly interjected. This kid is spouting nonsense. The Nine Tails is not called Qing Ling. Han quickly grasped the peculiarity of the situation. Indeed, his flaws were too numerous. Konoha would never impart such forbidden techniques to the Nine Tails, only to relay them to him. Such a possibility was utterly implausible, if I am not mistaken. That exceedingly swift technique requiring hand signs must be the legendary Flying Thunder God technique, once wielded by Konoha's Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze. Konoha would entrust so many forbidden techniques to a rogue ninja, a mere teenager at that. How could he have acquired them? As Han completed his analysis, An unsettling realization dawned upon him. Mu paused before stating, "Before we made our move, Naruto also employed a technique akin to chakra manipulation. It bore the shadows of Jiraiya's and Minato's Rasengan, as well as Kakashi's renowned Raikiri." This statement further solidified their suspicions. Shadow Clone Technique, Flying Thunder God Technique, 8 Gates. Rasengan, Raikiri. Such a plethora of formidable techniques from renowned masters. Could Konoha truly allow the Ninetales to pilfer these skills, and to impart them to a mere teenager? In the ninja world, every village is selfish. How could Konoha be so magnanimous, freely sharing their treasures? Were it not for Han's position as a pillar of Awagakure, possessing intricate knowledge of various villages and their formidable techniques, he might have met a fate akin to that of the father and son of Raza, going in with no return. It now appeared that Kakashi was undoubtedly unharmed. This was all part of Konoha's conspiracy. Perhaps even the third Hokage and Danzo were still alive. This was a grand scheme. What was Konoha truly up to? Deliberately releasing news of an S-rank rogue ninja was clearly a ploy to incite discord among the factions, weakening our strength. Han and Mu turned to leave. Fight? What a joke. Even Han, known for his incredible strength and integrity, had fled. Before the Awagakure ninjas could comprehend the situation, they hastily retreated. What is happening, Han? Don't ask. Konoha has meticulously nurtured a super S-rank rogue ninja. It is all a conspiracy to ignite a great war and weaken the strength of the major ninja villages beforehand. Han quickened his pace. He needed to relay his latest findings back to the village. Konoha was terrifying. He had thought that after the demise of Shinjitobarama, Konoha's roots had fallen into a vicious cycle of self-destruction. It turned out they had been playing the role of a harmless pig while secretly consuming the tiger. Only a solitary tree in a forest. Naruto stood beneath the tree, bewildered. Teacher, why did they flee? Because a chain of suspicion has formed, Qing Ling pondered. Chapter 35, The Two Yous in the World. Teacher, what is a chain? Naruto asked, slightly confused, sensing its significance. You can think of it as people misunderstanding a matter. Yet due to certain reasons, they refrain from clarifying, causing the misunderstanding to manifest as reality. A misunderstanding can become reality? Hearing Qing Ling's explanation only deepened Naruto's confusion. What exactly was going on? Stop guessing, kid. Our Qing Ling ninja village does not shy away from trouble, Qing Ling said casually. But we also do not provoke it. Naruto had an epiphany. No, we should provoke it. Do not fear. We ought to challenge others more often. My true self has been too lazy. I have likely been asleep for a month. After saying this, Qing Ling looked up at the starry sky. It seemed the ninja world ought to undergo some changes. He furrowed his brow slightly, reflecting on the myriad experiences of his past life, which still seemed utterly astonishing to him. Master, what are you pondering? Naruto had recently returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. He had resolved many of his inner turmoils, the most poignant being the demise of the third Hokage. Although he feigned indifference in front of Sasuke, deep within Naruto's heart, the third Hokage had watched him grow since childhood, akin to a grandfather. Now, it seemed that the only remaining teacher and family in his life was Qing Ling. I wonder, Qing Ling inhaled deeply. If this world continues to develop martial arts in the way of the ninja, how long will it take to forge a future? Despite the abundant presence of chakra throughout the universe, with the natural world brimming with immense reserves, humanity foolishly persisted in drawing chakra solely from within. If everyone could learn the so-called sage techniques and attune themselves to the chakra of the heavens and earth from an early age, awakening the chakra within, would not this mutual resonance further enhance their cultivation, rendering them increasingly formidable? Not everyone is blessed like you or Sasuke, who have the advantage of great trees and are never in want of chakra. Only by tapping into the abundant chakra of the world could one genuinely cultivate the martial arts of chakra and become a true martial ninja. With that, Qing Ling commenced a swift run, and Naruto followed closely behind, joyfully exclaiming, Master, I understand. The way of chakra martial arts consumes an astounding amount of chakra. Yet an individual's chakra is limited. If people could draw chakra from the natural world, their efforts would surely yield greater results with less exertion. But I wonder, does the natural world even possess chakra? The Ninja Academy of the Hidden Leaf had imparted considerable foundational knowledge and jutsu to him. Naruto was well aware that sage techniques were not within the reach of ordinary individuals. Certainly, this method of cultivation and power was known as sage techniques, of which there are 3 distinct paths to mastery. Their practitioners are beings born of the heavens and earth, possessing long lifespans and profound wisdom, who have comprehended such methods of cultivation. These paths are the Mayaboka Mountain, the Ryuchi Cave, and the Shibaniko Forest. To acquire their sage techniques would also entail the influence of beastly transformations, as these methods are ultimately not beneficial to humanity and are not universally applicable. I must create a true, universally accessible method for sage techniques, Qing Ling declared, his heart swelling with joy. Thus, the more individuals who cultivate the way of chakra martial arts, the greater the permanent consumption of chakra. The higher the realm, the exponentially greater the consumption. Each day, vast amounts of chakra must be expended. At that time, even the likes of Kaguya Otsutsuki and the Tin Tails would be unable to withstand it. He personally intervened, casually soliciting the denizens of the ninja world. All he desired was to recline and indulge in deep slumber, merely turning over to have his chakra sought after by the world, expended in the process. Each day, he could perish multiple times. With the infinite resurrection system at his disposal, it was akin to an endless doubling of strength, a true perpetual motion machine. The thought alone delighted Qing Ling immensely. Teacher, you truly embody the essence of Naruto, racing through the night. He has never felt such admiration for anyone before. What does it mean to have vision? What defines a true ninja? Hokage? Forgive me. I, Uzumaki Naruto, revere but one being, oh no, a fox, Qing Ling. In this lifetime, my singular ambition is to become the second spirit shadow. What is wrong, foolish boy? Oh, it's nothing. I merely hope that one day I can stand independently. Just like you, teacher. Idiot. A smile graced Qing Ling's lips as he quickened his pace. Both Sasuke and Naruto bore his chakra, effectively embodying a complete nine-tails chakra. They had become the perfect Jinchuriki, their thoughts and intentions intertwined seamlessly. How could he possibly be unaware of this fellow's intentions? In light of this, let us drive onward. Teacher, a battle has erupted in the village. Naruto's shadow clone has relayed the information, indicating that it had suddenly vanished. An ambush has occurred. The sudden appearance in the Qing Ling ninja village, capable of assassinating even one of his shadow clones, speaks volumes of its formidable strength. There is no need for concern. The village is home to numerous powerful warriors, and you still have a dozen or so shadow clones remaining within the village. Just one has fallen. Naruto, I'm inclined to test you. What are the typical possibilities for someone capable of swiftly assassinating your shadow clone? Oh. Upon hearing this question, Naruto pondered thoughtfully. His shadow clone is an extension of his chakra, evenly distributed, and possesses the chakra of the nine tails. Upon disappearance, it returns to its original form. This implies that it can equally sense malice. In such circumstances, should one be eliminated, it can only be said that the opponent's methods and capabilities are exceedingly ruthless and unique. I recall my teacher mentioning that there exist numerous extraordinary ninjutsu in this world, such as the shadow techniques of Shikamaru's clan and the mind-body switch technique of the Yamanaka clan. However, even these techniques cannot achieve instantaneous assassination, nor can Jinjutsu, as it proves ineffective against a perfect Jinchuriki. I possess a mutated Byakugan, and my teacher has indicated that it is evolving towards the Rinnegan, and as a perfect Jinchuriki, I am immune to Jinjutsu. If the opponent employs the Flying Thunder God technique, they must first leave a mark. Alternatively, they may reach an extreme speed, akin to the 8th gate of the 8 gates of might, sacrificing life to attain the pinnacle. Beyond this, the only other possibility I can conceive is a unique space-time ninjutsu. After analyzing the situation, Naruto turned a glance at Qing Ling, attempting to confirm his suspicions. Swiftly, Qing Ling stepped onto a tree branch, walking briskly. Upon hearing the disciple's conjecture, she could not help but smile with satisfaction. He did not respond with a right or wrong answer. Instead, he posed a question. Naruto, do you believe that there exists another version of you in this world? Or perhaps two others? Another two of me? Is the teacher jesting? No. Based on Naruto's memories, the teacher never jokes. Could it truly be that there are indeed two other versions of him? That would be exceedingly bizarre. Teacher, I am unsure. But when I encountered my mother's chakra in the ceiling space, she did not mention having brothers. Haha. Ling could not help but shake his head in wry amusement. This fool could not even comprehend a metaphor. What are you laughing at, teacher? Surely, you are not jesting with me. Naruto's face flushed with embarrassment. This was something he absolutely could not let Sasuke know. No. Qing Ling was aware that they had about 10 more minutes to return to the village, which was just enough time to elaborate. What I am trying to convey is that in this world, there exist two other versions of you. One possesses the Sharingan and harbors an optimistic belief that he can become Hokage. The other has nothing but an ardent heart and passionate spirit. Possessing the Sharingan? Having nothing? Naruto felt somewhat perplexed. Chapter 36. I must absolutely prevent you. Once upon a time, there was a foolish child, a member of the Uchiha clan, who had a friend that was cold and always seemed to be posing. He has a teacher who is remarkably composed and exceedingly dependable. He has a companion, a girl who is quite adorable, and he holds a deep fondness for her. He aspired to become Hokage, but how could a member of the Uchiha clan ever attain such a position? Qing Ling articulated a few thoughts, and Naruto began to comprehend. Indeed, the Uchiha clan had been annihilated, certainly resulting in numerous conflicts with the higher echelons of Konoha. How could they possibly be deemed worthy of the Hokage title? This child was undeniably too naive. Reflecting on this, Naruto experienced a jolt within, recalling that he, too, had once harbored such innocence. Fortunately, his clan, the Uzumaki, had not suffered the same fate at the hands of that manipulative Danzo. Are you contemplating that you are far more fortunate than this Uchiha boy who yearns to become Hokage? Before Naruto could respond, Qing Ling continued. Have you ever considered that the Uzumaki clan, once flourishing within the land of fire, mysteriously vanished, leaving behind only a scant few? In their prime, the Uzumaki were formidable, having established the land of whirlpools and the hidden whirlpool village. However, with the passing of the brothers Hashirama and Tobirama, who had maintained a close relationship with them, this nation succumbed to the annals of history, besieged and obliterated by various kingdoms, ultimately becoming part of the land of fire, with your kin scattered across the globe. At this moment, Naruto began to grasp the gravity and peculiarities of the situation. Indeed, how did the Uzumaki clan fare in comparison to the Uchiha clan? Was it not a different shade of tragedy? Were they not also exploited and deliberately erased? Yet, such considerations seemed trivial. Whether it be within the confines of a ninja village or on a global scale, it was merely a matter of being targeted by the village or by the various kingdoms at large. Their schemes and tactics are hardly superior to those who bully you. In your moments of weakness, they mock, set traps, and oppress you. When you grow strong, they cower, refuse to yield, and engage in duplicity. Only on the day you attain true strength can the status quo be altered. Moreover, it is not enough for you to be powerful alone. You must also gather a band of like-minded individuals who share your aspirations, together growing in strength to effect change in this world. Qing Ling's words undoubtedly served as a profound enlightenment for Naruto. He himself has surmised the eventual tale of the Uchiha boy who aspired to become Hokage. 4. It is utterly inconceivable for a member of the Uchiha clan to attain such a position within the ranks of the Hokage in Konoha. He is most likely no longer in this world. If he is alive, he must have long lost his dreams, becoming the very embodiment of what he despises most. Teacher, do we, the Qingxing ninja village, also require such conditions to become spiritual shadows? He cautiously inquired. Of course not. Even I, as a tailed beast, can manage it. Surely, you can too. If one day, a great toad claims it wishes to become a spirit shadow, would you mock it? No, but it would indeed be quite amusing. Naruto chuckled, envisioning a toad swearing to the heavens that it aspired to be a spirit shadow. It would undoubtedly be entertaining. However, the experiences of this Uchiha youth were rather unique, for he vanished before the annihilation of his clan. And the girl he cherished most fell into the hands of his cool friend. Although it was a misunderstanding, it only served to amplify his anguish and hatred. Subsequently, he gained control over the Nine Tails and took the life of his mentor, Minato Namikaze. What? Naruto gasped, realizing that this individual's mentor was his own father. The very source of his family's tragedy. Mentor, what is his name? Uchiha Bido, who awakened the Manjiki Sharingan and possesses a space-time ninjutsu known as Kamui. A rather flamboyant ability. One aspect allows him to instantly appear behind you, and even distort space to enter a different realm. Upon hearing this, Naruto could not help but quicken his pace. He comprehended that the one who would assassinate his shadow clone tonight was none other than Uchiha Bido, the master of the space-time ninjutsu known as Kamui. The girl he cherished had long since perished, and his mentor fell victim to his own actions. What of his misunderstood and cool companion? Has he also met his demise? No, he yet lives. His name is Kakashi Hitaki, who almost became your teacher alongside Sasuke. What? Naruto suddenly lost his footing, nearly toppling over. Kakashi is also a disciple of Minato Namikaze, and he has endured such a plethora of tragedies? Surely, they are destined to encounter one another in the village tonight, which can only lead to confrontation. How can there be so many coincidences in this world? With that thought, he quickened his pace once more. Only 5 minutes remained until he returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. Now, why not speak of another who has achieved nothing? He has never aspired to be anyone's shadow, nor does he wish for fame or to eliminate his companions. There are no misunderstandings. Nor has he sought to extinguish the legacy of his mentor. He foresaw the nature of this world early on in the war, and together with his companions, they endeavored to establish an organization known as Dawn. He seeks to transform this world, However, one day, the Na'vi youths fell victim to the enemy's cunning schemes, leaving them without a burial place. Perhaps, in the eyes of those powerful figures, his very existence was so bothersome that he was destined to perish. In this realm of ninjas, there are no bloodline limits, no tailed beasts, and no sage techniques. He is but an ordinary individual, yearning for the world to witness the dawn of a new day. Yet, his aspirations culminated in failure. As his friends embraced his dreams, they too transformed into vengeful specters of darkness, wandering as enforcers of retribution in the twilight before dawn. Two other versions of himself existed in this realm. Naruto paused, a smile breaking across his face as he gazed at Qing Ling. Teacher, I shall not perish. I will ensure that this world truly experiences the moment of dawn, achieving what neither of them could. Qing Ling caught a glimpse of tears at the corners of the boy's eyes. Though they were both impassioned youths, they were distorted by the harsh realities of the ninja world. The hopeful boy welcomed the light but perished, leaving behind a legacy of despair, a remnant that now existed as mere shadows in the night. His unwavering optimism, which led him to believe he could transform everything, gradually ensnared him in anguish and hatred, ultimately resulting in the demise of his own mentor. This night, he would also take action against his last friend, personally burying his youthful self. Suddenly, Naruto looked up, gazing towards the direction of the Azure Spirit Ninja Village. His gaze was resolute, and his tone was unyielding, leaving no room for doubt. As if he had firmly resolved something within. With both hands forming a seal, he exclaimed, QB mode, activate. In an instant, an orange chakra cloak enveloped him, igniting a flame of hope. The youth's eyes sparkled with light, bursting forth with aspirations. He was determined to alter this tragic fate. Absolutely not, he vowed, allowing no symbols to mark the end of this tragedy. I shall personally put an end to it all. Surrendering to this world is out of the question. With a swift motion, Naruto accelerated, transforming into a streak of orange light. 30 seconds remained until he reached the Qing Ling ninja village. As he looked ahead, the village was now within sight. A fierce battle raged within its confines. The hills were teeming with white Zetsu, repeatedly confronted by shadow clones of prepared ninjas, only to emerge anew like bamboo shoots after a rain. Uchiha Obito encountered Hatake Kakashi, both standing at opposite corners of a rooftop. Konoha Jonin, the copy ninja Kakashi. Have you also turned traitor? Obito mocked, his tone reminiscent of Tobi's carefree demeanor. Do not employ that disguise, Obito. I am here to carry out a mission. Not as a traitor, Kakashi retorted, standing firm, his Sharingan already activated. You are merely evading responsibility, just like those others, Kakashi. Do you intend to combat me with that eye? Do you remember how it came to be? Obito, cease this. There are only shadow clones here. Kakashi formed hand seals, determined to strike first. In a flash, the orange light-wielding kunai swiftly passed by Obito. The space around Obito distorted, as he had already entered a different dimension. You bear a striking resemblance to your father. He cast a glance at Naruto, whose attack had missed, and a cold smile crept across his face. How infuriating. Naruto swung his blade again, but it met only air. By the time Obito appeared atop the roof of another house, he formed hand seals and successfully executed the shadow clone technique. As long as the attacks are sufficiently extensive and unrelenting, even your space-time ninjutsu will falter, won't it? Let me witness the moment you reveal your weakness. A myriad of clones. The shadow clone technique. Whoosh. Naruto surged forward, summoning tens of thousands of clones in the form of the Nine Tails. As far as the eye could see, the hidden spirit village had become a realm dominated by his clones. What a reckless endeavor. Kakashi felt a headache coming on. He had never anticipated that Naruto would employ such a straightforward strategy of overwhelming numbers. Intriguing. Obito was determined to observe the abilities of these individuals, but more importantly, he yearned to encounter the enigmatic Nine Tails once more. He pondered, if he caused enough commotion, the Nine Tails would surely reveal itself. Chapter 37. Are you playing ninja dress-up? The tactic of overwhelming numbers and relentless assaults proves effective against most space-time ninjutsu, for even the mightiest require a foothold. What if I choose never to show myself again? Or perhaps my jutsu could transcend the intervals, rendering distance irrelevant? Obito observed Naruto with keen interest. The boy's hairstyle bore a slight resemblance to his own from years past. As yet another Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, he must be the son of Minato Namikaze, with whom he had but a fleeting encounter. In essence, the tragedies of youth, particularly those marked by humiliation, are inextricably linked to him. The efficacy of the strategy is inconsequential. Allowing one to act with impunity in the village without even attempting to resist is the truly despicable act. Naruto's gaze was resolute, akin to brilliant starlight reflected in his eyes. His once aberrant pupils now manifested a gray hue. With the awakening of the QB mode, an extraordinary aura enveloped him, and his form transformed, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. With confident arms crossed, he stood, flanked by two shadow clones, one bent slightly, brandishing a shuriken, while the other swiftly coalesced a Rasengan in its grasp. As I gazed around, thousands of shadow clones unleashed a myriad of offensive ninjutsu. Your laughter is endearing. Yet I find your expression in defeat even more captivating. Obito reigned in his feigned nonchalance and directly activated Kamui. Kakashi, witnessing this scene, understood all too well. Especially after the Chakra video call with Qing Ling. He realized that Obito intended to conceal himself in that alternate space. In truth, if a comprehensive assault were indeed executed, Obito would likely face dire consequences. However, the Qing Ling ninja village would also be obliterated in the process. No matter how unpredictable Naruto might be, he could not act so recklessly. I am intrigued. With so many shadow clones, how much of your chakra has been divided among them? And how many jutsu can they utilize? Following this, the immense depletion of energy and fatigue upon returning to his original form, will you not risk collapsing from exhaustion? The human body has its limits. Even with the chakra of the nine tails, death is inevitable. Obito's analysis was astutely precise. Tens of thousands of shadow clones equate to an equal division of chakra among them. Each clone casting a Rasengan demands substantial energy. The moment the clones make contact, the overwhelming sensations, especially the fatigue, returning to Naruto's original body could very well lead to him exhausting his chakra entirely and potentially facing a fatal collapse. Nevertheless, this was merely his perception of a typical ninja. Naruto, with a grin and a gleam in his eyes, clashed his fists together, exclaiming, "I'm a martial arts chunin." A martial arts chunin? Upon hearing this title, a flicker of displeasure crossed Obito's face. Why do these individuals insist on invoking such terminology, akin to the peculiar nine tails? Do they truly believe that appending a title can alter anything? Obito found it laughable and excessively naive. These individuals from Konoha, even after becoming rogue ninjas, remain as innocent as Kakashi. They're utterly oblivious to the harsh realities of the world, a gaggle of children playing house. Chakra refining, ninefold enhancement, 5 transformations. Chakra chunin, boundless reserves. To you, it is merely a designation. Naruto understood that Obito epitomized the proverbial frog at the bottom of the well as described by Qing Ling. Spare me your tricks. Do you dare act within this village? They might all perish. As Obito spoke, he prepared to vanish. A fleeting glimmer of battle intent flickered in Naruto's eyes as all his shadow clones surged forward. Sensei, let us go. I am ready. In an instant, as countless shadow clones launched into action, Uchiha Sasuke emerged from the underground chamber, leaping alongside Kakashi toward Naruto's position. In the Qing Ling ninja village, a faint trace of chakra materialized, suspended in midair. This chakra converged into an orange hue, dancing like flames, its color exuding warmth and gentleness. A colossal hand of chakra swiftly took shape, reaching skyward. All of Naruto's shadow clones, along with Kakashi and Sasuke, found themselves ensnared within. As the giant hand receded, it coalesced into a sphere of chakra, hovering in the air, effectively a ceiling space. An aerial battlefield. Curse it. Is this the Nine Tails technique? Is peculiar eye possesses such power? Obito found this somewhat astonishing. He originally intended to escape, but discovered himself forcibly imprisoned within. Despite the might of Kamui, it was a pity that he possessed only one eye. Confronting a bloodline limit comparable to the likes of Kagaya Otsutsuki in the Sage of Six Paths, Qing Ling was capable of traversing an entire planet, swiftly navigating between disparate worlds. His space-time ninjutsu is undoubtedly far more formidable. Obito could easily retreat into another dimension and re-emerge at a different location. Ordinary barriers could scarcely contain him. However, Qing Ling's space-time sealing technique appears to be distinct, possessing an unparalleled repulsive force. Approaching it would result in distortion, thereby affecting his Kamui. Should he acquire Kakashi's eye, he could warp the sealing space, allowing him to traverse unimpeded. This initial foray into space-time ninjutsu by Qing Ling could never truly confine him. That must be the inherent flaw of this sealing technique. Obito is aware that even his single-eyed Kamui has its limitations, thus, Qing Ling's sealing technique cannot possibly be devoid of weaknesses. The spherical shell exudes repulsion, continually pushing the internal foes inward. Within resides a sculpture of Nine Tails chakra, suspended at the core. The sculpture itself lacks repulsion. Instead, it emanates a formidable gravitational force that ensnares his form. Sasuke stands poised nearby, hands charged with Chidori, awaiting Obito's assault. The space-time sealing technique serves merely as a shell, intended to safeguard your hidden village. The repulsion of the shell and the gravity within exerted dual force on my Kamui, rendering it difficult to unleash its full potential. Truly cunning, Ninetales, how well do you comprehend me? Obito muses that even Uchiha Madara in his prime could not fathom him as deeply as Qing Ling does. The ingenious notion to utilize such a peculiar method to impede his Kamui is remarkable. In this scenario, with Sasuke guarding the core, Naruto launching a comprehensive offensive, and Kakashi poised to act, the stakes are extraordinarily high. He indeed possesses an element of danger, such formidable power. Kakashi contemplated inwardly, is this the true strength of Qing Ling? In truth, Obito still had some words left unspoken. He discerned that this space-time sealing technique was, in fact, an adaptation of the God Realm's heavenly strike in the all-encompassing pull. How terrifying it was. The Ninetales, possessing the Rinnegan, was truly something to be treasured today. Spiraling thousand birds rain, myriad showers. Naruto gathered his strength, unleashing an assault with countless shadow clones simultaneously, executing this weakened technique. Kamui. Kakashi seized the opportunity to distort Obito's surroundings, who, trapped in this peculiar space, was already encountering considerable obstacles. With Kakashi's targeted approach, a hint of bitterness flickered in Obito's gaze. Kamui. With a resolute determination, he unleashed his formidable power, distorting his own form as he concentrated on the most intimate form of attack. While achieving a semblance of defense, he also obscured his presence. However, due to the influence of Qing Ling and Kakashi, his speed diminished significantly. In an instant, with a resounding crash, he found himself constrained, having twisted away countless assaults. Yet he could not fend off the onslaught that followed. The dual torment of repulsion and attraction from the external forces, coupled with Kakashi's deliberate targeting, rendered Obito momentarily stagnant. This slight miscalculation unleashed a torrent of spiraling shuriken. In an instant, he was reduced to mere fragments. Victory seemed within grasp for Naruto, but Kakashi's expression suddenly shifted, prompting them both to turn their gazes towards Sasuke's position. Laughter echoed through the air. It seems you were a bit slow, Itachi's younger brother. In that fleeting moment, Obito materialized behind Sasuke. He had already formed the seals, and a torrential inferno descended like a tempest. Fire release, explosive dance of the winds. Fiery serpents ravaged the sky, incinerating all. Shadow clone. Substitution? Were they merely pawns, or willingly playing into his hands? Obito had long declared that these individuals were far too naive. Mere fledglings, fresh from the shadows. No matter how formidable their strength, a lack of sufficient combat experience would inevitably lead to their downfall. Were they merely indulging in a child's game of ninjas? Chapter 38. Your eyes, return to you bang. So fragile. The Ninetales chakra sculpture shattered with a resounding crack. It was a substance potent enough to generate immense gravitational force. It should have been unyielding, should it not? Yet, after being engulfed in flames, it crumbled under Obito's singular blow. In the instant he broke the spatial sealing technique, he swiftly utilized Kamui to evade Sasuke's Chidori assault. This time, Kakashi's Kamui could no longer impede him. After Naruto executed his widespread assault, all shadow clones returned to their original form. Thousands of shadow clones unleashed a spiraling barrage of Chidori, draining even Naruto's vast chakra reserves to the point of exhaustion. Though he did not perish, he fell unconscious. Plummeting from the sky, Gaara, riding on his sand, caught Naruto in his embrace. The spatial ninjutsu of the blue spirit was shattered. A turn of events no one had anticipated, for even if attacked by Obito, it was unlike the blue spirit to remain passive. At this moment, it was too late for any intervention. Sasuke's Chidori attack missed its mark, and a murderous intent flickered in his gaze. Do not mention that person. How is it that Uchiha Itachi is not your brother? He has endured so much. With a casual demeanor, Obito evaded attack after attack. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a fatal blow to Sasuke. The young boy's body fell from the air, leaving only him and Kakashi. Your chakra must be running low, Kakashi, after all. That does not truly belong to you, thus consuming your chakra even more. The Kakashi of the past would never have uttered such words. People inevitably change. From the moment you took Rin's life, everything transformed, Kakashi. In their fierce confrontation, Obito unleashed all his might, striking Kakashi down. In a fleeting moment as they brushed past each other, Kakashi's body collapsed. In the village, people looked on in panic, their eyes filled with terror. The hidden spirit village has fallen. Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi are all dead. In an alley, a small Ninetales emerged, growing larger until it nearly resembled the full form of the normal Kaibai. Uchiha Obito, are you satisfied now? You tread upon this ground with ease. Can you slay everyone here? Is this the outcome you desired? Nothing has changed. Will you be left speechless? Why do you remain there, motionless? As the blue spirit spoke, both eyes were imbued with the Rinnegan, devoid of the three-tomo Sharingan. Obito felt a profound emptiness. If he had wished to assassinate Kakashi, he would have done so long ago. There had been countless opportunities, with him in the shadows and Kakashi in the light. He possesses divine might and wields the Uchiha fire release. His chakra encompasses the elements of wind, fire, lightning, water, earth, and yin. With the ability to summon the outer path golem, he has mastered the yin-yang release techniques acquired from Uchiha Madara. Would it not be exquisite to leverage his formidable strength to carry out an assassination while Kakashi is on a mission, thus acquiring the dual divine might? Why has this not transpired? At this moment, he introspectively questioned himself, gazing at the lifeless body, still unable to tear his eyes away. Instead, he remained rooted to the spot, engulfed in confusion. He had indeed slain even Kakashi. Following this, he could simply proceed step by step. Obito paused for a moment, lifting his gaze towards the sky. The moon, a deep crimson, bore the semblance of the nine-tailed Sharingan. The young man removed his mask with one hand, revealing a face that appeared somewhat disfigured. In his youth, he was undeniably handsome. How astonishing it is that you revealed so many flaws to me. Yet I failed to perceive them. Is this your illusion? Even when you intentionally present weaknesses, those ensnared by the enchantment will foolishly immerse themselves in it. Obito gazed skyward, roaring with laughter, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. What a delightful experience. Let it be. May I remain in the realm of illusions for the rest of my life. He turned to Kyubi and said, "Hey, could you give me a Rin, please?" Qing Ling remained silent as Rin emerged from the alley. The girl with her hands behind her back tilted her head and smiled under the moonlight. He seemed to be transported back to that summer, where leaves fluttered past his ears. A youth's life is steeped in longing. How profound the yearning. Yet how futile the contemplation. When thoughts of you arise, the cold moon hangs in the distant sky. Obito, why are you still here? Someone has infiltrated the village. Kakashi brushed past him. In a flash, the world before Obito transformed. He returned to Konoha, still a youth, not long after becoming a nin. In the fields were Rin, Kakashi Hitaki, and Obito Uchiha. Someone smiled gently and ruffled his hair. What is Obito pondering? Teacher lifted his head and gazed at the golden-haired man. The scene shifted. In an instant, Kakashi's voice resounded once more. Has someone infiltrated? Do not pursue him, Obito. Despite uttering these words, Kakashi took the initiative to protect him. Obito was momentarily taken aback, but he then reached out with a hand and grasped Kakashi tightly. Do not go, Kakashi. Please, do not go. Yes. All tragedies stem from this encounter, do they not? The scene transitioned. Kakashi fell in the village of Aoi Spirit, lifeless in Obito's arms. No. Obito's pupils trembled as he beheld his hands stained with blood. The nine tails loomed large like a mountain, echoing the voice of Aoi Spirit. So, Obito, is this the world you desire? I have heard that one day, all souls shall journey to the realm of the dead. Perhaps Rin awaits you in another world. She is waiting for you and Kakashi to find her. But before that, you should not let her down, should you? At the very least, you ought to change this world. Illuminate the light that has never shone upon you, so it no longer wanders in darkness. Let that light not be lost in shadows. Before embarking on the journey to the afterlife to seek Rin, you must first alter this world. Obito raised his head, his eyes brimming with tears. So, what must I do, Ninetales? You previously used Genjutsu to label me a puppet, revealing all truths. Now, you create this meaningless world for me, a mirage I recognize as false yet cannot shatter. Why? Why do you not simply reveal the answer to me? The answer? Aoi Spirit looked at him with compassion. Do not ask me. Ask yourself, Uchiha Obito. My Genjutsu is called the Spirit Realm. When you question me, what you see before you is merely your own imagination, your realization of being ensnared within a Genjutsu, the sight of your past self, Kakashi. And Rin, all are but your own desires. When you inquire of me, the answer already lies within you, for this is the realm of your soul. The Spirit Realm. The realm of the soul. Obito could scarcely believe that everything within this illusion was of his own making. But what, then, was the answer? Awaken, pained youth. The true call of Aoi's spirit resonated in his ears. In that fleeting moment, Obito opened his eyes. The Genjutsu was broken. The Nine-Tails Chakra statue remained motionless, impervious to fire techniques. Thousands of Naruto shadow clones hovered in the air, their focus unwavering upon him. Sasuke stood behind him, while Kakashi faced him. The mask had long since fallen, suspended in midair as if time itself had paused. The spatial seal of Ai's spirit had yet to be undone at the instant Obito foolishly attempted to break the seal. He found himself ensnared in the realm of spirits. At this moment, Kakashi's face was smeared with blood. He smiled with only one eye open. Obito, filled with trepidation, reached out to touch his own cheek. Double Kamui. Your eye, return it. Kakashi's indifferent words pierced Obito's heart like a knife. The dream lay shattered. He has finally returned to this bloody reality. What dual divine might? What eyes? When have I ever asked for your return? When do I desire your return? Yet he could not articulate these words. Finding himself at a loss as they lingered on the tip of his tongue. Only tears flowed incessantly. Qing Ling spoke the truth. His heart, his soul, had long since found the answer. Obito no longer harbored hatred for Kakashi. He was reluctant to believe that the girl had truly passed away. The moonlight shone brightly. The young man looked up, and at that moment, a myriad of sorrows erupted within his heart. His lips trembled slightly as he chuckled foolishly. Ultimately, there is no turning back. Chapter 39, The Mightiest Illusion, is to enclose oneself in a painted prison. No turning back, is there? Ha 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 ha. What foolishness are you uttering, Obito? The voice of Qing Ling emerged. This time, it was the nine-tailed statue of the space-time sealing technique. Chakra enveloped it, quickly making it appear vibrant and full of life. I understand well the truth that a person cannot be resurrected. Why must you bestow me with false hopes? Since I have awakened, I have no intention of returning to slumber. So be it. This kaleidoscopic Sharingan has always been a burden for Kakashi. Obito's palm spread open, revealing another Sharingan. Indeed, his dual divine prowess is undeniable, yet at this moment, the transplanted eye he possesses feels superfluous, perfectly suited for Kakashi. I shall no longer require it, Obito. Kakashi, however, declined his generous offer. You harbor deep resentment towards me, do you not? You took Rin's life, and I have taken the life of our esteemed teacher, Minato. Kakashi, your animosity towards me is palpable, is it not? Kakashi cast a frigid glance in his direction and replied, the one who truly despises you should be Naruto. For his parents perished by your hand. Just months ago, he dreamed of becoming Hokage, naively mirroring your own past aspirations. Uzumaki Naruto. Upon hearing that name, Obito dared not turn back. In his former worldview, he had felt no remorse. Yet now, he was unable to confront Naruto, unable to face the so-called evil. Feeling a tinge of trepidation. The architect of tragedy is, indeed, he himself. How could he face the youth behind him, whose childhood and life he had obliterated? Me? As Naruto noticed the gazes of the crowd upon him, he broke into a grin. I have merely come to prevent you from making foolish decisions. As for my father and mother, perhaps in the past, I might have loathed you, and after defeating you, granted you forgiveness. But now, I am merely an ordinary genin of the Konoha shinobi village, where the need for forgiveness is absent. My teacher once said that we all possess the right to choose whom to hate and whom to love, even if Kakashi were to forgive you. My animosity towards you will remain eternal. The youth's smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze. No forgiveness. No need for mercy. He is a lower-ranking ninja from the Qing Ling ninja village, and it is naturally his prerogative to harbor animosity towards an adversary. Obito chuckled, transforming his sorrow into laughter. This is the essence of a true ninja. You possess a maturity that surpasses Kakashi's. A ninja should not merely be a mechanical entity tasked with completing missions. When the day comes that I devise a technique capable of fully unraveling your dual Meijiki Sharingan, I shall ensure that you pay for your blood debts in kind. A rare glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Naruto's eyes. I shall gladly accompany you, but henceforth, I have relinquished my own aspirations. Perhaps I shall remain in this village, silent, until the end of my days. He possesses an extraordinary prowess, enabling him to depart from this place at will. However, 2 journeys into the spirit realm have allowed him to pierce through the mists and discern the sinister machinations of Uchiha Obito and Kagaya, as well as to gain clarity within himself. Yet, after a lifetime of wandering, can he truly find the pause he seeks? Before his words could fully escape his lips, he had already transformed into mere fragments. Obito. Kakashi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Obito would choose to embrace his demise, sacrificing his very existence. This revelation had long been perceived by Sasuke and Naruto. They sensed that upon the awakening of Uchiha Obito, all malice had dissipated. He was merely consumed by a singular desire for death. Foolish Kakashi, how could I possibly remain in a world devoid of Rin? Even for a mere second. An ephemeral moment, I would find it unbearable. Allow me to depart to that realm and offer my apologies to Lord Minato as well. His form gradually dissipated. The divine power no longer serving as his ally, but instead tearing at his body, fragmenting it into pieces. From a distance, there was no trace of blood. as if he had transformed into a flurry of snowflakes. In truth, Naruto yearned for vengeance, yet Obito chose not to remain in a world devoid of Rin. Reflecting upon my life, it is filled with errors. I failed to protect my beloved, allowing her to suffer harm, and even in the most desperate moments, I was absent from her side. Did you think I was truly unaware of the truth? If I were ignorant, how could the hidden mist village have descended into its current wretched state? However, by the time I discovered that the true perpetrator was that old wretch, Uchiha Madara, it was far too late. Kakashi, you must learn to smile more. Rin always encouraged you to do so. Naruto. I have never felt a shred of remorse for the loss of Sensei Minato. I am a complete demon. Please do not forgive me. I am merely a sinner. A butcher. He shouted with fervor, yet there was no trace of malice for Naruto to perceive. Obito's form gradually twisted, torn into fragments, as he calmly embraced his demise, journeying towards the realm where Rin awaited. Enough. I have no fondness for such cliché farewells. They do not resonate with me. With a resounding slap, a crisp sound echoed as it landed upon the face of Uchiha Obito, all within the span of a mere second. He employed the formidable power of Shinwei in reverse, as the two torn calves were enveloped in a vibrant turquoise orb of chakra, emanating a rich vitality. Simultaneously, Kakashi's eyes were being rejuvenated by this potent healing force, nurturing the emergence of a new eye. Within the azure cloak lay a sculpture composed of the chakra from the nine tails. His stature was no larger than that of a child, swathed in a radiant aura of orange and azure, reminiscent of intertwining flames of chakra. Do you truly believe I cannot overcome your divine might? The ethereal presence of Qing Ling emerged. His diminutive form rendered him particularly endearing. In the realm of the reincarnation eye chakra mode, he possessed the capability to wield formidable yin-yang techniques, enabling resurrection. The immense gravitational and repulsive forces were potent enough to induce cataclysmic transformations between two celestial bodies. His unparalleled spatial manipulation allowed for the creation of a tunnel connecting disparate realms, given the sculptures previously sent to the dimension of divine might. Even if Obito were concealed within, he could effortlessly breach and strike with lethal intent. Bestowing life upon puppets and freely absorbing chakra further augmented Qing Ling's invincibility. At that moment, as he genuinely activated the reincarnation eye chakra mode, his eyes transformed into a mesmerizing spectacle of violet sclera, golden pupils, and tendrils of azure and cerulean light dancing at the periphery. This was unlike any reincarnation I known to man. Life and death at his command. You are truly a wretch. Even if you were to meet Rin, you must convey that this world remains unchanged. Can evasion truly resolve issues? Since you have embraced the truth I revealed, why not await the day Uchiha Madara is resurrected to exact retribution for his blood debts? Chattering incessantly, alternating between tears and laughter, do you wish to be confined in the asylum of our Qing Ling shinobi village for a while? Qing Ling's small hands occasionally pounded against Obito's newly formed legs. Do you wish for death? Have you consulted with the first generation of our Qing Ling shinobi village, the spirit shadow? What manner of world should I create to honor Rin's memory? Obito possesses the answers, yet he remains uncertain as to how to act. Must he resort to the infinite Tsukuyomi to forcibly alter everyone as fate? Suddenly, his gaze was intense as he recalled something, turning to Kakashi with a question. What kind of future do you wish to create? A world where everyone is a ninja, or one devoid of ninjas? This query had been posed to him by Qing Ling. At this moment, Obito was even more eager to learn Kakashi's response. I desire a future without ninjas. Then I shall accompany you. The two exchanged a glance, one bearing the dual Sharingan, the other possessing ordinary eyes. This exchange held a meaning only they could comprehend. Kakashi's father had always been a source of pain within him. What is the essence of a ninja's existence? Is it to fulfill missions, maintain global peace, or simply to endure? When Kakashi candidly articulated his aspirations in public, Obito understood that Qing Ling village could indeed be a refuge. Would there be differing perspectives? Obito extended a hand. It seems everyone is quite different. Kakashi placed his palm atop Obito's. Lord Lingying, will this lead to discrepancies? Obito turned to Qing Ling, who stood defiantly with crossed arms. What does the future hold? How could I possibly know? You must seek the answers yourselves. Obito chuckled, and Kakashi's laughter echoed. A long-lost sound. A sudden clap resonated in the air, though no third party was present. Both Obito and Kakashi felt a pang of nostalgia, reverberating through the void, reminiscent of the youthful joy that once resided in their hearts. The most formidable illusion should confine one within their own bounds, while the weakest of harsh words harkens back to the joys of youth. Time-space sealing technique. Sky Moon. Release. Chapter 40. The Noteworthy Sage. Orochimaru rises to prominence. Complete this task, and the teacher shall commence the lesson. Naruto darted past Obito, leaving behind a determined remark. When I ascend to Ch Nin, I will undoubtedly challenge you. Obito responded with a smile, in a life-and-death manner, no less. Once the time-space sealing technique was undone, Sasuke and Gaara's clones had already captured the majority of the White Zetsu. Naruto's myriad of clones, akin to a flock of sheep, charged towards Qing Ling village. In no time, they had apprehended the remaining White Zetsu, meticulously extracting each one from his malicious perception. That night, Qing Ling village amassed over 700 White Zetsu. It must be said, Zetsu had indeed invested considerable resources. Damn it. Sasuke deliberately refrained from sealing his shadow clones to capture more of these wretched beings, didn't he? Naruto was incensed. Aware that according to their agreement, tonight was the night Qing Ling would unveil the scroll of training for the lower-ranked martial arts. Surely, it concealed even more profound methods of cultivation. Qing Ling had also promptly informed them through Chakra that they would ensnare Zetsu in one fell swoop. Atop the mountain peak, Zetsu was about to flee with a resentful expression. Damn it, has Obito betrayed us? I had thought he could be my best pawn. Behind him, the figure of Obito swiftly materialized. Ju, do you not wish to stay? He inquired. This is merely a clone of mine. Even so, it must remain. With a decisive strike, Obito attempted to seize Ju, whose true form had already taken the opportunity to escape. Aware of Obito's techniques and threats, he had chosen to retreat at the earliest moment. What purpose does so many White Zetsu serve? Obito questioned, grasping Ju's clone with a look of perplexity. Perhaps it is a secret of the martial arts ninja, possibly related to the training methods of lower-tier martial arts ninjas. Kakashi soon appeared, albeit slightly slower than Obito. Oh, another martial arts ninja? Is the greatness of the spirit shadow connected to this? Obito had already taken note of this. Naruto was formidable. His chakra likely exceeded anything Obito could fathom in the spirit realm. He might indeed execute an all-encompassing assault until his target was vanquished. However, with his dual Kamui, he had eliminated the risk of a dangerous interval after 5 minutes of relentless attacks. Yet, Naruto's peculiar grayish-white eyes evoked a strange sensation, resembling a transformation leading towards the ethereal reincarnation eye. Truly, the disciples of the spirit shadow should not be underestimated. Whether it be Sasuke with his Meijiki Sharingan or Naruto himself, I too must embark on this journey, Kakashi remarked, more intrigued by the training methods of lower-tier martial arts ninjas, having personally experienced the might of chakra martial arts. As the night breeze swept through the forest, Kakashi was momentarily taken aback by a small frog that leaped onto his foot before hopping away, bouncing towards the direction of the Qing Ling ninja village. In the heart of Qing Ling ninja village, the central square was still bustling with a majority of villagers and ninjas, their lives in the village nurturing greater hopes for the future. At this moment, over 700 White Zetsu were ensnared in the square, their struggles futile against the bonds and seals that held them captive. A small fox had released the chakra mode of the reincarnation eye, returning to a gentle warm hue, and stood atop a stone pedestal, clearing its throat. Mother, why are all these white, eerie uncles unable to wear clothes? Are they worse off than we were? Do not look, Xiao Chuanlang. The woman admonished, her fingers shielding her eyes slightly faltering against the gusty winds. I heard from Lord Gaara that in the encyclopedia compiled by Lord Spirit Shadow for the Ninja Elementary section, this is referred to as White Zetsu, which is quite absurd. I have even personally perused that book. What? You do not feel embarrassed to train in chakra martial arts alongside a group of children? The aspiring ninjas clamored, having lost their qualifications and being unrecognized by Qing Ling Ninja Village, thus relegated to mere preparatory ninjas. Of course, I've read it myself, and my training has progressed remarkably. When the opportunity arises, I must bring my mother and younger brother here. Living here is like heaven compared to the days in the land of wind. The former Nin from Sunagakure expressed with pride as he spoke. To be honest, I too have learned it. I simply did not wish to be the first to admit it. However, if my father could spend his twilight years here, it would surely be wonderful. The previously self-proclaimed embarrassed ninja from Konoha finally spoke the truth. Recently, I heard from your Kazekage, Lord Raza, that in the future, the village will provide various subsidies for children and the elderly, ensuring that even those who lose parents or children due to disasters or diseases will live without worry. What do you mean by our Kazekage? I am now a preparatory ninja of Qing Ling Ninja Village, so mind your manners. Humph. I will definitely become a lower-tier ninja before you, and I will surely bring my parents over sooner. It was rumored that Naruto and Sasuke, as disciples of Qing Ling, were among the first to be promoted to lower-tier martial arts ninjas, each granted the opportunity to fulfill a wish. He does not harbor extravagant wishes. He simply hopes to bring his parents and younger sister to his side. Whether serving as a ninja in the Hidden Leaf Village or tending to the land for the feudal lord in the Land of Fire, he remains indifferent. While youth and vigor are on his side, the specter of aging and illness looms. Once afflicted, he could face starvation, depleting his savings, rendering his life effectively over. Only the Qing Ling ninja village stands apart. Illness, aging, childhood, and education incur no personal expense. One need only attend to the routine of daily life: firewood, rice, and salt. Even the houses are already constructed. All that is required is diligent training and the completion of one's assigned tasks. As ninjas, they lead a life fraught with uncertainty. How they yearn to ensure a better existence for their families while risking their lives. The villagers, aspiring ninjas, and the children. Gaara, Raza, Kakashi, Obito, Naruto, Sasuke. A multitude of gazes converged upon Qing Ling. He glanced around, surveying the crowd before speaking. This evening, I wish to discuss two matters. The first pertains to cultivation. Specifically the training scroll of the Chakra Genin, which constitutes a primary focus within the elite division of the Ninja Academy. A verdant scroll, as green as jade, materialized before Naruto and Sasuke, accompanied by a golden mission scroll. This time, I shall take it, Naruto exclaimed, seizing the training scroll, while Sasuke deftly caught the mission scroll. However, his peripheral vision allowed him to discern the contents clearly. The second volume of Chakra Martial Arts was obligatory reading. Chapter 1. The Transformation of Chakra from Gas to Liquid. Chapter 2. The Necessity of Yin-Yang Ninjutsu and Martial Will. Chapter 3. An exegesis on the combat techniques of Genin. The attendees craned their necks, eager to glimpse the scroll's contents. Once Sasuke's curiosity was satisfied, he unfurled the mission scroll. At that moment, Qing Ling raised her small hand once more, speaking up. As you can all see, there are over 700 experimental topics available. These will contribute to the advancement of chakra martial arts in our Qing Ling Ninja Village, enhancing our living standards and furthering the scientific endeavors of this world. To this end, let us celebrate. The Qing Ling Ninja Village has become an indispensable part of the Ninja Academy, following the Guard Division, the Research Department. We welcome Orochimaru as the head of our Research Department. What he must do is refine various elixirs of chakra, craft chakra martial arts tools, and seek immortality while exploring the possibilities of transcending the limitations of chakra. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Most of them could not comprehend the second matter announced by Qing Ling. However, Orochimaru understood it clearly. He is no longer a marginal figure. He has gained favor. The pen in his hand swiftly captured this scene. Tears streamed down his face as he recalled each arduous night spent in pursuit of immortality, diligently honing his skills. All of this was worthwhile. Chapter 41. Jiraiya's Infiltration. The Prophesied Child. The Research Department. Orochimaru himself possessed power and a research base in the village of Sound within the Land of Rice. However, he knew nothing of martial arts tools or elixirs. Yet, Qing Ling spoke of research pertaining to the quest for eternal life, a tantalizing topic that piqued his interest immensely. My Lord Lingying, I assure you, I shall not fail in my mission, Orochimaru declared, bowing deeply and kneeling on one knee. He has never held such reverence for Konoha or for Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, what he yearns for is not the ethereal Qing Ling, but rather the elusive gift of immortality. Selfishness, an egocentric disposition, encapsulates the very essence of Orochimaru. Qing Ling requires no fealty from Orochimaru. Indeed, the loyalty of any individual within the Qing Ling shinobi village holds no value for him. He merely requires them to wholeheartedly engage in their cultivation, to absorb and expend more chakra, accelerate his chakra consumption, hasten the end of life. Beneath the cloak of night, Qing Ling cast his gaze upon the hundreds of Ju. For our future training, we necessitate a substantial number of entities akin to Ju to serve as training dummies. The research department also requires as many experimental subjects as possible. It is evident that White Ju is the most suitable primary instructor. Once secured and controlled, this shall be stored in the repository. Any individual wishing to apply for usage must seek permission from Luo Sha. There is no need for alarm. The storage of White Ju is undoubtedly sufficient. We shall swiftly arrange a plan to capture Ju, striving to ensure that each individual possesses a White Ju. A White Ju for each person, to be used for experiments. As training dummies? These White Ju are utterly perplexed. Does this nine-tailed fox possess a sound mind? They are indeed not particularly astute, lacking in discernment. However, that does not imply they can be at the mercy of others. Nine-tail sealing technique. With a single hand, Qing Ling effortlessly formed the seal, causing a fox tail to emerge from behind each of the white zetsus. They could no longer escape or cause mischief. The instant this tail appeared, it signified that their chakra was completely under control. Qing Ling could manipulate it at will, infusing the white zetsus or directly stripping it away. How splendid! There would be no more need to train on wooden dummies. With the white zetsus, cultivation would surely yield twice the result with half the effort. Naruto felt elated. No longer having to witness the children monotonously practicing their punches. Everyone's gaze was filled with eager anticipation. What they seek is no longer mere subsistence. They possess a splendid tomorrow. At this moment, he conceals his hands within his sleeves, his gaze fixed upon the azure spirit. He had yet to cultivate the art of chakra manipulation, yet he found himself astonished by Kakashi's progress. What perplexed him most, however, were the villagers and the aspiring ninjas, whose eyes sparkled with an expectation of life. Why would a group of the most humble ordinary people harbor aspirations for tomorrow? Their gaze resembled a flame ignited within their souls. Obito had never witnessed such light in the eyes of those burdened by life's struggles in other villages. What could possibly set this place apart? Perhaps it was their innocence, Kakashi remarked calmly. He stood there, clearly devoid of any shadow clones observing him. Yet he did not stealthily depart from the village of Qing Ling shinobi. Perhaps even Kakashi himself had not realized that he had long since developed an affection for this village. Free from mockery and worry. If his father had lived in Qing Ling shinobi, perhaps he would not have perished amidst the whispers of rumor. Who would dare to mock or speak derisively? They would likely find themselves at the mercy of Lord Lingying's swift retribution. He resolved to remain here, to gather more intelligence. On the grassy expanse, children chased each other, their small hands clasping their white zetsu as they frolicked beneath the moonlight. How foolish they were. Did they not relish in conversation? Hee, what a delightful little foxtail. Look, number 1 zetsu is my punching bag. Why is your zetsu number 1? Then mine shall be super number 1. To Baiju, their quarrels were merely inconsequential clamor devoid of sorrow. The so-called Baiju were once ensnared in the infinite Tsukuyomi of Kagaya Otsutsuki, serving as her combat assets, imprisoned within the Outer Path's golem, under the dominion of Absolute. They were utilized to fulfill his delusional aspiration of resurrecting Kagaya Otsutsuki. While the majority of Baiju possessed rather mediocre combat prowess, a select few exhibited sufficient strength. Yet they could not withstand the onslaught of the super S-rank monsters from the Qing Ling ninja village. In simpler terms, they were once living beings. Yet they became ensnared in an illusion, succumbing to its grasp until death claimed them, never to awaken again. Alas, as ancient monstrosities. The Baiju have long lost the ability to reclaim their self-awareness. Only the innocent children, with their pure hearts, tug at their essence as they traverse this world. The nine-tailed fox leaped onto a tree, scratching its head with its paws. The villagers expressed their joy in sharing this time together. Recently, I have been preoccupied with recuperation, unable to celebrate alongside everyone. Tonight, let us raise our glasses and hold a grand feast. Let us commemorate the official establishment of our spirit nation in the Qing Ling ninja village. I declare that our territory is temporarily situated in the land nestled between the wind, fire, and earth nations. You are not only the villagers of Qing Ling ninja village but also citizens of the spirit nation. The nine-tailed fox descended from the tree, its small paw lifting a cup of orange juice. The villagers had brought an array of delicious food and beverages prepared in advance from their homes. They indulged in no extravagant fare, merely some bread, roasted meat, and fish. Naruto clumsily prepared ramen while Sasuke, unable to bear the sight, took it upon himself to fry tempura. Gaara, ever considerate, lovingly placed a Naruto roll alongside pork. Bang! Fireworks erupted. The night was illuminated, dispelling its solitude. What a delightful chaos it was. In the black pot, the charming Shikaku was savoring fish balls. Qing Ling aided him and Gaara in augmenting his form, enabling Shikaku to separate a portion of his chakra, akin to the multitude of clones hidden within the village by Qing Ling. The fireworks were truly splendid. I wondered how Sunagakure fared. Rashi cradled a cup of barley tea in his hands, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. How were Temari and Kankuro faring? Amidst the grass, Orochimaru hurried past, casting a fleeting glance at the toad that was intently observing the village. He wished to remain uninvolved. No method of infiltration could elude the discerning gaze of Qing Ling. Even Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, would find it impossible. Orochimaru had no desire to attend the banquet. His only intent was to depart swiftly. This was prompted by the two scrolls Qing Ling had just presented to him, one containing martial arts ninja tools, and the other medicinal pills. Utilizing these would necessitate an extensive array of high-precision instruments and analytical research equipment. This implied that he must begin from the ground up, fundamentally enhancing the technological prowess of Qing Ling Ninja Village before the advent of martial tools and medicinal pills, inevitably transforming the village's lifestyle. At the Odin stall, Obito savored a radish while offering a skewer of tricolor dumplings to Kakashi, who was enjoying grilled salted mackerel. I had thought it shameful enough to fall prey to an illusion again, Yet I did not anticipate your preparations for a celebratory banquet. It was merely a coincidence. Tonight marks the village's announcement of the martial arts lower ninja training scrolls and the formal declaration of the establishment of Qing Ling Ninja Village alongside the spirit country. Kakashi spoke nonchalantly as a small toad leaped past his feet, its large eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. Meanwhile, Jiraiya stood atop a distant mountain, having just returned from Miyaboka Mountain. Seizing the opportunity presented by Obito and Zetsu's infiltration of Qing Ling Ninja Village, he utilized the toad's perspective to witness the unfolding scenes of the banquet. Qing Ling is the Ninetales, yet the Ninetales is not Qing Ling. It seems you are the prophesied child I seek, the one destined to alter this world. Qing Ling, Jiraiya murmured to himself. Chapter 42, The Wrath of Rain Hidden Village. Akatsuki assembles again. Jiraiya's demeanor turned grave, as if he had resolved to make a significant decision. He turned and stepped into the enveloping night. The following day, a missive landed on Tsunade's desk. The Sage of Toads had not returned to Konoha. He did not wander again, vanishing without a trace. The night concealed weariness and fatigue. The dawn poured forth light and breeze. The hidden spirit village remained undisturbed by the mere appearance of a small frog. He lingered daily in the corner of the village, quietly observing all that transpired. Following that fateful night, the Qing Ling Ninja Village was irrevocably designated a forbidden zone. The nations of Wind, Fire, and Earth opted for silence, offering no response. Soon, rumors began to circulate, suggesting that the Earth Nation and Iwagakure would temporarily sever all ties with the Fire Nation in the foreseeable future. Whispers also spread that the Fire Nation was poised to ignite a new war that would sweep across the world, with the Spirit Nation as their initial target, and Qing Ling Ninja Village merely a pawn in their grand scheme. It was said that Konoha, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure had all suffered losses among their elite, with 3 successive attacks culminating in failure. Meanwhile, the Wind Nation, lacking a true Kazekage and under the temporary leadership of Chiyo, found itself unable to openly sever relations with the Fire Nation. Gradually, the atmosphere among the 3 nations grew increasingly delicate. The Earth Nation, situated to the north and effectively isolated by the Spirit Nation, appeared on the brink of a cataclysmic conflict that could engulf the entire ninja world. A piece of news subsequently reached the Rain Village. The inhabitants of this towered enclave, compelled to don gas masks daily, dwelled in a perpetually rain-soaked environment. Today, these assassins, whose primary vocation revolved around stealth, became aware of a matter that incited both anger and helplessness. To the east lay a village, blessed with a climate far superior to their own, known as Qing Ling Ninja Village, which had recently proclaimed the establishment of the Spirit Nation. Initially, this declaration was met with laughter and disbelief, deemed nothing more than a farcical jest. Everyone understood the unique circumstances surrounding this lawless zone. Otherwise, Rain Village would not have survived to this day. After all, the Wind, Fire, and Earth nations regarded this territory as a buffer zone. If the Spirit Nation could indeed be founded, then Rain Village would dare to establish a Rain Nation of its own. However, this absurdity was shattered just 3 days prior. It resembled a jester, suddenly proclaiming madness, declaring, "Behold, I shall perform a magic trick. I will consume the sun." He opened his mouth, and as soon as he closed it, the sun vanished. The crowd erupted in laughter, captivated by this remarkable spectacle, while others perceived it merely as a display of ostentation. However, what transpired next was even more bizarre. The following day, as the townsfolk eagerly awaited the dawn, the sun failed to rise once more. Indeed, it was utterly absurd. The villagers of Rainy Hidden Village found it incomprehensible. Why was this the case? The Kingdom of Spirits was established, claiming this uninhabited land within its domain, including our Rainy Hidden Village. How infuriating. Did he truly believe our village could be trifled with? The tower of the village housed the remains of those who met untimely ends, and it seemed that the Spirit Ninja Village ought to face a similar fate. The people were seething with indignation, yearning to vent their frustrations. They sought to earn their own livelihood without relying on feudal lords or bowing in servitude. They have exerted so much effort. What gives them the right to become that so-called Qing Ling Ninetales? Henceforth, they may even be coerced into surrendering provisions and the like. All the beauty shall fade away. Quietly, Conan emerged from the rain, returning to the tower. With a gentle remark, she reassured everyone. Ever since Hanzo met his demise at the hands of Nagato, this village has been subservient to the 6 paths of pain. This seemingly cold-hearted village leader is a significant improvement over the former Hanzo. Conan, too, is held in high esteem. We cannot resign ourselves to losing our meager possessions. Issue a command. After all, it is merely a Qing Ling ninja village. One-tailed beast and a handful of rogue ninjas. Surely, our hidden rain village need not fear them. In matters concerning the Qing Ling ninja village, the consensus among everyone is clear. Conan chose not to speak. Her purpose here was solely to prevent the villagers from walking to their demise. Surely, Nagato and the others are nearing a decision. In the high tower, the 6 paths of pain occupied their respective corners. Jiraiya hid alone in a shadowy nook, trembling with fear. He appeared to be fearful of something. Reluctant to leave the rain-hidden village. It had been 3 days since the Akatsuki team infiltrated the Qing Ling ninja village, and the group gathered once more, intent on accomplishing their mission. Although the joint task from the Wind, Fire, and Earth nations had been rescinded, each party had raised their offers threefold. Eager to secure the Qing Ling ninja village, success would yield profits exceeding previous totals by more than double. Kakuzu sought wealth, yet not everyone shared this ambition. Hey, isn't Ju and Xiaofei most adept at space-time ninjutsu and evasion? How could they possibly fail this time? Haydn remarked. His curiosity piqued as he cast a disdainful glance at Ju's dual-faced appearance. He longed to eliminate this individual swiftly, to offer him as a sacrifice to his sinister deity. That fellow had treated White Zetsu as a mere experimental subject and training tool, and now he was hunting me across the globe. The inhabitants of their village were all monsters. It was best for me to remain in seclusion. Ju's countenance darkened. Over the past 3 days, the territory of the Spirit Nation, encompassing the area from Qing Ling Ninja Village to Rain Hidden Village, was teeming with small teams of 3 from the 3 great kingdoms. They are composed of Naruto, Sasuke, and Gaara shadow clones, and upon encountering the White Zetsu, they seized the opportunity like a precious treasure, capturing it on the spot. Logically, given the division of chakra among the hundreds of 3-man teams, their strength should be relatively uniform. Surprisingly, they exhibit an extraordinary level of power. Even when employing would release mental fusion and the ephemeral technique, they remain unable to escape. Brazenly, they have deliberately set up Flying Thunder God technique marks every 100 meters, which must indeed be quite troublesome for anyone attempting to navigate through. Deara, with a flick of his bangs, felt an urge to visit the Qing Ling ninja village upon witnessing this audacious scene. Moreover, these little ones have secretly laid numerous marks, having placed about 12 nine-tailed sculptures from the Qing Ling ninja village to the rain-hidden village. Near the borders of the Wind Country, there are 3, in the Earth Country 3, and towards the Fire Country 5. Their ambitions are vast, yet attempting to contend against the 3 great nations and the 3 great ninja villages with the power of the Nine Tails alone seems rather presumptuous. Kisame, typically not one to engage in lengthy discourse, found himself compelled to speak due to the extreme arrogance of the Qing Ling ninja village. As if challenging the entire world, come at me. Zetsu, why did you and Akatsuki fail? It was Itachi who interrupted Kisame's jest. At this juncture, the situation has become critical. He merely yearned for more intricate intelligence. Scorpion's gaze also sharpened. The space-time sealing technique, an extraordinarily formidable art, alongside the bloodline limit that possesses the power to see through all illusions in ninjutsu. Additionally, their inexhaustible chakra and the peculiar training method known as chakra martial arts. Ju feigned a terror akin to a nightmare. Simultaneously, he produced the first volume of the Body Refinement Scroll from the Qing Ling Ninja Village, titled 9 Layers of Body Refinement. At the first sight of this artifact, both Kakuzu and Kisame displayed a glimmer of surprise in their eyes. It was widely rumored that the secret techniques of the Qing Ling Ninja Village required 18 million ryo to acquire even a fragment, and yet it was scarce on the market. Kakuzu exclaimed with astonishment, remarking on its rarity, stating that even his wealth could not procure it. It was said to have been obtained by a mysterious individual from the Qing Ling Ninja Village, referred to as the first volume, comprising 3 chapters, capable of endowing one with a terrifying amount of chakra and immunity to a certain degree of illusions. Kisame, known as the Beast Without Tails, had seen his reputation soar recently, particularly due to the allure of illusion immunity. Ju smiled with intrigue. Do you wish for the complete first volume? It would be best to bring their heads as a trade. This time, their gazes converged, each harboring their own intentions, seeking wealth, combat, and secret techniques. After confirming the expressions of all Akatsuki members, Pain finally spoke coldly, I will go personally. Chapter 43, Sunlight and Wind, Bestowing Interest. Upon hearing Pain's words, Scorpion merely offered a terse response. Deara lowered his gaze to his palm, toying with explosive clay. Let us give it a try. Although little Toby does not appreciate my art and lacks any artistic sensibility, he remains quite endearing. Little Toby's artistic skills are lacking, but he is still my artistic comrade. Deidara's left eye, obscured by his bangs, was lifted by the rain-infused wind. It rolled back, revealing his left eye adorned with a miniature telescope. This eye, honed through special training, had the ability to dispel illusions upon direct gaze. Thus, Deidara had longed for a confrontation with Uchiha Itachi, eager to challenge his renowned illusions. Such was the beauty of their Akatsuki family. He is always regarded as a collective of artists. Though Akatsuki appears rather inept and possesses a somewhat dull intellect, he exudes an undeniable artistic aura. In his eyes, the only artist in the organization who rivals him is the puppeteer, Scorpion. The only one capable of competing with him is Itachi. Artists in the ninja world are exceedingly rare. After much effort in locating a few, there is also Akatsuki, a remarkably gifted yet underwhelming artist who ultimately finds himself under the control of the Qing Ling ninja village. How can he possibly accept this? Scorpion, what is your opinion? Upon hearing Deidara's words, Pain turned to Scorpion and inquired. After all, Deidara was eager to act impulsively and demonstrate his art to everyone in the hidden cloud village. Indeed, our ninjutsu could remain outside the village, especially considering the crucial intelligence that Jay-Z and Xiaofei risked their lives to bring back. Scorpion's statement signified a transfer of the mission. It was not imperative for Nagato to personally intervene in this matter. They have resolved to initiate their plans ahead of schedule, undeterred by the emergence of the Qing Ling ninja village. After all, it is merely a realm of spirits. Their ambitions extend to the entire world. It is imperative that we do not intrude upon the Qing Ling ninja village, but rather retreat unscathed. Our sole objective is to eliminate their leaders. Eliminate? Indeed. Such a statement feels remarkably mundane. Yet it is true. Within the crimson flow of Scorpion lies the ability to manipulate an extraordinary number of puppets. Augmented by his most formidable creation, the third Kazekage, he can encircle the Qing Ling ninja village from the ground, sending forth relentless puppets to wreak havoc. The skies will be under the dominion of Deidara, who can unleash a plethora of explosive clay, raining destruction from above. Together, they need not engage directly. A brutal cleansing of the Qing Ling ninja village shall ensue. Without revealing themselves, they will unleash a tempest of powerful area attacks upon the village, showcasing the advantage of the duo, the eternal art clashing with the ephemeral. Cold threads manipulate mechanical limbs, reflecting the chilling gaze within the puppets. He is the ageless youth. The white clay, a testament to his proud artistry. Few remain eternally fearless, yet some are perpetually obstinate. In the land of wind, today is a splendid day, at least for the feudal lord. The feudal lord of the land of fire has made a special visit. In the banquet hall, songstresses dance gracefully, while young maidens serve tea and wine. The architecture resembles flattened water bottles, with glass-like structures designed to refract sunlight. The outer ring of the buildings is adorned with a plethora of flora, while the interior serves as the living quarters for the lords. However, such methods cannot be replicated throughout the entire land of wind. To maintain the plants and ensure their growth, daily care is required. And the construction methods demand substantial resources, an unfathomable notion for the common folk. Come, drink this cup. The mercenaries from the Rain Village, driven by a mere handful of coins, have accepted our commission. Indeed, the Earth Country suspects that the Qing Ling ninja village is our doing. How foolish. Sarutobi Hiruzen perished at the hands of the Nine Tails. Pay no heed to those ninjas. If they perish, they perish. Today is a day for alliance. Let us not squander time. Partake in more fine wine. That is the true matter at hand. What they refer to as an alliance is, in truth, merely a grand banquet. The land of wind does not boast an environment superior to that of the land of fire. The opulent lifestyle of the daimyo remains unchanged, replete with exquisite wines, sumptuous feasts, and enchanting companions. Our formation of an alliance will undoubtedly heighten tensions with the land of water and the land of thunder. How amusing. The mist village of the land of water has descended into complete madness, disregarding their commands entirely. And the individuals from the land of thunder are equally inclined to operate independently. The foolish denizens of the land of earth are truly on the verge of isolation. It would be far more advantageous for us to await the mutual destruction of the Rain Hidden Village and the Blue Spirit Ninja Village, seizing the opportunity to invade the land of earth under the pretext of conflict. You shall take half, and we shall take the other half. All the daimyo present are more than capable of indulging in libations. They reminisce about that day with an ineffable delight. The division of the unclaimed territory, coupled with the land of the earth, was sufficient to march eastward, sweeping through the tumultuous waters of the nation embroiled in civil strife, as well as the overbearing realm of thunder. As for the other smaller nations, they are rendered insignificant in the face of such overwhelming momentum. Their maniacal laughter harbored ambitions of dominion, a desire to reign as sovereigns of the world. The daimyo of the wind country gazed out at the arid landscape beyond the window, where the scent of cherry blossom wine lingered in the indoor garden, yet could not escape the confines of the fragile glass. Much like those struggling for survival amidst the swirling sands, they remained oblivious to the fact that even within the same desert, the lives of the daimyo were remarkably more prosperous. Is the world destined to be an uneven tapestry? The tempest of sand raged on. A family cautiously emerged, pushing a cart wrapped in tattered cloth. Their entire possessions precariously balanced upon it, a single pot and a few broken bowls. At that moment, in various villages throughout the Wind Country, a handful of souls ventured forth, braving the scorching sun and the relentless sandstorm, all heading in a singular direction. Mother, why must father lead us away from the village? The girl's parched lips betrayed her thirst, the last sip of water having grazed her tongue 2 days prior. Because a new kingdom has been established, where we can savor sweet water and fill our bellies. The mother's face was gaunt, her eyes, hollowed and numb for 3 decades, now sparkled with renewed hope. The children's father remained silent, bearing the weight of this fragile family upon his shoulders, like an aged ox, resolutely grasping the handles of the cart and forging ahead. He will gradually drift further down this path, until he encounters more souls, who will no longer feel the weight of solitude, finding warmth in one another. Ah, life. Stubborn as the wind in the yellow sands, relentlessly traversing the desolate dunes devoid of hope, yet fervently striving towards the next oasis, a land of dust and soil. The kingdom of earth, where towering mountains rise amidst a less than idyllic environment, the kingdom of thunder, situated by the sea, fragmented like scattered shards. It is the kingdom of water, shrouded in a veil of gloom. Ambitious yet besieged on all sides, we find the kingdom of fire. Each village, akin to the hidden hamlet of Yuin, clings desperately to survival. On the surface, it resembles the kingdom of spirits, appearing to exist, yet in reality, it is merely a small realm, a buffer zone for the mighty kingdoms. To what extent can they improve? The prominent figures, regardless of their region, lead similarly affluent lives. Ninjas, irrespective of their villages, sacrifice their lives for survival. The feeble can only muster the courage to escape at the cost of their lives. The sun and the wind generously bestow their gifts upon them. Yet, who delineates the hierarchy of status? The answer lies at the convergence of many gazes. Chapter 44. The Qing Ling Ninja Village, the art of chakra accumulation. In the land of spirits, the Qing Ling Ninja Village is but a modest settlement among many ninja villages. Today, the elementary section of the Ninja Academy is imparting some fundamental and widely acknowledged knowledge. The vice principal and elite students are present. Uzumaki Naruto, with arms outstretched, is explaining the basics of martial arts chakra to the children. Open your arms and resonate with the world. Everyone knows that our chakra is an intrinsic blend of physical and spiritual energy. When these two merge with nature, we can acquire chakra from the natural world, which we refer to as sage techniques. The children, mirroring him, open their arms, attempting to gather chakra from the heavens and earth, yet they come up empty-handed. 2 days prior, while contemplating during his return journey from Konoha village, Qing Ling concluded that the martial arts chakra requires a greater supply. Relying solely on internal generation is insufficient. Consequently, before bed, he summoned over 20 shadow clones to devise a sage technique applicable to all living beings. After a brief experiment, they determined this to be the simplest and most universal method of acquiring natural chakra. Unlike the complete system of traditional sage techniques, the current Qing Ling sage technique consists solely of its initial phase, the absorption of natural chakra. This requires frequent meditation to sense during the 9 levels of body refinement as an apprentice. Upon advancement to a lower ninja rank, one can enhance their integration with the natural world through overall elevation of spirit, physique, and chakra, thereby continuously obtaining natural chakra. As for the sage mode of Qing Ling's techniques, along with perception and physical techniques, further development is necessary. Naruto pointed to the diagram illustrating the method of extracting chakra from nature, absorbing it into the body, and circulating it through the meridians for true cultivation. I sensed it. It is natural chakra, exclaimed a child, wiping their nose. Teacher Naruto, Shirita Jiro farted. The nearby chubby child quickly covered his nose. Oops, sorry. I'll echo back, then run away. Shirita Jiro rubbed his nose and returned to his seat. Naruto, drenched in sweat, found it impossible to communicate with these little ones. Despite explaining that sensing natural chakra during the apprenticeship phase is challenging, they continued to jest. Class is over, take a good rest. The next lesson will be taught by Sasuke. With hands in pockets, Naruto walked into a classroom. Upon hearing Sasuke's name, cheers erupted. Yay! This time, Teacher Sasuke will teach us the cultivation of martial spirit, right? He must be so spirited, which is why he is so handsome. Indeed. Being praised by Teacher Sasuke is a great honor. Teacher Sasuke is the most handsome. The girls cheered. The boys quickly banded together, forming an unbreakable alliance. Ridiculous. Teacher Naruto is the strongest. Even Gara-sensei's martial arts class is more entertaining than his. Right. You only know about handsomeness. Only we boys understand what is truly cool. And that is everlasting. Before long, the discussion shifted from who was the most handsome to who was cooler or more handsome, escalating into a chaotic debate within the classroom. Kakashi had been waiting for quite some time. He has lost his Sharingan. Yet he still holds the esteemed position of vice principal of the elite department at the Ninja Academy. Within the entire academy, there exists only one official principal, and that is Aoi-rei. Aoi-rei, a singular fox, is the feudal lord of the Spirit Nation, the inaugural spirit shadow of the Aoi-rei Ninja Village, and the head of the Ninja Academy. Today's lesson focuses on the dissemination of ninjutsu. To attain formidable martial prowess, one must learn as many ninjutsu techniques as possible, allowing for continuous integration and the development of one's unique martial arts. Hatake Kakashi, known as the Copy Ninja, possesses an innumerable array of ninjutsu. He is dedicated to addressing the deficiencies in ninjutsu skills among the students of the elite department. Unlike the elementary division, the elite department does not hold classes daily. Instead, lessons are conducted based on mutual agreement between students and teachers, scheduled at convenient times. After all, becoming a lower-ranked martial artist signifies a true transition into the Aoi-rei Ninja Village. Inevitably, there will be tasks and missions to undertake. The elite department exists solely to enhance skills during periods devoid of missions or during annual training sessions. Ultimately, to ascend to the rank of a middle-ranked martial artist, one's strength and capabilities are paramount. Kakashi, can we learn some more advanced combat ninjutsu today? Today, we will supplement your water release techniques, after all. You now possess various chakra affinities, and it is essential to master all attainable ninjutsu. What? All of them? How many ninjutsu techniques could that possibly entail? Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed, glancing back at the children frolicking on the playground with a mix of exasperation and intrigue. He serves as the vice principal of the elementary department, yet finds himself in the role of a student here. The shift in identity is challenging to accept, at least for the time being. Thus, let us commence our studies. Kakashi leaped off the table, and with Naruto's feet upon the window frame, they made their way to the riverbank, following closely behind. Naruto caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. Kakashi bore a sword upon his back, one that was neither the elongated curve of a katana nor the size of a typical ninja's blade, but rather something larger than the latter. This sword was a legacy from a singular individual, the Leaf's White Fang. His swordsmanship had long been lost to time, once instilling terror in the hearts of countless individuals as the legendary Konoha White Fang. To this day, it remains an enigma. However, ever since that fateful night when Obito attacked, Kakashi acquired this blade from Kairi. The loss of his Sharingan could very well signify the opening of a new path for him. The following day, as dawn broke, Kairi Ninja Village basked in a serene atmosphere, with people rising to engage in their daily work and studies. Yet, today, the village center, where the office of the shadow was situated, bore a peculiar distinction. A sculpture, crafted from wood, depicting the Nine Tails, stood majestically at the location of the office. The once inconspicuous shadow office had formed a small circle around this wooden sculpture. Leaves clustered together, creating a canopy that shielded the morning sunlight. The villagers, upon witnessing this tree sculpture that had seemingly sprung up overnight, felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. The fox depicted was not the terrifying Nine Tails as rumored in the outside world, but rather their revered shadow, a hero who sheltered them from the storms of life. Few could perceive that, in truth, this village had begun to change. Within a residence, Gara, the captain of the defense corps and the chief of security of Kairi Ninja Village, glanced at the dining table and selected but a single piece of bread. Just before he stepped out, he coldly remarked, "Why is it not grilled beef tongue?" Luo Sha at the dining table continued to enjoy his breakfast, unfazed by the comment. He contemplated that today's luncheon would consist of roasted beef tongue. Ever since he arrived at the Qing Ling shinobi village, he had found a measure of tranquility, even embarking on the rhythms of daily life. His temperament had mellowed considerably, rendering him somewhat unrecognizable from the once formidable and decisive fourth Kazekage. Only a fraction of his responsibilities involved managing paperwork. The village was relatively small, and the tasks were few, requiring little exertion on his part. However, upon awakening at dawn, he felt a distinct sense of direction, seemingly connected to the colossal wooden sculpture in the village. Within him, a source of chakra had surged, augmenting even the chakra in the natural world tenfold. During this period, Luo Sha had not ceased his cultivation. He advanced through realms, evolving from a martial arts apprentice to the 8th level of body refinement, even mastering the inhalation techniques of the Qing Ling immortal art. Although he could not absorb it, he could acutely perceive the increase of chakra in the natural world. In truth, he was not alone. Overnight, every inhabitant of the Qing Ling ninja village had undergone transformation, gaining new sources of chakra. Simultaneously, he utilized the chakra tree sculpture, resembling his own form, to emanate chakra, converting his own chakra into that of the natural world, thereby rapidly enhancing the chakra concentration in Qing Ling ninja village and its surroundings, which continued to spread at an accelerated pace. Qing Ling's goal was to plant an additional 100 such sculptural trees within the realm of the spirit country, allowing his chakra to disseminate even more swiftly. Consume. Let it be consumed at an even quicker rate. Outside the village, Deidara took a deep breath. The air here felt remarkably fresh. Was it merely an illusion? The atmosphere in the rain village was not only humid but also toxic. One would find the air refreshing even in the desert. A cold retort from Scorpion extinguished Deidara's enthusiasm. Silence, you uncultured senior. Presently, Deidara yearned to detonate something to soothe the artistic heart disturbed by his cunning artist companion. Chapter 45. At last, you remain Unageda? How intriguing. Deidara glanced down at a toad that leaped past his feet, decisively crafting a small toad. Explosive clay. Ugly toad. Upon hearing the name he had bestowed upon the jutsu, the small toad cast a resentful glance before hastily departing. Crimson secret technique. 100 machine performance. Scorpion, silent and stealthy, unleashed hundreds of puppets. The puppets emerging from the scroll each possessed their own chakra regeneration core, establishing a flawless connection only through chakra threads. Clad in red robes, these puppets wielded their own weapons. The forest, the earth, and the sky surrounded the Qing Ling ninja village from all directions. TCH, quite a clever move. But soon they shall be reduced to mere fragments. Deidara grinned widely, his smile charming yet undeniably twisted. As he crossed his arms, hundreds of explosive clay frogs leaped into the village. Explosive clay giant birds. Explosive clay swarms of winged creatures. Explosive clay centipedes. Countless tiny explosive clay beings began to hop towards the forest. The white clay birds swept through the sky like a plague of locusts. Deidara stood with arms crossed on the back of a giant bird, rising against the wind, a delightful smile gracing his face. Art. Behold the manifestation of art. You wretched little village that has doomed the small flyer. He gazed down upon the earth, where explosive clay creatures surged forth in every direction, while birds swooped down from above. Puppets blanketed the landscape, their blades glinting with a chilling sheen. An explosion, a massacre. Together, they required no direct confrontation with their adversaries to effortlessly snatch away their lives. A mere village of the Azure Spirit Ninja was hardly worth mentioning. Those who survived the blast would face the onslaught of the puppets. Mortals, with their inherent fragility, could be felled by a single stroke. Yet, chakra puppets possess the gift of immortality. Art is nothing but an explosion. Deidara swiftly formed seals, raising his voice in a commanding shout. Let the flames and smoke swirl, engulfing wickedness, leaving only the pure pursuit behind. Is he a paranoid genius or a madman consumed by insanity? With each thunderous sound, it resonates with the heartbeat of the youth. All life is to be extinguished. The scorpion murmurs to itself, devoid of any interjections. He once employed this tactic to extinguish an entire kingdom. The realm of the spirit nation is neither vast nor minuscule. Yet the Qing Ling ninja village comprises merely a few hundred souls. How could it withstand such an unforeseen calamity? At this moment, the puppets, attuned to their master's will, are cold mechanical constructs of death, ruthlessly donning shells that bear a striking resemblance to humanity. Beneath each crimson robe lies the visage of a long-lost loved one, yearned for by their kin. The puppets are frigid, and their weaponry even colder, much like the scorpion concealed within the scarlet flow of the ruby. The youth's gaze is icy, frozen in time, never to age. This is what he deems his eternal artistry. Boom. The explosive clay detonates like a natural disaster, overwhelming the serene and tranquil village without offering a moment's respite. The puppets swiftly traverse every corner of the village, intent on slaughtering all living beings. Survival or demise, this is a question solely belonging to the powerful, for common folk possess only the instinct to survive, with little time to ponder. If they could live, even if they had but a meager meal today and none tomorrow, they would still lift their heads high, gazing longingly towards the horizon. They merely wish to survive. Seek death. The voice of the youth resonated like a thunderous decree, swiftly rushing past Deidara's ear. Do you know the name of the village beneath you? The moment Sasuke stood atop the explosive clay giant bird, lightning-infused chakra surged into it. Chakra, in its essence, is a force that opposes itself. Explosive clay is fundamentally of the earth element. Unlike the lava techniques of Uji and the dissolution techniques of Conan, the more diverse the elemental jutsu, particularly those of bloodline limits, the harder it is to counteract with a singular chakra type. This is a flaw of Deidara, a shortcoming of his own making. Standing upon the giant bird, Deidara swiftly formed hand seals. Boom. Both the giant bird and Deidara erupted simultaneously. Flames rapidly engulfed Sasuke. Amidst the smoke, dragon wings tore through the skyline, soaring high. He had yet to utter his ultimate art. How infuriating. Deidara's clones typically accompany their explosions with a classic line. But this time, Sasuke's swift intervention left him unable to voice it, naturally dampening his spirits. Where to? Swish. The sound of rushing air echoed as the smoke dissipated with a mere wave of his hand. Purple chakra coalesced and took form beneath it, accompanied by the azure and orange chakra of the nine tails swirling in tandem. Susanoo, in its initial manifestation, began to take shape. Uchiha Sasuke stood within, his gaze frigid. To dare destroy the village of the blue spirit, his home. No matter who you are, you must perish here. Transcending the boundaries of reality and imagination. Transforming all fantasies into reality. The kaleidoscope Sharingan, you are the brother of Uchiha Itachi, the defector from Konoha. Deidara closed his right eye, his bangs curling. The pupil of his left eye narrowed, equipped with a miniature telescope. Your illusions will prove futile. Your ninjutsu is insignificant. Then let us test that. Lightning chakra inherently counters Deidara, and now with the dual kaleidoscope Sharingan activated, Susanoo begins to take form. As a host for the Nine Tails, a martial arts underling, he draws upon the natural chakra from the world around him. Naruto's gaze was that of one observing a corpse. C2, giant dragon. Deidara abandoned the giant dragon beneath his feet, launching the dragon with its wings flailing directly at Sasuke's Susanoo. Its feet began to take shape, flesh coalescing around the skeletal structure. Due to his ocular techniques not yet fully developed, he could not unleash the ultimate form. Nevertheless, Sasuke believed he was more than capable of handling a mere Deidara. The moment you invoked his name, your death was assured. So what? This village has already been reduced to rubble. Deidara smirked with confidence. Yet, the explosion had long since passed, the smoke dispersed by the fierce winds. Still, all remained unscathed. As the dust settled, Gaara stood suspended above the sands, his mother enveloping him in a protective embrace, Shikaku poised and ready to strike at any moment. He lifted his gaze to Deidara and merely uttered, "Sky Sand Barrier." How infuriating. What kind of gaze is that? Deidara glared at Sasuke, his ire palpable, while the latter's disdainful look only fueled his anger further. This instantly reminded him of Itachi Uchiha, that same contemptuous gaze that dismissed his magnificent art. Both of you brothers deserve to perish. Do not blame me for my impulsiveness. Deidara vowed to orchestrate something monumental, to send Sasuke, Gaara, and the hidden cloud village soaring into the heavens. Incompetent rage. Sasuke commented dryly. What? Deidara could not abide such a slight against his artistry and character. Sensei Qing Ling once remarked, "You are nothing but an embodiment of incompetent rage." His response was unhurried. Incompetent. Rage. Oh, I shall never forgive you. Deidara's eyes burned crimson. Typically whimsical and endearing, he now stood as a genius defending his art. He changed his mind, not only intending to obliterate the Qing Ling ninja village, but also to reduce the surrounding area to rubble. At the village's edge, Luo Sha stood poised, surrounded by a circle of golden sand. The sand transformed into hundreds of shields and spears, defending against puppet attacks while relentlessly countering. The technique of multiple shadow clone jutsu. Bang. Although the swift wind arrived belatedly, Naruto's shadow clones soared into the air, each transforming into the Nine Tails mode, drawing on chakra to continually empower themselves. He possessed an extraordinary aptitude for mastering and transforming ninjutsu, coupled with the enhancements from the mutated Byakugan and the 8 Gates release series of physical techniques. His martial prowess became exceptionally refined and formidable. This is precisely the reason why Naruto could rise to become the foremost martial artist of the Qing Ling ninja village. Martial technique, Celestial Dance of Stars. The Shadow Clone technique, combined with the Nine Tails mode and the Lotus of Inner Harmony, culminates in this martial art. First, one must activate the Nine Tails mode to obtain a substantial increase in chakra, speed, and strength. Building upon this, the third gate of the 8 Gates is unlocked, further enhancing all foundational attributes. With this, the Shadow Clone technique is employed to encircle the enemy completely, within a fraction of a second. The Lotus of Inner Harmony is unleashed. All of this must be executed in seamless succession to unleash its maximum potency. Martial arts, in essence, are the lethal amalgamation of ninjutsu and physical techniques, indistinguishable from one another. Bang! The sound of shattering echoed as the puppets crumbled, and Naruto descended from the heavens, a beaming smile adorning his face, standing before the unflappable scorpion. How dare you destroy my home? The collaboration between the rogue ninjas of Konoha and Sunagakure was so synchronized that the rumors proved true, a conspiracy indeed. As Scorpion spoke, his hands and head underwent a simultaneous transformation. Crimson Flow, Tail Spike. Crimson Flow, Needle Barrage. Crimson Flow, Thousand Hands Prosthetic. Meanwhile, the third Kazekage puppet stealthily appeared behind Scorpion. At that moment, the gaze of Rasha in the sky sharpened, his pupils narrowing. That free-spirited individual had transformed into a stoic puppet. At last, I see you unchanged. Yet alas, the world has shifted. Chapter 46, Are You a God? The venomous scorpion tail shot forth from the ominous mask, swiftly sketching its lethal intent, attempting to poison Naruto in an instant. The toxic needles and stingers unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, a torrential onslaught. The mechanical arm also erupted in a heartbeat, sweeping in all directions. Various poisonous weapons launched an assault at that very moment. Even with the protective Ninetales mode, Naruto found himself in a precarious situation, pondering how to counter these attacks with utmost speed. Poison attacks have always posed a significant challenge in the ninja world, unless one possesses immense chakra to withstand them. The ninja realm had long struggled with the threat of poison before the advent of medical ninjas, as proposed by Tsunade. The combination of puppetry and toxins is undeniably insidious. Unlike ordinary ninjutsu, which relies on preparation and release, puppetry emphasizes speed, power, and elemental countering. The greatest advantage of puppetry lies in its meticulous preparation. Various weapons, toxins, and even time-space ninjutsu sealed within scrolls allow for the preservation of techniques and puppets in advance. Under such circumstances, an adept puppeteer can unleash a wide-ranging attack in a single strike. Their most significant flaw lies within themselves, as they excessively emphasize preparation and puppetry. The puppeteer, in essence, becomes deficient in cultivation. In stark contrast, Scorpion possesses formidable scroll-based weaponry that surpasses the understanding and techniques of all puppeteers by 2 or even 3 iterations, coupled with equally impressive ninjutsu and reflexes. Were it not for the profound loneliness and emptiness within, he is acutely aware that throughout his life, it is unlikely he will encounter an existence capable of utterly erasing his essence. There is no malice. At the moment Naruto unleashed his martial prowess to shatter all the puppets, his true form swiftly formed hand seals, gazing earnestly at Sasori. Teacher, this individual harbors no ill intentions, and moreover, Naruto's innate talent for the mastery of sage arts appears to be extraordinarily exceptional. Not only does he absorb natural chakra at an accelerated pace, but he has also begun to refine the content beyond the initial stages of chakra absorption. A chakra tail has manifested behind him, reminiscent of the striking cloak of the Ninetales. In this moment, Naruto himself undergoes a subtle transformation, his eyes resembling those of a vivid azure. Of course, this solely pertains to the reincarnation eye. Theoretically, as long as the chakra is sufficient, even a severed limb would pose no significant hindrance. Nevertheless, confronted with an overwhelming barrage of puppet toxins, Naruto instinctively opts for evasion. He transformed into a swift orange gale, instantly materializing beside Scorpion. I've caught you, puppet master. Naruto sensed that Scorpion harbored not merely malice, but also an utter absence of benevolence. A soulless machine of slaughter. The peculiar solitude was even more unsettling than Gaara's disdain. Could it be that Sunagakure is the breeding ground for such monstrosities? This time, facing a being devoid of both malice and loneliness, what term could aptly describe it? As Naruto evaded using the Flying Thunder God technique, a singular word came to mind: hollow. Indeed, he found the answer. Scorpion's heart was particularly hollow, not filled with the loneliness of being misunderstood, but rather an emptiness of solitude. The deadly blade. At the moment Naruto stood firm, a colossal blade flew from within the right sleeve of the third Kazekage, aiming to cleave him in two. You cannot strike me. In an instant, Naruto vanished and reappeared at another location. The body flicker technique, martial arts, and the Flying Thunder God technique allowed him to traverse the forest with ease. He understood that it was not just their village. Throughout the land of spirits, the marks of the Flying Thunder God technique and his teacher's sculptures were arranged in a specific order. How could you possibly match my speed here in the Spirit Ninja Village? Perched upon a branch, Naruto sought to exploit Scorpion's vulnerabilities, but was met with a sudden snap. Thousand Hands Manipulation, Mechanized Arm. The curse mark on the puppet's left arm activated, producing a multitude of arms that unleashed countless shuriken. This was yet another expansive area attack. With a resounding crash, Naruto evaded unharmed, reappearing elsewhere, while a swath of trees suffered the consequences. Magnet Release, Sand Iron Rain. The puppet's hands formed seals, transforming into a wave of sand iron needles that morphed into various forms of assault and pursued him in midair, forcing Naruto to dodge incessantly as he landed. Despite this, he remained elusive, a brilliant orange flash evading capture, a flawless blend of the body flicker technique and the flying thunder god technique. Magnet release, sand iron wings. The sand iron quickly coalesced into wings, enabling swift aerial flight, with feathers breaking off to pursue Naruto. So fast, is this the power of a puppet master? The main body need not engage, yet the puppets possess the strength to rival thousands. From the onset, hundreds of puppets had been deployed, each with its own combat techniques and weaponry. Each assault came without pause, an unrelenting barrage. The human puppets could wield formidable ninjutsu, including bloodline limits. All of this revealed to Naruto the richness of this world. Perhaps, as Qing Ling suggested, their understanding of Qing Ling senjutsu and chakra martial arts was merely in the nascent stages. With infinite possibilities ahead. Magnet release, sand iron domain. The sand iron intertwined into a net that enveloped the earth and sky, launching a barrage of long lines, spikes, and spinning projectiles. The third Kazekage soared through the air, utilizing sand iron feathers to trace Naruto's movements, obliterating each flying thunder god mark. This had become a forbidden zone, preventing shadow clones from breaching its confines. Naruto had lost the last mark he could utilize. As Scorpion's attacks continued to converge, only this final foothold remained. Why this? Scorpion inquired. Because you stand right before me, less than 2 meters away. The most dangerous place is also the safest, isn't it? Naruto replied, seemingly earnest. Yet beneath his serious facade lay a delicate thought. In a flash, the third Kazekage stopped behind Naruto, countless sand iron needles suspended in the air, ensnaring him in an inescapable web. No, throughout this encounter, you have not employed an offensive ninjutsu. You have merely evaded. According to intelligence, you were a force capable of matching even the strongest third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to a stalemate. Why then, have you not attacked? Scorpion's words had never been so numerous. He simultaneously sensed 2 pulsating heartbeats, feeling an intense warmth enveloping him. It was not mere life. It was the essence of spirit and soul. The teacher proclaimed, "Stay with me a while longer. If, at the final moment of my evasion, you do not reveal your true form, then allow me to end your existence. Should you unveil your true self, then let him be the one to do so." Naruto's lips curled upwards in a sly grin, his eyes narrowed in laughter. In this moment, he no longer resorted to defense or evasion. The chakra of Qing Ling surged continuously. With teacher Qing Ling present, he felt no need to take any action. This exemplified the perfect Jinchuriki, and it was a testament to Naruto's unwavering trust in Qing Ling. Before them, Scorpion had long shed the exterior of his puppet, revealing his true form, a puppet modified from his original body. Upon realizing that Naruto did not attack, Scorpion repeatedly issued threats, wielding life and death as leverage, yet received no response. The inexplicable sense of foreboding grew ever clearer, culminating in the moment Naruto stood before him. Scorpion discarded his disguise and revealed his true self. "I will ensure you meet your demise with clarity." Chiyo Scorpion, the blood-stained immortal youth, bearer of the jewel ring. Upon hearing the threats from this puppet master, who had once brought a nation to ruin, Naruto responded with a carefree smile. "So this is what you look like? Quite cool, 10 times cooler than Sasuke." As his arch-nemesis, Naruto's words carried a hint of mockery, yet they also reflected his own perspective. Scorpion paused for a moment, slightly taken aback, before fixating once more with murderous intent on the forming figure of the azure-robed fox beside him. "It seems you are next." The legendary figure who obliterated the will of the Nine Tails, Qing Ling. With a playful flick of its 9 tails, Qing Ling joyfully remarked, "Ah, so a clever one has seen through me. However, it matters not. The world does not concern itself with who the Nine Tails is." He lifted his head. Beneath his robe lay the visage of a fox, with his eyes firmly shut. Yet, between his brows, a furrow was incessantly tearing apart, gradually giving rise to a third eye. The Scorpion recalled that in history and legend, those who possessed 3 eyes were exceedingly rare. They're all renowned figures, Kagaya Otsutsuki and the Sage of 6 Paths. For the first time, Scorpion is on high alert. What kind of monstrosity is he about to confront? Before him stands not the Nine Tails, but could it be a deity? His heart trembles slightly. Not from a repulsion to the call of death. His soul begins to float, as the myth of creation is poised to manifest before his very eyes. He merely harbored a flicker of anticipation. If a deity truly exists, could it be possible to restore what has been lost without the need for infinite dreamscapes and illusions? Are you a god? When Scorpio beheld the third eye, he smiled foolishly, a grin reminiscent of a child. Chapter 47, The Goddess Eye, where even death falls silent. In the golden irises, an intricate duality resides. Within the azure pupils, atop all living beings, a minuscule circle is discernible, within which a numeral clearly denotes their lifespan. This assertion disregards all illusions, penetrating the essence of ninjutsu and physical techniques. Its genuine purpose lies in the ability to unveil the lifespan of all entities. Akin to dictating the fates of life and death. This is the true eye of God. I invoke the name of the living. You shall journey to the underworld. I recite the name of the departed. You shall return to the realm of the living. To revive the deceased and to usher the living into death encapsulates the most direct function of the goddess eye. The dilemma, however, lies in the overwhelming potency of this eye. Once employed, the likelihood of azure demise significantly diminishes. Each invocation necessitates a certain sacrifice, where half of a living person's lifespan is bestowed upon the caster, allowing the deceased to return from the realm of the dead. Conversely, if one wishes for the living to perish, it directly augments the caster's own lifespan. This may appear as a side effect, yet in reality, it serves as a form of enhancement. For Qing Ling, who yearns solely for death, utilizing the goddess eye neither ensnares him in illusions nor diminishes his lifespan. In truth, Qing Ling's essence spends the majority of its time in slumber, with closed eyes. Were it not for the occasional influence of Chakra, his state would remain undisturbed. He had no desire to open even a single eye. In the realm of illusion, few could rival his prowess. The Violet Spirit's rebirth eye, the Nine Tails Manjiki Sharingan, and the divine golden eye of the dual gaze, these three powers amalgamated undoubtedly bestowed upon the Violet Spirit the divine ability to create worlds, traverse through time and space, and determine the fate of life and death. Having consumed the chakra fruit, Kagaya Otsutsuki had already attained immortality. The Violet Spirit, however, had ascended to an almost monstrous level in this world. Your two puppets need not remain mere puppets any longer. What I require is your mastery of puppet technique to create an endless and boundless array of puppets, ideally generating a substantial quantity of regenerative cores daily. If you could amplify the rate of chakra consumption tenfold, I would be immensely grateful. Endless chakra consumption? Scorpion glanced towards the center of the village, where a bizarrely shaped sculpture of a nine-tails tree stood. It seemed to sense something amiss. How ludicrous. To bring the dead back to life, do you truly believe you can craft another body for me? To resurrect, what do you perceive life to be? This is not art. It is sacrilege. Bang. The Violet Spirit disregarded Scorpion's retort. The rebirth eye and the Rinnegan activated simultaneously. Three eyes, each a different hue, emanated a peculiar chakra fluctuation. In an instant, centered around the regenerative core, Scorpion's true form began to rapidly take shape. Meanwhile, a crack resounded. The two puppets, crafted from the essence of his parents, crumbled behind him. The obsidian door swung open, revealing two ethereal souls that floated forth, their eyes closed. Above the shattered remnants of the puppets, they swiftly coalesced chakra, transforming into brand new forms. No, father, mother. At that moment, Scorpion could no longer endure it. His puppets were gone, and what were these souls? The past had long since faded. Why must the departed return? Only the cold puppets could provide permanence. Even if his parents returned from the realm of the dead, what difference would it make? They too would perish, their flesh and blood merely fragile vessels. Qing Ling gazed at the panicked youth. Your persona is on the verge of collapse. How can the illustrious Sasori of the Red Sand display such trepidation and fear? You are merely flustered because your soul did not oppose the contract when it was forged. Soul did not oppose? What is this persona? Faced with Qing Ling, Scorpion was beset by myriad questions, causing a shift in his mindset. Speaking of which, the fourth Kazakage, who was beyond the net, had a gaze that blended warmth with seriousness. It seemed that drawing near to this entity named Qing Ling would invite misfortune. Hey, what kind of look is that? Qing Ling shot a glance at Scorpion. You don't truly believe that being near me would bring calamity, do you? Scorpion pondered in his heart and realized that indeed, it seemed so. No, wait. Heart? He possesses no heart. He is undeniably transformed into a reborn core. At this moment, he could feel his puppet-like body shattering, the formidable scroll of ultimate techniques having fallen to the ground. The regeneration core had not been eliminated. Rather, it coexisted with his heart. I have no need for such a thing. The Scorpion's tone seemed imbued with an exclamation mark, a manifestation of his emotions. Listen. You have already expended half of your lifespan. I am merely offering you a small gift. I hope you can accelerate your chakra consumption speed. Ideally, one can achieve the effect of 10. There is no need for you to repay me. Mere recklessness will suffice. Qing Ling gently caressed his crimson hair. Do not touch me. The Scorpion retorted fiercely, as he began to experience emotions, his heart gradually starting to beat. and his form slowly materializing. Do not lose your temper. Maintaining your aloof persona may falter. Qing Ling was not angered. Instead, he shifted his gaze toward the scorpion's parents. For the first time, he utilized the divine eye of resurrection. He still needed to verify what true effects it would yield. Most infuriating was the theft of half of the scorpion's lifespan. He would have to devise a way to expend it. Merely contemplating it felt exhausting. The scorpion initially wished to reject this transformation, but upon regaining his senses, he found the youthful couple's form successfully molded. They stood suspended in midair, their eyes tightly shut. Behind them, a colossal figure emerged. His appearance is visible only to Qing Ling. Much like the sealing of the Shikigami, the manifestation of the Grim Reaper can only be perceived by the caster. The Grim Reaper, typically devoid of emotional fluctuations, was momentarily taken aback upon encountering Qing Ling. It was she who had previously released the spirit of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, from within him during the day, and that very night emerged alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Logically, one would expect some form of sacrifice in return. To blatantly disregard the rules is one thing, but to directly resurrect the dead while claiming their lifespan for oneself, leaving nothing for the comrades, is quite audacious. Upon witnessing Qing Ling's divine eye, he found himself paralyzed with fear. Perhaps the Grim Reaper was never meant to exhibit any form of change. With a pair of horns that suggested a connection to the Tsutsuki clan, and residing in the realm of the afterlife, his very existence served as a symbol, denoting that the worldview of the ninja realm should be categorized into three types: the netherworld Grim Reaper, the divine Tsutsuki, and the mortal ninja. Thus, the Grim Reaper remained motionless, feigning his role as merely a symbol. However, Qing Ling gazed at his forehead with a subtle smile, where a circle adorned with a long string of numbers resided, indicating that even the Grim Reaper was not immortal. Indeed, even a being such as the Grim Reaper, a soul-like entity, could truly fade into oblivion. So, the Grim Reaper possesses a lifespan as well, Qing Ling remarked lightly. Upon hearing this, the Grim Reaper's countenance turned pale. Fortunately, he was already ashen-faced. He fell silent, continuing to masquerade as NC, standing like a scale between the parents of Scorpion. The instant both opened their eyes, the Grim Reaper vanished at the speed of thought, relieved to have fulfilled his task and distanced himself from this plague. In contrast, Qing Ling gained a newfound insight. He gazed upon the mountains, rivers, and vegetation, all of which possess their own cycles and lifespans. The transformation of a mountain into a heap of stones marks the end of its existence. A boulder shatters into smaller rocks, which in turn becomes sand, and eventually, sand dissolves into dust. This too signifies a different kind of life. The little scorpion, having gathered abundant harvests, felt a surge of gratitude and was about to express thanks when he beheld the scorpion, now restored to flesh and blood, cradled in the embrace of its parents. A multitude of puppets, tools, and weapons had been concealed by the scorpion within a space-time scroll, immersing itself in the bliss of familial affection. How mundane. This conclusion bears no loss, Qing Ling remarked, yet the scorpion tossed a scroll into his hands. All traps had long been dismantled, and the third generation of the Kazakage's puppets had also been hidden away. As he slowly unfurled the scroll, he discovered an exceedingly extravagant design. Upon seeing the illustration, even without summoning the puppets within, Qing Ling gasped in astonishment. A Gundam. Could this be considered a puppet as well? He could not help but recall the fantasy of Kankuro when he was ensnared by the infinite Tsukuyomi, manipulating a Gundam puppet. Could it be that the inspiration stemmed from Scorpion? Qing Ling turned around, intending to leave, only to find Naruto standing there, dazed and motionless, quietly observing the reunion between Scorpion and his parents. Chapter 48. After all, he is but a child. Fool, do you also wish to sacrifice half of your lifespan? Qing Ling understood that witnessing this scene would undoubtedly bring a pang of sorrow to Naruto's heart. After all, his parents had only seen him through Chakra. In that fleeting moment as they brushed past each other, Naruto turned around and declared resolutely, "Teacher, I am willing. You are still young. Do you truly wish to make such a sacrifice?" Qing Ling primarily did not desire Naruto's lifespan. Although his chakra was abundant, if not excessively consumed, he could live longer than the average person, especially since he was already a skilled shinobi. Moreover, he could indeed extend his life through cultivation and martial advancements. However, at this moment, granting Qing Ling half of Naruto's lifespan would be an immense loss. Just look at Scorpion, who was so aloof moments ago, now feigning innocence. Are you certain you wish to proceed in such a manner? Furthermore, your father is likely to seek vengeance upon me. Qing Ling even speculated that if Minato and Kushina were to be resurrected, it would be improbable for them to remain with Naruto. Minato, being so young, could easily return to Konoha and continue his legacy. In that case, wouldn't his disciple inevitably feel a sense of loss? He pondered for a moment and turned his gaze towards Orochimaru, who had arrived promptly. This individual, during the time of Akatsuki, had collaborated with Sasori on experiments. It was uncertain whether he was here to witness a spectacle or simply to indulge in gossip. Nevertheless, he harbored a plethora of sinister intentions. The combination of puppet techniques and micellular research, alongside Lord Lingying's chakra martial arts, would undoubtedly advance the study of immortality. I humbly request Lord Lingying to allow his subordinate to study Sasori. Orochimaru was elated. The prospect of researching Sasori was simply splendid. Indeed, Qing Ling shot him a glance, instantly discerning that his motives were far from pure. Sasori, nestled in his mother's embrace, cast a cold glare at Orochimaru upon hearing his voice, his eyes reflecting a potent mix of murderous intent and disdain. The legendary Sannin of Konoha, Orochimaru. Sasori's parents felt a surge of anxiety. After all, Sasori was actually over 30 years old, and they had lived through the same era as Orochimaru. Please remain calm. You may continue your reunion, Qing Ling stated decisively as he escorted Orochimaru and Naruto away. In the Hidden Leaf Village, within the experimental base, an array of instruments surrounded them. Orochimaru had developed numerous innovative technological products in his quest to create martial arts ninja tools and elixirs from the scrolls. His relentless dedication to training and research had left him noticeably thinner, a sight that pained Qing Ling. This concern led her gaze to the small circle atop Orochimaru's head. "Oh dear Snake, why is your lifespan so fleeting?" Orochimaru, avoiding direct eye contact with Qing Ling to evade her illusionary arts, could only catch a glimpse of her closing her eyes, leaving one vertical pupil wide open. "I originally had no more than a year left to live. Yet the rigors of martial arts apprenticeship have alleviated many of my ailments, rendering me considerably better than before." Qing Ling nodded slightly, perceiving that Orochimaru's remaining lifespan was merely 10 years. The fact that it had multiplied tenfold fascinated her. "Truly, the chakra martial arts I devised are remarkable. Indeed, your typical lifespan is only 5 years. It is worth a try." Qing Ling mused that Naruto's longevity was excessive, and reclaiming half of it would be too much of a loss. Orochimaru's situation was more advantageous. With only 5 years, he would soon devise a means to expend them. Unbeknownst to the endearing Orochimaru, Qing Ling's thoughts were far from his grasp. In the next moment, he felt a significant weakness overcome him. How terrifying. It feels as though half my life has been taken. What has Qing Ling done to me? Despite the lack of direct eye contact and any disturbances in chakra, something inexplicable had transpired. With a swift motion, Qing Ling closed the Eye of Divinity, the fissure between her brows healing, leaving only a faint golden line. Upon reopening her eyes, one purple and one red, she appeared especially peculiar. "Fear not. With your talent, you shall soon ascend to the rank of a martial arts genin, your hidden dangers eradicated, and you will be revitalized." What does a mere 5 years of life signify? 5 years? Orochimaru was taken aback, realizing he had just forfeited 5 years of his existence. Even more bewildered was the Grim Reaper, who, having just returned home, was pulled back once again before even crossing the threshold. He dared not move at all. This time, Qing Ling closed her divine eye. The sight of her opened eyes left him momentarily stunned. What manner of creature is this? Otsutsuki Kagaya possesses the Byakugan coupled with the Rinnegan, while the Sage of Six Paths wields the Rinnegan alongside the Sharingan. Yet, what are these two eyes? Have they been excavated? Once again, despite having only 5 years to live, he remained unconnected to the Grim Reaper. He was merely an intermediary for soul delivery, devoid of any commission or overtime compensation. Nevertheless, the Grim Reaper continued to feign the demeanor of an emotionless NPC, remaining utterly still. He beheld two souls hovering within the experimental base, rapidly gathering chakra centered around the heart, head, and dantian, transforming into flesh and blood. Father, mother. Naruto's gaze was vacant, disbelief coursing through him as he struggled to comprehend how Qing Ling could accomplish all this in such a brief span of time. He believed that performing such a miraculous act of fate alteration twice in succession must have significantly depleted Qing Ling's lifespan. Perhaps it might even result in a permanent loss for her. Contemplating this, he felt a profound longing for his parents, intertwined with gratitude and guilt towards Qing Ling. He stubbornly bit his lip, determined not to let teacher Qing Ling perceive him as a failure. Meanwhile, Orochimaru fervently scribbled notes, muttering to himself. As the foremost scientist in the ninja world and an ardent seeker of immortality, he diligently recorded every detail. It was magnificent. This was the ultimate art of resurrection. To revive, one must first summon the soul from the realm of the dead, and then, through yin-yang release and the mysterious powers of yin and yang, create life anew. The union of body and soul requires three fundamental components: the brain, the heart, and the dantian, each playing a crucial role. I believe the dantian serves as the convergence point for martial arts chakra, while the heart continuously refines and enhances the body's essence through chakra. Thus, the brain must be the repository of mental energy. In the later stages, martial shall undoubtedly fortify this domain, rendering it unshakable, achieving a triad of perfect fusion among soul, body, and energy. This is the true essence of immortality. 5 years of life have illuminated the profound nature of existence for me. I have come to understand. This aligns with the description of spirit and chakra imprints within martial tools, which will transform the existing landscape of ninja implements and usher in a new era. Furthermore, the principles behind elixirs that nurture the spirit, heal the body, and replenish energy are rooted in this understanding. Tsunade, the pioneer of medical ninjutsu, must share a similar rationale. Orochimaru's gaze burned with fervor as he documented everything, his eyes fixed intensely on Qing Ling, as though he beheld the idol of his life. Thank you, Lord Lingying. Orochimaru shall devote his life to following you in pursuit of the path to immortality. He knelt on one knee, performing the martial salute as prescribed by Qing Ling. Qing Ling could hardly be bothered with this self-deluded individual. Instead, she cast another glance at the Grim Reaper. The Eye of God reappeared momentarily before swiftly closing again. Oh, your lifespan has increased once more in such a short time. Could it be that the underworld possesses a means to extend the lives of the departed? He murmured to himself, yet it only heightened death's anxiety. Could such a profound secret truly be discerned at a glance? With a soft thud, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki descended. In the fleeting moment that his eyes slowly opened, death retreated with utmost swiftness. He vowed that if given the choice, he would never work overtime. Father, mother. Unlike Scorpion, who can pretend to be a child in front of his parents, Naruto is, in essence, just a child. Today, he had just turned 13. Within the experimental facility's reserve vessels lay an abundance of small creatures. Among them, a little toad stood in a glass chamber, gazing vacantly at the scene unfolding before it. It stared, wide-eyed, at the young couple, feeling a sense of discomfort. Enough of this. I am not fond of such familial gatherings. In an instant, Qing Ling vanished, fleeing into the unknown. Chapter 49, Jiraiya and Tsunade. Their respective choices. The little toad in the vessel shut its large eyes, as if it had never glimpsed the world before. Simultaneously, in the hidden leaf village, hundreds of concealed toads ceased their movements, all closing their eyes in unison. Mount Maiboku. The elder toad, Wenta, with a large pipe in his mouth and bandages wrapped around his waist, noticed the change in Jiraiya's expression and grasped his short sword. What is it, Jiraiya? Jiraiya, who had been meditating in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Cold beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, a testament to the absurdity of the situation. What manner of creatures inhabited the village of the Azure Spirit? Furthermore, had the Akatsuki grown so formidable in the shadows? Their power could easily overshadow numerous ninja villages, which explains why affluent feudal lords seek their assistance. Strikingly, it was the village of the Azure Spirit that left him most astounded, resurrecting the deceased. I must seek out the great toad sage. Jiraiya recognized the gravity of the matter. The ninja world harbored immense dangers, all concentrated in the land of spirits. With the Rain Village and the Azure Spirit Village, should chaos erupt, it would be sufficient to overturn the entire ninja realm. Little Jiraiya. The toad sage leaped onto his shoulder. The great toad sage, in slumber, had foreseen a terrifying future and left a message for us to relay to you. The toad sage, Shizen, also perched himself upon the other's shoulder. The great toad sage is in deep sleep? Yet, winter has not yet arrived. What concerns Jiraiya most is the message left behind. He once believed that Naruto Uzumaki and Shikamaru Nara would be the destined children of the world, the ones who would alter the course of the future. Subsequently, he once thought that this individual would be Qing Ling. Now, witnessing the merciless crossing of life and death, Jiraiya felt an overwhelming fear. The deceased hold great significance when journeying to the other shore, the pure land of ultimate bliss, if one cannot even govern life and death. Yielding to Qing Ling's control, what value does life itself possess? Is it possible that Qing Ling aspires to become a deity, surpassing Kagaya Tsutsuki? What words did the great toad sage leave for me? The great toad sage, Fukasaku, the true master of Mount Maiboku, possessed a profound understanding of sage arts and established his own system of ninjutsu. Having experienced countless battles, he shared a deep camaraderie with the Sage of Six Paths, possessing unfathomable strength and an abundance of sage chakra within him. He once miraculously healed Tsutsuki Kenshiki, who had nearly been slain by the Sage of Six Paths, using only a single sage talisman. His intermittent dreams are capable of foretelling the direction of this world. You possess the sage power left by Fukasaku, thus, you should perceive his prophecies more clearly. Fukasaku continued, saying, he foretold that the three-eyed fox would present the most magnificent performance to the world, and deities would come one after another, meeting their demise far from home. The three-eyed fox. Jiraiya recalled Qing Ling's 3 eyes in the experimental base. As for the latter part, he found it rather perplexing. Why would deities die, and why in this manner? Could it be that there is more than one god? Regardless, there was no disparagement of Qing Ling within that statement, nor did it imply that he would bring about the world's destruction. He remembered inquiring with the Great Toad Sage before venturing to investigate outside Qing Ling's ninja village. The Great Toad Sage had once simply said, the fox shared a joke with the people, and everyone became like dragons. Initially, no one believed it. Eventually, 10,000 dragons bowed in reverence. At this moment, as the thought emerged, he felt a shiver run down his spine. In an era where everyone is like dragons, even deities meet their end far from home. What will the future of the ninja world be, a hellish existence or a beautiful conclusion? Even he found it hard to grasp. It seemed that the only way to understand was to experience it firsthand. Jiraiya realized he could no longer remain passive. In his view, this Qing Ling was certainly not a bloodthirsty individual. As long as he did not provoke the Dragoness reverse scale, there would be no problem. Approaching him with the same aggression as Sarutobi Hiruzen or Danzo could lead to immediate obliteration. Even if he were to walk into Qing Ling's ninja village openly, he would not suffer any harm. Little Jiraiya, that place is widely recognized as a forbidden zone. Do you still wish to go? Fukasaku probed further. Fear not. If any issues arise, I will summon you at the first instance. With that, Jiraiya departed from Mount Myaboku. Not only was he driven by the pursuit of intelligence, but also by the foretold presence of the enigmatic fox. Regardless of any other considerations, the mere resurrection of the 4th Hokage was sufficient motivation for him to undertake this journey personally. With the mysterious scroll in hand, the first volume of martial arts became an imperative study. He reminisced about that fateful night when Naruto and Qing Ling infiltrated Konoha, a night that still left Jiraiya in a state of disbelief. During this period, he diligently tested and practiced the techniques inscribed upon the scroll, leveraging the advantages bestowed by Sage Mode to absorb a significant amount of natural chakra. He achieved a breakthrough to the 9th level, faintly sensing the signs of further advancement, surpassing even Orochimaru in speed. In light of this, he had penned a letter to Tsunade, detailing aspects of the Qing Ling shinobi village and expressing his intent to continue reconnaissance. The remainder of his time was consumed by relentless training, forsaking rest and sustenance. If the chakra martial arts were indeed authentic, the first volume was already formidable. One could only wonder what the second volume might entail. Such an extensive consumption of chakra necessitated the establishment of a so-called sage art chakra gathering technique to compensate. What, indeed, are your true intentions, Qing Ling? Never before had Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, felt such a profound curiosity as he did at this moment. Qing Ling remained an immense enigma. He stood there, driving those who understood even a fraction of him to madness, yearning to uncover more. In the village hidden in the leaves, today's acting Hokage was Tsunade. A few months prior, following the conclusion of the Nin exams, she had entered a state of self-rehabilitation. Only receiving a piece of intelligence from Jiraiya half a month ago, it conveyed that the Qing Ling ninja village was flourishing. With news so splendid it seemed almost too good to be true. It even claimed that, in comparison to the village hidden in the leaves, their happiness index was off the charts. Tsunade couldn't help but feel that Jiraiya might have been kidnapped. Just moments ago, a toad leaped onto her desk, delivering the latest intelligence. After a long absence, Jiraiya had finally sent more news. Tsunade had no desire to see yet another report about the joy and happiness radiating from Qing Ling Ninja Village. Her ruby lips parted slightly as she raised her hand, and with a grace that suggested the trembling of mountains, she crossed her legs and leisurely unfurled the document. Despite her outward calm, she felt an undeniable tension within. She cursed inwardly. You better not be dead, Jiraiya. As she opened the report, she found only a simple 2 sentences. The first stated that the Akatsuki organization rivaled the 5 great shinobi villages, and the second proclaimed the resurrection of the couple, Minato and Kushina Namikaze. The first sentence seemed inconsequential. With a vacant gaze, she turned her attention to the second. I will personally confront the 9 tails of Qing Ling. Do not worry. What? The emptiness in Tsunade's eyes vanished in an instant, realizing that every word in the report was terrifying. Yet, The most alarming was the final statement. Was it truly possible that the Akatsuki had reached such a level, overpowering even Qing Ling Ninja Village? How could the Namikaze couple possibly be resurrected? It was too bizarre. As all her doubts converged, they formed a singular, perilous thought to confront them personally. In such circumstances, was he truly going to court death? Had he lost his mind? Jiraiya? Hearing the sound of shattering glass, Shizen hurried over. Lady Tsunade, if I die, bury me far from Konoha. Tsunade's gaze turned icy. She resolved to personally visit Qing Ling Ninja Village. She was merely an acting Hokage. This time, she could not afford to lose her last beloved companion. Chapter 50. Little D in the Kamui space in the Qing Ling Ninja Village. In a dimly lit underground chamber, a young boy embraced his parents, tears welling in his eyes. Orochimaru, recognizing the moment, discreetly retreated to another room, fervently scribbling notes. Before him lay an array of ninja tools and scrolls containing elixirs. Within these scrolls were meticulously documented numerous potions possessing extraordinary properties, alongside various types of medicinal concoctions. For instance, the spatial ninjutsu employed to create storage devices such as rings and pouches required both martial spirit and chakra to inscribe a seal, accessible solely by the individual who bore it. Furthermore, there existed the art of infusing samurai swords and the kusanagi into chakra, inscribing various seals upon them, enabling them to float and slay, a technique known as sword mastery. The swords could soar forth in unison, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Or one could fly upon a sword, the mere thought of which was utterly enchanting. The possibility of such feats filled Orochimaru with unbridled joy, for it signified that one day, upon achieving immortality, life would become exceptionally fascinating. Naruto Uzumaki. Minato Namikaze, filled with delight, pinched Naruto's cheek. Yet, a perplexity lingered. Why are we here? Is this some form of secret technique? Kushina's expression was one of confusion. As a former host of the Nine Tails, she instantly recognized Naruto's formidable power as a Jinchuriki in this moment. It is Master Qing Ling. He used his ocular technique to resurrect you, though it seems to demand an immense price, necessitating a period of rest. Naruto pondered the marvel of such a powerful ocular technique capable of reviving the deceased. Surely, it would deplete an extraordinary amount of chakra. Initially, he thought it might be the forbidden technique of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, Edo Tensei. However, it now appeared to be the legendary Rinnegan. The Rinnegan was exceedingly rare. Throughout the ninja world, few had truly witnessed it. To even know its name and the general legends surrounding it was a rarity. As the fourth Hokage, Minato possessed a deeper understanding. Your teacher, could it be the Nine Tails? He inquired, recalling their last encounter in Konoha. Qing Ling had battled alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, among others. The infinite resurrection system had activated, liberating the seal from the Yin chakra of the Nine Tails within the Reaper Death Seal, thereby releasing Minato's soul. It had been quite some time since that parting. Even if the Rinnegan could perform such miraculous feats, it stood to reason that the longer one had been deceased, the greater the chakra cost for resurrection. He must have paid a grievous price. Minato reached this conclusion through careful analysis. Indeed, he speaks of one of the abilities of the Rinnegan, a power inherent to its nature. This technique not only possesses the capacity to resurrect the deceased, but does so in full vitality. However, the cost increases with the duration of death, requiring a substantial expenditure of chakra for those who have been gone longer. Should Scorpion and Naruto's parents be resurrected through this innate Rinnegan ability, it would undoubtedly deplete a considerable amount of chakra. Unlike the Eye of God, which demands not only the consumption of life force, but also the forfeiture of half of another's lifespan, the Rinnegan's resurrection is devoid of such a requirement. In the experimental facility, a statue of the Nine Tails stands prominently at the entrance. Upon hearing the words of Minato Namikaze, Qing Ling is immediately reminded of this Rinnegan technique, and the pain within him surges like tumultuous waves of the ocean. At this very moment, deep beneath the Hidden Leaf Village, he was already filled with regret, pounding his chest in anguish. How infuriating! Had I entered sooner, I could have utilized the Rinnegan to resurrect those who perished in regret. All the legendary figures of the Five Shadows, including Uchiha Madara, could be revived. I could even bring back the Nine Tails. The Rinnegan, a technique that consumes chakra to the point of exhaustion, seems to have been destined for me. Qing Ling laughed heartily at the sky. Thank you, Minato Namikaze. Now, even if you wish to perish, I shall endlessly revive you. After all, you have provided me with such profound inspiration. The molten magma glowed with a dark red flame, illuminating the towering shadow of the Nine Tails, which loomed far higher than any mountain. The Nine Tails gathered its form, then wildly shrank until it transformed into a small fox clad in a blue robe. Before him, massive boulders ascended from the magma. These boulders were not impervious to the molten rock. Rather, like Qing Ling himself, they deliberately allowed the flames to sear them, consuming chakra. My chakra replenishes far too rapidly. Utilizing it feels as if I am expending nothing at all. If I were to resurrect each one individually, I would bleed out before I could recover. It would be far more efficient to construct a grand formation. The day the spiritual formation is perfected shall be the day of my own demise. Ha ha ha. Thank you. Minato Namikaze. Qing Ling reveled in this moment, a smile gracing the little fox's face. Many failed to notice that the corners of the mouths of the nine-tailed statues were subtly uplifted. In a corner of the village, Naruto's family strolled down the street, with Minato and Kushina curiously gazing at the colossal nine-tailed statue resembling a grand tree. They listened as he recounted tales of the village and stories of his arrival. Scorpion appeared no different from a child, his newly formed body being of similar height to Naruto. His parents held his hands, greeting Rasha. Upon learning that he was the fourth Kazekage and younger than them, they were filled with astonishment. The village seemed like a paradise, resembling a realm untouched by the strife of war, where life flowed peacefully like a gentle stream through time. The woman gently caressed Scorpion's crimson hair. She felt as though she was not merely resurrected, but that her son Scorpion had also passed, and they were simply reuniting in a blissful afterlife. Indeed, that would be well. Let us live together here. The man recognized his wife's sentiment. They have long since passed away. How could they possibly be resurrected? It is simply the case that an entire family has perished. Scorpion squinted with a smile, fully aware that even if both parents were formidable ninjas, acclimating to this ever-evolving new world would require considerable time. Thus, it is best to remain in this small village until they come to understand. As for the Akatsuki's infinite Tsukuyomi in the realm of dreams, he no longer has any need. What he desires lies before him, and that which he cherishes is within reach. Will you not extend a greeting? As Obito stood in the corner. Upon witnessing the resurrection of Minato Namikaze appearing on the street, he merely paused for a moment before concealing himself. In the Hidden Leaf Village, he harbored no doubts about the unfolding events. This was his choice. It was all too abrupt. He pondered how to greet his mentor, Minato. Yet he refrained from expressing his true feelings, as he truly did not wish to. Confronted by Minato Namikaze and Kushina, Obito Uchiha found himself in a predicament, torn between action and inaction. He promised Qing Ling that he would survive and personally endeavor to transform this world. Yet, standing before his teacher and his teacher's wife, he might once again entertain the notion of atoning for his sins through death. By the way, how is that little rascal who enjoys playing with Earth-style explosions? Kakashi deftly shifted the topic. Deidara-senpai, perhaps? He needs to regain his composure. Obito deliberately addressed Deidara with a respectful tone reminiscent of Akatsuki. Just as his words fell, he suddenly lifted his head. Kakashi, sharing the same thought, locked eyes with him. The two swiftly made their way to the underground chamber. At the moment they entered, a figure was already standing before the sculpture. Uchiha Sasuke. Each of the three harbored their own intentions, resurrection, a plea to Qing Ling to bring back some of their loved ones. Their hearts have never throbbed with such intensity as at this moment, pulsating like drums. In the realm of divine might, Deidara is simmering with anger. He endured the onslaught of Sasuke's Susanoo and the relentless beating bestowed by the lightning release, only to be subsequently confined by Obito within the Kamui dimension. Ah Fei, I never imagined that you, a fool devoid of artistic appreciation, would betray us as well. Release me at once, lest I act impulsively and bring this place to ruin. Deidara found himself ensnared in the dark confines of a small chamber. In a moment of despondency, a finely crafted sculpture depicting the Nine-Tails Chakra communication caught his eye. It appeared to be exquisitely carved. Chapter 51. The entire village slumbers. Chakra transformation. Ah Fei, ah Fei. Be careful. I'm about to unleash something monumental. This wretched place will be blown to the heavens. Deidara paced anxiously within the realm of Kamui, occasionally halting to scrutinize the Nine-Tails Chakra sculpture. It was peculiar. This artifact was ubiquitous in the Qing Ling ninja village. Yet he felt an uncanny sensation as if it were poised to spring to life. Unable to contain himself, Deidara decided to lift it. Why are its eyes closed? Rumors circulated that the Nine-Tails had been seized by a formidable individual. Who could it be? In recent days, the Qing Ling ninja village basked in serene weather, while discussions from the outside world reached a fervent pitch. Some speculated that the Nine-Tails had been possessed by Uchiha Obito, while others believed it to be the work of an enigmatic, potent force. Regardless of the theories, no one considered Qing Ling to be the Nine Tails. This notion was universally acknowledged. Deidara, however, cared little for Uchiha Obito or mysterious powers at this moment. He merely seeks to understand the process behind the creation of this sculpture. Within it, there are faint fluctuations of chakra, suggesting that it is not as simplistic as it appears on the surface. The miniature telescope in his left eye activates. Deidara crosses his arms, intently scrutinizing the sculpture both inside and out. Before long, he let out a wistful sigh. As he squinted, clarity suddenly dawned upon him. Fortunately, having spent ample time with Uncle Scorpion, he realized this was akin to the core within a puppet. Indeed, the interior of this chakra sculpture housed a core as well. However, its purpose was not to exert constant control over the sculpture as a mere puppet, but rather to supply chakra to the greatest extent possible. It was evident that a special core could have been created to generate chakra autonomously. Such an approach seemed rather unwise, almost as if one were deliberately squandering chakra. It was quite peculiar, yet one could not dismiss its artistry. The exterior of this sculpture appeared to be a seamless creation. The Azure Spirit Ninetails must surely be a sculptor of great talent. As Deidara murmured to himself, he could not help but recall the scenes he had witnessed while passing by. Could it be that this Azure Spirit was also an artist? The Akatsuki could certainly benefit from individuals of such caliber. Alas, he seemed somewhat eccentric. If only he were as serene and amiable as I, with a good temperament. Everything would be perfect. Just as Deidara's words fell from his lips, a resounding crack echoed as the sculpture shattered. Cursed be it, even such a work of art lay in ruin. I cannot remain in this place for another second. Let it be obliterated. Deidara had already molded a substantial amount of explosive clay, ready to detonate in an instant, confident that even the realm of Kamui could not withstand it. However, upon the sculpture's explosion, a small core emerged, hovering in midair. Dear little Deidara, I have recently been working on something grand. Before that, you must strive diligently. Come, let Uncle assist you in transforming your body. Transforming my body. The voice emanating from the core was disturbingly eerie. Deidara instinctively sensed that something was amiss. At this moment, if he delayed, even slightly, he would no longer be a pure artist. Suddenly, the core erupted with a brilliant azure light, enveloping Deidara in an instant. He had not yet managed to soften the blow before collapsing to the ground. Absolutely not. I shall show you what true artistry entails. Deidara's form began to swell as he prepared to detonate himself, intending to take Qing Ling's chakra core and the Kamui dimension with him. Silence. Beware, lest I cast you into the void of outer space. The core transformed into a colossal nine-tailed beast, its paw pressing down upon young Deidara. Rest easy, for when you awaken, I shall enlighten you on what it means to traverse the stars and seas. Your artistry is destined to bloom across the world. Yet countless mountains shall impede the footsteps of humanity. Numerous celestial meteors pose a threat to their safety. On those distant planets lie the extensive territories of the Tsutsuki clan. You must allow the divine to witness your artistry. However, before that, you must possess an even greater power. The form of Qing Ling gradually faded away. This chakra sculpture clone, which had long hidden within the Kamui dimension and once conversed with Uchiha Obito, now played its final role. Power surged into Deidara's being, coalescing into a source of new, unending chakra. Simultaneously, in addition to earth-style chakra, he found himself imbued with water, fire, wind, lightning, yin, and yang. Everything was present. Yet this time, it appeared there was more. A new attribute, the wood release of the bloodline limit, was also gestating within Deidara. In the Qing Ling shinobi village, Kakashi and Obito momentarily set aside their differences and ventured into the underground chamber. Upon entering, they found Sasuke standing vigil alone. Teacher Qing Ling has stated he will enter seclusion for a time, but before doing so, he will grant us powers that transcend the ages. Sasuke turned around. He initially desired to resurrect his parents, relatives, and kin. However, Qing Ling informed him that the tasks ahead held even greater significance. Kakashi wished to express his longing to revive Rin and his father, yet upon hearing Sasuke mention that Qing Ling was engaged in important matters, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. The teacher had stated that he would transform the bodies of all, casting the village into an unprecedented slumber, encompassing everyone. Meanwhile, his numerous avatars would guard the village until the conclusion of it all. He shall resurrect those who have departed with lingering regrets, as well as those fondly remembered by others. However, This endeavor may require a considerable span of time, ranging from a mere 3 months to as long as a year. A year. Sasuke's words undoubtedly ignited a flicker of hope within Kakashi and Obito's hearts. How many lives will need to be restored? Is it truly within the realm of human capability? But he is not merely human, he is a tailed beast. Yet, can the chakra of a tailed beast truly be inexhaustible? Even Obito's typically resolute demeanor could not suppress a twinge of apprehension. Trust in our teacher. Sasuke sat cross-legged, and soon, new attributes began to manifest within him, bloodline limits, and would release. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he was initially deficient in the element of yang. However, he had acquired it long ago through Qing Ling's transformation. This time, he would remedy the final shortcoming by bestowing upon himself the release of Shinja Hashirama. The power of the spirit shadow? Kakashi settled into a tranquil posture, while Obito marveled, realizing that this was the true strength of Qing Ling. He sensed a profound transformation occurring within him. Simultaneously, in every corner of the village, even Scorpion and his parents succumbed to slumber, beginning to undergo their own transformations. At the Ninja Academy, Naruto, who had just arrived with Minato and Kushina, felt the will of Qing Ling. A new source is awakening within me, Minato exclaimed, astonished. Chakra is the fusion of physical and mental energy. At this moment, however, a new and more potent force began to coalesce from 3 core locations, the dantian, the heart, and the brain. Thus, a more formidable chakra was born. Minato, could there be danger? Kushina inquired cautiously. Once a host for the Nine Tails, she sensed Qing Ling's chakra. It seems we have no choice. This spirit shadow is terrifyingly powerful. Just as we believe in Naruto, we must trust in him. The 3 of them sat together, gradually succumbing to sleep. Before long, not a single soul in the village remained awake. As everyone fell into slumber, their bodies began to transform and their attributes were bestowed upon them. The Nine Tails chakra sculptures surrounding Qing Ling's hidden village erupted in dazzling brilliance. An arm, towering like a mountain, was birthed from the Nine Tails, coiling in the form of orange chakra. Qing Ling's chakra was consumed at an unprecedented pace. He was utterly delighted. Outside the village, 2 individuals hurried from different directions. A glance exchanged, followed by a cheerful smile. Including the unconscious Orochimaru, this inconspicuous Qing Ling ninja village had gathered the 3 legendary Sannin. Chapter 52, Jiraiya and Tsunade venture into the spirit realm. The fabled elder, Tsunade, with her flowing golden hair tied in a ponytail, adorned in a vibrant green attire. In terms of fashion, she resembled any ordinary grandmother, yet in beauty, she was a rare gem of the mortal realm. As for her figure, she was indeed the sovereign of the ninja world. She had never anticipated such impulsiveness. Her return to Konoha as a temporary Hokage was solely for Jiraiya's sake. Tsunade's heart remained bound, never to be unshackled or relinquished. She despised war, loathed the antiquated elders of Konoha, and abhorred this era. All 3 Sannin shared this disdain, albeit through different methods. Jiraiya wandered the world in search of a glimmer of hope, while Tsunade, seemingly lost in the mundane, found a certain joy within her apparent decline. Orochimaru, having comprehended the bittersweet nature of existence, understood that immortality was his lifelong aspiration. He, too, had witnessed the deaths of those around him and the brutality of war. To seek pleasure in the moment, to pursue immortality, and to explore hope, this encapsulates the essence of the 3 Sannin, as well as the 3 distinct paths within the world of Hokage. Sasuke inherited Itachi's shadowy legacy, and in many ways, he walked in the light's aftermath. A true embodiment of the shadow. Naruto's straightforwardness should lead him to thrive in the sunlight, to transform the ninja world with his own hands. However, even after personally experiencing war and witnessing the world's cruelty, he had not truly amalgamated the ideals of the Sannin, the will of Konoha, the shadows, or his own path as a ninja to forge a beautiful future. In Qing Ling's eyes, all of this was not merely a youthful descent, nor was it the fate of a dragon-slaying youth destined to become a malevolent dragon. Rather, it was the will of the world that predetermined the futures of Naruto and Sasuke. They seemingly altered their fate, yet to this world, it remains unchanged. The renowned name persists through the day. The 5 great ninja villages, along with the smaller ones, remain unintegrated. Ultimately, this world will not experience significant transformation. Even if Naruto ascends to the position of Hokage in the original timeline, earning the respect of the 5 Kage, or if he becomes the second Tsukuyomi in this alternate reality, once their generation passes away, along with Sasuke, nothing will truly change. The root will vanish, only to re-emerge. The Akatsuki may temporarily depart, but the shell will be born anew. Uchiha Madara and Kagaya Otsutsuki will exit the stage. The Otsutsuki clan will inevitably arrive once more in the years to come. Qing Ling, though accustomed to slumber, remains resolute in his desire to fundamentally transform this world, which has never wavered. Everything begins with the establishment of the Spirit Nation from the point of Qing Ling Ninja Village. Jiraiya, the Sage of Toads. Universally acknowledged as the strongest of the legendary Sannin, once lived an ordinary life, persevered through adversity, and underwent profound transformation. He has witnessed the most brutal of wars, firmly believing that he can alter the course of destiny. The prodigies he has devotedly nurtured have repeatedly departed from his side. Not a single disciple has he been able to grasp personally. Do you doubt my capabilities? Indeed, I do harbor doubts. Tsunade inhaled deeply, crossing her arms and lifting her chin defiantly, gazing at the colossal figure of the Nine Tails Chakra coalescing before her. Merely gathering intelligence is within my purview, after all. Jiraiya, on the other hand, cast his gaze upon the village, astonished that the toads remained unaffected, and even more so, not isolated. Had this Qing Ling truly failed to notice? Or was it a deliberate act? He felt as if he had been ensnared by Qing Ling from the very beginning, as if every step he took was meticulously calculated. Was this instance no different? Jiraiya formed hand seals, settling behind the scroll. His eyes, charged with chakra, allowed him to glimpse the unfolding scenes within the village through the small toads. He beheld everyone floating in midair, their bodies enveloped by a swirling mass of orange nine-tails chakra. Numerous chakra conduits, resembling weeping umbilical cords, connected them to the grand tree at the heart of the village. The nine-tails chakra surged violently into their beings, transforming each individual. Aside from the concealed chamber underground, he could command the little toad to hop about, encountering every villager, including the Uzumaki family. Upon reaching the doorstep of the Raza household, he spotted a small creature, hidden within a dark pot, lying in the sun, visibly irked. Hey, whose summoning beast is this? Don't let that creature see you. It could be fatal. Wait, but if it allows you to wander about freely, it must be intentional. Be wary of being manipulated. The Shikaku turned with indignation, exclaiming, on what grounds? I demand to know, does Shikaku not deserve to wield wood release? Humph. Kurama, K-Ray, I despise you. Shikaku continued to bask in the sun, though regrettably, after absorbing the nine-tails chakra, the sunlight felt merely like a tickle. It was somewhat pleasant, though he was loath to admit it. The little toad, upon hearing this, hopped away without a backward glance. Outside the village, Jiraiya opened his eyes. Tsunade was poised for action, already prepared for battle. What was happening inside? Everyone appeared to be unharmed, yet they were all infused with potent nine-tails chakra. An odd sensation indeed. Curious? Tsunade understood that Jiraiya never spoke in ambiguous terms. This indicated that something had rendered him momentarily indecisive. Perhaps I misjudged. Such occurrences are utterly impossible. In his recent perception, he could not shake the feeling that the nine-tails chakra was not merely healing and transforming these individuals. It seemed to carry an essence of permanence, as if it intended to leave an indelible mark on them. It was reminiscent of planting a seed within each person, allowing it to slowly germinate until it matured. What could be the purpose of such an endeavor? Could it be that each person would eventually possess their own nine-tails? Even if it were a mere clone, it would surely exhaust all chakra upon reaching maturity. Such a notion was unfathomable. It was simply impossible. Jiraiya interrupted this line of thought and continued. I encountered Shikaku, the one-tail. He was not in this peculiar state and questioned why he was not granted wood release. Perhaps the Azure Nine-Tails has acquired a unique array technique, thoroughly transforming these individuals' abilities by implanting the cells of the first Hokage, Lord Hashirama, within them. Jiraiya could only speculate, as the idea of directly altering a human body to bestow wood release and all chakra affinities, utilizing the power of the progenitor of chakra, was utterly unprecedented. Should they wait, or should they infiltrate directly? At that moment, Tsunade chose to inquire about Jiraiya's thoughts. They had once faced life and death together countless times. Are you asking me? This does not seem to be your usual demeanor, Jiraiya jested, though his body honestly rose to its feet. He cast a cold glance at the Qing Ling ninja village. He has become intimately familiar with the layout of the village, having even cultivated his mastery of chakra martial arts to a considerable level. As for whether Qing Ling embodies good or evil, and what impact he may bring to this world. He feels the necessity to confront him personally in pursuit of an answer. Are you the child of the world, the progeny of prophecy, or perhaps the harbinger of annihilation, the embodiment of darkness? Old crone, may I venture forth alone? Jiraiya spoke with a tone of profound seriousness. He indeed wished to proceed as such. And before his words could linger in the air, he embarked on his solitary endeavor. Why should I heed your words? Tsunade, stubborn as ever, stepped forward, raising her delicate little fist. Such a fair and exquisite hand could hardly be lethal. Let us then venture forth together. The two figures vanished into the immense cloak of Ninetales Chakra, disappearing from sight. As one who possessed the Sage Mode, Jiraiya was confident in his ability to withstand Genjutsu. With two elderly toads perched upon his shoulders. 10 minutes later, Shikaku stormed past, clutching a large skewer of grilled squid balls. Did I not warn you to be cautious? And yet, you have fallen prey to their schemes. The three legendary ninjas? Is Sage Mode truly formidable? That fellow's Genjutsu reaches divine levels. At the village entrance, Jiraiya, along with the toads on his shoulders and Tsunade beside him, plunged into the realm of spirits. The technique of the spirit realm thrives on the presence of numerous individuals, forming connections. Unlike the infinite Tsukuyomi, within this spirit realm, the greater the number of participants, the more rationalized their existence becomes, allowing them to coexist within this ethereal plane. It is akin to a version of the infinite Tsukuyomi in a metaverse. Chapter 53. The Spirit Realm Fantasy, the tale of great heroes in the spirit realm. Today was particularly bustling. Just like beyond the Genjutsu, this place was also the hidden spirit village. The village, having endowed everyone with chakra attributes and prior to their transformations, had also cast them into the spirit realm. Genjutsu has always harbored its own vulnerabilities. First, regardless of its potency, a Genjutsu requires the caster to invest sufficient in-release chakra and expend mental energy. Second, executing Genjutsu on a large scale is a formidable task, necessitating personal mental focus and control. Third, only the infinite Tsukuyomi can encompass the entire ninja world on such a grand scale. The infinite Tsukuyomi eliminates the singular nature of the Tsukuyomi, yet it also demands a greater expenditure of mental energy, specifically in-release chakra. This necessitates the awakening of the 10 tails. However, even within the infinite Tsukuyomi, individuals become enmeshed in their respective illusions, unable to extricate themselves. Nor can they foresee their own circumstances. The uniqueness of the spirit realm is that it builds upon the foundation of the infinite Tsukuyomi, enhancing it in two significant ways. First, within the spirit realm initiated by the Genjutsu, the chakra consumed no longer originates from the caster, but from those ensnared by the technique. Second, the spirit realm possesses extensibility. It is not merely a singular, confined space like the infinite Tsukuyomi. Those entrapped in the Genjutsu can communicate with one another, refining their worldview through their subconscious. Within the spirit realm, those affected by the Genjutsu experience an increasingly immersive experience, enhancing interaction and enjoyment. This means that if Jiraiya were to fall under the influence of the spirit realm, his marriage to Tsunade would be merely subjective. However, if both Jiraiya and Tsunade were ensnared together, their union in the spirit realm would be mutually experienced as a marriage. The more individuals present in the spirit realm, the more authentic the role-playing becomes. In the spirit realm of the hidden spirit village, Tsunade and Jiraiya entered with their most vigilant and formidable demeanor, only to be met with a long-planned ambush. The real-world hidden spirit village lay dormant, yet within the spirit realm, its inhabitants remained ever vigilant, diligently honing their skills. In their world, they had already undergone transformations, each individual brimming with latent potential. Young Jiraiya had fallen into a trap. The toad, Jiraiya, exclaimed. Ah, my reconnaissance technique has been unraveled. It appears all was merely a conspiracy. Jiraiya realized he had walked into an ambush. What he had witnessed was but a meticulously orchestrated act, intended solely to ensnare him. The longer you maintain your sage mode, the faster the petrification of the toads will occur. Clear this place swiftly. I shall break through. Tsunade positioned herself protectively in front of Jiraiya, unleashing a powerful punch. Incredible strength. The chakra surged through her in a unique manner, unleashing a torrent of force potent enough to shatter the walls. In an instant, it surged toward the adversaries before them. The hidden spirit village was already on high alert, with Naruto crossing his arms and Gaara standing beside him. Damn it! Are the 4th Kazekage and the 4th Hokage's son joining forces? This is unprecedented. Tsunade lifted her leg and stomped down, causing the ground to tremble violently, quickly spreading towards the youth. The combat experience of the three legendary ninjas was vast. In that moment, the earth was upheaved, dust and debris swirling to obscure the vision of the onlookers. Gaara stood resolute as the sand rapidly morphed into a shield, deflecting all incoming attacks. He and Naruto simultaneously pressed their toes against the ground and retreated. In an instant, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. This technique, learned from Sasuke, had long been a desire of his since acquiring fire attribute Chakra. Boom. Tsunade's attack was first intercepted by Gaara, only to be countered by Naruto's great fireball, Hell Swamp. At that very moment, Jiraiya had liberated himself from the position of supporting himself with his hands on the ground. He's already in Sage mode, which serves to prevent himself and Tsunade from falling into illusions. Typically, Jinjutsu is cast on individuals. As long as external chakra intervenes, one can regain consciousness. Upon his shoulders rested the venerable Toad Elder and the wise Toad Matron, aiding him in maintaining a state of relative clarity. The realm of the Yellow Spring Marsh was inherently characterized by extensive geographical transformation, morphing into a treacherous swamp that ensnared adversaries within its depths. This manifestation directly caused the majority of the Aoi Spirit Ninja Village to succumb to its grasp. Presently, all occurrences transpired in the moment when Gaara and Naruto soared through the air. As Naruto retaliated with the great fireball technique, Jiraiya swiftly raised his gaze, forming seals alongside the two toads perched upon his shoulders, channeling chakra. Sage art. 5 right gates. In essence, both Toad Elder and Toad Matron were sages themselves, being toads by nature, thus exempt from the petrifying side effects. In truth, the 3 great sage modes would pose no issues if practiced within their own lineage, remaining free from aberration. However, human-induced training could lead to varying degrees of transformation. The Mayaboka mountain would gradually induce petrification, resembling that of a toad, while the dragon cave would cause one to transform into a serpent, sprouting dragon horns. Naruto was indeed a prodigy, capable of maintaining chakra control in a precise balance of 1:1:1. Any slight deviation would result in transformation. The Aoi Spirit's research into the Aoi Sage mode aimed to enable all beings to cultivate, thereby minimizing issues of aberration. At that moment, the 3 great sages simultaneously unleashed their vast sage chakra, oil, wind, and fire, culminating in a force capable of obliterating adversaries, theoretically capable of annihilating all tangible entities. When the great fireball technique collided with this assault, it inadvertently amplified its potency. Boom. Just as a backlash loomed, Naruto coalesced spiral orbs in each hand, intertwining wind, fire, and lightning chakra within, poised for a sudden eruption. Triple Rasen Shuriken. Just as these orbs were about to be launched, 2 swift figures surged forth. Golden flashes. The perfect practitioner of the Flying Thunder God technique, the strongest deity of naming in history, Minato Namikaze made his entrance. His physical form and shadow clone acted in unison, hastening into Sage mode to intercept the attack with a massive Rasengan. A resounding explosion echoed, as if the skies above the Aoi Spirit Ninja Village had encountered a cataclysmic strike from a distant future. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato smiled, while Kushina appeared immediately before Tsunade. The moment they laid eyes upon this couple, Daisuke and his wife exchanged glances. Old man, have we fallen under an illusion? It is impossible for all 4 of us to be ensnared in an illusion, especially with little Jiraiya having activated Sage mode. Yet, how could little Minato suddenly return? Could it be the forbidden technique of Senju Tobarama? Both of them were engulfed in doubt. Finally, Minato Namikaze spoke up. As a mediator, he promptly elucidated. Based on my conjecture, this should be one of the abilities of a certain ocular technique, which demands an exceedingly grave sacrifice. If my memory serves me correctly, aside from the Sharingan and Byakugan, there exists another known as the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan? Akatsuki. Jiraiya reflected on his past. If the Qing Ling ninja village had ties to the Akatsuki organization, then what connection did the Rinnegan have with Qing Ling? Sensei, the answer lies with Ling Ying. Minato directed his gaze towards the heart of the village. Beneath that great tree stood the underground chamber where Qing Ling resided. All the answers awaited there. Indeed, had Jiraiya not been thwarted by Minato's own Rasengan, he would have found it implausible that the person before him was his disciple. Upon closer inspection, the Qing Ling ninja village appeared to be steeped in enigma at every turn. He constantly senses an unsettling feeling, as if danger lurks everywhere. The perception he experiences here is strikingly vivid and clear. It is as though it embodies the most perfect image in his mind. Chapter 54. the spirit realm unleashed. The frantic Ten Tails Chakra, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, naturally refrained from uttering a single word. He and Minato Namikaze were once prominent figures of their era. Fully aware of their formidable strength, Kushina affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair, prompting him to relent, yet this was only permitted by Qing Ling. Otherwise, no outsider could enter the underground chamber. Gaara, witnessing this tender scene, could not help but lower his gaze. Are you Naruto's friend? Has this clumsy fellow caused you any distress? Kushina, appearing carefree, was in truth perceptive, sensing Gaara's heart lacked a certain affection. She gently tousled the young man's hair, causing him to blush and become flustered. And no, Naruto, like Sasuke, is my friend. Sasuke? Upon hearing this name, Kushina turned her attention back to Naruto. They revived far too swiftly, lacking the opportunity to delve deeper into the tales of this era. Sasuke belongs to the Uchiha clan, and during his childhood, under the machinations of a man named Danzo, it was at the hands of his brother that the Uchiha clan was annihilated. As Naruto uttered these words, a wave of melancholy washed over him. He now has both a father and mother. I, Ero, still have my father alive. Only Sasuke remains all alone. It is said that his elder brother has also joined the Akatsuki. One wonders if they will eventually become adversaries. The mere mention of Danzo evokes discomfort even in Kushina. However, Minato's gentle smile radiates warmth, illuminating the hearts of those around him like the sun. The past will ultimately fade away, and the true nature of Ling Ying will soon be revealed, will it not? He spoke those words, yet deep within his heart, he could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for the orphan of the Uchiha clan, whom he had never met. All along, each village had its own distinct characteristics, yet they were undeniably united by the common traits of the same era. For instance, their fundamental styles are profoundly influenced by the first Hokage. Particularly in the case of Konoha, it was Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara who established an entire era. The second Hokage leaned towards innovation and transformation. For instance, Tobirama Senju, renowned for his mastery of various forbidden techniques, the second Kazekage who pioneered puppet techniques, and the enigmatic Hozuki Mangetsu of Kirigakure, who sought to elevate water release to an intricate art form. The third Hokage is often hailed as the strongest. The third Raikage of Kumogakure is reputed to embody both shield and spear at their zenith, while Sarutobi Hiruzen is celebrated as the most formidable Hokage in history. Contemporaneously, Hanzo is revered as the demigod. With the advent of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and his generation, a significant leap occurred. What was initially perceived as a balance of power was disrupted by Minato's untimely demise. The era evolves, transforming while seemingly spiraling in place. In truth, it progresses at an imperceptibly slow pace, unnoticed by the world. As a representative figure of his time, Namikaze Minato left an indelible impression on individuals like Rashi and the Fourth Raikage. Upon his resurrection, learning that over a decade had elapsed without significant change in the shinobi world, a twinge of sorrow inevitably surfaced within him. When will this world genuinely embrace peace? The Uchiha clan, in the era of Uchiha Madara, was a luminous presence, yet they faced unwarranted prejudice that led to their tragic demise. Why? Strolling through the streets of Aoi Shinobi Village, he found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Was he mistaken? In the underground chamber, with only a handful of steps to descend, the journey felt interminably long. Here, only Sasuke awaited. Obito, having grasped the earnest intentions of Aoi, had already departed with Kakashi towards the Ninja Academy. They must await the day of Lin's return, recognizing them at first glance. As they enter the underground chamber, Sasuke remains unperturbed by honor or disgrace. He requires no sympathy. Here, he stands as the guardian of Qing Ling. Even though his strength may be relatively feeble, he is unwavering in his vigil. Upon seeing Rasha, it is then that Naruto's family arrives, alongside the venerable duo of Jiraiya and Tsunade. Within him lingered a fleeting pang of sorrow. In times past, he often felt isolated. Yet now he was blessed with companions and had come to comprehend his elder brother's true intentions. Qing Ling once declared that it was not Uchiha Itachi who erred, but rather this era, along with Danzo and those who stood behind him. What must be done is to transform this cruel and absurd ninja world. Might I inquire if Ling Ying is present? Could we possibly meet? Minato Namikaze offered a courteous bow, refusing to underestimate Sasuke simply because he was younger. In this village, beneath Qing Ling, the two strongest individuals were Tu Jinin, his son, and Sasuke, who rightfully possessed the greatest authority. The teacher mentioned he had a task at hand that would likely require his full attention, and thus, it would be best for you to take your leave. Sasuke cast a cold glance at Naruto, implying that he was fully aware of what the teacher intended and could not afford to be distracted. Why then? Had he brought them along? Naruto widened his eyes in response, signifying that it was, of course, the teacher's tacit approval, otherwise he would not have brought them. For a moment, Sasuke hesitated, then turned his gaze toward a charming statue before them. Qing Ling Sensei, the fourth Hokage and Kazekage have arrived. Shall we address their inquiries? Minato's visage was etched into the rock, rendering him easily recognizable. As for Jiraiya and Tsunade, Sasuke knew little of them. Given that the legendary Sannin had largely withdrawn from the affairs of Konoha since their births, naturally, the statue soon became enveloped in the chakra of the Nine Tails. The warm orange energy wrapping around all. In no time, the small figure began to stir, and Scorpion, hidden within, adorably tugged at their parents' garments. Inside lay a core reminiscent of a puppet. How endearing! In the future, you too might become an exceptional puppeteer. Scorpion's parents appeared to be on an entirely different wavelength. Still believing they resided in a blissful paradise, Naruto shot a fierce glare at Scorpion, pondering how this individual could be so dissimilar from the one who had once sought to take his life. Could this charade of cuteness truly be maintained for eternity? Humph. Very well, as Qing Ling Sensei had said, one should not interfere with the will of others. As he regained his focus, the Nine-Tails chakra statue began to move, emanating a soft, melodic laugh. He stretched lazily and smiled at everyone. So, how's the spirit realm? Is it entertaining? Unfortunately, your imaginations seem rather limited, especially when it comes to encountering one another. While it may feel more genuine, it also becomes exceedingly dull, far less captivating than the interactions between Shoha and Obito. The spirit realm? What does that signify? Awaken now, or you may find yourself slumbering until next week. Qing yawned once more. In this village, only I can afford to sleep for such extended periods. Snap! The sound of fingers snapping echoed in everyone's ears. In the next moment, they suddenly opened their eyes. In the shinobi world, in the village of Ascension, the chakra cocoons suspended throughout the village began to shatter. Even Tsunade and Jiraiya had long been enveloped within. The tendrils resembling umbilical cords, connecting them to the great tree, also began to vanish. Jiraiya and Tsunade slowly descended to the ground, disbelief etched upon their faces. Ah, old man, it turns out we truly fell under a genjutsu. My dear, I believe I have heard your words within the illusion, Tsunade responded. How strange, Jiraiya pondered. This genjutsu felt oddly familiar, as if he had encountered similar phrases before. Look, Tsunade exclaimed, her gaze fixed upon an enormous tree resembling the Nine Tails. This majestic tree towered over them, casting a vast shadow, perpetually radiating an overwhelming chakra. In the underground chamber, Obito realized he had once again succumbed to the spirit realm. Before he could fully comprehend the changes within himself, he found himself outside, fixated on the grand tree before him. Is this truly the complete 10 Tails? Beside him, Scorpion tightened his grip on his mother's hand. It was not merely the three ninjas. He yearned for a direct conversation with Qing Ling. For within this towering tree lay a core, releasing chakra at a frenzied pace towards the Qing Ling ninja village, the land of spirits, and indeed, the entirety of this world. Does this creature truly believe that the immense chakra of the tailed beast is inexhaustible? Chapter 55. Each person holds a small nine tails, the 10 tails. It represents the sapling of the chakra fruit tree. From the moment of its inception, its roots will continuously extend into this world, binding every corner and every being of this planet. Once it has absorbed all the chakra, it will give birth to a chakra fruit. This can be regarded as an unchanging law of nature. Only Qing Ling permits a tree endowed with the powers of the 10 tails to grow here, its roots extending globally. This is not to siphon chakra from the world, but to emanate chakra into it. Does one truly consider chakra to be without value? Or perhaps they disdain the longevity of their own life. When Obito and Scorpion beheld this scene, their hearts were filled with profound astonishment. What they truly lament is not the deception of Qing Ling, but rather the grand vision he possesses. Does this individual genuinely intend to offer everything for this world? Humph. What a fool, an utter imbecile. Despite wielding an illusion surpassing the infinite Tsukuyomi and possessing the formidable power to create the 10 tails, he remains fixated solely on self-sacrifice. This individual is utterly unforgivable. He speaks of resurrecting everyone, yet by the time that day arrives, he will likely have perished. Obito could no longer endure this. He had to witness Qing Ling with his own eyes, even if it meant confronting this madman to the death. After a long and arduous search for hope, must this beacon of hope and miraculous creation be extinguished? Chakra, in essence, is a fusion of energy. Once it emanates in this world, it transforms into pure natural energy. Qing Ling aspires to disseminate his senjutsu absorption technique across the globe, enabling people to fervently draw upon natural energy. Through his more scientific approach to cultivation, he aims to attain Senjutsu Chakra without adverse effects, thus becoming even more potent. The poison of others, the honey of Qing Ling. Father, mother. I wish to play for a while with the older brother. The scorpion reluctantly broke free from his parents' grasp. He must cherish the hard-won happiness. Therefore, he must not allow the foolish Qing Ling to seek her own demise. All right, be cautious and walk a little slower, the young couple advised their son. Soon, Xie and his older brother Dato vanished from sight. In the underground chamber, it was already filled with people. Sasuke, Naruto, Kakashi, Minato Namikaze, Kushina, Gaara, Rasha, Jiraiya, Tsunade. And even Orochimaru had gathered here. He was not concerned about Qing Ling's life or death. On the contrary, having been overlooked by the Dragon's Cave in the past and unable to learn the celestial arts, he was acutely aware that as long as he could break through to the realm of a lower ninja, he would undoubtedly master the art of chakra absorption, thereby possessing celestial chakra. His heart brimmed with joy. Whether Qing Ling could convert chakra through the new tintails using natural energy was of no consequence to him. To wield such formidable ocular powers, one must possess chakra beyond comprehension, otherwise it would be unattainable. Thus, Orochimaru's arrival here was purely orchestrated by Qing Ling. Scorpion had just been covertly appointed by Qing Ling as the future head of the mechanical and puppet division, also tasked with crafting more advanced martial ninja tools. It was believed that under the collaboration of these two old rivals and former comrades, remarkable results would ensue, regardless of personal feelings, as long as Qing Ling summoned him. Orochimaru would certainly comply, all for the sake of immortality. Tsunade gazed at him, utterly astonished to encounter him here. And it seemed that his condition was not as dire as she had imagined. What are you doing here? Jiraiya, though not overly averse, remained on high alert. Until now. He was oblivious to the reason behind his entrapment in the illusion, nor did he comprehend why Qing Ling was fervently emanating natural energy into this world. An abundance of questions had led him to this place. Faced with a familiar adversary, knowing that he was not a savage, Jiraiya still remained fully vigilant, ready to act. Once again, we meet. Everyone. The sculpture stirred once more. It was the nine-tailed sculpture, accompanied by Qing Ling's voice. I apologize, but I have matters to attend to and must exert all my effort. It is difficult to respond to you. This time, regarding the transformation of your bodies. I trust you understand that all individuals in Qing Ling's ninja village have acquired various attributes of chakra, with known elements including wind, lightning, fire, water, earth, wood, yin, and yang. As long as everyone possesses them, the bloodline limit of would release can temporarily be considered an attribute. However, your chakra quantity has merely tripled, which is insufficient for lavish use. Human physiques vary. Without truly practicing chakra martial arts, the transformation can only achieve this stage. Only through continuous practice of chakra martial arts and reaching the realm of lower ninja can you genuinely embark on the path of cultivation. Utilizing Qing Ling's celestial art of chakra absorption, the so-called immortality is the act of pilfering the natural forces of heaven and earth, grasping the mechanisms of yin and yang, and discerning the principles of all things transformation, understanding the cycles of life and death. You all have a long journey ahead and must strive even harder. Qing Ling yawned wearily. He was genuinely fatigued this time. The new tintails continually extended its roots, disseminating natural energy. Additionally, it had just transformed the bodies and attributes of the entire village. Coupled with the relentless construction of a super resurrection array, even Qing Ling found it challenging to endure. Yet, with health and energy levels as robust as his, he remained unwilling to succumb, only willing to relinquish his hold when he was utterly spent. How can one ascertain that they are not ensnared in an illusion? Tsunade clenched her small fist. Wishing to shatter Qing Ling into pieces, she found no charm in the sculpture. The veracity of the illusion mattered little, both mind and body. Like nature, belonged to energy, depending solely on which one prioritized. Qing Ling offered a faint smile. Scorpion hesitated, unwilling to be led astray, opting instead to deliberate further. What you're doing could lead to your demise, Ling Ying. Obito spoke candidly, expressing his desire for Qing Ling to survive. Otherwise, it would be preferable to let infinite Tsukuyomi and the spirit world govern this realm. Fear not, even in death. I shall ensure that those you long for return to this world. Qing Ling's smile grew even more desolate, his complexion paling slightly. What? Upon hearing this, both Naruto and Sasuke's expressions shifted dramatically as they swiftly positioned themselves before Qing Ling. They do not perceive the transformations within the village or their own metamorphosis. Rather, they are continuously generating chakra. Even the portion derived from the nine tails remains undiminished. Why must Qing Ling face death? Fear not, For even if that day were to truly arrive, I would not perish. As long as you are here, I shall endure. Qing Ling gestured towards Obito's Dantian. His perception, shrouded in confusion, flickered between clarity and obscurity. How could this be possible? Kushina and Minato Namikaze were the first to sense this anomaly. One was the former host of the Nine Tails, and the other had coexisted intimately with the Nine Tails' dark chakra. How could they possibly remain oblivious? It was precisely for this reason that Minato no longer harbored doubts regarding Qing Ling. He understood that this individual might not be the Nine Tails, yet he was undoubtedly someone resolute in his desire to transform the ninja world, striving to make this realm more vibrant. Obito was left with no more doubts. Jiraiya, on the other hand, remained hesitant. He was oblivious to the answer and indifferent to its pursuit. At this moment, upon sensing the seed within him, he realized that all his doubts were in vain. For within the confines of the Qing Ling ninja village, apart from the physical transformations and the compensatory nature of chakra, every individual was implanted with a seed of the Nine Tails chakra. This seed would incessantly nurture itself, and upon achieving its full form, it would manifest as a Nine Tails. Having coexisted with the Jinchuriki, once it fully materialized, it would become a perfect Jinchuriki. Perhaps, from seed to the resplendent Nine Tails, a span of time was yet required. Undeniably, the seed of hope began to scatter from this small village into the world beyond. Do you still have questions, Jiraiya? Qing Ling's rhetorical inquiry, accompanied by a weary smile, sent a shiver through Jiraiya's heart, even as one accustomed to life and death. Indeed, there exists a selfless deity in this world. There he stood, right before him, still a mere fox. In the village, Shoho was angrily devouring Odin, scalding his mouth as he ate. "Humph, you foul fox. Why do you never share any good fortune with me?" Chapter 56. Why pose such questions to a mere fox? In the underground chamber, Jiraiya hesitated to speak. Qing Ling, utterly fatigued, yawned. "What uncertainties plague you, Scorpion?" He averted his gaze from Jiraiya, deliberately denying him the opportunity to speak, and instead directed his inquiry towards Scorpion. The crimson-haired Scorpion, known as Susanoo no Sasori, possessed an intense gaze that burned like fire. "I despise being indebted to others," he declared. Indeed, as one who executed missions with utmost thoroughness and had the audacity to obliterate an entire nation, he was the least inclined to owe anyone anything. In his heart, even Chiyo could not sway him. He believed he owed Sunagakure nothing, for it was the merciless war that had taken everything from him. "After repaying your kindness, I shall take my leave." This statement from Scorpion bore an implicit meaning. Should Qing Ling acquiesce immediately, it would affirm Orochimaru's assertion that he indeed sought to establish a realm of machinery and puppetry, collaborating with Orochimaru's scientific experimental base to forge martial ninja tools. If not, he would not hesitate to eradicate Orochimaru without mercy, though he was no longer a mere puppet. The fusion of his core and heart had attained a formidable and unique state with Qing Ling's assistance. He possessed a plethora of chakra attributes and concealed within him 4 significant scrolls, making combat an effortless endeavor. "Do you wish to depart the village? If you find it burdensome, feel free to leave at once. Qing Ling Shinobi Village never retains anyone against their will." Upon uttering these words, Qing Ling clenched his small paw and conjured a space-time tunnel. Whether through the rebirth eye or the Rinnegan, he could easily create an opening to any realm. The manipulation of time and space was no arduous task, and the other side of this passage was equally adorned with the fragrance of blooming flowers and chirping birds. "You seek to expel me, so that I may live burdened by guilt for eternity? Do not even entertain such thoughts." Scorpion ceased his inquiries and turned to leave. Just as he was about to reach the doorway, he paused, seemingly casually asking, "Has that little brat died?" "He's doing quite well, Scorpion Senpai." The space distorted as Obito emerged from a corner of the underground chamber, wearing a cheerful smile. Upon hearing this response, Scorpion nonchalantly acknowledged it with a simple "oh," and then departed from the underground chamber, heading toward the village. He held a scroll entitled Mechanisms and Puppetry, along with various design blueprints for martial arts ninja tools. As the Arrogant One and Obito departed, the underground chamber fell increasingly silent. However, the sorrow etched on Naruto and Sasuke's faces deepened. Following a brief cough from Qing Ling, his complexion grew even paler. "Kakashi, each major ninja village possesses an umbu, tasked with specific missions. In our village, we have Gaara and Raza overseeing security openly, while you and Obito shall covertly lead the umbu." Another scroll slipped into Kakashi's hands. Kakashi intended to decline, considering that the acting Hokage, Tsunade, was still present. The manner in which he accepted the task was indeed striking. Even Minato Namikaze stood beside him. Was it not somewhat excessive to proceed in such a manner? "I am merely a returning soul. What right do I have to involve myself in your affairs?" Kakashi. By the way, please inform Obito not to constantly wear his mask. He and Uchiha Madara are distinct individuals. As Kakashi found himself in a dilemma, Minato gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Upon noticing the blade he bore upon his back, Minato understood the thoughts weighing on Kakashi's mind. Obito's repeated attempts to evade him were likely rooted in this very matter. Sensei, I am, after all, from Konoha, Kakashi said. His voice slightly choked. Minato's words implied that he believed Obito should embrace his true self and remove that mask. The one who attacked Konoha all those years ago should have been the spirit of Uchiha Madara, not Obito Uchiha. Why? Siri, Minato Namikaze, Naruto. What power and radiance do they possess, so dazzling that it renders one breathless? Kakashi nodded, casting a glance towards Tsunade in the corner. I am merely an acting Hokage. If you insist on an explanation, consider it a covert mission. A covert mission? Is it truly appropriate to speak of such matters in front of Qing Ling? Kakashi then vanished, departing the underground chamber with the scroll of the Umbu from Qing Ling Ninja Village in hand. As he departed, both Rasha and I Love are cast a glance at Minato Namikaze and Naruto. They were tasked with guarding the Qing Ling hidden village, responsible for defense matters and handling various mundane affairs. Before long, only 3 ninjas remained, the couple of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, along with Naruto and Sasuke. The 7 of them encircled a small statue in front of Qing Ling. Minato wore a perpetual smile, concealing the thoughts that lingered within his mind. Master Qing Ling, please take a moment to rest, Naruto implored, unwilling to witness Qing Ling enduring further in her current state of struggle. Sasuke remained silent, his eyes brimming with concern. There's no need. How could I perish from such minor exhaustion? Qing Ling mused, reflecting that if her demise were so easily attainable, it would be a desire long sought after. Jiraiya, voice your doubts. I have but 10 minutes left. Qing Ling's clone had long since depleted its chakra. Spirit Shadow, the man behind me, is the 4th Hokage of Konoha. Throughout his life, he has instilled hope in many, and his passing has led countless individuals to believe they may never see the sun rise again. I too once thought I had lost all expectations. However, as I traversed the world, I discovered that it perpetually moves forward. Each departure or arrival is merely a fleeting moment. When someone departs, regardless of whether they are remembered or whether they leave willingly, they should become part of the cycle of rebirth. Why do you wish for the departed to return? What purpose does such a world serve? To halt the progression of an era? To have everyone remain here, forever singing in joy, where one falls, only to awaken fully restored by the next dawn? As if time were caught in an endless loop? Though it may appear idyllic, preserving everything, immortal and unchanging, merely transforms one into a monster devoid of choice. Spirit Shadow, what has become of your understanding of the boundary between life and death, your respect for existence? Does it still exist? The demarcation between life and death? To allow life to traverse its journey from birth to death is the true mark of reverence for existence. The notion of eternal life is nothing more than a farcical cycle of monstrous repetition. When Jiraiya first witnessed Minato's resurrection, it was not with joy but rather a visceral aversion. To him, it was akin to the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, a defilement of the essence of life. This was precisely why Minato was reluctant to question it. He and Kushina were indeed delighted to witness the world of the future, especially the joy of reuniting with Naruto. However, life, in its essence, is beautiful precisely because of its finite nature, akin to the ephemeral splendor of fireworks. The notion of resurrection raises profound questions. Does it impede the cycle of reincarnation and tarnish the essence of life? Such thoughts filled them with sorrow. Ha! Without waiting for Qing Ling's response, Orochimaru could not contain his laughter. Foolish one, do you truly believe that a single resurrection equates to immortality? How absurd. If eternal life were so simple, why would I have gone to such lengths, nearly sacrificing this life? This is merely a more refined method of rebirth compared to the technique of Edo Tensei. If you wish to avoid reliving your life, then embrace death. For the most tumultuous era is upon us. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Minato, are you still oblivious? The monumental changes in this world are beginning right here in Qing Ling Village. Cease your self-deception with antiquated notions. Your concepts of life and death are but fleeting moments in the grand tapestry of that magnificent future. I shall embrace immortality and stand unyielding. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with fervor. He had never once doubted Qing Ling. Immortality, that was his true pursuit. To him, the lives spoken of by Jiraiya and the others were mere fragile trifles. Did I ask for your opinion? Tsunade shot Orochimaru an annoyed glance, her fists cracking ominously. Life. This ultimate question, why pose it to a mere fox? Qing Ling's chakra began to dim further. Chapter 57. The multitude under the moonlight. Qing Ling was deeply displeased by their discourse. The cycle of life and death, was it truly so complicated? Your pursuit of immortality, unending existence, or a life with a definitive beginning and end bears no relevance to me. If realizing your own values constitutes your respective nindo, then for me, it is merely a part of my own path to revive each one of you, and nothing more. Qing Ling did not grasp the distinction between eternal life and a finite existence, nor did he understand the impact either would have on him. Jiraiya did not anticipate such an answer. He had assumed that someone as ancient as this, who had even been possessed by the Nine Tails, would possess a well-defined theory and logic. He was taken aback to discover that this was not of concern to Qing Ling at all. Qing Ling, is your resurrection meant to bring joy to Naruto, or is it for your own sake? Minato was concerned about Naruto's feelings and the intentions of Qing Ling. What does it matter whether he is resurrected or not? At most, he may live a few more decades, perhaps retreating to a secluded place to live in anonymity for the rest of his life. If Qing Ling intends to disrupt the established order of this world, that would be the most terrifying prospect. In the future, the deceased would rise again, and the living could have their lives taken from them in an instant. That would be the true hell on earth. Upon hearing the question from Namikaze Minato, Qing Ling finally arrived at an answer. It is indeed for my own sake. As I have stated, it is for my path as a ninja. Yes, he spoke candidly, revealing that his only intention was to become more acquainted with the Eye of God. Upon realizing that utilizing the Rinnegan to perform the Rinne rebirth demanded an excessive amount of chakra, he swiftly discarded this ineffectual method of resurrection. If not for his own sake, then for what purpose? Teacher, please do not say such things. Naruto interjected, placing himself protectively in front of Qing Ling. Such words. How could he possibly believe it? This nine-tailed fox has always been a foolish creature with a sharp tongue but a tender heart. Upon seeing his son standing protectively in front of Qing Ling, Minato Namikaze couldn't help but smile. Even Kushina's gaze flickered momentarily. They have come to understand that this nine-tailed fox has long been in close companionship with Naruto, transcending the mere teacher-student bond to become true partners. The answer is evident. Although Qing Ling claims it is for himself, deep down, he is truly doing it for Naruto. The atmosphere turned grave, as it seemed that any premature inquiry from anyone would be ill-timed. Sasuke, in particular, wished for Qing Ling to speak less, hoping to conserve energy and allow for more rest. Time was slipping away. Qing Ling observed his chakra gradually diminishing. It appeared that his true form was recklessly consuming chakra. What is revival? If not merely the chance to live another lifetime? How long is a lifetime? A century? From the Sage of Six Paths to the present, how many years have passed? The world has undergone countless transformations, merely having grasped the concept of shame only to swiftly cast it aside. The aspirations you seek, I hardly comprehend. If you believe that a second chance is futile, then make your own choice. Should you seize this opportunity to resolve all uncertainties, what harm could there be? The chakra grew increasingly sparse, until only a mere flicker remained upon his head. With a smile gracing his face and his eyes slightly narrowed, Jiraiya mused upon the vastness of the world. Why should one become entangled in the dichotomies of right and wrong in life? Instead, one ought to compose a new chapter. To witness the tales of heroes, where every page reflects unfulfilled aspirations and each word resonates with a sense of regret. This is all there is. Embrace the chance to begin anew. This is the final opportunity. Let us reverse the course of the future. As the chakra faded, all of Qing Ling's clones fell silent in that moment. They are all in a state of temporary repose. Only the new Ten Tails continuously emanates natural energy and extends its roots. The Sea of Magma. The essence of Qing Ling is ensconced within a series of stone formations, fervently consuming chakra. This is the sole opportunity. The chance for such a remarkable resurrection of so many souls is a rarity in the world. The true significance of Qing Ling lies in the fact that once he perishes and is reborn through this method, all will be revived upon his next resurrection. His hopes of employing this tactic to exhaust chakra in large quantities are now exceedingly slim. Qing Ling hovers in midair, seated in a meditative posture. He continuously breathes in and out, depleting his own chakra reserves. The figure clad in blue robes remains concealed, yet one can still perceive his emaciated form. It is feared that when the moment arrives, he will be utterly reduced to ashes. In the underground chamber, as the chakra of Qing Ling's clone is fully depleted, Jiraiya's pupils constrict. Seizing the final opportunity, he strives to alter the course of the future. This sentiment reverberates ceaselessly in his mind. The future is destined to be a battlefield of heroes, with the remarkable talents of history poised to be reborn. What shall they bring? A shared creation of a splendid future, or the annihilation of the world? Jiraiya recalled the prophecy of the great sage of the Six Paths. The future is destined to be a time when all shall rise like dragons, heralding the twilight of the gods. Will that day truly come to pass? He stumbled slightly and was steadied by Tsunade. How infuriating. Jiraiya's pupils contracted as he emerged from his stupor, gasping for breath. I comprehend now. I grasp the prophecy. The resurrection of all is merely the fox's astonishing spectacle for humanity, while the true peril lies with the gods. He beheld and understood. The current circumstances are not terrifying. For when the day of prophecy arrives, man must stand against the divine. Only through unmatched strength can one contend with the gods. Qing Ling's mission is to unite all the formidable figures throughout history in the battle against the divine. What extraordinary resolve this entails. To dare oppose an entire era. Solely to confront that dreadful future. As Jiraiya cast a glance back at the seemingly unremarkable sculpture of the Nine Tails, tears welled in his eyes. You are aware, aren't you? Lingying, you perceive the future, glimpsing the distant horizons that elude human foresight. You are prepared to single-handedly thwart everything, even if it means bearing the weight of all reproach. No one could fathom Jiraiya's words. This is a secret shared solely between him and Qing Ling, the great Toad Sage. In this moment, Jiraiya's assessment of Qing Ling can be distilled into two words: invincible. It is only with such indomitable spirit that one dares to defy the torrents of an era and confront the harsh future ahead. It is evident that Qing Ling stands alone in this endeavor. The three legendary ninjas, having dispelled Sage Mode, no longer questioned him. The answer had been unveiled. He swore that regardless of how arduous the path may be, he would give it his utmost effort. When he halted at Naruto's doorstep, Jiraiya ceased his advance, leaving Tsunade in a state of perplexity. He had resolutely made up his mind deep within his heart. He was determined to assist the child of the world. The prophesied one, Qing Ling, in realizing that sensational performance to thwart the invasion of the gods, even if it meant sacrificing all that he had in this lifetime. Just as Qing Ling had said, seizing every opportunity to alter the future. Jiraiya understood that these words were meant for him, and only he could truly comprehend their significance. Are you not leaving? Tsunade halted her steps. No, I shall remain to validate certain conjectures, Jiraiya replied with unwavering conviction. Soon enough, he watched as Tsunade strode into the house without a backward glance, exclaiming in astonishment, What will become of Konoha? You old hag. Do you truly believe you can just wash your hands of it? With the resurrection of Minato Namikaze, it was only natural for her, as the acting Hokage, to step down. Tsunade offered no explanation. Deep down, she harbored an unsettling premonition that the future would be perilous. She could not afford to lose Jiraiya again. Konoha? It had been a long time since she last returned. Perhaps a celebration was in order before making her way back. Minato also yearned to revisit Konoha, curious to see what changes had unfolded in the village after his departure over a decade ago. The group entered the house. Let us dine together, Sasuke. Kushina brought Sasuke from the underground chamber, though he appeared somewhat awkward. In this small village, the fields were fertile and the mountains were adorned with blooming flowers and fruits. Laughter and chatter filled the air, accompanied by the sounds of chickens and dogs. As night deepened and the moon ascended in the east, wisps of smoke began to rise from the rooftops of the houses. Neighbors, Rasha and his son, were invited to join the celebration, feasting on roasted meat and sipping on a modest drink. Naruto and Sasuke begrudgingly referred to Jiraiya as Grandpa and Tsunade as Grandma. Sasori and his family sat in the courtyard, gazing at the moon. How beautiful it was! The moon, even without its blood-red hue, retained its exquisite charm. Beneath the moonlight, it was merely the mundane existence of countless souls. Chapter 58, The Midnight Intruder Amigakure. A rare clear sky, yet it was unfortunate that night had already fallen. Konan and Nagato seldom found themselves with the leisure to gaze upon the radiant full moon. A chill breeze stirred, and Konan moved closer to Nagato, while Devapathpain approached them as well. Has it been again, Konan? Deidara's fate remains uncertain. It seems that the spirit shadow has employed your technique to resurrect Sasori's parents. I see, she replied. Is it a natural ability of the Rinnegan? Nagato, his demeanor solemn, had grown emaciated to an extreme degree, slowly raising his hand in an attempt to grasp the moonlight. Once, he had contemplated resurrecting Yahiko. However, the longer one lingered in death, the more challenging it became to bring them back, not to mention the need for a physical form. Even if he wishes to resurrect Yahiko, even with the formidable body of Devapathpain, it would require sacrificing his own life to achieve such a feat, generally speaking. The closer one is to the moment of death, the easier it is to bring them back to life. Qing Ling resurrected the parents of Scorpion, whose bodies had long since turned to dust. The puppet is merely a framework, having been deceased for such an extended period. The amount of chakra required for resurrection is utterly staggering. Truly, The Nine Tails is deserving of its reputation. Nagato sighed. If only he possessed that much chakra. How he would yearn to bring Yahiko back to life. The boundary between life and death? He remains indifferent to this matter. Otherwise, he would not have retained the body of Mihiko by his side, transforming it into the embodiment of heavenly principles. Reflecting on this life, it is filled with regrets. In the Hidden Stone Village, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, Mu Wang, is personally leading a team of steam ninjas. Adequately prepared this time to command 300 Chunin and several Jonin. Seizing the opportune moment, they intend to launch a night raid on the Azure Spirit Ninja Village. However, he is not alone in this endeavor. He is joined by a small team from the Akatsuki organization, comprising Haiden and Kakuzu. Additionally, there is another old companion. Distinct from him, stationed far beyond the Hidden Stone Village on a mound of earth, the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, Old Purple. This obstinate wandering monk, who shares a contentious relationship with the Tsukuyomi, has long departed from the Hidden Rain Village, choosing to engage in solitary cultivation. He stood there with his arms crossed. Not for the sake of a Wagakure, nor to heed the orders of the Tsukuyomi. It was rather due to the encounters he had with Han during his solitary missions in previous years. The two held starkly contrasting views towards their village. Yet their personal rapport remained amicable. This endeavor was indeed an invitation from Han. Rumor had it that after the collaboration of the One-Tail and Nine-Tail, the Four-Tail, Son Goku, was also eager to join in. Could the nation established by the tailed beast serve as a sanctuary for the Jinchuriki? Old Z mused. The enmity between the Nine-Tail and One-Tail was well known, and there was something amiss about this situation. Son Goku interjected, "You've been eavesdropping on my thoughts. If you wished for me not to hear, I would not," Son Goku retorted. True enough, Old Z conceded. Initially, the Four-Tail harbored a strong aversion towards Jinchuriki Old Z. Yet Old Z, being a vessel for the implanted tailed beast, resembled more of a container. Even a Wagakure bore witness to Han, who had rendered great service to the village, alongside Old Z, who had departed. This illustrated that individuals invariably make their own choices. Then let us embark on this journey, Old Z agreed with enthusiasm. Over the years, his synergy with the Four-Tail had developed into an unparalleled tacit understanding. He wanted the world akin to Jiraiya. The formidable ninjas of Amigakure, along with two Jinchuriki, one overt and one covert, and the Akatsuki team lurking outside of Aoi's village, were poised for action. Haiden and Kakuzu awaited their opportunity. In Kumogakure, Killer Bee was engaging in a spirited rap within the village. Disliking the sun, he found this moment most suitable for a stroll. Samui and her fellow disciples hurried to Killer Bee's side. "Tomorrow is my concert. Oh yeah. Are the tickets sold out?" "Check, check. They're all gone." Killer Bee beamed with confidence. "Indeed." Samui nodded, well aware that Killer Bee had anticipated this outcome. His concert tickets naturally sold out at an astonishing pace. Although only a few disciples attended each time, he still poured his heart and soul into his performance. "Thus, I shall present a flawless display." Karabi gestured fervently and soon vanished around the street corner. After watching him depart, the blonde Samui wiped the cold sweat from her brow. She thought to herself, how optimistic her teacher was. Even in the absence of an audience, he would strive to deliver a remarkable performance. In the corner, Karabi suddenly came to a halt. He sensed a certain danger. In an instant, the Eight Tails intervened swiftly. "Break free." Karabi regained his consciousness and departed from the scene at the utmost speed. In the next moment, as Karabi emerged into an open area, another figure appeared behind him, standing back to back with him. It was none other than the fourth Reikage. Ai, Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Hashigaki. Two silhouettes emerged slowly from the same direction, clad in the Akatsuki's cloud-patterned attire. This hunt seemed to encounter some difficulties, however. The duo remained absolutely confident in their combined strength. "Mr. Itachi, do you sense the howling of the times? Is the future rushing towards us? Perhaps, before dawn breaks, we must accomplish something." In the land of mist, the era of blood mist had gradually receded. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, one of the few perfect Jinchuriki, had once fallen under illusion techniques and was under Obito's long-term control. Logically, he should have perished years ago. Yet, after Terumi may discern the illusion within him, it was Kakashi who used his Byakugan to dispel the Genjutsu. In the end, this fourth Mizukage passed away quietly, and the Three Tails subsequently entered a state of wildness. The village is now overseen by Elder Jinin, an aged man who has long since been unable to bear the weight of responsibility. Terumi Mei's formidable rise undoubtedly represents the best choice. This night, as he gazed up at the night sky, Elder Jinin felt an unexpected chill. Yagura had been dead for many years, and the outside world remained oblivious to the truth of his demise. In fact, this would become an enigma, forever shrouded in mystery. Some say that after being struck by Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu, he had no choice but to release the three tails, dying as a perfect Jinchuriki who lost his tailed beast. Others claim that the people of the Land of Mist avenged the fourth Mizuki's past atrocities, forcibly extracting the three tails after his decline. In any case, the death of the fourth Mizuki was destined to remain a mystery. The night has changed. Perhaps it is time to let go. Elder Jinin rose to his feet, initially intending to wait a while longer before entrusting everything to Terumi. However, with the recent establishment of the spirit nation known as the Land of Tailed Beasts, tensions had arisen between the Land of Earth and the lands of Fire and Wind. The neutrality of the Land of Mist instilled in him a sense of unease. Perhaps, to balance the powers, it was time to make Terumi the fifth Mizuki while also seeking a new Jinchuriki. The three tails could no longer wander aimlessly. Elder Jinin murmured to himself. In the Land of Sand, the night was deep and silent. The desert was particularly cold. Granny Chiyo, despite her advanced age, continued to serve as the acting Kazakage, reviewing various documents. Yesterday, witnessing the facade of strength displayed by Kankuro and Temari, she felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. As she perused the latest intelligence reports, her murky eyes suddenly brightened upon reading a particular line. Could it be that the world is truly on the verge of change? In the dead of night, two swift figures took their leave of their mentor while their son slept soundly. The ninjas raced along the path from the spirit village to the village hidden in the leaves. There the Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze, and the former Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina. Konoha, allow me to witness whether you have truly progressed over the past 12 years. Chapter 59. This world, much like yesterday, Konoha carries the dreams of many. As the Golden Flash silently infiltrates the village, Kushina and Minato curiously survey their surroundings. Even the Hokage rock remains unchanged, featuring the faces of the four, Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Minato Namikaze. As for the scenery surrounding them, it appears to have remained entirely the same. They arrived at the house where they once resided, which appeared to have long ceased to belong to them, and it was certainly unfit for Naruto to inhabit. Holding the key, they approached a small building. This was the place where Naruto lived, and they located it according to their son's description, unlocking the door. It was modest in size, yet sufficient for living. A small room and a bathroom ordinary in every sense. It was adequate for a child to survive, and that was all it offered. After the esteemed fourth Hokage's demise, their child resided here. The storage cupboard stood empty. The last time Naruto returned, he had taken all the instant noodles. The same lights and utensils remained. It seemed that Konoha had not changed much over the years. They lay upon the small bed, shrouded in darkness, as a gentle breeze wafted through the tiny window. Kushina cast her gaze toward the starry sky. Having once lived alone, she understood that a child finds solace only when the bed is near the window. The stars, the moonlight, the sunlight, the whispers of the wind, the sound of rain, and the dance of snowflakes, those who have never experienced solitude cannot fathom that the two are companions. With this thought, tears welled in her eyes. Minato, the fourth Hokage, remained silent. What had changed after 13 years? Naruto was now 13. Why did Konoha remain unchanged? It was not just the scenery or the Hokage rock, but a familiar feeling that lingered, as if that night from over a decade ago had been indefinitely postponed to the present, an unrelenting sense of helplessness. Noticing the shift in his wife's emotions, Minato tenderly tousled Kushina's crimson locks. It seemed they had no time to rest. Who could it be? Kushina sensed the impending danger. Unlike the last time Naruto had returned, this time, their infiltration had been detected the moment they opened Naruto's door, by the Umbu of Konoha. However, it was not just the Umbu that sought to surround and eliminate them. With a swift motion, the door was slashed. The assailant wielded a hand blade resembling a tiger claw, effortlessly gliding past them, the wind blade concealing a threat potent enough to slice through delicate skin. A golden flash appeared in an instant, and Kushina delivered a powerful kick toward the window, using her hands to support herself in a graceful spin. After kicking against the wall, she swiftly propelled herself toward the corner of the bathroom. Kushina was engaged in battle with a female jonin. In a fleeting moment, the two attackers converged, narrowly missing each other. It was Asuma and Kurenai. Let you blaze forth, you monsters. Returned Kakashi. With a resounding crash, the roof was violently struck. Asuma and Kurenai, in their moment of passing, darted in opposite directions to escape. Otherwise, Gaia's kick could have been fatal. In the instant they evaded, Kushina vanished with a resounding thud from the bathroom. Simultaneously, the roof collapsed, transforming into a cloud of dust. Naruto's home, where he had lived for many years, now lay in ruins, forsaken. Fueled by anger and combat spirit, a streak of light swiftly darted past Guy. The opening of the fifth gate caught Guy by surprise, as someone surpassed him in sheer speed. Might Guy? Minato Showa-kin effortlessly sliced through a strand of Guy's hair. As he turned, Kushina materialized, standing behind Kurenai. Curse it. Asuma found himself in a predicament but steeled himself for the inevitable. Shadows of Umbu descended from above, poised to strike. The village held many powerful warriors. Yet without the Hokage and the Jinchuriki, their strength had considerably waned. The likes of Koharu, Anko, and Shizune also emerged. They believed that today's disturbance must involve a significant adversary. The Konoha crisis loomed perilously. Even Kakashi and Jiraiya were ensnared. And the current Hokage Tsunade had personally ventured out during the day, yet had not returned. Only by capturing this intruder could they glean more information. However, when all had gathered, silence engulfed them. Kohara nearly dropped the saban she held between her teeth, while the others stared wide-eyed in disbelief. As the guardians of the fourth Hokage, they were undoubtedly well aware. The individual before them was none other than the fourth Hokage himself, Minato Namikaze, alongside his wife. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina. No. Rationality swiftly restored their clarity. How could the deceased possibly return to life? Guy momentarily froze, a sudden epiphany illuminating his expression. I understand now. He revealed his pearly white teeth, gave a thumbs up, and grinned widely with delight. Is it an illusion? Bang. This answer nearly provoked Asuma Saratobi into throwing a punch. If it were indeed an illusion, it would have been dispelled long ago. Can a jutsu capable of rendering so many individuals unconscious not exhaust the caster to death? Do they truly consider chakra as common as cabbage? Long time no see. It seems you've all grown. Minato Namikaze smiled joyfully, having just assessed that these once small companions now possessed commendable strength. Kushina-senpai, Yui Kurenai said, extending her hands forward in a gesture of goodwill. There is only a slight age difference between us. Kushina was well aware of Kurenai's proficiency in genjutsu. There was no way she would afford her an opportunity to strike. Over the years, the village had undergone little transformation. Furthermore, among the current elite of Konoha, most were Jonin and special Jonin, with the ranks of Chunin remaining woefully sparse. They are all full of personality, much like Asuma and Kurenai, who have played together since childhood. Kurenai's distinctive attire and large eyes left a profound impression on Kushina. The second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, developed the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei. Did he not? Asuma Saratobi remarked coolly. If that is indeed the case, you must have been controlled, infiltrating Konoha for what purpose? Have the inhabitants of Aoi Spirit Village truly dared to breach the taboo between life and death? As soon as the words left his lips, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in everyone's eyes. The fourth Hokage remains a cherished memory for them. It is evident that Aoi Spirit Village intentionally resurrected him through Edo Tensei and brought them to Naruto's abode. These two impostors, resurrected from the dead, must be eliminated. Edo Tensei, you say? Minato Namikaze smiled softly. He raised his gaze to the resplendent starry sky, where the silvery moonlight flowed unabated like a river of stars. He inquired, is Danzo still alive? The crowd fell silent, all poised for action. Even with the technique of Edo Tensei, they did not dare to let their guard down against the formidable Minato Namikaze. So it is, he mused, the only change lies here. Though it appears it was not orchestrated by you, for I sense no transformation within you. Minato Namikaze fixed his gaze upon the Hokage rock, articulating each word with gravity. 13 years have passed. Is this your evolution? A grand dream of 4,000 days, awakening to the dust of yesteryears. As I observe those in hunger and cold, they remain as they were yesterday. This world is but a reflection of the past. Chapter 60. Unheard names of the Azure, the bird in the cage. Have you ever inquired about the name of the Azure spirit? Minato Namikaze smiled faintly and closed his eyes. He no longer needed to gaze upon the starry sky, for within his heart resided countless stars and an infinite galaxy. The first encounter with him took place within the body of a youth, enduring 12 years of suffering that no one understood. Upon their next meeting, a dreamlike reunion unfolded, yet he relinquished everything, disregarding life and death. I owe you far too much. Bofeng Sui Min reflected. My family owes you, Qing Ling, an immeasurable debt. The wind tousled his golden hair, and his gentle smile transformed into one of confidence, radiant as light. Since it is thus, allow me to spread your name before I depart from here, as a token of gratitude for past kindness. In an instant, Bofeng Sui Min's aura surged, as if chakra were flowing freely. A voice resonated simultaneously within him and Kushina. At that moment, they both manifested a cloak of Nine-Tails chakra. Hey, my reputation does not require your endorsement. The seed of the Nine-Tails within Qing Ling rapidly gestated, blossoming into its complete form, and simultaneously, a new Nine-Tails chakra was formed within Bofeng Sui Min and Kushina. Aren't you in a weakened state? Kushina inquired anxiously, since Suimin had expressed his intent to bid farewell to the unchanging Konoha. She too was determined to fight to the end. Unexpectedly, she heard Qing Ling's voice. Fortunately, you two little ones are unaware that even in my weakened state, I possess this much chakra. However, she added, if a month passes and I fall into a state of weakness, then if I am attacked, it could spell danger. I might exhaust my chakra. Qing Ling deliberately spoke loudly, ensuring that all present heard her clearly. Spirit Shadow. What you said is rather exaggerated and may inadvertently reveal sensitive information. Bofeng Suimin was alarmed. Was this not announcing to the world that he would experience a period of weakness? Many harbored animosity towards him, particularly those from Konoha. Oh, is that so? Then that is unfortunate. I am quite afraid. Qing Ling's voice rose intentionally, making certain everyone comprehended her words. Indeed, her chakra was abundant. Yet she had been resurrected multiple times before consuming the chakra fruit. All attributes, including both the quantity and quality of chakra, had multiplied several times over. Even without the chakra fruit, her inherent chakra was sufficient to yield at least 4 portions of nine-tails level chakra. Be cautious. We must return home now. Bofeng Suimin understood Qing Ling's intention, knowing it was a deliberate act on her part. He harbored no doubts about it. Everyone possesses their own ninja way, especially someone of his stature as the 4th Hokage. However, he had perished 13 years ago. This night, he was a father reborn due to Qing Ling. A man pursuing ambition and dreams, a husband yearning to return home with his wife. Be careful, regardless of his state. Standing here is still Bofeng Suimin. Saratobi Asuma sensed the impending danger. Farewell. Bofeng Suimin erupted in a golden radiance. In the next moment, he appeared beside Kushina like a bolt of lightning, grasping her arm. Many years ago, he had longed for this opportunity, rather than succumbing to death. The soul that had departed suddenly reappeared. Perhaps this was the return of youth. Kai instantly comprehended. He could feel the flesh and blood of Bofeng Suimin, affirming that this was no forbidden technique. As he rushed out, the forceful air nearly toppled several Umbu elites. A multitude of Umbu and Jonin pursued, particularly an overwhelming number of special Jonin and Chunin. They pursued swiftly, and soon Hyuga Hizashi also arrived from the direction of the Hyuga clan. In the present day, with the decline of the Center clan, the newly risen Otsutsuki clan was also losing its influence. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan left the Hyuga clan feeling increasingly isolated, evoking a sense of vulnerability akin to that of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. This situation weighed heavily on Hizashi, the clan leader, intensifying his sense of difficulty. Their clan possesses considerable strength, yet they remain like caged birds, whether in triumph or defeat. The division of the family, constrained as it is, signifies that the clan is gradually becoming stagnant, with the future inevitably bleak. Whoosh! A glimmer of light flashed before the eyes of the young men and women. They heard the commotion in the village and hastily concealed themselves in the shadows to observe. Before long, an increasing number of villagers became aware of the truth behind the battle. It was rumored that the legendary Minato Namikaze and Kushina Izumaki had been resurrected through some forbidden technique. Could that be Naruto's father? Choji munched on his chips, feeling a sense of joy for Naruto deep within him, sensing an enigmatic power akin to, yet distinct from, the nature transformation of wind release. He had only seen such power atop the Hokage rock. One might wonder, is Naruto living well? Inuzuka Kiba grinned, playfully ruffling Akamaru's fur, the pup barking joyfully in response. Who knows? It was said that the spirit had been heavily rewarded by many, with ominous implications. Shikamaru appeared somewhat troubled. In an alleyway, Hinata leaned against the wall, cautiously peering out to glimpse the intruder. Could it be Naruto's father? He bore a striking resemblance, and that red-haired figure must be his mother, right? Ah. What am I saying? Merely contemplating it made her cheeks flush with warmth. In the alley behind her, a silent figure observed this scene unfold. The ninja forehead protector on his brow concealed the mark of the caged bird, which he regarded with deep shame. During the last Chunin exam, it was expected that only Shikamaru would attain the rank of Chunin. However, this youth named Hyuga Niji never encountered an opponent by the name of Naruto. In a flawless display of combat prowess and intellect, he garnered unanimous recognition from all. He became one of only 2 Chunin in his cohort. The hatred within him steadily intensified. Each time he heard of the might of the Qing Ling ninja village, including Naruto and Sasuke's defection, as well as the recent intrusion of Minato Namikaze, Niji's resolve towards that notion grew ever stronger. He is about to depart. Once he was certain that Kai had gone to pursue the 4th Hokage, Hyuga Niji silently retreated into the alley, bearing this mark whenever the clan wished. He could be plunged into torment at any moment. Perhaps this departure would be perceived as treachery, Or would it be interpreted as being captured by outsiders? Hyuga Niji had no answers. He sensed a sense of urgency within himself. He was acutely aware that he seemed to be striving to break free from something. To achieve this, he must leave this place, regardless of his status as a nin. He is ultimately merely a person marked by the curse of a caged bird, belonging to a branch family. Throughout his life, there exist insurmountable dead ends. To create miracles and liberate oneself from the past, one must depart from this place. Under the cover of night, the village is permeated with a potent atmosphere and golden glimmers. Yet, no one notices the lone figure of a youth clad in white, silently departing. It is all too antiquated. As the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, once remarked, everything here is commendable, yet it remains painfully stagnant. The people do not eschew the past. Rather, they yearn to embrace beauty and relinquish the shadows. The moonlight flows like water. Niji Hyuga treads upon the winding path in the mountains, feeling an unprecedented tension that does not align with his usual demeanor, that embodies his current sentiment. By what means shall the fate of the boy be transformed? Chapter 61. Light and Youth, the Flames of Adolescence. Here, in the cemetery, Minato Namikaze and Kushina alight, standing before the gravestone of Sarutobi Hiruzen. In this place, another figure has awaited for quite some time. You must be Irika, Minato observes. His memory of this empathetic child deeply ingrained. However, during the Ninetales rampage, Irika's parents perished. Naruto spoke of you. He said that thanks to you, he has been acknowledged and has become a ninja. Minato smiles, extending his hand while placing offerings before Hiruzen's grave. Yet, Irika hesitates, wishing to express that Naruto is no longer a ninja. However, how could he articulate such a sentiment? To deny a child whose spirit burns as fiercely as fire? As a teacher, he cannot bring himself to do so. How could he possibly deny his own child? Are you referring to the genin of Konoha? A ninja is a ninja wherever they may be, as long as they uphold their lifelong aspirations. Does it not hold true everywhere? Minato gazes at the photograph on Hiruzen's gravestone, lost in thought. In truth, I have encountered the third Hokage in the Pure Land. Then why come to pay tribute? Irika inquires, astonished, not knowing whether there exists a Pure Land beyond this world. He himself was uncertain whether this Namikaze Minato was indeed the revered fourth Hokage. Yet, having once encountered the third Hokage in spirit, why should he engage in further veneration? This was different. Upon my rebirth, I am a living being. A chance to start anew, is it not? However, you, from the very beginning, were aware of my impending arrival here. Quite impressive. In the village, the number of people you hold dear is few, and the third Hokage should certainly be among them, as Irika expressed his conjecture. Upon hearing these words, Kushina's gaze shifted. Realizing that Naruto's perceptive nature was indeed commendable, and Irika was truly a person of delicate sensibility and kindness. They have arrived. I cannot linger. However, there exists an aura within you that resonates with the familiar essence of the Aoi Shinobi village. What I must impart to you is that the potential of this power known as Chakra martial arts is boundless, and it requires continuous cultivation. This is a message entrusted to me by Naruto. Namikaze Minato tossed a cup of noodles to Irika, who smiled wryly in response. This method of concealment was indeed Naruto's doing. It is said that the training method for the lower-ranked martial artist is here. Though you may need some time to break through, when the moment comes, simply adhere to this guidance. By the way, I have observed that the utilization of martial skills in the accompanying Aoi Sage techniques are particularly challenging, especially the martial skills. One must exercise caution in their cultivation. This is all I have to say, and I hope for another opportunity for our reunion. Considering the current age of rebirth, Namikaze Minato is not significantly older than Irika. There was no further opportunity for Minato to remain. He understood that the ultimate performance was about to commence. Are you prepared? Indeed. Kushina activated the Ninetales chakra mode, shielding herself to prevent succumbing to the ensuing state of overwhelming pressure. Is the tomb to be destroyed? Kai had made his entrance, just moments ago. They had eliminated the 3 shadow clones of Minato that had been stationed within the village. At last, they had concluded the battle and arrived here. It must be noted that while safeguarding his wife during rapid movement, he could still employ shadow clones to confound his adversaries, an impressive feat. Kai. Minato turned around. Swiftly, Hinata also arrived at the scene. His gaze turned cold as he directed it towards Minato Namikaze. Given that his daughter was nearly the same age as Naruto, he had once harbored the hope that perhaps the 2 children would meet in the future, on the day they reached adulthood. Minato was still in his 40s, and the Hyuga clan was destined to unite with the son of the Hokage. Naturally, this had merely been a fleeting thought in the past. Marriages among powerful clans have always been a common occurrence. Alas, upon Naruto's birth, just as he learned to cry, Minato and his wife departed from him. Not to mention Hinata, who would have no opportunity for marriage at all. Faced with the perilous presence of the nine-tails Jinchuriki, they could hardly afford to approach. The familiar figures grew increasingly numerous. Observing these children mature into capable individuals, Minato felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Upon catching sight of his 3 bodyguards, a smile involuntarily graced his face. Have they also become particularly tolerant? Although they may not possess extraordinary strength, they have made considerable progress. Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi must have tied the knot by now. It appears that Guy is rather solitary. Minato Namikaze nodded, resembling an elder returning home after many years. Children, he chuckled and said, now you must match my speed. Let me see just how much stronger you have become. With the enhancement of Qing Ling's attributes, his chakra doubled, and his physique underwent a transformation. Coupled with the completion of the Nine-Tails chakra cultivation, he was now able to enter the Nine-Tails chakra mode. Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, also had access to Sage mode. In this state, he was not merely formidable. Wherever he went, nothing would remain standing. Taking Kushina's hand, he returned to their old hometown, transforming into a golden flash. This time, the Chunin who had intended to pursue them were momentarily stunned, only to witness a radiant light spanning the entirety of Konoha. It was too swift. The naked eye could no longer discern its speed. Was this the perfect fusion of Sage mode and Nine-Tails chakra? The energies of spirit, body, nature, and the Nine-Tails harmonized in a flawless 1:1 ratio. The instant Minato made his move, Kushina appeared outside the village, bemused by the scene before her. Konoha shone as brightly as day. What a splendid golden light. Don't worry, I am not averse to Sage chakra. The more you pull, the happier my essence becomes. Qing Ling exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, he wished for Minato to expend chakra at an even greater pace. As the chakra cloak extended into a robe, Minato's pupils transformed as well. He had achieved the perfect Nine-Tails Sage mode. In this state, his capacity to withstand pressure was once again elevated, allowing him to traverse the entire village in an instant. The 4th Hokage had already left flying thunder god marks throughout various corners during their pursuit. Hinata Hizashi realized they had long since lost. Was there truly no malicious night raid? Asuma Sarutobi, witnessing the surrounding golden light, found it hard to believe that this was the power of humanity. How swift. Had he returned merely to glimpse the village? What of Jiraiya and Tsunade? Yuga was astonished. Did these powerful figures truly pledge allegiance to Qing Ling's hidden village? No. If that were the case, how could they maintain Konoha's standing? Was it truly necessary for Hinata Hizashi to become the 5th Hokage? Should the powerful clans grow stronger? Jiraiya invited Tsunade back, not only because he disliked being constrained, but also out of a desire to prevent the decline of the great clans. For that day would signify the complete loss of status for the ninjas. Yet, if Hizashi were to assume the role of the 5th Hokage, few would agree. His proxy position was merely a matter of face. After today, Konoha would undoubtedly fall into a stalemate, a leaderless multitude. As the crowd fell silent, Guy began to warm up. What are you going to do? Of course, I am going to try to chase them. This is a task entrusted to us by the 4th Hokage. So full of youthful fervor, Guy was entirely unconcerned with such matters. At that very moment, as the golden light illuminated every corner of the village, scrolls began to appear at the doorsteps of every household. Shikamaru, Hinata, and others received the martial arts scroll for lower-ranked ninjas. Speed is power. Chapter 62, The Gathering of 4 and 5 Tails, Kakuzu, and Hide and Infiltrate. Guy, having opened the 6th gate, pursued at the utmost speed achievable in this state, ultimately finding nothing. The brilliance within the village was simply too dazzling. It felt as if Minato and Kushina had traversed 13 years of temporal gloom to reach out to them. This family was deserving of every inhabitant of Konoha. Each person here, too, longed to be deserving of them. In the ninja world, brutal wars often erupted every few decades or even every decade. There were countless children like Iruka and Naruto. Who could possibly take care of them all? If the root of the problem is not addressed, all efforts would be in vain. Just like these 13 years, Minato left and returned, yet how much had the world changed? It was as if he had departed only yesterday, having enjoyed a cup of tea. The brilliance is fleeting, yet life should be filled with vitality. Minato paused for a moment, having completed the task entrusted by Qing Ling. He walked through every corner of Konoha, reflecting on the village's past. Behind him, Guy continued to pour forth youthful sweat in pursuit of the light. Minato and Kushina ventured towards the horizon. Tonight, they would take their time. They had arrived in haste, surely missing something along the way, and now it was time to take a look. The path that forced their son to leave the hidden leaf village was indeed long and arduous. Perhaps countless familiar faces have traversed this road before. From a lofty vantage point, the village of Konoha reveals a continuously winding line of light that intertwines, only to dissipate into a myriad of luminescent particles at this very moment. Kai lingered at the entrance of the Ninja Academy, where the shadow clone of Minato Namikaze awaited him, having been there for quite some time. After handing over a scroll of martial arts, the clone finally dispersed, satisfied. So it was a shadow clone, but when did this occur? Kai acknowledged that with merely the sixth gate, it would be impossible to catch up to Minato in his prime. Otherwise, he would not have been so silently outmaneuvered. Grasping the scroll, Kai's gaze flickered as he slowly unfurled it, thereby unlocking a new realm. From this night forth, the village of Konoha was destined to no longer languish in the shadows of the past. The fourth Hokage had departed from the village, leaving behind an unimaginable wealth. One day, they would realize how fortunate they were to have learned chakra martial arts ahead of other villages and even nations, all thanks to Naruto. Those who had long been training in chakra martial arts quietly immersed themselves in the night, continuing their practice. In the not-so-distant future, during the first coordinated assault on the Aoi Spirit Village, the major ninja villages would converge. They shall shine like stars, silent until they suddenly astound. Beyond the mountains, beneath the moonlit river, a stealthy group of ninjas conceals itself. As Minato Namikaze and Kushina depart from the Qing Ling ninja village towards Konoha, the ninjas of Awagakure hasten through the night. They take refuge in the distant woods under the cover of darkness. Han, arms crossed, soon finds himself accompanied by the figure of Old Z. If the ninjas from Awagakure behind them are indeed the arrangement of its Tsukage, then Old Z, as a wandering monk, is here purely for the sake of his friendship with Han. From behind a tree, two figures that have long been in hiding slowly emerge. Haiden bears a smile, while Kakuzu's expression remains grim. One possesses an abundance of lives, the other, a resilient spirit. They are undoubtedly the perfect companions. The avaricious one with many lives and the frenzied one with a sturdy existence are unlikely to encounter significant discord. Tonight, it seems that neither Konoha nor Sunagakure will make their move. Kakuzu coldly remarks that, logically, a coalition of the three ninja villages would be far more prudent. Alas, Iwagakure has completely severed ties with them, making a short-term alliance impossible. Otherwise, they could have captured them all in one fell swoop. Haiden muses on the prospect of sacrificing the four-tailed and five-tailed beasts to their dark god. Indeed, that would be a splendid choice. The thought ignites a fervor in his eyes. This night, with Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki joining forces, they should undoubtedly be able to seize the eight-tailed beast while Iwagakure battles against Qing Ling Ninja Village. Capturing the nine-tailed and one-tailed beasts in a single night would suffice to gather all five major tailed beasts. The three-tailed beast could be captured at any moment. And without the eight-tailed Jinchuriki, Kumogakure would struggle to protect the remaining two-tailed beast. It is conceivable that, in a short span, they could acquire all seven-tailed beasts. As for the six-tailed and seven-tailed beasts, they too would naturally fall into their grasp. In conclusion, once this battle concludes, the ultimate victory shall belong to Akatsuki. Haiden's thoughts dwell on sacrifice, while Kakuzu begins to calculate the gains. Perfect. This night's assault on Qing Ling Ninja Village promises to be a resounding success. Contemplating this, the corners of Kakuzu's mouth, hidden beneath his high collar and mask, involuntarily curl upwards. Without further ado, let us momentarily draw their fire and refrain from charging in. You should seize the opportunity to strike down their formidable ones. Han refrains from elaborating. He knows what is paramount at this moment. Let us proceed as you suggest. But be wary, for this village harbors many monsters, and we have allies here to contend with. You must exercise utmost caution. Haiden's words, however, are merely perfunctory. His true intention was a disdainful farewell to them all, for even if they were to be sacrificed, the dark god would remain unappeased. It was the tailed beast that mattered. The mere thought of this sent a thrilling shiver through Haiden. How glorious it would be to witness the enemies perish in despair. Only then would the dark god bestow upon him a joyful favor. Han, be cautious, old Zetsu advised as he brushed past Haiden and Kakuzu. For reasons unknown, he consistently finds himself lacking interest in this group. During his previous travels, he had heard of the formidable reputation of Yuin Village and was aware of an organization known as Akatsuki, which discreetly undertakes an array of bounty tasks. Their prowess is immense, inciting conflicts between villages and nations, thus reaping substantial profits. For the weaker villages, Akatsuki serves as their ninjas, as executing missions also demands a bounty and remuneration. It is far more prudent to select the Akatsuki organization, which offers competitive prices and boasts even greater skill and professionalism. As anticipated, leveraging this advantage, their influence has burgeoned at an accelerating pace. Presently, they have monopolized the wars and assassination tasks within the ninja realm. Is there an unseen conspiracy lurking behind this? Old Z cannot ascertain, though the solitary warrior, often engaged in missions, possesses some understanding of this matter as well. His reminder serves to prevent the locals from lowering their guard. A pleasant cooperation. Although Kakuzu uttered these words, deep down, he secretly wished for their demise. The two Jinchuriki. If their chakra could be seized and extinguished, their hearts would indeed serve as magnificent trophies. If he could obtain the hearts of all four Jinchuriki, it would be utterly splendid. Kakuzu could already envision a glorious future where he would live in harmony with the heavens. The four of them, in perfect synchrony, infiltrated the village from different directions. The ninja of Awagakure swiftly dispersed to every corner. Earth-style, earth flow wall. Walls of earth rose abruptly from the ground. What they sought was not a strategy of overwhelming numbers, but rather a methodical infiltration into the Qing Ling ninja village, utilizing the advantages of earth-style techniques to evade and defend. The earthen walls of the labyrinth expanded outward from the outer layer, encroaching upon the village. For figures stealthily entered under the cover of night. Strangely, the village was eerily quiet. Gaara, Sasuke, Naruto, and others were sleeping soundly. On duty tonight was not a human, but a nine-tailed fox. Chapter 63, The Sacrificed Hiden remarkably. The aura emanating from this tree evoked a sense of familiarity within me. Hiden was perplexed, as he was originally drawn straight to the secret chamber beneath the great tree. Upon reaching the entrance, he was rendered speechless by its grandeur. It was truly odd. This presence gave him the illusion of the Ten Tails. Such formidable energy and chakra. Kakuzu was not merely astonished. He was consumed by greed. To infiltrate? Han stood in the shadows, glancing back at the towering earthen walls that obscured the sky, transforming the entire Qing Ling ninja village into a labyrinth. The ninjas from Awagakure gathered, filled with joy. It seemed they were on the verge of success. The so-called Qing Ling Nine-Tails appeared to be nothing extraordinary. Yet, caution was warranted. Old Z remained as unmoving as a mountain, sensing that there was undoubtedly something amiss here. The ties between Konoha and Qing Ling ninja village were intricate, and no one knew how deep the waters ran. It was prudent to remain cautious. Han prided himself on being the first to unravel the true background of Qing Ling ninja village and believed he played a pivotal role in liberating Awagakure from the alliance of the three great ninja villages. The unnerving tranquility of Qing Ling ninja village felt exceedingly strange. In contrast, Kakuzu, being the most cautious, appeared the most indifferent. There was no hint of danger. The village lay in a slumber that seemed deliberately induced. It felt as though a hunter lay in wait. A hunter? Both Han and Old Z directed their gaze toward the top of the great tree, as a Jinchuriki of a tailed beast. Their innate sense of danger sent shivers down their spines. What an overwhelming pressure. Perched upon the trunk was a luminous nine-tailed fox, silently observing all of them. At that moment, Shikaku, concealed within the black pot, sat high above, munching on skewered delicacies with a foolish grin. Sun Wukong, Muwang, Shikaku, munching on fried snacks, wore an expression of bewilderment. Simultaneously, the two-tailed beasts roared into the ears of their Jinchuriki, demanding the use of Tailed Beast Bomb. Tailed Beast Bomb? This signified the activation of Tailed Beast transformation. With so many powerful beings joining forces, was it necessary to unleash their full strength right from the start? Old Z was confident in his own abilities, unlike Han, who had personally experienced the terror of Naruto, the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. He could hardly believe that the four tails could possess such a vast disparity compared to the nine tails. Faced with the summons of the four-tails Sun Wukong, he remained indecisive. Was it truly necessary to employ the tailed beast ball? To unveil his ultimate technique even before engaging in battle? How could that be conceivable? He is none other than Old Purple. Boom. The lava release chakra mode is activated. High-temperature magma envelopes his entire form, unleashing an unprecedented level of combat prowess. Lava release. Technique of the scorching river of lava. Old Purple assumes this state of both offense and defense, swiftly melting the cobblestone path beneath his feet, enhancing both strength and speed once more. He emanates an extraordinary force. Muwang, let us endeavor once again. Han could not possibly resign himself to defeat. He had tasted loss only once. Would he succumb repeatedly? The Steam Ninja, don your steam armor. One harnesses boiling release, the other, lava release. Han is not the Nine Tails. He possesses the chakra of the Nine Tails, yet he is far from the Nine Tails itself. He is immensely powerful. Muwang still vividly recalls the night he encountered Naruto. He once pondered why there existed two Nine Tails, one of which appeared quite human-like, standing there with an air of composure. At that moment, when King Mu truly sensed Qing Ling's chakra alongside Sun Wukong, he was inclined to unleash the tailed beast bomb without hesitation. He possesses at least 3 times the chakra of the Nine Tails. How is this possible? Among the nine-tailed beasts, the Nine Tails is indisputably the strongest. Even when besieged by the 8 other tailed beasts, it remains a formidable challenge. How could this individual have grown so powerful? Old Z, if your strike fails, retreat with utmost haste and attempt to strike again with the tailed beast ball. Thereafter, flee as far as you can. Sun Wukong offered his counsel. In his view, the 8 tails was not to be feared. A fierce battle could yield a reciprocal exchange. However, the 9 tails exist on an entirely different plane. While a brief skirmish might occur, defeat is not an option. Its nature is such that it would never concede or submit. Yet, Qing Ling merely reclines there, perpetually emanating an overwhelming pressure. Is it terrifying? This being is merely a clone. The true entity always seems preoccupied. I advise you to leave swiftly. There are numerous clones of him within this village. If awakened one by one, you may find yourselves in an untenable situation. Shohei remarked with a sardonic tone. In the presence of these 2 old friends, his restraint in not exacerbating their plight was a testament to his compassion. Woe release, unmatched might. One, enshrouded in seething lava, and the other, rising in vapor, surged towards Qing Ling from divergent directions, colliding with ferocity. He lay languidly upon the tree trunk, indulging in a leisurely yawn. How endearing! Is it truly the case that death holds no significance for you? Before Qing Ling could finish her words, the fox-faced tree suddenly opened its gaping maw. Its cavernous mouth unleashed a series of chains. Unlike the 10 tails, the orange chakra chains, resembling arms summoned by Qing Ling, swiftly ensnared the 2 approaching Jinchuriki. Despite their struggles with lava release and boil release, their efforts ultimately proved futile. Their rate of destruction cannot match the speed at which this chakra arm heals. With a roar, Sun Wukong anxiously pounded his chest as Old Purple fully transformed into a tailed beast. Simultaneously, Han relinquished any remaining illusions and swiftly initiated his complete tailed beast transformation. The 10 tails merely consumed the temporarily unconscious tailed beast chakra. As for Qing Ling, he intended to absorb both the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast as nourishment. Kurama, Shikaku, from where do you derive such power? Sun Wukong exerted all his strength to strike the chakra arm, attempting to break free. 10 tails, this is the 10 tails deprived of chakra. What exactly do you intend to do? Kurama? King Mu was also thrown into a state of panic. He does not wish to meet his demise so easily. Is it possible that the 9 tails is destined to evolve into the 10 tails? Others remain oblivious to the true nature of the 10 tails. The 9-tailed beasts were indeed brought into existence by the Sage of 6 Paths through the primordial techniques of Yin and Yang, infused with the very essence of these forces. From the moment of their inception, they were imbued with the knowledge of their destined purpose. They hail from the 10 tails, destined to prevent the tragedies of this era from mirroring those of the ancient times. Why, then, must the 9 tails, once cherished by the Sage of 6 Paths, tread the same path of despair? That day did not signify an invincible 10 tails. Rather, it symbolized the culmination of an era. It heralded the resurrection of the great Kagaya Otsutsuki. What? Even the ninjas of the Hidden Stone Village were taken aback. Even Haydn was left bewildered. The ones who came to capture the tailed beast were those too, yet it had transformed into a scenario of tailed beasts capturing tailed beasts. Is this truly reasonable? Kakuzu stood aside, already sensing a looming crisis. He had previously sensed the entire village in a state of slumber, enveloped in tranquility until now. It was evident that Qing Ling was orchestrating this. Was this fellow attempting to capture them like fish in a barrel? Just as the two hesitated, 6 chakra chains soared forth. One ensnared Fade One while Kakuzu was bound tightly. My abilities have been exposed? Kakuzu never anticipated being betrayed by Akatsuki. How could his most secretive skills be unraveled? Now that he had arrived, how could he possibly return alive? With a mere blink, Qing Ling's eyes glimmered with brilliance. Upon witnessing Qing Ling's blood red, 9 Tomo Rinnegan, both Kakuzu and Fade One felt a surge of curses rising within them. Oh, Lord of the evil deities, am I to be offered as your sacrifice? Fade One raged, simultaneously rushing towards Kakuzu, who was equally aware of his intentions, exerting all his strength to approach him. This battle had only just begun. Chapter 64. Have you heard of the 8-headed serpent? Composite ninjutsu, raging flames of the wind. The fire release of GA and the wind release of the massed monster joined forces, each unleashing their respective techniques: fire release, head of hardship, and wind release, pressure of harm. This combination ninjutsu was ferociously lethal, capable of transforming an entire visible area into mere dust. The sound of explosions resonated through the air as fireballs, bolstered by the wind, erupted with deafening roars. Nevertheless, no matter how intimidating the spectacle, 5 chakra chains remained steadfastly binding him. Despite the immense backlash, Kakuzu's form rapidly drew closer to Fade One, whose face radiated with a maddening smile. Splendid, splendid. Oh, Lord of the evil deities, How delightful it would be to offer this Ninetales directly to you. Fade One laughed maniacally. Whether the Ninetales could be slain was uncertain, but he was sure he would remain unscathed, as long as he could inflict severe damage upon the Ninetales. That would suffice to satiate him. At this moment, Kakuzu was methodically emitting black tendrils and threads. Possessing 5 hearts and a mass that pulsated incessantly, he was thoroughly prepared, provided one heart could escape. However, with Fade One present, finding such an opportunity was undoubtedly effortless. This fellow's peculiar ability had proven infallible. The immortal duo thrived on the premise of invincibility. One wielded a plethora of ninjutsu and chakra, while the other stood as an unparalleled combatant. After all, no matter how formidable one may be, facing an opponent that cannot die is a different matter altogether. Fade One's silver hair and violet-red eyes perpetually radiated an aura of madness. Humph, do you truly believe I remain unmoved? This grand tree is connected to you. Theoretically, its blood is your blood. Fade One stomped forcefully on Kakuzu's back, brandishing the bloodied scythe of the crescent moon, laughing maniacally. This was one of the rare genuine collaborations between him and Kakuzu, utilizing constant assistance and offensive maneuvers. It appeared they were opposing Qing Ling, dismantling the chakra chains, but in truth, they sought to draw closer to one another by sacrificing the 5 tails and 4 tails Jinchuriki. I have acquired the sap of this tree. To the tree, it is blood, just as it is connected to your essence, perceived as one. Thus, this is the blood of your very being. Fade One smirked cunningly, his eyes brimming with fervor. Fear only intensifies death. After merging his own blood, Fade One leveraged Kakuzu's back to sketch a simple seal formation. Looking towards Qing Ling once more, he was filled with derision. Perish. He wielded the scythe with both hands, directly harvesting his own fate. The spear, imbued with a curse of retribution, pierced through him. With a resounding crash, the great tree bore a massive hole, simultaneously injuring the spirit clinging to its trunk. What is this? A weapon of causality? The spirit had long been intrigued by the absurdity of his power. Haha. When I observed the tree's sap was blood-red, I realized the connection between you. It seems my conjecture was not in vain. He felt triumphant, relentlessly attacking himself. Kakuzu, too, was exhilarated, targeting his allies with lethal intent. Just as he was about to struggle and unleash a tailed beast bomb to give the spirit a taste, he witnessed the frenzied spectacle before him. The spirit and the new 10 tails were repeatedly battered yet continuously rejuvenated. Each revival consumed a significant amount of chakra, yet their speed remained undiminished. They had anticipated that Qing Ling would swiftly thwart Fade One. To their astonishment, he appeared to revel in the experience, exuding an air of comfort. He lay there quietly, utterly at ease. What a delightful sensation it was to rapidly deplete his chakra. Qing Ling smiled as he gazed at Fade One and Jiaodu, both of whom felt an unsettling chill. The situation seemed far from straightforward. Indeed, he possessed immortality and remarkable healing abilities. However, it also required someone to stitch up wounds and replenish nutrients. This underscored the significance of your role as a teammate. Only one with an extended lifespan like yours was truly suited to accompany him. As Qing Ling spoke, he nodded in satisfaction. He allowed Fade One to relentlessly attack him, relishing the process of being severely wounded yet swiftly healing. What a pity. Fade One was the sole survivor of that wicked divine experiment, having attained immortality. If there were tens of thousands of Fade One, Qing Ling would surely ascend a level each day. Is this the 9 tails? Fade One was astonished. He himself was covered in blood, on the verge of collapsing. Yet, the power he prided himself on proved utterly ineffective against Qing Ling. Moreover, even his immortality and regenerative abilities appeared trivial in the presence of Qing Ling. Just look at this healing speed. Who among us truly possesses immortality? Continue on. I'm in a good mood tonight, so you two can work some overtime. Qing Ling calmly addressed Fade One, giving a nod to Jiao Duo. He then turned his gaze toward the 4 tails Sun Wukong and the 5 tails Mu Wang. You two, being old comrades, why are you so oblivious? Why not advise your Jinchuriki? With such poor strength, do you really think you could successfully launch a night raid against me? Qing Ling glanced at them, feigning nonchalance as he hinted. If you could mend relationships with the various ninja villages and unite your Jinchuriki, that would be quite terrifying. Imagine so many ninjas forming a grand ninja army. Wouldn't our Qing Ling ninja village be reduced to ashes? Even if I were to grow stronger, I would eventually exhaust my chakra and perish. Qing Ling made exaggerated expressions, hinting wildly. Showa was left dumbfounded, thinking to himself how envious he was. Those two, if they completed Qing Ling's task, would undoubtedly gain all attributes of chakra and several times the enhancement. No, he pondered for a moment, realizing that if all the tailed beasts were to amplify their powers simultaneously, it would render his own strength less impressive. With that thought, The pressure on Shikaku's plump head intensified. Their relations with the other tailed beast were far from cordial. You foul fox, if you expect me to mediate with those rascals, I shall surely leave you dazed and confused. Oh? Qing Ling cast a sidelong glance at Shikaku, who was keenly aware of the need to avoid being outshone and aspired to become the second most formidable tailed beast. Dear Shikaku, you must understand that the outside world is perilous. Should you venture out, you may very well find yourself captured once more. Haha, who could possibly defeat me? As long as you are willing to send a clone to accompany me, I shall serve you loyally. Shikaku initially intended to protest, asserting that he was no mere raccoon. However, recalling his recent struggles with chakra cultivation, the slow progress, and the substantial chakra consumption inherent to being a tailed beast, he found himself in a tight spot. It seemed prudent to bide his time, earn some merit, and then compel Qing Ling to part with his resources. This second tailed beast, he was determined to claim for himself. Quite the schemer, yet the suggestion held merit. Naruto and Gaara could certainly benefit from some experience. Qing Ling nodded in agreement, his thoughts drifting to Sasuke. You all should remain inside for now. All the ninjas from Iwagakure will be detained and designated as reserved ninjas. With a swift motion, Haiden, Kakuzu, Han, and Old Purple, along with the 4 tails and 5 tails, were unceremoniously cast into the vast belly of the great tree. Did you consume them? Shikaku exclaimed in surprise, feeling the weight of Qing Ling's deadly reputation. Not at all. Devouring them would only make me marginally stronger. It is far better to simply amplify their power doubly, Qing Ling replied, leaving Shikaku puzzled, as he only knew that Mu Wang and Sun Wukong were still alive. That's good. It does not betray Kurama and the Sage of 6 Paths. Within the belly of the new 10 tails, for cages constantly supplied energy, accelerating their chakra recovery. Strange, shouldn't this be draining our chakra? Why is it instead hastening our healing? Han inquired, his expression one of confusion. Are you unaware of how to raise pigs? Old Purple retorted coldly. Hearing this, Kakuzu felt a chill run down his spine, fearing for his life. This is marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Haiden exclaimed excitedly. I understand now. This is the manifestation of the evil deity. Qing Ling, the 9 tails, is indeed the avatar of the malevolent god. He is truly a madman. Surely a vessel for the dark deity. On the opposite side of the cage, the enormous 9 tails exhaled languidly, his cold gaze fixed intently on the 4 renowned ninjas outside. Have you heard of the Yamada no Orochi? Qing Ling's ambition was to forge an entirely new tailed beast, the Yamada no Orochi. He has chosen the perfect Jinchuriki. None other than Uchiha Sasuke. This will become one of his exquisite masterpieces of chakra consumption. Chapter 65, Kakuzu's Ascendancy, Haiden's Celebration. The term Yamada no Orochi is strikingly familiar. However, while the 8 tails and Otsutsuki Kagaya are said to have truly existed in legends, Yamada no Orochi remains merely a myth. This creature, Yamada no Orochi, possesses 8 heads and 8 tails, towering like 8 great mountains, its strength formidable enough to obliterate a mountain with a mere gesture. If not for the intervention of the 3 divine artifacts, including the 10 Commandments sword and the most powerful Onmyoji, it might have reigned with impunity for eternity. Yet, the reality is that the 8 tails exists, but the legendary 8-headed, 8-tailed Yamada no Orochi does not. It appears you have not witnessed it either. Qing Ling, in its complete form as the 9 tails, remains colossal even within the new 10 tails. The 4 tails and 5 tails, confined in their cages, find their attempts to attack with lava release and boiling release utterly futile. Enough with the nonsense. This fellow is absurdly powerful. He is certainly not Kurama, but merely a wretched fox. Shikaku, swaying slightly, munches on grilled rice crackers, offering some to the 2. Tanuki, having spent so much time with the 9 tails. Who exactly is this Qing Ling, and where has Kurama gone? Inquires the 5 tails, Mu King. Upon hearing this question, the 4 tails, Sun Wukong, also displays curiosity. I do not know, but I have heard whispers of a significant undertaking he intends to pursue. Naturally, everything he embarks upon is grand. Shikaku reflects for a moment before unleashing a torrent of curses. You are the Tanuki, your entire family consists of Tanukis. Enough of this, Shikaku, Sun Wukong interjects, his tone grave. How infuriating. Shikaku is disinclined to engage further. This is the new 10 tails. Should it decide to extract their chakra, any desperate attempts to unleash tailed beast bombs would be in vain, merely exhausting their own chakra until capture ensues. Without reservation, Shikaku settles outside the cage, observing the immortal squad of the Akatsuki within the other 2 cages, relishing his grilled rice crackers. By the way, have you ever encountered Yamada no Orochi? Shikaku inquires, piqued with curiosity. Does the Kyukai count? It is merely 7 heads short, Mu King replies earnestly. Of course it does not count. It is a bull-headed creature. Shikaku finds himself at a loss for words, bemused by the caliber of their chosen Jinchuriki, utterly unimpressive. Even his own Jinchuriki, Gaara, may be somewhat dull, yet possesses extraordinary combat talent. On Fruit Mountain, I have the Vajra clan, all of whom are my subordinates, capable of transforming into the Rui Jingu Bang. There exist countless peculiar clans in this world, but to seek out a Yamada no Orochi would be to chase a myth, muses the Four Tails, Sun Wukong. Indeed, how could a Yamada no Orochi possibly exist in this world? If it were real, its chakra consumption would surpass ordinary comprehension, capable of cataclysmic destruction, perhaps even exceeding the complete form of the Nine Tails. Yet, the current Nine Tails appears to be far from normal. They were utterly incapable of discerning the precise combat prowess of Qing Ling, relegating it merely to the status of a sentient Ten Tails. Fade Wan, cease your assault. This fellow is reveling in your curse. Kakuzu endeavored to restrain the frenzied Fade Wan. No, let him proceed. This child is quite perceptive, and I find it delightful. Qing Ling nodded contentedly. Upon hearing this, Fade Wan became increasingly exhilarated. He inscribed a new curse seal formation, relentlessly inflicting harm upon himself, while observing Qing Ling endure assault after assault, each time recovering flawlessly. He felt an overwhelming sense of perfection, a realization dawning upon him that this was the true essence of divinity. By the way, Kaido, having lived for so long and encountered countless extraordinary phenomena, have you ever laid eyes upon the Yamada no Orochi? This inquiry from Qing Ling left Kaido at a loss for words. He initially came to fulfill the bounty, hoping to acquire some reward money. With a sense of invincibility in the presence of the bug known as Haydn, he believed he could effortlessly navigate through perilous situations. Little did he anticipate the unforeseen consequences that awaited him. In the end, he will find himself utterly defeated, awaiting death in this desolate emptiness. Even Fade Wan has succumbed to madness, entirely under the control of Qing Ling. He was utterly defeated, and what compounded the sorrow was that, as a member of Akatsuki tasked with hunting tailed beasts, his campaign met with dismal failure. In his inaugural battle, he was ensnared by the very tailed beast he sought to capture, inadvertently allowing the tailed beast of the Qing Ling ninja village to multiply to 4. This development undoubtedly augmented their combat prowess. In the face of such formidable strength from Qing Ling, the diminished forces of Akatsuki, including the likes of Fei, Deidara, Scorpion, Kakuzu, and Haydn, would be further weakened. How infuriating! Kakuzu felt an overwhelming discomfort enveloping him. Was it possible that Akatsuki would ultimately face annihilation at the hands of Qing Ling? Such a fate would be dire indeed. Had their days of rampant dominance and unbridled wealth within the ninja world come to an irrevocable end? Hey, little one. What are you contemplating? Have you never laid eyes upon the 8-headed serpent? Qing Ling mused, a hint of melancholy in her tone. Yet perhaps, just perhaps, one could transform into the 8-headed serpent. Kakuzu found himself engulfed by an inexplicable terror. What did it mean that he could become the 8-headed serpent? A wave of dread coursed through him, leaving his legs trembling uncontrollably. He felt an unprecedented sense of the impending arrival of death and danger. He possesses an abundance of life force, for he harbors an intense fear of death, incessantly exchanging the hearts of others through arcane techniques to prolong his own existence as much as possible. Why is it so terrifying? What manner of devil is this Qing Ling? He felt an instinctive premonition that in the next moment, he would meet his demise. Kaku, is there anything in this world you are reluctant to part with? Or perhaps, is there someone who still cares for you? This inquiry from Qing Ling was beyond Kaku's comprehension. In this world, he is of no consequence to anyone. Even Haydn is merely a tool in his hands. When executing tasks, he often resorts to indiscriminate attacks, including Haydn, in order to enhance the precision of his strikes. All he desires is to survive and to amass great wealth. If life were to end here, then everything would dissolve into nothingness, rendering it all utterly meaningless. He must survive to acquire greater wealth. It is unfortunate that you seem indifferent, as does everyone else. I hope to see you again. The cage slowly creaks open. Fade Wan spits blood, relentlessly assaulting himself in a frenzy. Qing Ling's chest continually spurts blood as he extends his claws. The razor-sharp tips of his fingers lunge toward Kakuzu. The life and wealth that this venerable elder has cherished for over 90 years are destined to culminate at this very moment. Ha ha ha, magnificent. This is true power. This is divinity. I shall crown you with the highest divine diadem, O malevolent one. In Fade Wan's crimson eyes, he witnesses Kakuzu being sacrificed, heralding the arrival of a deity. Qing Ling is the god, the invincible, malevolent entity. Feel the mightiest force in this world. You shall become the embryo of the 8-headed serpent. With a single finger, Qing Ling pierces Kakuzu, rupturing his heart and penetrating his very being. The mask shifts continuously, attempting to flee, only to be entirely ensnared by Qing Ling's other claw. Despite the relentless use of secret techniques, he remains unperturbed. Boom. An overwhelming surge of chakra violently floods into Kakuzu's body. His form trembles, beginning to manifest purple skin and a scattering of scales. As this transformation unfolds, Kakuzu's consciousness steadily disintegrates. He rolled his eyes dramatically, his body rapidly expanding. Tails emerged one after another, his visage transforming into a head adorned with horns. No. Amidst the agonizing roars, Haydn was laughing uproariously. Rejoice. For a new-tailed beast is on the verge of being born. This is the new 10 Tails offering to the world. Chapter 66, The Birth of Yamato no Orochi. Killer Beast Defeat. The wails persisted for only a brief moment before a creature towering over 10 meters materialized before Qing Ling. He possesses 8 heads and 8 tails, adorned with the visage of a dragon and shimmering scales of azure and violet hues. It truly appears to be a nascent form. No wonder Qing Ling refers to it as the embryo of the 8-headed serpent. With the demise of Jiao, you will require a considerable amount of time to mature. Best to remain here, awaiting the opportune moment. Additionally, a substantial reservoir of chakra is needed for sustenance, if only it could be secured within this realm. Qing Ling has expended a significant amount of chakra once more. He was immensely pleased by this. You must strive hard. Upon hearing these words, the figure in the cage swelled with pride. How wonderful it was to receive the divine acknowledgement. One might ponder. Is there anything more joyous than being recognized by the divine? Just the thought of it sent waves of exhilaration through him. You 3 are not worthy of being confined here. Once I have refined you, you may leave without my concern, Qing Ling declared, turning away. The embryo of the 8-headed serpent would remain here, continuously gestating. Its current form was still too weak. However, being derived from the new 10 Tails, it inherently possessed various attributes of chakra, and what was even more formidable was its ability to draw chakra endlessly from the 10 Tails. Oh, Divine One, I beseech you. Tell me how I might gain even more of your recognition. The figure knelt upon the ground, his eyes brimming with madness. Do not heed the whispers in your ears. That being is a true deity, and only I embody the utmost malevolence. Qing Ling's words undoubtedly fortified the resolve within the figure. He utterly disregarded the whispers of the so-called evil deity that echoed in his ears, which only drove him further into madness. I require you to nourish yourself adequately each day, and for at least 8 hours, unleash your curses and attacks upon me. Consequently, when you are fatigued, others in the village must also engage in the assault. In Qing Ling's eyes, Fade One combined with Ju represented 2 perfect punching bags and experimental subjects. Moreover, the chakra consumed by Ju does not originate from him, undoubtedly slowing the rate of chakra depletion. It is imperative to seize the opportunity to capture Ju as well. Alongside the others from Qing Ling Ninja Village, Qing Ling would enhance his physical prowess and ensure that all the white Ju directly consumed chakra derived from him. With so many white Ju collectively exhausting chakra, the effect would be exceedingly significant. As Qing Ling's thoughts swirled, his silhouette gradually faded from Fade Wan's view. Chakra tendrils emerged, intertwining with Fade Wan, Mu Wang, and Sun Wukong. Orange chakra swiftly enveloped them. What is this? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. The most striking difference about this Qing Ling compared to the 9 Tails was the overwhelming amount of thoughts swirling in his mind. His ideas flowed forth unpredictably, far beyond the comprehension of his seasoned companions. Do not struggle. In a moment, you shall comprehend the splendid fortune that has befallen you, Shoha remarked, tinged with a hint of envy. Based on its experience as a tailed beast, the likelihood of gaining an enhancement in chakra attributes was slim. However, both the quantity and quality of chakra would undergo a transformative evolution. Soon, the 2-tailed beasts and Fade One entered the spirit realm. Within that ethereal domain, once the 3 collaborated, they successfully escaped while Qing Ling was momentarily distracted, joining hundreds of Awagakure ninja in their assault on Qing Ling Ninja Village. In the spirit realm, figures like Lao Zi and Han regained their freedom, uniting with the ninja army to obliterate Qing Ling Ninja Village, inflicting significant losses upon all major ninja villages. Amidst this crisis, the Akatsuki organization seized the opportunity to harvest all-tailed beasts before they could sacrifice the 10 Tails. The hosts of all-tailed beasts met with untimely demise. At that moment, the dream shattered. Bang! They were cast out from the belly of the new 10 Tails. The ninjas of the Rock Village also fell from their chakra cocoons. It seems I have grown stronger. The enhancements of a Jinchuriki and a tailed beast are distinctly different. Han and Old Purple were astonished by the immense chakra within themselves, alongside their multiple attributes. Meanwhile, Haydn had descended into madness. Splendid! He had indeed found the divine. The Qing Ling ninja village is the realm of the gods. Listening to the whispers of the malevolent deity in his ears, Haydn vehemently retorted with disdain, "Silence. I shall never worship a righteous god like you." After rejecting the evil deity, Haydn felt an overwhelming sense of liberation. How delightful. Is this the sensation of following Lord Qing Ling? It felt as if he had embraced utter wickedness. In the Qing Ling ninja village, over 300 new preparatory ninjas were introduced, alongside the original site in the rock village. New additions included the 5 tails, the 4 tails, and their respective Jinchuriki. As Haydn gazed upon this village, seemingly free yet akin to a cage, Old Purple wore a troubled expression, believing it was even less appealing than his days as a wandering monk. He pondered that the days ahead would likely be fraught with difficulty. "Old Z, you have grown stronger," consoled the 4 tails son Wukong. "Indeed, but leaving this village seems as arduous as scaling the heavens," Old Z sighed. Moments ago, the 9 tails had left him with a message, stating that they could depart at any time. Upon hearing son Wukong's words, Old Z felt a sense of disbelief. When he glanced at Han, he noticed that the latter's expression mirrored his own astonishment, indicating that Mu Wang had also revealed the truth to Han. The Qing Ling did not confine their freedom, they could leave whenever they wished. However, Old Z had never wavered. He recalled how Qing Ling had dealt with Jiao Du, annihilating him with ease and utilizing his power to nurture an embryo of the 8-headed serpent, a truly brutal act. Could such a person truly allow them to leave? After some contemplation, Old Z concluded that it would be prudent to remain for the time being, to adapt to the ever-changing circumstances. "You bid me to leave. Yet I shall not depart." Qing Ling was indifferent to their movements. After all, the modifications they underwent would consume his chakra. With the alteration of their physiques, the consumption rate would accelerate, which was precisely Qing Ling's intent. Humobikir, situated atop lofty mountains, basked in abundant sunlight, with its inhabitants primarily consuming beef, resulting in notably robust physiques. This village excelled in lightning release. The chakra of the lightning attribute inherently possessed the advantage of rapidly merging spiritual and physical energies. It could also unleash the potential of the nerves, enabling swifter and stronger movements. Once the lightning chakra enveloped the entire body, it augmented not only speed but also strength, explosive power, and defensive capabilities, further enhancing their physical prowess through prolonged refinement. Nonetheless, all of this so-called talent appeared utterly fragile in the face of the tireless beast. Kisame Hoshigaki, and the formidable Jinjutsu master, Itachi Uchiha. In the hidden village of Amigate-Cure, conflict had erupted. To safeguard the village from being reduced to rubble amidst the chaos, the battle shifted to an expansive, desolate landscape. At this moment, could it be considered a victory? Kisame Hoshigaki had separated from his shark form, returning to his normal state. As he hoisted the unconscious killer bee, Itachi nodded. The 4th Reikage remained steadfast in his position. "We should return swiftly. Dawn is approaching." Itachi was unconcerned about the continuation of the battle. "Mr. Itachi, do you believe Haydn and Kakuzu can prevail?" Kisame glanced at the 4th Reikage, ensnared in the Jinjutsu, Tsukuyomi, and chose to neither engage nor intervene. As long as Itachi refrained from action, he would not disrupt the flow. "That cannot be," Itachi replied coldly. "Would that not necessitate the activation of the contingency plan?" "How terrifying," Kisame said, halting his steps. He followed Itachi's gaze. "How beautiful, Mr. Itachi." Indeed. A glimmer of light emerged from the eastern horizon. The dawn had arrived. Chapter 67, Shadow's Yearning for Light. Morning had long since arrived in the land of water. In the village hidden in the mist, the so-called ninjas are merely those who conceal themselves behind the great lords and the world at large. It is precisely for this reason that water gives rise to mist, thunder conceals clouds, earth gathers rock, wind stirs sand, and fire ignites wood. Their most formidable leader is referred to as Shadow, while those who remain concealed behind him are known as Darkness. They are unseen and nameless. On this day, the elder withdrew, stooping slightly as he gently placed the hat upon the head of Mei Ming. This child is truly deserving. He pondered that to see through the illusion embedded within the 4th Mizukage and to have Qing utilize the Byakugan to dispel it certainly spoke to the exceptional insight of Terumi Mei, who, despite the blood mist era, had not relinquished her quest for illumination. She was undoubtedly deserving of the title of the new Mizukage. However, this wielder of 2 bloodline limits possessed formidable strength, and her sole flaw lay in her profound yearning for light. At times, one could distinctly perceive a glimmer of hope reflected in her eyes. The elder mused that while many aspects were commendable, this particular trait was troubling. As a ninja, especially a Mizukage, how could one harbor such aspirations for brightness? Upon reflection, It seemed that since the establishment of Konoha and the emergence of the Hokage, during the reign of Shinja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the leader of the ninjas, designated as Kage, increasingly gravitated towards the light. The elder was uncertain whether this inclination was right or wrong. He appears aged, yet he is merely a child of that era, walking through the remnants of time. What he truly comprehends is the desolation of an epoch. When the light genuinely shines upon the ninjas, can they withstand the blinding rays of the sun? The dawn's glow graces the elder's face, filtering through the mist of the hidden mist village, creating a particularly ethereal beauty. In the midst of it, Kirigakure transforms into a silhouette, an exquisite vision beyond compare. When she smiles, even her crimson lips radiate allure. Elder, you weep. Kirigakure has ascended to the position of the fifth Mizukage. While some acknowledge her, others inevitably resist. Having endured the era of bloodshed and the repeated downfalls of the seven ninja swordsmen, she stands resilient. Their hearts have long since turned to ice. It is said that several months ago, Toad Dismemberment was kicked to death by Kai. This member of the seven ninja swordsmen ultimately could not escape the fate of the first generation. As a second generation, he was still destined to fall to the successor of the Eight Gates. However, before the blood mist dissipates, the appearance of Tsukuyomi is inevitable. It seems that every fifth Hokage from each ninja village is fated to be a transitional figure, ushering in the light. It matters not. The sunlight is simply too blinding. The elder grinned widely. How delightful it is. He pondered, is this not the essence of a ninja? After the fourth Mizukage departed, he assumed the role of the administrator, bearing the weight of all responsibilities. When Tsukuyomi ascended as the fifth Mizukage, she could shield him from the radiance, allowing someone like him to remain in the shadows. How splendid it would be. Yet, why does even the faintest glimmer of that light pierce so painfully? He stood in a daze, then walked towards the outskirts of the village. The three-tailed beast must be captured, otherwise, more hearts would be tempted. After the elder spoke, his figure grew increasingly desolate, shrouded in the shadows created by Tsukuyomi's obstruction of light, fading further away. Indeed, Tsukuyomi understood that they would inevitably subdue the three-tailed beast, given the considerable cost incurred to acquire it. She turned around, sunlight illuminating her fair, jade-like visage. When the beauty smiled, the light was no longer blinding. It was undeniably radiant. The sun, selflessly casting its warmth upon every corner of the world. In the land of fire, the village of Konoha, the leaderless village once again appointed Hyuga Hisashi as the acting Hokage, supported by the two elders from the roots. Konoha still boasted numerous powerful clans and formidable shinobi. The ever-youthful guy continued to exude vigor. The only difference was that ever since the departure of Minato Namikaze that night, everyone received the scrolls for training in chakra martial arts. The contents were meticulously categorized, detailing an unknown training method with great precision. Hyuga Hisashi had perused it, understanding that if the entire Hyuga clan were to train, leveraging the Byakugan to discern chakra pathways, their training speed would undoubtedly accelerate, making them even stronger. Simultaneously, he received 2 letters of intelligence, one from his clan and the other from Guy. Upon opening the envelopes, the fatigue of a long night vanished, leaving only regret and confusion. That child, does he truly still harbor resentment towards me? At the training ground, Guy had just announced some news. Hyuga Niji had gone missing the previous night, presumably taking advantage of the chaos to escape, having severed all traces behind him. With his meticulous mind, it was sufficient to elude the subsequent investigations by the Umbu. Lee and Tintin wore expressions of bewilderment. Niji, could he have been taken by the fourth Hokage for training? Lee speculated, convinced that was the most plausible explanation. Is Niji leaving due to the hatred he has never voiced? Tintin remarked, having grown up in Konoha, fully aware that clans possessing unique bloodline limits and abilities would have their own protective methods. In truth, had the Hyuga clan not employed such special means of protection, they might have faced a tragedy akin to that of the Uchiha clan. It was said that on the day Naruto defected, he had fought against Danzo. With over a dozen Sharingan adorning his arm, merely contemplating it felt cruel. After this reflection, Tintin still found it hard to accept. Niji, I will find you, she vowed silently. In the land of Earth, Awagakure, this solitary little village had, in a single night, lost hundreds of powerful shinobi, including an active Jinchuriki and a defector. The losses were catastrophic. According to Sunagakure and Konoha, the chances of return were slim. The third Tsukuyomi, Inoki, had never felt such fatigue. If encountering Uchiha Madara in his youth had instilled fear, at this moment, it was a sense of helplessness akin to a high-stakes gamble gone awry. He still vividly remembers the day the second Tsukuyomi imparted to him the will of stone, as well as the unique dust release technique that fused wind, fire, and earth. If only he could pass it down, for it represents a lifetime of achievement from the second Tsukuyomi. Noki coughed softly, feeling an ache in his waist. He hopes he can endure until the new generation fully matures. After all, the group he originally intended to nurture was nearly annihilated by Minato Namikaze and his disciples. The village of Awagakure must persevere until the dawn of hope arrives, the moment when peace can be bestowed upon the world. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you early departed old ghost. How adept you are at abandoning your responsibilities. Noki reminisced about his similar upbringing with Sarutobi Hiruzen and could only smile wryly. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, he is the last remaining luminary of that generation. In Naka's eyes, those who lurk in the shadows are merely worthless beings too cowardly to face the light. In Sunagakure, the elderly Chiyo is struggling to manage her duties as the acting Kazekage due to her advanced age. Unlike the third Kazekage's disappearance, this time, both Raza and Gaara are alive. Reports indicate that they have merely been captured by the Aoi shinobi village. As long as they can be rescued, all will be well. However, Konoha is also without a leader, leaving the matter of negotiation uncertain. She inadvertently opened the latest intelligence. Initially, she thought nothing could disturb her calm demeanor. Yet the few sentences within the report shattered her composure. The couple, Minato Namikaze and Kushina, have been resurrected through forbidden techniques and launched a night raid on Konoha. The rogue ninja from Sunagakure, Sasori, and the rogue ninja from Awagakure, Deidara, have been captured. The 2 Jinchuriki from Awagakure, as well as the 4 tails and 5 tails, have all been seized. The Akatsuki's assassination attempt on Aoi Shinobi Village has failed once again. The Akatsuki has attacked Kumogakure. And the rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi from Konoha has taken the 8 tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. How is it possible for there to be so many terrifying developments in such a brief report? Chapter 68. I cannot believe such a world exists. Are you a Konoha ninja? The Aoi Shinobi Village's prospective ninja from Sunagakure gazed in astonishment at the boy clad in white. Konoha? The prospective ninjas from Konoha rushed in from all directions. Brimming with excitement, they were eager to discover which old friend had arrived. To their surprise, upon closer inspection, they realized it was none other than the younger Hyuga, who had reportedly been promoted to Chunin, just like them. Did he come to Aoi Shinobi Village merely to court disaster? Not far away. The ninjas from Awagakure were diligently engaged in their tasks. Just that morning, Aoi Shinobi Village established a 10 tails unit centered around tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. Current members include Shikaku, Gaara, the 4 tails, Son Goku, the 5 tails, Kokuo, and also Aoi, Naruto, Sasuke, Kushina, and Minato. Strangely, when they learned that there are so many 9 tails in the world, they were taken aback. They had previously believed that tailed beasts were unique entities. It seems their understanding was somewhat flawed. Additionally, Haiden has been promoted to the head of the Aoi Shinobi Village's training grounds, with all white Zetsu under his management. Whether in laboratories, the Ninja Academy, or personal training facilities requiring white Zetsu, everything must pass through him. Simultaneously, Haiden has become the new ultimate punching bag. It is said that no matter how severely he is injured, he will be healed by Aoi, resulting in Aoi bearing double the damage. This reality has left Haiden in awe and provided great comfort to Aoi. A ninja hospital has also been successfully established, temporarily overseen by Tsunade. She claims not to wish to meddle excessively, yet occasionally offers guidance to the medical ninjas. Fortunately, Jiraiya is assisting, and their training in chakra martial arts has greatly accelerated. At the village entrance, the prospective ninjas from the 3 villages were bustling about, casting a glance at Hyuga Niji before ignoring him entirely, allowing him to wander freely throughout the village. Niji wiped his face and surveyed the area. Compared to Konoha, there remains a gap, however. This place possesses a more vibrant atmosphere. There are farmlands, livestock pastures, orchards, and woodlands, with a tall bridge spanning the river, allowing fishing boats to drift by. There are mills and farms scattered throughout the outskirts. The streets are tidy, and the roads are spacious, clearly designed with foresight. Numerous shops line the streets, including weapon stores and fashionable clothing boutiques. The aroma from bakeries wafts through the air, and the noodles at the corner shop are equally enticing. Here, everything is eclectic. There is a little bit of everything. Niji noticed a grand tree at the center of the village, resembling a 9-tails fox, towering above and sheltering the village from the elements. Just as the tree has 9 tails and 9 roots, its trunk branches out into numerous limbs, bearing 9 common fruits. The tree seems to flourish unrestricted by the seasons, growing freely. In spring, it blossoms with 9 types of flowers. In summer, it bears 9 varieties of fruit. In autumn, it sheds 9 kinds of leaves, and in winter, it is blanketed in snow. Feeling a twinge of hunger, he entered a noodle shop, deftly retrieving 2 coins from his pocket. The proprietor cast a glance at him, recognizing the forehead protector of Konoha, instantly aware that he was a newcomer. This is the Qing Ling ninja village. Your coins hold no value here. So, would you like to eat? Oh, the Qing Ling ninja village does not accept coins? How then shall I settle the bill? Niji pondered for a moment, recalling the abundance of ninja tools he possessed, universally valuable regardless of location. 1 bowl of buckwheat noodles, 1 cup of oolong tea, a serving of tempura, accompanied by miso soup, with the addition of herring to the noodles. Each request was articulated with meticulous precision, rendering him almost mechanical in demeanor. He sat upright, poised at the table. Yet within, Niji felt a disquiet. Since his arrival in the village, everyone seemed engrossed in their own pursuits. Even the ninjas from Konoha, some of whom he recognized, merely inquired about his family, lacking any sense of urgency or impending danger. The people here are quite peculiar. There is no bloodshed, no animosity, and no vigilance. Niji mused, how navi. Does one truly believe that udon noodles come without a cost? Everything demands a price. Do they think that by merely moving things around, patrolling, or tending to crops, they can sustain themselves? For a ninja, such an assumption is utterly unfathomable. Yet he simultaneously felt a yearning for such a life, if he could live like this. It wouldn't be too bad, but it required his father to be alive. Otherwise, one could easily feel isolated. Soon, the herring buckwheat noodles were served, accompanied by 3 pieces of golden tempura arranged elegantly on a rectangular porcelain plate, complemented by a matching cup of oolong tea. Niji warily inspected for any signs of poison. After thoroughly examining the utensils and the environment, he began to eat the noodles. The taste was delightful. The noodles quickly found their way into his stomach, and he felt a significant sense of ease wash over him. However, it was precisely during such moments that he needed to remain vigilant. After wiping his hands and forehead, the owner approached Niji. Is it worthy of a 5-star review? 5-star review? Niji was perplexed. You are new here and may not know. Our ratings are linked to our performance. You can evaluate us based on 5 aspects: ingredients, taste, hygiene, service, and environment. A 5-star rating is the highest standard set by Lord Lingying, while 3 stars are the bare minimum. 5 stars then. Niji was baffled by the peculiar customs of the Qing Ling ninja village. All he wished was to pay with his ninja tools and leave. Thank you for your understanding. And please visit us again. The owner beamed as he bowed, then returned to the kitchen. Wait, no charge? Is this a complimentary meal? Niji was left in a state of confusion. I have kunai and shuriken that I can temporarily pledge once I complete the bounty task issued here. I will pay you and reclaim my ninja tools. Niji approached the stout owner earnestly. The owner scratched his head awkwardly, realizing that Niji was completely unaware. Merely a survivor from another village. After all, before arriving at Qing Ling Ninja Village, obtaining a job, and training in chakra martial arts, he was just an ordinary person who had never encountered a structured ninja system. It should be noted that ninjas undertake missions, navigating the thin line between life and death to secure their survival. Reflecting on this, the owner felt a twinge of pity for the young man, who often rolled his eyes. In Qing Ling Ninja Village, there is no need to pay. We all work. I am both the owner and an employee. Everyone is the same. In case of illness, we have a ninja hospital. Children attend the ninja academy, and when one grows old, they can go to the Qing Ling nursing home. We all work. But it's not overly taxing. 6 hours a day, weekends off, and various holidays. Thus, we have no extravagance. You can eat and wear whatever you like. There is nothing particularly good or bad. The clothing is uniform in material. How you wear it reflects your personality. My wife is learning pottery, and our 2 children are still studying. At your age, you've probably graduated from elementary school. I'm unsure if you'll enter the elite division. If not handled well, you might end up as a preparatory ninja, and they certainly work harder, 7 hours a day. Lord Lingying insists that to become a ninja, one must endure some hardship and be prepared. I do not wish for my children to become ninjas. I just want them to pursue what they love. Yet they idolize Lord Lingying and express a desire to grow foxtails in the future. I apologize. I tend to ramble on. The owner awkwardly rubbed the back of his head, appearing flustered. The young boy before him remained utterly bewildered. Niji swallowed hard. The veins at the corners of his eyes erupted, manifesting the Byakugan, as he endeavored to perceive the uncle's chakra. What he beheld was an unprecedented flow of chakra, its quantity exceedingly formidable. He turned around, and the shopkeepers, as well as the pedestrians on the street, appeared in the same manner. This cannot be real. It must be an illusion. This is the legendary Azure Spirit illusion. The young man's perception was shattered. He could scarcely believe that such a paradise still existed in the world. After leaving the noodle shop, Ningxi strolled along the street, his senses heightened as he observed the chakra of every individual he encountered. To his astonishment, he found it to be exceedingly powerful and enigmatic. Illusions. This must undeniably be an illusion. How could the world be so wondrous? He's incredulous. Chapter 69, Caged Birds. Yet the sky is vast and high. Jiraiya, with arms crossed, stood as the wind tousled his long hair, drawing the attention of Tsunade, who was perched on the clock tower, swinging her legs. You appear remarkably rejuvenated since you began training in chakra martial arts, haven't you? I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Many in this village are also poised to ascend to the rank of lower ninja in martial arts. I am intrigued by the more advanced techniques of the discipline. Jiraiya observed Niji Hyuga dashing about the village. Clearly, the challenges this child faced internally surpassed what most could endure, reaching an unbearable threshold. Everyone encounters such trials upon their arrival, don't they? Much like those ninjas from the rock-hidden village, who have begun to question the essence of life, Jiraiya mused to himself. You left half a thought unspoken before your last mission. Tsunade lifted her flask, taking a sip that tinged her cheeks with a faint blush. What half thought? I've forgotten. Jiraiya turned to leave, only to be halted by Tsunade's firm grip on his shoulder, rendering him immobile. We are in the clock tower. Then let us find another place. The Green Spirit Ninja Village has undergone a remarkable transformation. While it may not rival the grandeur of the more powerful ninja villages, it certainly surpasses the scale of smaller ones. Not only has a clock tower been erected, but there are also numerous lookout and defense towers. The roads are broad, lined with several five-story buildings. The village is becoming increasingly prosperous, making Niji's abruptness all the more conspicuous. He found it utterly implausible that such an inclusive village could genuinely exist in this world. The youth swiftly maneuvered through the streets, his mind racing to uncover the flaws in the illusion. Whispers in the outside world claimed that the Azure Spirit's Nine Tails illusion was unparalleled. Yet he firmly believed that no illusion could be flawless. There must be a chink in its armor. Moreover, with the Byakugan at his disposal, he was even more likely to unravel the mystery. This power, derived from the eyes of Kagaya Otsutsuki, could hardly be subdued so easily. Rushing would lead to missteps. Just as the voice of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, echoed, his forward momentum was abruptly halted, as he unleashed a counterattack with a gentle fist. Minato had already materialized behind him, darting about with such agility that his true whereabouts remained elusive. You are the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Can a person truly die and be reborn? Hinata Niji inquired, his guard raised. Of course, am I not here? Minato replied. Perhaps I am ensnared in an illusion. Or perhaps you are. What do you perceive as the boundary between reality and illusion? Minato appeared at Niji's side, his steps steady. He had just returned to the village, entirely unaware that he had become a tailed beast and a member of the Jinchuriki faction of the Qing Ling ninja village. In the realm of illusions, what is false is deemed real, and what exists beyond is truth. Ningxi articulated his thoughts, contemplating the possibility that this world might merely be a creation of a deity, or perhaps it had existed long before the Sage of Six Paths emerged. The distinction between reality and illusion need not be defined. What truly matters is which one captivates your heart. Minato gazed at the youth before him, who momentarily paused to glance at Kushina waiting in the distance. And what of the spirit? That nine-tailed fox, regardless of whether this was an illusion, it should at least make its presence known. I have questions that I wish to explore. Before Ningxi could finish his sentence, a figure clad in azure robes, radiating an orange luminescence, materialized before him. I am Qing Ling, young Ningxi. Have you succumbed to your adolescent fantasies? Ningxi found himself confronted with an array of peculiar terminologies. The Qing Ling ninja village was utterly bizarre, a stark contrast to the world he had previously known. If this is but an illusion, then grant me passage back to reality. I have come in search of strength. Ningxi relentlessly scrutinized the figure of Qing Ling before him for any sign of weakness. He believed that even illusions demand the caster's expenditure of chakra and energy, and thus he could surely find a flaw in their defenses when they least expected it. Foolish child, this is not merely an illusion. If you truly wish to experience the essence of one, allow me to demonstrate. Qing Ling gently pressed his hand upon Niji's head, then casually withdrew it as if nothing had transpired. Niji cast a glance at Qing Ling, who erupted into hearty laughter, affirming that it indeed was an illusion. He expressed great admiration for Niji's unwavering determination to become a formidable warrior. Soon, Niji acquired the power of the Nine Tails, transcending his limits and growing increasingly powerful. His physique unmatched. There existed a method of self-sacrifice to gain strength within the Qing Ling ninja village's training regimen. Until one fateful day, a great war erupted across the ninja world. He waged battles far and wide, restoring peace to the realm and emerging as a figure of strength akin to Uchiha Madara of yore. He established a brand new ninja village, compelling the major villages to submit. With powers that surpassed those of mere mortals, he broke the curse of the caged bird seal, attaining freedom and ascending to the role of head of the Hyuga clan. He sat upon the throne, gazing at the awestruck eyes of the world, yet felt no semblance of joy. Soon after, an increasing number of the Hyuga clan began to be assassinated, there be a Kugan taken from them. He gradually aged, and conflicts began to arise with the Nine Tails. After Niji grew old, he relied on many to protect him, no longer wishing to concern himself with the lives and deaths of his clan members. He was reluctant to acknowledge that it was he who had shattered the curse binding the caged birds, leading to their tragic assassination. He was even more reluctant to witness the Hyuga clan meet the same tragic fate as the Uchiha clan. At last, in the twilight of his life, the dazed Niji Hyuga grasped a fleeting insight. To genuinely salvage the Hyuga clan from its impending doom and to alleviate the world's trepidation towards the Byakugan, there was but one course of action: to eradicate all. That night, the silver-haired Niji Hyuga, the mightiest of the ninja realm, overnight became a pariah among his peers. He instigated the Great Ninja War, single-handedly slaughtering 100,000 ninjas, until the Nine Tails seized the opportunity to escape, leading to his eventual demise from exhaustion. In the end, did nothing truly change? Was I mistaken? Father. As his murky eyes closed for the final time, the figure of his father materialized before him, emerging from the Pure Land to embrace Ningji. In that moment, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the youthful visage Ningji had known in his childhood. Father. The child has failed, and the child has grown old. As Ningji's soul intertwined in the embrace with his father, the weight of his own arms hung heavily by his sides. The curse mark upon his forehead gradually dissipated. He opened his eyes and glanced around, finding himself once again on the streets of years past. It was the very village of Konoha where he first encountered Qing Ling. Had he truly returned? Or was this merely a fleeting illusion? Niji felt a twinge of uncertainty. Just then, he noticed Qing Ling lifting her fox mask hidden beneath her robe. "Welcome back to the realm of reality," she said, placing her hands on his shoulders. In that moment, the young man felt a sense of grounding. Was everything that had transpired, those decades, merely an illusion? Yet, how much chakra would it take to sustain such an elaborate illusion over such an extensive period? As Hyuga Niji pondered these questions, he realized an overwhelming need within himself. His chakra was utterly depleted. What? Is there really an illusion that consumes the caster's chakra? This is simply absurd. Cheer up. I have infused you with a bit of chakra to prevent your untimely demise, Qing Ling reassured him. What? Niji anxiously glanced within himself. And indeed, he discovered an additional Nine Tails chakra seed. The attributes of his chakra had increased, leading to a transformation of his very being. His perception now mirrored that of the villagers. It turned out this was the truth. He stood there, utterly bewildered, at a loss for words. Embrace life. The benefits of chakra martial arts should be significant for you. Qing Ling waved farewell to Niji. Where are you headed? To forge a world where you and your father can thrive under the sun, where the eyes of the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan will no longer be relegated to the shadows. No longer will the descendants of the Uzumaki and Senju clans serve as mere subjects in a laboratory, bartered as commodities for marriage alliances. I will make you understand that even a bird in a cage can break free from its confines. As long as you are willing, the mountains and seas are vast, and all shall be freedom. A caged bird. Niji stood in disbelief, pondering how this spirit could possibly know the truth about the Hyuga clan's caged bird. Wait, why did he refer to him as a spirit in his heart? He hurriedly touched his forehead, only to find that the mark had vanished. How could this be possible? The cursed seal of the caged bird could not be erased unless by death itself. Chapter 70. Breakthrough, Elevating the Limits of Martial Arts. How long has it been since you witnessed a miracle? In the streets, three boys of distinctly different temperaments appeared. Naruto extended a hand, squinting with a smile. A miracle? Niji observed beside him the silent Sasuke and the composed Gaara. Why would such individuals gather around Naruto? What reason could possibly elevate Qing Ling to the status of an admired figure in their hearts? Indeed, the Hidden Mist Village was a place where miracles were born. Naruto beamed with a smile as warm as the sun. A place of miracles? Such words were truly juvenile. Niji initially thought it absurd, but upon recalling the disappearance of the caged bird mark on his forehead, he couldn't help but extend his palm. Clap. The youth struck his hands together, as if igniting the fervor of youth. Why did my curse mark vanish? It was an imprint inscribed within my body and spiritual energy. Even in death, it should remain. Niji lowered his head, still perplexed, and at one point even doubted whether he remained ensnared within an illusion. Minato placed a comforting hand on his head. It seems that in facilitating your transformation, he also rejuvenated your body and spiritual energy, which implies that he bore the brunt of it all for you. Akin to experiencing a death of sorts. A death of sorts? How much chakra would be required to execute the forbidden technique to erase the caged bird mark from both spiritual and physical energy? Niji found it hard to believe. Qing Ling? No, Lingying. He was deeply moved, tears welling in his eyes, on the verge of falling. Why, after undertaking such perilous actions, did he leave behind nothing but a striking silhouette? Do not seek him out. Lingying seems to be engaged in something of great significance, tirelessly expending chakra. Kushina also offered words of comfort to Niji, which only deepened the boy's sorrow. Relentlessly consuming chakra, he must also assist in remodeling his body, employing vast amounts of chakra and forbidden techniques to eliminate the seal. A village that resembled a heavenly realm from a dream, into which he had poured so much of his heart and soul. Lingying. He clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. Niji vowed to ensure that the figure of that fox would no longer blur in his sight. He will persistently strive until he can chase the silhouette of Qing Ling and stand shoulder to shoulder with him in battle. The youth choked back his emotions, ultimately managing to prevent a single tear from falling. He stubbornly persevered, becoming a prospective ninja. He had heard that in order to become a lower-ranked ninja in the village, one must first attain proficiency in the martial arts, a path fraught with challenges. However, recently, a considerable number of individuals had demonstrated exceptional skill, presenting a promising opportunity for advancement. 3 days later, while monumental news reverberated throughout the ninja world, the Qing Ling ninja village appeared unperturbed as it welcomed a grand celebration. Niji, as a member of the reserve ninjas, had made significant progress in just a few days of engaging with chakra martial arts, thanks to his innate talent for physical techniques. Nevertheless, compared to the protagonists of the day, he still fell short. On the training grounds of the Ninja Academy, a crowd had gathered in abundance, with even clones from Qing Ling selling sunflower seeds. Niji stood amidst the other reserve ninjas, observing the splendid festivities unfold. They possessed the villages of Konoha, Susanoo, and Iwa, and at this moment, they are indistinguishable from one another. It is merely a matter of differing lifestyles. Consequently, the village boasts a plethora of restaurants and shops, allowing the residents of Qing Ling Shin Village to experience the rich cultures of the land of wind, fire, and earth. Alas, you arrived early. Tell me, is this martial arts genin truly that formidable? After all, the ninja from Iwa has only been here for less than a week and has barely begun to engage with chakra martial arts. Curiosity piqued. They pressed the arrivals from Konoha and Susanoo for answers. Indeed, it is said that during their breakthroughs, Naruto and Sasuke directly opened their chakra reservoirs, multiplying their strength several-fold and transforming both their physical and mental capacities. Yes, you know the infamous Orochimaru from the laboratory, one of the legendary 3 ninjas. He stated that upon promotion to genin, one could potentially live for at least a century. Is that true? A century? Our Tsukuyomi has yet to reach that age. Humph. The Iwa ninjas, with their narrow-mindedness, how can they claim to beat Tsukuyomi? Aren't you treated well by our esteemed spirit shadow? Upon hearing the rebuttals from Konoha and Susanoo, the aspiring ninjas from Iwa lowered their heads in embarrassment. While it may be agreeable, I am all alone here. If only my family could come. Or if Iwa could transform into a place as vibrant as Qing Ling Shin Village. By the way, don't you miss your families? The group, feeling melancholic, began to pick at their nails, softening the atmosphere. Upon hearing this, a chunin from Konoha beamed with delight. Humph, in 2 months. I am certain I will be promoted to martial arts genin, and when the spirit shadow grants me a request, I shall bring my family here. What? A promotion to genin and the ability to bring family along? That sounds splendid. The ninjas from Iwa, having arrived later, were clearly unaware of this news. In a corner, Niji quietly listened, thinking how wonderful it would be if his family were still alive. Likely, he only had two cousins left, Hinata and Hanabi. As for Hisashi, he was not yet prepared to forgive and could not accept the loss of his father. Of course, don't be foolish, quiet down. The promotion ceremony is about to begin. Someone shouted loudly, and everyone held their breath, gazing at the remarkable figures on the training ground. Soon, cheers erupted. Look, it's Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas. That is Kakashi, the copy ninja. They are all from our Konoha. What about Konoha? Our Suna Esgara is a formidable force, a father-son duo. Weren't you two just saying we shouldn't mention our villages? The previously retorted IWA ninjas were now left dumbfounded. What do you understand? Sooner or later, we will dominate the ninja world, and our families will lead such splendid lives. Konoha is our village, and Qing Ling village is the gem within. The land of spirit is the heart of the land of fire. Indeed, the narrow-mindedness of the IWA ninjas is astonishing. After being chastised, the ninjas from IWA fell silent. They cast resentful glances towards the center of the training ground. Niji, too, was filled with curiosity. Chakra martial arts were undoubtedly profound, yet he had yet to encounter a martial arts genin. After all, no matter how powerful the shadow, a moment's inattention could lead to a genin's ambush. Only chakra martial arts seemed capable of fundamentally enhancing one's strength. At the Ninja Academy, a gathering of renowned powerhouses took place. Orochimaru, Gaara, Kakashi, and Jiraiya stood in a line. Opposite them stood Naruto and Sasuke, representing Qing Ling. Let us begin, Naruto declared earnestly. Kushina felt a sense of pride as she tugged at Minato's arm. The stronger the chakra, the more challenging the breakthrough, however. A martial arts genin should not face life-threatening dangers. Minato analyzed seriously. That is not what I meant. Kushina brandished her tiny fist. Naruto, our son, is certainly a source of pride, Minato jested. Meanwhile, 5 overwhelming presences erupted in an instant. The promotion commenced. In a corner, Scorpion and Obito stood beside Deidara, who was bound and visibly displeased. Release me. I am an artist. Hey, I have been training chakra martial arts in a different dimension, Akatsuki. Do you believe I would self-destruct? Deidara clamored, his voice barely masking Orochimaru's wild laughter. Hee, this is the first step toward my immortality. Chapter 71, Creating Miracles. Martial arts jonin as a tremendous change occurred within Orochimaru. His skin began to shed, and he rapidly expelled impurities from his body. Naruto and Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, having prepared for this moment. As the impurities oozed from Orochimaru's skin, a foul odor began to permeate the air. Water release, water chaos technique. The two unleashed this technique simultaneously, providing a cleansing shower for those who had just undergone their breakthroughs. With the dirt washed away, they appeared revitalized. The most striking transformation was that of Jiraiya, whose visage had rejuvenated to that of a man in his 30s. It was as if he had shed years. Astonished by this extraordinary change, even his steadfast composure faltered. The martial arts scroll was something he had acquired long ago, while the Qing Ling Sage Art's absorption chapter followed closely behind. Jiraiya had initially believed his mastery of sage arts gave him an advantage, only to discover, upon further study, that Qing Ling's sage arts bore no side effects. At most, it granted beings a chakra cloak when chakra enveloped their bodies. It could be said that, aside from its benefits, it had no adverse effects whatsoever, compared to the exceedingly challenging sage arts of Miyaboku Mountain. Qing Ling's sage arts absorption chapter was undoubtedly the best entry point. Particularly, he and Minato had uncovered something remarkable. Naruto had developed an increasing array of sage art functions merely through the absorption chapter. He had gradually mastered sensing hostility and the physical enhancements of sage mode. One could say he was an undeniable genius. After the 5 achieved their breakthroughs, none were more elated than Orochimaru. He felt the elimination of his own latent dangers, unable to contain his excitement, trembling with exhilaration. I have survived, requiring neither reincarnation in a filthy realm nor a new vessel or culture medium. I have attained a century of life. Orochimaru could hardly believe it. Everything that Qing Ling had once spoken to him was gradually materializing, unfolding before his eyes like a vivid panorama. The path ahead seemed to be distinctly illuminated. He took out a small notebook and began to jot down notes with remarkable speed. A lower-ranked ninja in martial arts can more easily perceive energy, even without practicing illusions. They can enhance their mental fortitude. If one could master the techniques of, it would undoubtedly yield great efficiency. Simultaneously, the demand for chakra among lower-ranked ninjas increases significantly. as each step of their training requires an immense expenditure of chakra, underscoring the necessity of a chakra reservoir. Amidst the cheers, however, Minato Namikaze remained composed, meticulously analyzing the situation. In recent days, he has gained a considerable understanding of the martial arts within the realm of chakra. Witnessing the advancement of the lower ninjas in martial arts has proven to be immensely beneficial. He could not help but murmur to himself. The initiation of the chakra dantian by lower ninjas is of paramount importance. This is because normal chakra is a fusion of mental and physical energies, which are subsequently imbued with attributes before use. The emergence of the chakra dantian signifies that chakra will be formed and stored within the body in advance. Moreover, this chakra continuously refines both the body and the spirit. I surmise that, in the forthcoming training, utilizing the techniques of energy absorption, one can continually transcend the boundaries between the body and nature, facilitating the absorption of natural energy and the cultivation of sage techniques. Ling Ying directly divides his energy into two parts. One part is offered directly to us for conversion and consumption, while the other part transforms into natural energy, emanating continuously from the great tree, making it easier for us to absorb. His actions, however, impose a significant toll on himself. Upon hearing Bo Feng Shuiman's analysis, Kushina lowered her head in concern. Indeed, Qing Ling's actions may place him in a perilous position. One cannot help but worry that one day, Qing Ling might suddenly be unable to endure. In the crowd, numerous gazes and figures were engaged in hushed whispers. The Jinchuriki Han and Old Purple stood atop the roof, arms crossed. Old Purple, what level have you reached? The third level, having completed the first transformation. Old Purple replied with a sense of pride. This Qing Ling ninja village may not be impressive, and he harbored a disdain for Ling Ying. Yet the chakra martial arts are truly remarkable, especially as a Jinchuriki. The ability to utilize the chakra of the tailed beasts makes training significantly more convenient. Achieving the apprentice's third level in just 3 days underscores the importance of cumulative effort. I am at the 4th level, Han proclaimed, raising his head high. He realized that during training, chakra could accumulate and erupt like steam, leveraging the advantages of boiling release. He made remarkable strides in body refinement at the apprentice stage. Is this what you've been waiting for all this time? Old Purple shot him a cold glance before vanishing with a body flicker. Old Purple, let us train. We cannot be outdone by the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. Would that not imply that Sun Wukong is inferior to King Mu? We must not allow the notion to take root that more tails equate to greater strength. With the chakra martial arts, even tailed beasts can become stronger. Sighing, this 4 tails is indeed lacking, Han boasted, recalling a remark learned at Qing Ling Ninja Village. He had heard a ninja from Konoha say that Ling Ying once consumed 10 bowls more than Naruto during a ramen championship, a critique directed at the loser. King Mu remained silent, disinterested in disputes, yet secretly felt a twinge of satisfaction. Boiling release is indeed the strongest. The ceremony, which was originally set to conclude, was delayed as Qing Ling had yet to make his appearance. The Qing Ling clone selling sunflower seeds wore an innocent expression, clearly indicating that the moment for his appearance had not yet arrived. Will Lord Ling Ying fulfill one of our requests? Orochimaru had already formulated his request. He wished to bring someone along, a fellow who was presumably a well-established lower ninja from Konoha. The undercover agent he arranged has long ceased to be of any use. However, while he would prefer to directly obtain a perfected martial arts elixir, at present, finding a capable assistant is of utmost importance. He is not merely imbued with humanity after spending an extended period in the Qing Ling Ninja Village. That is not the true Orochimaru. It is only by exploiting the tool known as Kabuto to its utmost potential that the authentic essence of Orochimaru is revealed. However, just as everyone was bewildered by the absence of Qi Ling, Naruto and Sasuke abruptly tore off their robes, their aura surging and escalating exponentially. Ladies and gentlemen, the martial arts of the lower ninja consist of 9 tiers, necessitating the refinement of chakra in the dantian, constantly increasing and condensing. Only upon reaching the pinnacle, where both spirit and physique attain their zenith, can one seize the opportunity for a breakthrough. Naruto's gaze burned with intensity. He was not merely present to serve as a judge today. More importantly, he sought to transcend. Under the command of their master, we have come to achieve a breakthrough in the martial arts of the middle ninja. Sasuke, a man of few words yet formidable presence, exuded an aura that was truly terrifying. The two harnessed the technique of chakra absorption, continuously drawing in natural energy, merging it with their own to form Senjutsu chakra, to be utilized for their breakthrough. Break. Naruto formed seals, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Purple lightning danced across Sasuke's form. It seemed as though the onlookers could hear the soothing sound of flowing water. As time passed, the chakra coalescing around Naruto and Sasuke transformed, no longer mere energy, but liquid. They directly transformed the mystical chakra at the surface of their bodies, condensing it into a liquid form. At this moment, within their bodies, the chakra reached its zenith, transitioning from a gaseous state to cascade down into the chakra dantian like liquid. This signified a more refined state of chakra, undergoing a qualitative change. At this instant, the eyes of Naruto and Sasuke shimmered with a gentle glow, not from ocular techniques, but rather from the formidable spirit emanating from their powerful mental fortitude. With a sigh, Sasuke exhaled, his breath gradually calming, as their beings underwent further metamorphosis. Evolving from adolescence into youthful vigor, the chakra transitioned from gas to a more potent liquid, marking a true transformation. While their mental prowess was so potent that it radiated even in its restraint, this exemplified the essence of ninjutsu and chakra martial arts. A being akin to a tailless beast in motion, Orochimaru swiftly jotted down every detail on paper. The onlookers held their breath, astonished at the remarkable advancements in the chakra martial arts. The spectators swallowed nervously. Neji opened his Byakugan, sensing the silent yet imposing presence emanating from Naruto and Sasuke. Feeling a surge of fervor. A miracle. Just as Naruto proclaimed, the Qing Ling ninja village was indeed a place where miracles were born. Chapter 72, The Mission of the Ninja Village, The Gathering of the Five Kage. In the realm of martial arts, the lower ninjas commenced the cultivation of their chakra dantian, pre-storing chakra within their bodies. This was akin to the 100-heal technique, albeit a further refined version, lacking the combat techniques and coordination with slugs inherent in the original. As a result, the chakra, primarily consisting of energy, was elevated to a liquid state, leading to a qualitative transformation while also increasing the quantity stored. Their physical and mental capabilities underwent a metamorphosis, reaching levels unattainable by ordinary beings, granting them immunity to common physical assaults and illusions. Could this overwhelming sense of invincibility be what Qing Ling referred to as the will of martial arts? Naruto pondered deeply. It was unfathomable. The true will of martial arts signified a state where a mere thought could compel adversaries to kneel, rendering them devoid of the will to resist without the need for illusions. Sasuke analyzed, yet they could sense the entire expanse of the village with their eyes closed. It was indeed quite extraordinary. The crowd was unaware that such peculiar transformations could occur within the realm of martial arts, yet they could only watch in awe. Frustration welled within Deidara, who, despite being trapped, felt a curious admiration for chakra martial arts. Having undergone transformation within the Kamui space under Qing Ling's guidance, he too had cultivated chakra martial arts. However, in his eyes, the true artistry remained in Qing Ling's sculptures. At this moment, Qing Ling, who was selling sunflower seeds, ignored the gazes of the crowd and continued to push his cart. A small sculpture of a nine-tailed fox atop the academy railing was enveloped in chakra, and soon came to life. One by one, its tails animated, transforming into a small nine-tailed fox clad in azure robes. Sasuke, do you recall our mission? The small Qing Ling leaped onto Naruto's palm, joyfully inquiring. Of course, Teacher Qing Ling. Your directive was for the scientific department to develop genuine martial arts ninja tools and elixirs. Sasuke responded, fully aware of the significance of this task. Failure to accomplish it would mean they could not acquire the cultivation scrolls for middle-level martial arts. As of now, they were uncertain if the forthcoming training would mirror their previous experiences. Indeed, this is but one aspect. Do you remember the curriculum outlined in the cultivation scroll? The small Qing Ling imparted sagely. The objective was to transform chakra from gaseous to liquid form, comprehending the fundamentals and significance of yin-yang release techniques, as well as grasping the principles of martial skills. Sasuke responded with equal fluency. He spoke the truth, yet the ability to achieve such things is another matter entirely. The former pertains to the accumulation of resources and cultivation, which demands both talent and diligence. But what of your yin-yang release and martial techniques? If we consider martial will as the foundation of physical and mental energy, and yin-yang release as the method, then martial skills represent the synthesis of physical techniques in ninjutsu. While chakra enhances the physical state, one must simultaneously unleash the most explosive techniques. It is imperative that one's mental fortitude and physical prowess are sufficiently robust to withstand pressure while executing techniques in an instant. In the entire Qing Ling ninja village, only Naruto has managed to attain such feats, and his grasp of yin-yang release is rather modest. Sasuke, like a bird long confined in a cage, will ultimately lose the courage to spread his wings. Little Qing Ling then glanced at the solitary yet exquisite scorpion in the corner, as well as Orochimaru, who was engrossed in acquiring knowledge. An expression of disappointment etched upon her face. I will dispatch a shadow clone to bring your assistant, Kabuto, as a prepayment for your reward. You and Scorpion must strive diligently. The mastery of martial arts and ninja tools is imperative. Jiraiya, Tsunade, I entrust the elixirs to your combined efforts. For martial techniques, we require Minato, Kakashi, and Obito. Deara, you rascal, come to the underground chamber at once. I have matters to discuss with you. Qing Ling offered no rewards or scrolls. Before these tasks are completed, he would not casually bestow anything. Sasuke, too, understands that Orochimaru possesses his own dignity. Naruto scratched the back of his head in confusion, unable to discern whether he was being praised. Orochimaru, deep in thought, promptly utilized the shadow clone technique, one to collaborate with Scorpion, and another to seek out Jiraiya and Tsunade. Obito fidgeted restlessly, pacing back and forth. He had not anticipated being sold by Qing Ling, and for the past few days, he had been evading the couple, both Feng Shuimen and his wife. Sasuke pondered deeply. His martial prowess was on par with Naruto's, yet he lacked the opportunities to showcase it. He comprehended the essence of martial will profoundly, but the path to cultivating it remained an enigma to him. The Hidden Leaf Village had numerous matters that required sorting out, which was precisely why Qing Ling categorized them meticulously, discarding many scrolls and inscribing some of his own thoughts. As for Deidara, he had indeed attained freedom, yet soon found himself in a state of indecision, neither standing nor walking comfortably, as if he were about to receive a lecture. The banquet would proceed as usual tonight, with work commencing tomorrow. Little Qing Ling, wagging his tail, was about to depart when he turned back to add, many individuals here are steeped in wrongdoing. If one claims they are compelled by circumstances, I have no objection if you defend yourself against oppression. Protecting oneself and others is commendable. However, should your actions stem from a desire for personal experimentation, resulting in the harm of innocence, then it warrants reflection. The Hidden Leaf Village may grant you a second chance at life, but I shall never absolve anyone, for the pain you inflicted was not upon me, and I am not entitled to that. If you must deceive yourself to find justification, my counsel is to leave. This remark from Qing Ling was directed at figures such as Orochimaru and Obito. They appeared to exhibit no discernible changes on their faces. For the first time, I understood Qing Ling's stance deep within my heart. She neither forgives anyone nor shows favoritism. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. He is not a human. He is a fox. He treats everyone with impartiality, exhibiting both cruelty and rationality. If one must assert, it is that the way of heaven is indifferent, regarding all beings as mere fodder. In truth, it is merely that Qing Ling is too indolent to intervene. It is not that his mindset is particularly elevated. He utters this phrase solely for the sake of Orochimaru, hoping that Obito can awaken and diligently fulfill his responsibilities. As an employer, he is undeniably lethargic, preferring to leave matters for them to ponder and resolve independently. Truly, he is a peculiar being, concealing within him a fierce and merciless beast. Yet, this is precisely the mentality one would expect from a fox in pursuit of immortality. Orochimaru, in his previous experiments, has committed numerous misdeeds, and he has never received Qing Ling's forgiveness. At present, his quest lies in the development of martial arts tools and elixirs. How vexing it is to encounter insects. Orochimaru despises such pests, and his thoughts are swiftly disrupted by a few mosquitoes flitting between Tsunade and Jiraiya. Obito stands there, utterly at a loss. Has he been lured astray? Obito? Black Zetsu? Yet those deeds were indeed committed by his own hand. Before him stand Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, who perished at his hands, along with the countless innocents of the Hidden Leaf Village, not to mention Naruto's tragic plight that has spanned over a decade. He pondered for a moment, his heartbeat returning to its normal rhythm, and approached Minato Namikaze, extending his hand. Greetings, I am a Fae. We have some past grievances, and I hope to resolve them after our task is completed. It is as simple as that. Let the battle conclude everything, provided our work is accomplished. Are you a Fae? Then Uchiha Obito should hold no animosity towards me. Minato Namikaze's grip was gentle yet offered a profound sense of security. Sensei, shall we accompany Kakashi to the Hidden Mist Village to avenge Rin? Obito voiced the sentiment he had long wished to express. Then let us conclude matters after our martial arts research has reached its end. Minato did not hesitate. A Fae, his adversary, was now his ally, yet still remained an enemy. First, they would collaborate to complete the martial arts research. Uchiha Obito was a disciple. He would journey with him and Kakashi to the Hidden Mist Village to seek justice for his disciple Rin. Once the matters concerning Obito were resolved, he would confront the enemy a Fae. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Spirit Village, in an underground chamber, Deidara stood awkwardly in the corner as Qing Ling scrutinized him. Little D. Tell me, why did you err this time? Because I lacked artistry. The evening gathering in the hidden spirit village had yet to commence. While the leaders and acting leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages had already convened in the Land of Iron, deliberating on how to alleviate their collective anguish. Chapter 73, Fragmentation, the fate of the tailed beast in the Land of Iron, revered as the land of samurai, the populace held deep respect for their ancestors. Adhering to a promise made long ago to refrain from engaging in conflict within these borders. Thus, they mostly maintained a stance of neutrality. Naturally, Mifune acted as the host of this gathering, welcoming everyone. Inside the room were the 4th Reikage A, the 3rd Tsukuyomi Jinoki, the acting Hokage Hinata Hizashi, the acting Kazekage Chiyo, and the 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. At this moment, their greatest curiosity lies in why Killer Bee is among the 2 assistants standing behind the Reikage. Was he not already captured? Not long ago. The Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails from the Hidden Rain Village was defeated by the rogue ninja Itachi Uchiha of the Akatsuki organization and subsequently went missing. How could he suddenly be standing before everyone alive and well? Even more astonishingly, another guard was the Jinchuriki of the 2 Tails. This scene made Chiyo feel a sense of unease. The Hidden Rain Village is formidable, with at least the 2 Tails. Are they bullying our Sand Village? I heard your Mist Village had a battle a few days ago and recaptured the 3 Tails. So, have you selected a new Jinchuriki? The Tsukuyomi Jinoki was the first to inquire. However, his question surprisingly did not concern the Hidden Rain Village, leaving Mei Terumi momentarily bewildered. It seems that the old grievances between the Rock and Cloud villages are not easily resolved. The 4th Reikage crossed his arms, showing disdain for the matter. The Rock Village, a remote area in the Land of Earth, is only slightly better than the Sand Village. What is there to be proud of? The 3 Tails? Mei Terumi responded without hesitation. Yes, our Mist Village's current strength is well known. It indeed took us considerable time and effort to capture the 3 Tails. And as for the Jinchuriki, that remains a challenge. Everyone is aware of the affairs of the Mist Village. Following the incident with the Jinchuriki Killer Bee in the Cloud Village, the Mist Village swiftly took action, although Mei claimed their strength was lacking in reality. She possessed 2 bloodline limits. Moreover, her subordinates included Ao and Chojuro, who were attempting to reassemble the 7 ninja swordsmen. Thus, despite the formidable nature of the 3 Tails, it was still subdued by the Mist Village and temporarily sealed away. After all, the Mist Village had once managed to house the 3 Tails within Rin. While it appeared that the 3 Tails could roam freely, in truth, once unleashed, it possessed the capability to rival any ninja village in terms of capture. Meanwhile, the village facing the most significant setbacks was the Leaf Village. Reports indicated that among the legendary 3 ninjas, including the rogue Orochimaru, the acting Hokage Tsunade, and Jiraiya, had been detained alongside Kakashi in the Qing Ling ninja village. Just 3 days prior, rumors circulated about the resurrection of the Golden Flash. It was said that a young genius from the Hyuga clan had gone missing, and all signs pointed to Hinata Hizashi, acting as the temporary Hokage. Being nothing more than a facade, the Leaf Village is no longer what it once was, reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. Hinata Hizashi remained silent. In contrast, Guy, arms crossed, wore a broad grin, while Asuma Saratobi maintained a more serious demeanor. The gathering of the 5 great ninja villages was indeed a rare occurrence. It was only after the initial Hokage managed to temporarily end the wars that, unexpectedly, conflicts began to arise more frequently after their passing. The Leaf Village of Yer was resplendent, exuding an aura that dominated the world. Ever since the fall of Saratobi Hiruzen, it has been in a steady decline. On the other hand, the Tsukuyomi Jinoki emerged as the greatest victor, with the earth behind him, and the future Tsukuyomi Karatsuchi standing respectfully by his side. This signified that the strength of their ninja village was passed down, with 2 more generations to follow. Let us engage in meaningful dialogue, otherwise we may find our heads on the chopping block at any moment. Chiyo, unwilling to waste time on intrigue, directly questioned the 4th Reikage. Why is Killer Bee still alive? Do you have a deal with the Akatsuki? The 4th Reikage refrained from answering. That is a secret. Old woman, you shall never obtain the answer you seek. Killer Bee swiftly gestured, causing Chiyo to regard him as if he were a fool. Truly, it is commendable that the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails could escape in such circumstances. Unlike their village, where everyone fell to the Qing Ling ninja village, the essence of this meeting was to unite forces, clearly indicating that both the Qing Ling ninja village and the Akatsuki organization seemed to be after the tailed beasts. If Killer Bee's method of survival could be shared, it would be most advantageous. Before Chiyo could finish her sentence, Killer Bee made a spitting gesture. TCH, old lady, you are deluding yourself. This is the secret art of the 8 Tails, and you cannot replicate it. The 2 ninjas from the Wood Village appeared utterly perplexed. What could she do against Killer Bee? After all, her training methods were derived from him, making her somewhat of a disciple. Therefore, the Qing Ling ninja village had already captured the 4 tails and 5 tails from the rock village, the 1 tail from the sand village, and the 9 tails from the leaf village. Currently, only the 3 tails from the mist village, the 2 tails from the cloud village, and the 8 tails remained unclaimed. The 6 tails had long since defected from the mist village. And what of the 7 tails? Chio had long since chosen to ignore Killer Bee. There was never a normal response. Me? A girl from the hidden waterfall village cautiously entered through the door. She appeared harmless, yet her speed was remarkable, possessing aerial superiority, capable of confounding opponents and executing swift kills. Furthermore, she harbored the vast chakra of the 7 tails. Upon seeing that the Jinchuriki of the 7 tails was an adorable young girl, no one dared to underestimate her. However, there were no extra seats available, so she could only stand. Thus, we currently have at least 4-tailed beasts under control, with only the 6 tails, who defected from the mist village, remaining. The Raikage's words ignited the final topic. How should they deal with this crucial individual? Who would determine the outcome of their contest? If the mist village intervened, pursuing their rogue ninja and the 7 tails, it would be entirely justifiable. No one could voice objections. However, without a Jinchuriki, it would be challenging to wield true power. To them, these tailed beasts were all wretched beings, refusing to obey human commands. Thus, the pursuit of the 6 tails Jinchuriki would undoubtedly become their mission. Yet, once acquired, who would claim it? What are you thinking? Your cloud village already possesses 2-tailed beasts, Chio coldly remarked. The rock village and the land of spirits had engaged in battle, causing both Jinchuriki and tailed beasts to vanish without a trace. The 6 tails rightfully belongs to us, the Tsukuyomi Inoki interjected. Here, Gaara, who had not yet become the Kazekage, received no guidance on rediscovering his true self. The 3rd Tsukuyomi remained unchanged and did not seek the essence of his youth. He is merely the obstinate old man who caused the departure of Old Purple in a fit of anger. His true intention lies in seeking the benefits for a Wagakure. Such insatiable appetites among you all. Terumi rose to her feet, turned, and walked away. It was clear that there was nothing further to discuss. Whether it be the 3 tails or the 6 tails, both were acquired at great cost by Kirigakure. Even if one cannot break free at the moment, it is not for these assorted individuals to dictate terms. The 5 shinobi departed in discontent. Heat. A Jinchuriki from a small village accustomed to the facade of the 5 great shinobi villages, remained silent throughout the proceedings until Hinata Hizashi was the last to leave the conference. You seem to be about the same age as my daughter, he remarked. We are not the same. Heat had never encountered the princess of the Hyuga clan. She recognized that she was different from most of her peers, solely due to her status as a Jinchuriki. With her butterfly wings unfurled, she was poised to take flight from this place. An elderly figure appeared in the air, none other than the 3rd Tsukuyomi, Inoki. Upon noticing this scene, all footsteps halted, and the assembly paused to observe. Chapter 74. The Akatsuki's Actions. Heat arrives. I hail from Takigakure, and if this discussion yields no results, I must return to my village to report. With that, Heat's wings fluttered, and she swiftly distanced herself. The crux of this meeting is the protection of the tailed beast Jinchuriki. You are in grave danger, desiring our safeguarding. Therefore, before the Akatsuki and the Aoi shinobi clan make their move, you cannot leave this place. Inoki spoke these words with his head bowed, not raising it, for his gaze was grim. At times, even he was unaware of the true nature of events transpiring. Dayara departed, followed by Old Purple. Over the years, he had labored diligently, much like Saratobi Hiruzen, to establish a prosperous shinobi village. Why had everyone abandoned him? Was a Wagakure destined for a fate akin to that of the Blood Mist era in Kirigakure? Surely the defection of the 6 tails Jinchuriki could not parallel the betrayal of Old Purple, the 4 tails Jinchuriki, could it? He stood before Fong, his intentions far from innocent. Yet, everything was for the sake of a Wagakure. The 7 tails and 6 tails are all yours. Let us see if you can withstand the onslaught from Akatsuki and Aoi Shirai village. The 4th Raikage set forth once more, unwilling to linger on this matter. He had grown weary of these foolish individuals. To bully a young girl? Konoha gazed towards the horizon, where the elder Chio also took action. No one here understood the depths of her knowledge. The Aoi Spirit Ninja Village would inevitably acquire all the tailed beasts, and a dreadful war loomed on the horizon. Before that day arrived, comprehensive strategies must be established. Stand down. Mitsuhana leaped into the air, drawing his sword at the moment he severed the distance between Noki and Keed. We cannot engage in battle here. As the leader among warriors, the legendary Mitsuhana was formidable enough to compel Noki to momentarily relent. However, The insatiable box had long been opened. In this collapsing realm of ninjas, even the slightest alteration could trigger a chain reaction. Noki, who had not been awakened by Gaara, temporarily subdued the three tails of the Mist Village. The Leaf Village, in disarray, and the Cloud Village, prepared to counter the Akatsuki's assault, had retrieved their two major Jinchuriki. Alone, the Sand Village would inevitably seek refuge with the similarly weakened Leaf Village. All of this resembled a subtle thread leading the ninja world toward an unfathomable abyss. The Akatsuki would first seek the Six Tails, while the Aoi Spirit Ninja Village would gather strength. If the Six Tails were not reclaimed, war would erupt, stifling the Aoi Spirit Ninja Village in its cradle, and the five great ninja villages would revert to the war-torn era of the warring states. I hope you all act wisely. My Awagakure boasts towering mountains and natural defenses. With that, Noki vanished without a trace. Since no one wished to take responsibility, unwilling to bear the blame, let them all face destruction together. With the Six Tails Jinchuriki defecting and the Seven Tails Jinchuriki residing in a small ninja village, no one had the capacity to seize control. The outcome was already apparent. The stubborn old man turned and departed from the land of iron. The summit of the five ninjas ended on a sour note. Afterward, the Sand Village and the Leaf Village secretly established a long-term partnership. The land of Earth became isolated, unable to stand on its own. The Mist Village was preoccupied, seeking a new Jinchuriki. In the land of Spirit, the Rain Village, Nagato was furious. The Akatsuki now comprised only 5 members. Zetsu incessantly chattered, occasionally startling someone. Previously, Itachi and Kisame's mission had met with great success, retrieving the 8 tails. Alas, this fellow had resorted to severing his tail to survive. The true essence lay within the tail. What was taken was merely a clone. Watching the outer path's Gitomazo remain unchanged, not a trace of the tailed beast chakra fully absorbed, was disheartening. The plan had failed miserably. Heartbroken, Nagato yearned for an opportunity to sleep soundly, for life had become exceedingly disheartening. But for now, his dream has yet to be realized. That is to harness the chakra of the tailed beast to unleash attacks akin to nuclear weapons, thereby bringing about a cataclysmic peace to the ninja world. Itachi, Kisame. We must join forces for the impending mission, declared Pain of the Six Paths. No one dared to question this proclamation. However, at this juncture, the situation felt somewhat perplexing. Itachi, being the undercover agent from the Hidden Leaf Village, needed no further elaboration. His younger brother is thriving in the Qing Ling Ninja Village, reportedly having awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. The third Hokage and Danzo have both perished, leaving few who could attest to his identity. As for Akatsuki, only 5 members remain, rendering any plans mere speculation. While a significant portion of the tailed beast resides in the Qing Ling Ninja Village, Kisame Hashigaki initially believed that Obito was Uchiha Madara. Yet he is the sole individual truly informed of the reality. His involvement has further led him to question his existence, alongside his respect for Mr. Itachi. Strangely, even Tobi, whom he assumed to be Uchiha Madara, has become a member of the Qing Ling Ninja Village. Is the infinite Tsukuyomi still feasible? Absolutely not. As the third son of Kagaya Tsutsuki, he has meticulously orchestrated events, leaving even Uchiha Madara ensnared in his machinations, now with a hefty bounty placed on him by Qing Ling. A single white zetsu could be exchanged for nearly a week's worth of income. The thought alone incites a deep-seated rage. Pain, representing the Deva path, remains perpetually expressionless. Who could believe that the former owner of this body was once a gentle, perpetually smiling youth? Concealed behind this fade, Nagato coughed softly. He was acutely aware that his time was limited. Should he fail to accomplish his remaining tasks, his life would inevitably reach its conclusion. Within the towering edifice, Shonen hurriedly returned, and upon encountering the gathered crowd, she immediately proclaimed a significant piece of news. Deidara had defected and was currently collaborating with Uchiha Sasuke to hunt down the Six Tails. Should we act preemptively? Should we implement Plan A or Plan B? Shonen's intelligence undoubtedly astonished the members of the Akatsuki organization. Plan A entailed a full-scale assault on the Qing Ling Ninja Village to capture the 1 Tails, 4 Tails, 5 Tails, and 9 Tails. Conversely, Plan B involved first seizing the 7 Tails from the small ninja village and the 6 Tails from the Hidden Mist Village. Ultimately, they would inevitably confront the mission line associated with the Qing Ling Ninja Village. At present, the Qing Ling Ninja Village stood as the most viable option. What purpose would it serve if Deidara and Uchiha Sasuke succeeded? They merely intended to hunt the 6 Tails. Given this opportunity, it would be wiser to head towards the Qing Ling Ninja Village instead. To act contrary to expectation, seize it directly. Plan 1, commence. Upon hearing these words, everyone turned their gaze towards Pain of the Six Paths. The moment had arrived. Uchiha Itachi's heart brimmed with joy, and even Sasuke had managed to evade disaster. Pain of the Six Paths, Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Hoshigaki, Konan, Zetsu, and Nagato all launched their attacks simultaneously. Outside the Qing Ling ninja village, a young girl mustered her courage. Holding a letter from the ninja village in her hands, the strength of their village, Takigakure, pales in comparison to the 5 great ninja villages. However, they possess the hero's water, which can amplify chakra tenfold. They have long since discovered that the Qing Ling ninja village does not seek to eliminate the Jinchuriki, but rather allows their existence to persist. Should they lose the protective alliance of the 5 great ninja villages at the forthcoming council, she intends to heed everyone's counsel and seek a glimmer of hope. What may seem like a deviation from the path is, in truth, a manifestation of great wisdom. The village is enveloped in tranquility. Following a banquet the previous night, Daiara eagerly set off at dawn, teaming up with Sasuke. Soon after, they learned that the meeting of the 5 great ninja villages had yielded little in terms of results. Gaara, as the chief of the defense department of the Qing Ling ninja village, was on patrol, being the Jinchuriki of Shikaku. He sensed a familiar yet foreign presence simultaneously with his tailed beast. Upon raising his gaze, he was met with a girl of sun-kissed skin. Chapter 75, The Capture of the 7 Tails and the Birth of the Flying Sword. Who are you? Feng Lingnong exclaimed, leaping in front of Gaara. Her eyes sparkled, eliciting a flicker of impatience within the young man. Humph. You cannot compare to Naruto-kun. At best, you're merely average. You stand in the land of spirits. At the very heart of its wealth, the Qing Ling ninja village. As the head of the defense department of both the Qing Ling ninja village and the land of spirits, I must inquire about your purpose here. According to intelligence, you are the Jinchuriki of the 7 Tails from Takigakure. Gaara, wielding the highest authority within the Qing Ling ninja village, possessed at least this much information. His presence here signifies that Feng's arrival is not a mere coincidence. Bearing the mission of my village and assuming the role of the 7 Tails Jinchuriki, I seek an audience with your leader. Feng's somber demeanor indicates the precarious situation of her village. It is said that the village is concealed behind a waterfall, providing relative safety under normal circumstances. However, the imminent outbreak is likely to escalate into a conflict of global proportions. Once their village is embroiled, their fates become uncertain. Lord Lingying remarked that a rogue ninja from your village is also in ours, and your arrival is most welcome. Gaara lowered his head slightly, seemingly receiving a directive from Qing Ling. Soon, a path was cleared for him. As they traversed this considerably more favorable village compared to Takigakure, Feng's emotions surged tumultuously. Before long, Gaara's figure caught up, accompanying her as they walked. You? Lord Lingying has instructed me to introduce you to the village, lest you lose your way. What introduction? It's clearly a means of surveillance, Feng mused. This fellow is quite handsome, a Jinchuriki, and the son of the 4th Kazekage. Why choose the path of a rogue ninja? Could it be that his father was captured and threatened? As for the rogue ninja, Feng felt a deeper discomfort, likely referring to Kakuzu. This avaricious individual, according to the village's highest intelligence, has supposedly joined the Akatsuki. Recent intelligence indicates that the Akatsuki, after dispatching Itachi and others, has been closely monitored by major forces, including Kumobakure, confirming their general location. Within the land of Ling, the Rain Village and Qing Ling Ninja Village are undoubtedly engaged in mutual destruction, a scenario that many would relish. In due course, the identity of those who will reap the rewards remains a mystery. Her personal visit, seemingly a gesture of goodwill, may indeed be the best chance for survival before impending danger strikes. For the master of Qing Ling Ninja Village is the 9 Tails of Qing Ling, as a tailed beast village. As long as she serves as the Jinchuriki, it suffices to ensure the safety of Takigakure. Gaara remains indifferent to Feng's thoughts. This lively and charming girl is resolutely prepared to sacrifice herself for her village. He remained oblivious, for once Qing Ling assigned a task, he was compelled to fulfill it at any cost. Here lies the heart of our village, known as the Divine Tree, which Lord Lingying refers to as the New 10 Tails. Beneath it is the resting place of one of its avatars. A resting place for an avatar? Does even an avatar require a designated space? Feng was somewhat astonished. Having traversed the land, she had witnessed the comprehensive nature of Qing Ling Ninja Village. In terms of size and scale, it was indeed slightly smaller than the 5 major ninja villages, yet it boasted farms, livestock, fisheries, river transport, and orchards in abundance. It was almost unimaginable that they could live comfortably and independently without relying on any village. Moreover, there was no sign of hostility or aggression towards anyone. Could it be that the rumors from the outside world were entirely fabricated? Be cautious, you big fool. Call me Chongming. Shoha interjected suddenly, which displeased the 7 Tails at that moment. All right, big fool. Don't say I didn't warn you. That fellow is the Nine-Tails, a foul fox, but certainly not Kurama. Crossing him will surely lead to your demise. Humph, I am not as weak as you, One-Tail, replied Qiuming. With that, Feng understood the implication and made her way towards the underground chamber, her heart racing uncontrollably. The tail is not a symbol of strength. Showa continued to grumble incessantly. Gaara exhibited no change in expression. To him, this felt no different than returning home. Deep within, Feng was engaged in a tense dialogue with Qiuming. Qiuming. This Nine-Tails is quite perilous, isn't it? No need to fear. On the contrary, our collaboration should be effortlessly achieved. But Showa mentioned that the Nine-Tails would annihilate those with hostile intentions. It also referred to him as merely a foul fox, hence we shall be safe. Feng struggled to comprehend the meaning behind these words. It must be one of the secret nuances shared among tailed beasts. At the end of the chamber. Today Naruto had gone to the ninja academy to teach, while others were engaged in research on ninja tools, elixirs, and martial techniques. He could only attend the class alone. Thus, when Gaara arrived at the underground chamber with Feng, it was already deserted. The atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. Suddenly, a charming creature appeared. The statue sprang to life. Vividly animated. In the next instant, Qing Ling leaped to the ground, full of vitality. Just in time, the Orochi required some nourishment, and you were perfect for the task. He scratched his face, and Feng swiftly retreated a step, insect wings emerging behind him. This was, in essence, the borrowing of Chakra as a host of the Seven Tails. Instead of utilizing a tail, he borrowed wings. How delightful. I was just planning to capture Orochimaru from Konoha. This fellow has been undercover for far too long. And the village of Orochimaru also requires resolution. Qing Ling murmured to herself while tending to her hair. Over time, she felt as if she had transformed into a fox. However, the fact that Orochimaru and Scorpion managed to make breakthroughs in their research ahead of schedule was indeed good news. Orochimaru had been studying and experimenting for an extended period. And with Scorpion's assistance, their efforts culminated in a sudden breakthrough, resulting in the creation of the original martial arts ninja tools. Seven Tails, you need to rest, Qing Ling declared. Pointing her finger, vines emerged from the underground chamber, binding Feng tightly. No matter how much he struggled, his chakra was continuously siphoned away by Qing Ling. Once captured, he was confined within the interior of the new 10 Tails, in a cage-like space. Gaara stood beside Qing Ling, witnessing the legendary Yamada no Orochi for the first time. Where is this? Inside the cage, chakra had long enveloped Feng, rendering even Qiuming unable to resist. The chakra ceased to diminish. Instead, it rapidly replenished. In their vision, the eight-headed serpent was merely a diminutive version, with only 6 tails. Ever since Qing Ling utilized Kai Di to create the eight-headed serpent, it remained in a state of 5 heads and 5 tails, fortunate enough to have been endowed with copious amounts of chakra, which allowed it to transcend its previous limitations. The birth of the 6th tail was a recent occurrence, yet it had already absorbed a significant amount of chakra from Qing Ling. Observing this extravagant creature, Qing Ling grew increasingly fond of it. As a being of considerable wealth and influence, she truly wished for more such prodigal offspring. You must consider us as your nourishment, Feng exclaimed fiercely, appearing somewhat unappealing. Jiaming struggled desperately yet was overwhelmed by an even greater surge of chakra. You big fool, do not resist, simply take a nap. Shoha remarked, enviously observing the scene unfold. He longed to strengthen himself daily. How infuriating. You are colluding shamelessly. Reaming erupted in a furious tirade. His own injury was inconsequential, but it jeopardized the Jinchuriki. Does it not seem familiar? Qing Ling pointed at the mask on the shoulder of the Orochi. Upon witnessing this scene, Feng's gaze first froze. Then she felt a chill run down her spine. What she did not anticipate was that Kakuzu had been transformed into a grotesque monstrosity. All right. I must go and observe the results of the little snake's research. We shall meet shortly. Qing Ling waved her hand and vanished. In the village, cheers erupted. It was said that Orochimaru and Scorpion had worked tirelessly through the night, successfully creating the first batch of martial arts ninja tools, modified from swords. Following Qing Ling's descriptions in the scroll, they named it the Flying Sword. Chapter 76. The Flying Sword must soar in the square. Scorpion and Orochimaru stood at a distance from each other. It appeared that from the moment their collaboration was momentarily concluded, they had once again split apart. After all, each had their own research to pursue. One sought to continue the study of immortality, while the other delved deeper into the possibilities of puppet techniques. The martial arts ninja tools were a joint project, and further refinement would require the arrival of Toby. Instead, a flying sword, suspended in midair, gleamed brilliantly. Its blade was seamless, emanating a faint luminescence. Clearly, it was a high-tech weapon infused with chakra. The onlookers observed the sword with astonishment, seemingly unable to discern anything particularly unique about it. Only Niji, activating his Byakugan, could perceive the flow of chakra within. Furthermore, there were at least 3 distinct trajectories, indicating that there were at least 3 programs responding within. Why should a sword be so complex? Niji pondered in confusion. A small fox, about the size of a palm, had already leaped onto his shoulder. Has the flying sword succeeded? Qing Ling inquired. Scorpion cast a cold glance at Orochimaru. Their relationship seemed genuinely strained. After all, Orochimaru, by nature, favored the notion of eternal life in both spirit and body. Scorpion's transformation into a core and his puppetry methods had never gained Orochimaru's approval, leading to a constant undercurrent of rivalry between them. Lord Lingying, the flying sword, according to your blueprints and grading, should be considered a preliminary success and qualifies as a basic martial arts ninja tool. Basic martial arts ninja tool? The specific blueprints were recorded within the scroll, and apart from Orochimaru and Scorpion, very few had truly seen them. Upon hearing that there were standards, the crowd looked around, attempting to find someone knowledgeable. Yet, without exception, they all shook their heads. Basic martial arts ninja tools are those crafted to be infused with personal mental energy for control, possessing multiple potentials and powers, while incorporating chakra and a regenerative core. Advanced martial arts ninja tools require greater intricacy, implying the capability to threaten an entire village and further enhance coordination with their master. One might liken them to the tools of the Sage of Six Paths. Ultimate martial arts ninja tools require the existence of a being known as a spirit tool. These tools can grow stronger by themselves, learn ninjutsu autonomously, and even possess formidable combat power without their master needing to engage, letting the tools fight independently. They can learn ninjutsu on their own and absorb chakra? How can this be possible? The aspiring ninjas would undoubtedly find such a premise utterly ludicrous. In the next moment, over 30 flying swords levitated behind Orochimaru, intertwining until they formed a formidable sword formation. Each flying sword contained a modified core, enabling it not only to replenish its chakra autonomously, but also to use the wielder's mental energy and imprint. Anyone who touched or utilized it would be sensed by the wielder. Within a certain range, the flying swords could navigate freely, continuously pursuing and attacking. Additionally, I have configured 2 other ninjutsu within. This is a significant achievement for a basic martial arts ninja tool. Simultaneously, the flying swords could cooperate. Based on the predetermined arrangements set within, they could automatically assemble into various formations according to the number of swords, amplifying their power. With a flick of his finger, Orochimaru enveloped the flying swords in wind attribute chakra, further enhancing their speed and power, even producing a sound akin to the tearing of air. With a subtle gesture, the flying swords immediately levitated in midair, conjuring a remote chakra interface before Orochimaru. Boom! The sound resonated as over 30 flying swords erupted simultaneously at his command. The terrifying force generated shockwaves even in the air, compelling the aspiring ninjas to raise their hands in an attempt to shield themselves with chakra. It was utterly formidable. The swords could attack, accelerate, scout, and even self-destruct to prevent them from falling into enemy hands. Such an array of functionalities was simply irresistible. In our Qing Ling ninja village, it was feasible for each individual to be equipped with a flying sword, but once seized by foes, it was imperative to trigger its energy, resulting in a self-detonation. Furthermore, every flying sword, upon acquisition, required the imprinting of one's spiritual signature according to the manual, if a residual imprint was already present. It was highly likely that the sword was second-hand. After Orochimaru's proclamation, dozens more flying swords hovered behind him, causing onlookers to swallow in awe. He, Scorpion, could no longer bear to watch. He understood that the martial arts ninjas possessed remarkable capabilities, and using them for combat was merely a trivial endeavor. His puppets can be transformed utilizing the experiences and techniques contained within, particularly the technique of imprinting, which enables the use of yin-yang escape arts for remote manipulation. If one were to employ the imprinting technique in advance, along with an understanding of chakra pathways, and leave behind a scroll of ninjutsu, or establish a grand formation of multiple puppets, it would be nothing short of perfection. Regrettably, these concepts require further exploration. When that day arrives, he would not need to operate them himself. Intelligent puppets could autonomously eliminate any obstacles. Such narrow-mindedness. Scorpion could no longer endure the boastfulness of Orochimaru. The flying sword, above all, must possess the ability to soar. It can not only sever heads with a single blade, but can also be assembled into a formidable sword array. amplifying its power exponentially. However, the fundamental requirement set forth by the spirit shadow is that the flying sword must indeed be capable of flight. Not only should it soar on its own, but it must also enable its wielder to fly. The spirit shadow refers to this as sword flight. He leapt into the air, and dozens of flying swords emerged from the spatial scroll behind him. The youth, clad in a flowing robe, stood atop the flying swords, suspended in midair. From his elevated position, he exuded an aura of invincibility. Orochimaru, however, scoffed at this display. He believed that greater sophistication and intelligence, along with a wealth of functionalities, were essential. Conversely, Scorpion sought stability and longevity, aspiring for a flawless synergy akin to that of a puppet. Their differing pursuits implied that the flying sword would also possess divergent trajectories. So, it was thus. Ningxi mused to himself. The intricate chakra patterns within were designed to realize distinct functions. Could a cold sword alter its own fate? Perhaps the flying sword lacked consciousness altogether? However, I am not a flying sword, hence cannot ascertain. Qing Ling casually remarked, might it be possible to possess a lightning flying sword, a fire flying sword, or even a water sword? Ningxi found it hard to believe what sort of world that would be. Would the skies be filled with flying swords, potentially leading to aerial mishaps? Be bold. The future may not necessarily unfold in the manner you envision, Qing Ling casually added, her tail swaying unconsciously. Perhaps your Byakugan, as an advantage, could allow for more precise detection of chakra within your body, enabling a balanced refinement during each forging. If you could leverage the innate ability of the Byakugan to perceive and observe the chakra within, you could effectively mend any deficiencies. In such a case, every elevation in your prowess could be flawless, ensuring that you remain superior in the same rank, utilizing the advantages of the Byakugan to rectify every shortcoming, achieving the utmost strength at the same level. Ningxi was taken aback by her words, tears welling in his eyes. He pondered to himself that this must be the cultivation technique devised by Qing Ling, expending considerable energy for his benefit. In the sky, Orochimaru stood atop his flying sword. As many powerful figures were occupied with their own missions, the aspiring ninjas gazed in awe at this spectacle, while only a handful of idlers whispered on the rooftops. It's quite ordinary. I certainly don't need it, Old Purple declared from the eaves, asserting his complete lack of need for any flying sword. Indeed, these are mere external possessions. True strength lies within oneself. Han confidently asserted, once I master all the chakra martial arts knowledge and theories from their village, I shall return with all the intelligence. By evening, as the new Tintails exhaled maple leaves, the girl had yet to adapt to the power within her when she beheld a sky full of flying swords. It felt as if she had traversed into another realm, where the laughter and merriment of people were entirely disconnected from her. As an outsider, she felt unworthy of the flying swords. On that day, flying swords became a common mode of transportation for countless households. Chapter 77. Akatsuki vs. Akatsuki. The dawn of an era this night marked the summer festival. Would you like to see the fireworks? At some point, Gaara appeared beside Feng. Fireworks? The 5 great ninja villages have already convened and may strike at any moment. Feng was perplexed. Should not the Qing Ling ninja village focus on defense? Do not worry. Lingying has stated that they are but insignificant beings. Life is paramount. My task is to fulfill Lord Lingying's arrangement, allowing you to partake in our village's summer festival. So that was the case. Feng mused, realizing that the concern was not about awaiting her, but merely fulfilling a mission. That 8-headed, 6-tailed serpent is a former rogue ninja from your village, Kakazu. The 7 tails reminded Feng. Yet why have we grown stronger? Could it be that Lingying has other plans? Walking alongside Gaara, Feng strolled through the village cloaked in night. Lanterns flickered, and distant fields shimmered with sky lanterns, each adorned with small notes reflecting people's hopes for life. May my mother regain her health so I can fetch her from the land of earth. Lord Lingying, please protect our village and the land of spirits. Brother. Xiaoya can eat her fill every day now. She no longer goes hungry like before. Are you well up there? Feng's wings fluttered rapidly, chasing after the lanterns, absorbing the hopes of the people. Can we leave? The village seems unguarded. This guy named Gaara may not be able to stop me, Feng said to the 7 tails, her initial impression of Gaara being quite favorable. However, if the Qing Ling ninja village rejected her proposal for an alliance, she would have to seize the opportunity to depart. You are mistaken. His strength far surpasses your imagination. Most of the villagers cannot be described by ordinary standards. Feng, have you not noticed? The one-tailed Jinchuriki, even when concealing his strength, emanates an overwhelming aura that far exceeds yours. An overwhelming aura? By how much? Feng possessed keen perception. Yet it paled in comparison to the 7 tails' intricate awareness. The Qing Ling ninja village merely appeared imposing. Moreover, the multitude of flying swords, with people cheering atop them, seemed utterly meaningless to her. She felt that perhaps the myriad of dust in this world is inherently unpredictable, and she was but a single maple leaf. One day, Takigakure might also transform into a grand village like Qing Ling, or it could be annihilated by an even larger village. She soared swiftly away from Qing Ling ninja village. Encountering no opposition along the way, Gaara ceased his pursuit as she ascended into the air, allowing her to depart. It seemed that people were utterly indifferent to her presence as the Seven Tails. Outside the village, figures cloaked in robes had already reached the mountaintop, gazing down at the beautiful nightscape. It seems our fortune shines upon us, the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, Fong. Hoshigaki Kasame remarked, a smile adorning his face, which did not appear endearing at all. Akatsuki. Fong had not anticipated that while the village was bustling with activity, outside it was already ensnared in Akatsuki's web. On either side of Pain stood Konan and Zetsu, while Itachi and Kisame positioned themselves on the opposite side. Faced with this formidable assembly, Fong, having just completed her upgrade, remained oblivious to her own newfound strength, instinctively hovering in the air, hesitant to descend. She had believed that escaping the 5 great ninja villages to seek refuge in Qing Ling Ninja Village was merely a tactic employed by small villages navigating between larger ones, providing an opportunity to witness the disparities of the world. Little did she know that this conflict would ultimately devolve into a battle between the Rain Village of the Land of Spirits and the Qing Ling Ninja Village. She had assumed that Qing Ling Ninja Village needed more tailed beasts. However, they seemed completely indifferent. Now confronted by Akatsuki, her inner unrest compelled her to take action. Yet in an instant, she decisively chose to turn back. Back to Qing Ling Ninja Village. That is the safe haven. Attempting to flee, Pain's 6 paths appeared one by one. You cannot escape. Ignoring ninjutsu, they absorbed chakra, unleashing Shinra Tensei and Universal Pull. Even the upgraded Seven Tails and Fong were no match for this group of monsters. Surrounded by Pain's 6 paths from all sides, pairs of wings rapidly manifested on Fang's body as she began her transformation into the Seven Tails. Go. The sand materialized in the sky, as Gaara, the one-tailed Shikaku Jinchuriki, crossed his arms, his gaze brimming with fierce battle intent. They are formidable, Fong attempted to warn, only to witness towering trees rising from the forest floor. With Gaara's chakra coupled with the martial prowess of the lower-ranked ninjas, they executed would release. As a proud disciple of Qing Ling, the wielder of this bloodline limit, the forest erupted into chaos. The number of aspiring ninjas from Qing Ling Ninja Village grew, forming a large circle that left no room for escape, swiftly creating a perfect encirclement. Utilizing the advantages of the forest and mountains, wood release and earth release emerged in abundance. Have all these people implanted Senju Hashirama's cells? Zetsu mused, bewildered by the strange and perplexing nature of the Qing Ling Ninja Village. How fascinating. Our nighttime ambush has instead transformed into their encirclement. With the Seven Tails, this village has gathered all 5-tailed beasts. Truly remarkable. Kisame drew his sword, excitement coursing through him as he yearned to unleash a torrential waterfall upon everyone present. Form the sword array. Orochimaru's voice resonated. Following closely was the figure of Sasori. At this moment, a 10-meter-high wall formed from wood release and earth release had completely surrounded the area within a radius of 3,000 meters. Use water release. Once they lose their foothold, we will attack with fire release. Upon hearing Gaara's command, everyone quickly coordinated. Thousands of water releases commenced, seemingly constructing an extraordinary, vast swimming pool. So expansive that merely walking on this land brought immense joy. They are about to confront the rogue ninjas of the Land of Spirits. The Qing Ling Ninja Village stands as the heart of the Land of Spirits. Consequently, the disobedient Yuin village naturally becomes the gathering place for these traitorous ninjas. This battle can be regarded as a means of purging their ranks. It seems that they have underestimated him. How could the formidable Kisame Hoshigaki possibly meet his end by drowning? Moreover, his mastery over water release far surpasses that of an ordinary ninja. Just as he submerged into the water, swish! A flurry of flying swords and puppets plunged into the depths, commencing their pursuit. Such trivial techniques. Before Kisame could finish his sentence, over a dozen flying swords erupted in a violent explosion. In the next moment, from the jaws of the obliterated shark, emerged the fused form of Kisame, the shark skin. Has Scorpion also turned traitor? He spat out a mouthful of black blood. Everywhere, on the trees, in the water, and even upon the newly constructed super bath dam, there were traces of white Zetsu. Zetsu prepared to seize the opportunity to escape, regardless of victory or defeat. If pain unleashed his full power, the situation would be fraught with peril. This place was unsafe, and it was imperative to slip away while there was still a chance. Mr. Zetsu, long time no see. Oh dear, I've fallen and accidentally scratched you. Afe darted past Zetsu, casually tossing a blood-stained kunai to the exuberant Haiden. You two traitors. Obito, I shall reveal your true identity to the world. Do you believe yourself worthy of Uchiha Madara? Zetsu thought of cursing as he observed Haiden swiftly sketching a formation, having acquired his blood. The Akatsuki had lost one member, and now 3 traitors remained. Fortunately, that fool Deidara was too flamboyant. He was unlikely to turn. His thoughts continued to swirl as above the grand bathhouse, Deidara spread his arms wide and laughed maniacally. Dare to underestimate my art once more? You claim this isn't a bloodline limit? I possess 8 chakra natures. Why should I not be entitled to a bloodline limit? In truth, Deidara's assertion was flawed. One of the 8 attributes he believed in, would release, is intrinsically a bloodline limit. Itachi, perish alongside your Sharingan. Chapter 78, Bubbles, Fireflies. In midsummer, as Deidara erupted into maniacal laughter, a streak of sword light cleaved through the vast sky. Uchiha Sasuke severed the colossal summoning beast with a single stroke. He turned to glance at Uchiha Itachi. In the next moment, the six-tails Jinchuriki, wielding a bubble-blowing ninja tool, gazed intently at Konan before him. The hidden rain village was bustling with activity. In stark contrast to the lively village, even within the tumultuous and eternally battling shinobi world, there exists a tranquil corner. It is unexpected that someone like you would join a band of arrogant lunatics. Konan was astonished at how swiftly Sasuke and his companions managed to subdue you. You was a formidable opponent. Nagato had initially intended to personally deploy Pain's 6 paths to capture him. I am not coerced by anyone. I chose to be here. Bubbles continuously erupted from you, while writhing tails began to emerge behind him. Highly corrosive acid began to seep forth. With a swift motion, Konan summoned wings fashioned from gathered paper, unleashing a barrage of over 100 explosive tags that collided with Yu's bubble technique. Just as the explosive tags detonated, Yu had already concealed himself within a massive bubble, the explosive shockwave propelling him away, leaving no trace behind. The 6 paths of pain intervened, swiftly flattening the surrounding trees. Just as he was about to flee and seek another opportunity to strike, he was yanked directly into the hands of Devapath Pain by the universal pull. Your soul shall be entirely seized. A dragon of chakra suddenly materialized, extinguishing life wherever it passed. This was a chakra dragon capable of claiming souls. Is this the sensation of death? Yu spread his palm, the bubble-blowing ninja tool crashing to the ground. In the village, enveloped in the orange chakra of the Nine Tails, the firefly, Rin, involuntarily quivered her fingers. A single firefly emerged from her palm. If moths are drawn to flames, why should fireflies not be enchanted by mere bubbles? After all, both the glow of a firefly and the beauty of bubbles exist only for a fleeting moment. They cannot survive this midsummer. A day prior, under the night sky, the young man continued to blow bubbles, occasionally toying with the bubble wand in his hand. His name is Yu Gao, and he is affectionately known as Bubble. He delights in blowing bubbles. As the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, he possesses formidable strength. At the same time, he is a rogue ninja from the village hidden in the mist. Unfortunately, he has an unrecognized disciple named Hikari. Memories from the era of Blood Mist render him unable to accept the title of master. Each recollection feels akin to a nightmare. Endless assassinations and brutal slaughter haunt his thoughts. Recently, he has heard that the 4th Hokage has perished, and the 5th Hokage is Tsunade Senju. He is nearing 30 this year, nearly the same age as Mei Ming. The two have grown up together in the village since childhood. He sat atop a grand tree, occasionally releasing a bubble, watching as starlight and moonlight intertwined to embellish the iridescence of the foam. Nearby lay a quaint village, neither too large nor too small, known as Earth Spider. In their era, a formidable forbidden technique existed, possessing immense power capable of annihilating everything in an instant. The foolish girl, who mistakenly believes herself to be his disciple, currently resides in the village. Gao Yu closed his eyes, his bangs obscuring half of his face, yet failing to shield him from the surging tide of nightmares. If only he could avoid experiencing the misty village, and even more so, the life of a ninja. Just as the 6-tailed beast yearns for freedom, how he too longs for a life of ease. He yearns to embark on a journey to explore more distant and wondrous places. It is said that nestled between the land of fire and the land of wind lies a realm known as the land of spirits, a sanctuary that is notably benevolent towards tailed beasts and their hosts. He contemplated that if the journey were to commence, he might pass by for a fleeting glance. Yet he would never settle, for he felt an absence of security, just as he relished slumbering atop a grand tree. For it afforded him the convenience of swift movement and escape, evading the lurking threats of enemies and their insidious assassinations. This habit was cultivated during his time in the Hidden Mist Village. Curse it! Yutaka rolled over, leaning against the great tree, continuing to rest his eyes, hoping that the foolish girl would not return before he drifted into slumber today. He thought to himself, what kind of master-disciple bond is this? He would never acknowledge such a concept, finding it utterly contemptible. Beneath the tree, the girl cautiously searched. Unaware of where her master would choose to rest among the great trees that night, she knew she must find him first, with cascading golden curls. Her figure remained exquisite even under the moonlight. Her countenance was gentle and captivating, transcending that of an ordinary girl. She was a stunning beauty. Master, as expected. She had indeed come. Yugao opened his eyes and leaped gracefully from the great tree. No need for lengthy explanations. 2 individuals have arrived in the village. They claim to be looking for you, hailing from the Spirit Nation's Qing Ling ninja village. Despite Yugao's seemingly aloof demeanor, Ing understood that he possessed a delicate and tender heart. The Nine Tails Chakra, the Six Tails remarked to Yugao. Has the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails arrived? It must be him. Such formidable chakra could belong to no one else. The thought crossed Yugao's mind. After dawn, he would depart from this small village, journeying to more distant lands. As for the Qing Ling ninja village, he had no intention of visiting them. For when the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails approaches, it signifies a request for assistance. Their intentions far from pure, and certainly not aligned with those he deemed worthy. It would be better never to meet again. Master, they are right there, Ing exclaimed joyfully. Her laughter infectious. She often wore a smile, though at times her thoughts would drift into melancholy, the reasons for which were frequently tied to Yugao's nightmares. Some individuals sow the seeds of flowers throughout their lives, scattering petals wherever they go. Others dedicate their existence to seeking petals that soar to the heavens, yet refuse to lower their gaze to find a single seed. Yugao, it seemed, would forever be ensnared in the mist of blood. If only it were possible. She would willingly sacrifice everything, even her life. Fortunately, 2 individuals had arrived in the village today. They claimed to hail from the Qing Ling ninja village, the fabled land of spirits, reputed for their amicable disposition towards tailed beasts, led by a youth from the Uchiha clan. He's also the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Ing pondered, he bears a striking resemblance to my master and must possess unique qualities. Has Akatsuki allied with Qing Ling ninja village? Truly, they are birds of a feather. When Yutaka stood before Sasuke and Deidara, his opening remark plunged the atmosphere into an icy silence. I heard from Ling Ying that you are a bubble artist, which compelled me to come and see for myself. I was originally on a mission for Akatsuki to capture the sand sculpture artist Gaara, so don't be ungrateful. Deidara shot him a glance, unable to suppress his laughter. After observing the forest moments ago, it was evident that this Yutaka was indeed melancholic, endowed with an extraordinary artistic talent. Teacher Qi Ling, shall we eliminate him and seize the Six Tails? Sasuke's gaze turned frigid as he regarded Yutaka, his double Manjiki Sharingan radiating murderous intent. Weren't we supposed to have a proper discussion? Ing looked helplessly between Sasuke and Yutaka. Let us remain calm. There are others lurking nearby. Shall we locate them first? A voice emanated from within Sasuke. 9 colossal hands of chakra emerged from his back, reaching out to grasp the forest. A live figure darted away at that very moment, fleeing with remarkable speed. On this summer night, everything felt unusually tense. Chapter 79, The Uncontrollable Forbidden Technique. Yutaka's request. Do you not know who the fastest in the entire ninja world is? The 9 chakra hands swiftly ensnared the concealed individual. With his short purple hair, he grimaced in pain, struggling in vain against the grip. One of the tails morphed into a fox's head and viciously tore off one of his legs. It hurts. You monster. The infiltrator cursed, lamenting his misfortune of encountering Qi Ling. Bai Lang. This individual, known in the Tsukuyomi ninja village as Bai Lang, was infamous for assassinating his own father to seize forbidden techniques. A small village may not be weak. They might possess their own unique bloodlines, Kekkei Genkai, or harbor some rare forbidden arts. The current holder of forbidden techniques in Tsukuyomi village is the seemingly innocuous Littling. After betraying his village, Bai Lang established his own faction, fixated on revenge and the acquisition of forbidden arts to dominate the world. One must admit, he is indeed a frog at the bottom of a well. Little girl. This fellow intends to provoke the forbidden technique within you. Qing Ling's chakra hands toyed with Bai Lang, ripping off his arm once more. Release me. I will reveal the method to activate this forbidden technique. Bai Lang, driven to madness by pain, found the situation terrifying. What manner of monster are you? Oh. Rapidly absorbing natural energy and then releasing it to unleash formidable power, capable of annihilating a ninja village in an instant. If care is not taken, the wielder of the forbidden technique may face their own demise. Truly terrifying. However, this skill is merely an advanced version of my Qing Ling Sage technique. Once Naruto's transformation is complete, it should be achievable. Upon finishing his words, Qing Ling swiftly dismembered him. No forbidden technique was worth his time. At this moment, the super reincarnation was approaching its critical juncture. He had no desire to squander time on trivialities. Absorbing natural energy and swiftly releasing it? Such practices could prove perilous for one unversed in the art of sage techniques or devoid of a chakra reservoir. Upon hearing this, Sasuke turned to Xiaoying. Sage techniques? Chakra reservoir? These concepts appeared to be far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, particularly the latter, of which he had never even heard. Sage techniques could only be acquired in places like the Dragon Cave and Mayaboka Mountain. The latter remained a mystery, as only the former had any precedent. The final location was an enigma, possibly linked to the first Hokage, albeit only speculatively. Upon hearing Yugao's words, the six-tail seemed noticeably anxious. What? If one cannot master these techniques, wouldn't he that place Xiaoying in grave danger? She could perish at any moment. Yugao, who had always been skeptical of this disciple, could no longer deceive himself. Was there any alternative? The rhino shark. Indeed. If one possessed a physique akin to that of a tailed beast, along with a substantial reservoir of chakra, it would be possible to substitute the forbidden technique. However, at the very instant it transferred into one's body, one would also be at risk of catastrophic detonation. The danger was exceedingly high. One would first deplete their chakra to facilitate the transfer, and then employ an equal amount to mitigate the chaos unleashed by the forbidden technique. Was this not tantamount to requiring the chakra of two six-tails? Once the transfer was complete, the six-tails rhino shark would become feeble. How could it possibly replenish swiftly? Yugao understood that this was nothing more than a fool's dream. Master, I assure you, I will be fine, Xiaoying replied with a naive smile. Yet Yugao had already begun his serious search for the forbidden technique. As expected, when he finally discovered the forbidden technique, he found himself at a loss for words. What purpose does that sage technique serve? He retorted to Sasuke, questioning whether she could control and absorb natural energy, ensuring her safety. What about the chakra reservoir? Yugao inquired. Storing chakra not only enhances one's potential and physique, but also allows for better control over chakra. Ultimately, her life would be free from worry. In disbelief, Yugao internally questioned the six-tails, wondering if such an unusual secret technique existed in the world. The curious answer was a firm denial. It was said that Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, had developed a technique known as the 100 Healings, which could unleash a formidable burst of chakra when necessary, likely akin to a chakra reservoir. Although the six-tails had only been with Yugao for a mere 20 years, it had previously witnessed the feats of a Jinchuriki and experienced the era of Hanzo the Salamander, as well as the true rise of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Even during Hanzo's peak, the Sannin were merely taking shape, lacking the extraordinary techniques that would later allow them to rival the world's greatest warriors. The techniques of immortality, sage arts, and the 100 healings were truly perfected only after Hanzo designated them as the Sannin. Fortunately, the six-tails had lived long enough. TCH. I really want to blow this place up. Deara expressed his irritation upon overhearing their conversation, finding their chatter tedious. Little Deara. With the combination of sage arts and a chakra reservoir, along with such forbidden techniques, you could amplify the explosive power to the level of an entire village. Qing Ling casually remarked, piquing Deidara's interest significantly. Teacher Lingying, can you help me directly cultivate the chakra seed of the Nine Tails within me? I want to obliterate a Wagakure with Nine Tails chakra. Deidara's grin was almost grotesque with excitement. Silence. I will teach you some tricks upon our return. All right. Deidara felt elated. The increase in his attributes and the multiplication of his chakra further enhancing his joy, coupled with the improvements brought by chakra martial arts. Deara was fervently developing his own true explosive style. He intends to create an explosive clay that amalgamates all attributes of chakra. In the village, it was the first time the people witnessed Yugao in such a state of dejection. Are you really leaving? At the village entrance, Sasuke, Deidara, and others bid farewell to the villagers after Qing Ling crushed by Lang. What else is there to do? Are we to engage in battle? Sasuke coldly glanced at him. Since they were unwilling to depart with them, they may as well wish each other well. Even Qing Ling preferred not to trouble others. You informed me of the existence of forbidden techniques, only to turn around and resolve the shadowy hand behind it, leaving us with a mess. With the sole intention of forcing us to rely on you? How could Yugao easily place his trust in them? The village of mist, where he had spent his childhood, could transform into a realm of crimson fog overnight, and even his most revered master could devolve into a bloodthirsty madman. How could he possibly come to terms with such a reality? We exchanged no words. This was your choice. Sasuke paused momentarily, lingering beneath the moonlight. It is said that the Akatsuki organization is hunting the Jinchuriki. We encountered their members on our journey, yet we fled swiftly and evaded capture. The Akatsuki? Yugao was aware that if the Azure Spirit Ninja Village could locate him, then the Akatsuki would certainly be able to do so as well. His continued presence in the Earth Spider Ninja Village will undoubtedly pose a threat to everyone. If saving Xiaoying requires a certain sacrifice, am I to undertake a special mission? Yugao's past experiences have taught him that everything comes at a cost. He cannot allow Xiaoying to dwell in peril. Indeed, there is a mission. The fox, draped in a cerulean robe, slithers beneath the moonlight, its voice resembling a whisper, warning all to keep their distance. Chapter 80. The Abandoned Cart on the Path. On the darkened road, the villagers sit anxiously upon a small cart. Puppets pull the cart, transporting these individuals. They had never wished to leave the village they had called home for many years. However, the newcomers warned them of the myriad dangers that lay ahead, including the ominous existence of the Akatsuki, a group notorious for inciting war and orchestrating assassinations. Reluctantly, in the interest of self-preservation, they commenced their migration. Yugao showing. Sasuke and Deidara found themselves seated together in the same cart. The curtain hung down, enveloping them in an atmosphere that was painfully awkward. He had initially believed that the task assigned by Qing Ling would be fraught with peril. However, he was taken aback to discover that it entailed leading the entire village to safety, as long as they could relocate to the vicinity of Qing Ling Ninja Village. Xiaoying would have the opportunity to learn the authentic techniques of Qing Ling and cultivate her chakra reserves. Yugao despised putting others in danger. And for the sake of the villagers, particularly Xiaoying's life, he had no choice but to acquiesce temporarily. Escorting the villagers to an entirely unfamiliar place? Yugao bowed his head, allowing the small cart to move forward slowly. Was Qing Ling Ninja Village truly benevolent towards Jinchuriki? Xiaoying observed Sasuke's aloof demeanor, which mirrored that of her master, and thus turned to the more approachable Deidara. Of course, I am the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and Spirit Shadow is my mentor, Deidara declared, gesturing to himself and spreading his arms wide, with the mouth and his palms still spitting out clay. Once the seed of the Nine Tails within me fully matures, I will infuse my clay with its chakra and obliterate this world, allowing the divine to witness my artistry. Oh, Xiaoying sensed that she had perhaps inquired of the wrong person, promptly closing her mouth and sitting in silence, motionless. Deidara gazed out the window in a state of melancholy, gradually lost in thought. This was an artist's moment of contemplation. Morning dawned. They had traveled through the night. And to their astonishment, an increasing number of people gathered along the main road. Early on, Qing Ling had borrowed puppets from Scorpion, allocating a few to assist these weary travelers in pulling their carts. Where do you hail from, and why do you journey alongside us? The villagers of Earth Spider were puzzled to see individuals clad in tattered garments, dragging their families along the road. Could it be that the ambitions of the Akatsuki extended beyond their village? You are still unaware? They must be fleeing to Qing Ling's hidden village. My distant cousin resides there and lives quite comfortably. Judging by your appearance, you seem to share a similar plight. You must also be refugees. The enthusiastic voices of these individuals roused Yugao from his slumber in the cart. He remained silent, simply listening to their conversation. We reside in the mountains, relying not on the feudal lords, but we generally do not leave the village to avoid their notice. Coupled with meager harvests and a lack of essential supplies, our existence can only be described as barely getting by. The inhabitants of Tsukuyomi village indeed lead a modest life. To evade manipulation by the feudal lords and to protect their forbidden techniques, they are compelled to survive in the wilderness. Yet, this is not a sustainable solution. As the feudal lords' lands expand, it is inevitable that they will encroach upon our territories, and hiding will prove futile, remarked a farmer fleeing to Aoi Spirit Village. However, everywhere is the same in this world. Last year, my little daughter succumbed to a sudden fever, and due to the limited medical facilities in our village, we could not save her. What do you usually eat? Rice balls? Rice balls? The last time I had one was half a month ago. Last year's harvest was poor. So we must conserve, or we will face hunger in winter. Well, I last had a rice ball during my childhood birthday, a treat my parents saved for a long time. Rice balls, wrapped in seaweed around morsels of rice, are quite delectable. Typically, families would include pickled plums, and if one is affluent, they might even add grilled fish. It is not difficult to find a rice ball, however. A significant portion must be surrendered to the feudal lords, leaving only enough to barely sustain oneself. To enjoy a rice ball freely, one must wait for the right moment. Fortunately, the people of Tsukuyomi village managed to avoid the feudal lords, leading a somewhat better life, though their land is barren, with poor yields, necessitating preparation for the harsh winter and the coming year. Life could indeed be better if it weren't for those who live off the labor of others. The men fell silent, uncertain of what fate awaited them the following day. Is the Aoi spirit village truly as remarkable as you say? The villagers of Tsukuyomi grew curious, yearning for the ability to seek medical attention when ill, to avoid hunger in winter, and to not worry about the coming year. I do not know. It is only hearsay from relatives. We have no way of knowing. My mother says there is no place in the world where one can truly eat their fill. Such claims are mere fabrications. Yet, I refuse to believe it. I am unwilling to accept this fate. I must see it for myself. Even if it means perishing on the journey, one must at least grit their teeth and catch a glimpse of the life that exists in dreams. Does one not? The man forcefully slapped the handle of the cart. His wife appeared haggard and pale, hastily offering a pot of water. How wonderful it would be if the children could learn the art of ninjutsu. After all, ninjas serve the lords and undertake various missions, leading a life of considerable affluence. We are not from a prominent family, and even if we were, how many generations can one truly live? It would be fortunate if 2 out of 10 ninjas reach the age of 50. It is possible to secure a full meal, but that comes at the cost of one's very life. The number of people on the road is increasing, in truth, from all corners of the land. Countless individuals are journeying towards the Qing Ling ninja village in the land of spirits. It is noon. At long last, this group of individuals has ventured into the realm of the spirit country. A wave of exuberance swept through them as they beheld a grand thoroughfare stretching before their eyes. Look, how opulent it is. Quickly, depart from this road, or you shall meet your demise. The refugees suddenly grew anxious, unwilling to linger any longer upon this path. It was then that they awakened to the peril surrounding them and hastily fled. What manner of road is this, so fraught with danger? Yugao and Xiaoling parted the curtain, gazing out at the magnificent avenue, wide enough to accommodate 4 carriages side by side. The road was constructed from materials typically found in large villages, exceedingly durable and evidently costly. Flanking the thoroughfare were railings, behind which lay a series of iron tracks. Indeed, by customary standards, such a road could not possibly be intended for their use. It must surely be reserved for the nobility. They have no right. How infuriating. Yutaka clenched the railing of the train in indignation. Master, Xiaoling said anxiously, not wanting to provoke Yutaka further. The steam surged, and the whistle sounded. A steam train swiftly passed by on the tracks from the other side of the road. The timid children cried out in alarm, while the adults, already numb, stood frozen in confusion. Before long, another train approached on the opposite track, coming to a stop beside them. Did you flee from outside? At this small station, regarded by many as a notable resting place, the train halted. The crowd exchanged fearful glances, anxious about being expelled. I am from the Qing Ling ninja village, and I am on duty today. If you wish to go to Qing Ling ninja village, please board the train with your families and belongings. This invention, developed by the village's scientists, Orochimaru and Scorpion, was initially deemed insignificant. Yet, Lord Lingying insisted on its continuation, leading to its transformation into this remarkable creation. It now reached out in all directions, save for the route to the rain-hidden village, which they seemed reluctant to accept. Although their technology appeared advanced, it was met with persistent resistance from them. The man spoke cheerily, and the crowd hurriedly boarded the train. The refugees settled into their seats, listening to the hum as the train powered up. Old handcarts were discarded along the route. The emotions of the people shifted from fear to surprise, and then to jubilant cheers. Yutaka gazed out the window as the sun descended from its zenith, drifting towards the horizon. The sun was about to set, and soon the moon would rise. One could only hope that danger would not loom too large. Chapter 81. Will you wait for me to wake and see the stars? The steam engine, a product of Orochimaru and Scorpion's research, was retained by Qing Ling due to its extraordinary potential. With each transformation of technology, it seemed that people discovered greater conveniences. Beyond the more intricate and exquisite ninja tools, as well as the highly concentrated elixirs, what truly required attention was how to utilize these advancements. It was evident that main roads, steam trains, and various steam-powered factories were emerging in succession, relying not on coal, but on Chakra, an inexhaustible energy source in this world. The so-called steam engine was fundamentally based on the core crafted by Scorpion, employing sophisticated instruments to divide energy according to the Qing Ling sage art's guidance. This energy was introduced into the steam engine, and due to the explosive pressure from the natural energy of the Sage Chakra during use, steam was produced. Qing Ling Ninja Village advanced at a pace that transcended the times. Just like this chakra steam train, if it were to move too slowly, it could easily be left behind. Yutaka and Xiaoying, along with the villagers, marveled at the towering trees along their journey. They saw orchards, wheat fields, livestock farms, and factories powered by chakra steam engines, all bustling with youthful energy in this era. Master, Qing Ling Ninja Village is truly extraordinary. Xiaoying could hardly contain her joy. The abundance here surpassed any village they had encountered. The so-called 5 great ninja villages were merely larger in scale. Compared to the richness and beauty of Qing Ling Ninja Village, they seemed insignificant. The sun was setting. Sasuke leaned against the window, while Deidara beside him chattered incessantly, scribbling new formulas. He vowed to amalgamate various chakras into a bloodline limit, and further fuse them to create an entirely new super bloodline limit, allowing his future perfect explosive release to bloom in this world like the most exquisite fireworks. One wonders, could the sun also be a volatile entity poised to erupt at any moment? How formidable would its power be if unleashed? Deidara exclaimed, gazing at the sun as if beholding a masterpiece of the cosmos. The train came to a halt at the Qing Ling Ninja Village terminal. The hurried crowd disembarked, following Sasuke and Deidara to a designated meeting point. Please write your name, the number of family members, and we will register according to your family names. Also, indicate which country and village you hail from, along with your age, any ailments, or discomforts experienced by you or your family. The staff presented a stack of papers but did not hand them out, as if awaiting something. I cannot write my name. Is it not required for the offspring of ninja clans and feudal lords to possess such a privilege? It is difficult to fathom that these individuals have lived their lives devoid of any opportunity to engage with literature. They were anxious and restless, with some even contemplating retreat. I can only farm. Will I be driven away? My child often has red marks on his skin. Am I to be expelled for speaking the truth? The crowd cast tense glances at this candid individual, thinking to themselves that he was surely doomed. Can you really farm? Do you think the land belongs to you for free? The individuals seen on the train, though clad in work attire, appeared quite respectable, lacking even a single patch, indicating they were of a different caliber. The child, witnessing his honest and earnest father in distress, began to cry in fear, "Don't drive away, my father. Don't drive us away." Upon witnessing this scene, the staff furrowed their brows as usual, their eyes reflecting a poignant compassion. But soon, they resumed their writing with swift strokes. Do not worry. I was once a nin from the Wind Country Sunagakure, and now I am a prospective ninja here, training while working. Speak your mind. We will make the necessary arrangements. He endeavored to restore their calm with the gentlest demeanor. The crowd murmured in a mix of belief and skepticism. The sun gradually sank, resembling an ancient sovereign bidding farewell to his realm. These individuals were assigned to a new community, allocated different residences according to their respective family sizes. The adults were to undergo vocational training, and once familiarized, they could secure employment aligned with their individual skills. However, prior to this, those afflicted with illness would receive treatment. As for the term Ninja Academy, they had never even heard of it. In the heart of the Qing Ling Ninja Village, beneath the magnificent tree that bestowed hope upon all, Yugao and Xiaoying stood anxiously. Following Sasuke, Deidara made his way to the underground chamber. Teacher Qing Ling had already succumbed to slumber, indicating that everything had reached a critical juncture, yet he would provide us with a portion of chakra in advance. This girl named Ding. You must undergo a metamorphosis alongside the Six Tails Jinchuriki, Yugao, as your forbidden technique may require an extended duration, Naruto stated gravely. He seldom exhibits such earnestness. Upon witnessing his expression, Sasuke comprehended the gravity of the situation. Lord Spirit Shadow, are you present? Deidara called out towards Sasuke's abdomen. I am merely a clone. The main body is undergoing immense chakra depletion. When the moment necessitates, we shall assist him, which will signify the true onset of crisis, spoke the indwelling Kyuubi within Sasuke. Oh, Lord Spirit Shadow is surely unharmed. He promised to teach me the art of nuclear release. Deidara's gaze brimmed with admiration. The mere thought of the scene depicted by the Kyuubi ignited a desire to test his skills. You may commence. I can sense hostility approaching. Sasuke detected several formidable chakra fluctuations outside the village, imbued with palpable animosity. My teacher indicated that all members of the Akatsuki are arriving, including your brother. This blade was specially forged for you by Orochimaru and Scorpion at his behest, Naruto remarked. Oh, Sasuke understood. Naruto's usual exuberance was markedly diminished, a testament to the seriousness of the Kyuubi's situation, far graver than his words suggested. He received the exquisitely crafted chakra longsword. With great reluctance, Yugao and Xiaoying stepped into the belly of the new Tintails. Here, they encountered the mighty Orochi. Unlike the six tails that Feng, the Jinchuriki of the seven tails, had seen, less than 10 minutes had passed since Feng's departure. Orochi was already in the process of nurturing the seventh tail and the seventh head, the presence of the nine tails. 1 tail, 4 tails, 5 tails, and 7 tails could be felt. I sensed they were simultaneously in the village, assuring me of our safety and our eventual escape. The 6 tails, a diligent creature, noted that although he could feel the aura of the 9 tails, it was not that of Kurama. Yet, the tailed beasts in the village were conveying a message of safety to him. Master, when I awaken, let us go stargazing together. Xiaoying exclaimed with a charming smile. Yugao did not respond, merely nodding gently. As the sun set and the moon rose, he awoke within the confines of the new Tintails. Sensing the battle raging outside the village, he glanced back, and Xiaoying was still in the midst of healing. Outside the new Tintails, Deidara was molding clay. Sasuke, with his long sword at his waist, cast a fleeting glance at him before turning to walk towards the village outskirts. There, the battle had already commenced. Chapter 82. Those who fantasize about becoming gods to you, do death and wandering merely signify the aimless drift of insignificant beings? Yu Hang's abrupt remark prompted Sasuke to draw his sword. What are you saying? We may face death, but we shall never wander. Beneath our feet lies the spirit village of Qing Ling, the land of spirits, a sanctuary for the wretched and homeless seeking refuge from the storm. Sasuke swung his sword, a specially crafted blade that combined the technological advancements of Orochimaru and Scorpion, clearly harboring a power that surpassed ordinary martial arts weaponry. Qing Ling had named it the Blade of Qing Ling. For Sasuke, this sword represented the bond between Qing Ling and himself. Under the moonlight, he cleaved through the enemy's assault. Standing before Uchiha Itachi, when the Manjiki Sharingan met another Manjiki Sharingan, Itachi's gaze brimmed with approval. How wonderful, my dear brother, you finally possess a future of your own. It dawned on Sasuke that one could indeed navigate life without adhering to the so-called destiny. What are you saying? He retorted, aware of the entire truth. Forgive you? That seems implausible. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, he swiftly evaded the weapons launched by the Azure Path. The human path materialized behind him, attempting to assail his very soul. My master revealed everything about you, but what of it? Now, due to your misdeeds, his life hangs in the balance. Sasuke was not oblivious to the truth. After all, Aoi had already divulged it to him, albeit at a cost too steep for him to bear. That was the resurrection of the fallen Uchiha clan, including the loved one slain by Itachi and the girl who perished within Tsukuyomi. What was the price? Had anyone contemplated it? That fox would restore everything, naively as if he were but a child. Yet, the cost was his very life. Sasuke felt a surge of chakra behind him as the Nine Tails swiftly seized the human path. The hungry ghost path emerged immediately, seeking to devour the Nine Tails chakra. Unforgivable! You who presume to bear the weight of the world while allowing those truly deserving of death to thrive. Why is that just? Only my master Aoi, in witnessing miracles, lost his own life. Sasuke transformed into the Nine Tails mode. Lacking Naruto's innate talent for sage jutsu, he nonetheless surpassed the ordinary. At this moment, he absorbed energy from nature, merging chakra in a 1-to-1 ratio. The immense chakra, fueled by his fury, honed his long-practiced skills to perfection. The Nine Tails rose, encased within Sasuke, donning the armor of Susanoo. Wings unfurled as Sasuke grasped his long blade, and Susanoo mirrored his action, wielding a long sword as well.